In her previous life, Shenwan was drugged and deceived by her cousin, believing she had lost her virtue to Wang Xiaoyun. With a lavish bridal procession, she married him and devoted herself to aiding his ascent to the throne. Yet, this culminated in the tragic deaths of her father and brothers, the massacre of her maternal family, and her children, born through her desperate struggle, becoming illegitimate offspring. Ultimately, she met her end in the cold palace, consumed by flames. Upon her rebirth, she vowed to exact vengeance, ensuring that those who wronged her would pay in blood. On her path of retribution, she would slay gods and Buddhas alike. Yet, there was one man, Prince Jingbei's heir, Jingyu, whom she dared not confront, though fate would not allow her to evade him. Cornered in a rockery, he inquired, "Why do you avoid me?" In her past life, Jingyu was abandoned and transformed, leading to a fateful drunken mistake where he mistook her for the one who betrayed him, dragging her into the rockery for confrontation and even offense. 3 years after her death, her spirit lingered, witnessing his rebellion which toppled that scoundrel from power. Out of gratitude for her revenge, she chose to forgive him, only for him to scatter her ashes. Now, she feared losing control should she confront him directly. Eventually, an imperial decree granted marriage to Jingyu, and in a haze, she consummated the union. In this life, he was neither mad nor sought his true love. Instead, he clung to her, showering her with tenderness and affection, elevating her to celestial heights. Unbeknownst to her, she became enmeshed in this affection, plagued by insecurities until she bore a child. Gazing upon her offspring, identical to those from her past life, Shenwan felt a pang of guilt. Could it be that she was the one who had abandoned him? Chapter 1. Rebirth. At the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, Shenwan inadvertently consumed an aphrodisiac and became pregnant. Her cousin, Shenwu, and her half-sister, Yi Kaiwei, conspired against her, leading her to believe she was carrying the child of Wang Xiaoyun. With all her might, she supported him in claiming the throne, only to find herself a mere pawn for her cousin. Wang Xiaoyun killed her family, exterminated her maternal line, drowned her children in a lotus pond, and even orchestrated her humiliation, driving her to self-immolate in the cold palace. Perhaps due to the injustice of her death, her spirit lingered for 3 years within a jade pendant, witnessing the retribution that befell her foes. Jingyu survived an assassination attempt and fell from a cliff, not only surviving but also leading a rebellion that overthrew Wang Xiaoyun, fulfilling her vengeance. Yet, Shenwan was perplexed as to when she had ever wronged this man. In life, he had humiliated her. In death, he scattered her ashes in rage. After her ashes were cast, she was reborn. "Miss, we should return to the Duke's residence swiftly," urged her maid, Bao Cui, echoing her past life as she reached for Shenwan's sleeve. Shenwan realized she had indeed returned to the very day Wang Xiaoyun saved her. Today was meant for shopping, but after a nightmare, Yi Kaiwei accompanied her to the Guogua temple for blessings. However, when Shenwan's incense stick broke, she felt an ominous premonition and insisted on returning to the Duke's residence. The journey to the temple was long, and her cousins were reluctant to abandon their outing, thus she set off alone. On her descent, the carriage was startled, and she was thrown out, only to be saved by Wang Xiaoyun. As they tumbled down the slope, he shielded her in his embrace, sustaining only minor injuries, while he broke his arm. Grateful for his life-saving act, she secretly began to harbor feelings for him. Her parents, discerning that the startled horse incident was no accident, forbade her from marrying Wang Xiaoyun, despite his public rescue. Citing her young age and the risk of injury, they rejected the emperor's proposal. Yet, her heart was already lost to Wang Xiaoyun. Later, after being drugged and losing her virtue to Wang Xiaoyun, she found herself pregnant, and her parents, unwilling as they were, had no choice but to send her off to marry. Reflecting on the tragedy that befell her parents due to the machinations of those around her, Shenwan felt overwhelmed. Fortune had favored her with a second chance at life, and she was determined not to repeat the mistakes of her past. The conspiracies that had been thrust upon her would be repaid in kind. She would make them pay in blood. Shenwan abruptly shook off Bao Cui's hand. "I feel quite uneasy. Go fetch me some food." Shenwan had a peculiar habit of indulging in food when anxious, and Bao Cui, unsuspecting, hurried away. Under the tree, a fortune-teller's stall awaited, the old priest dozing. Approaching, Shenwan placed a gold ingot on the table. "Use this for my benefit, and I shall ensure your name endures through the ages." The old priest smiled, awakening. My lady, I have awaited your arrival for long. Bao Chui returned with some candied fruits, noticing Shunwan departing from the fortune-teller's stall. Did you have your fortune told? She asked. Ignoring her, Shunwan handed a spare gown to Bao Chui. Change into this for me. The tone left no room for refusal, and Bao Chui complied. Typically, she had often borrowed Shunwan's jewelry. Now, given a legitimate opportunity to wear it, she could hardly refuse. Once dressed in the maid's attire, Shunwan tossed a veil to Bao Chui. Wear this well and return to the residence. Do not let my parents uncover the ruse. As the servant drove the carriage away, Shunwan's expression darkened. In her past life, Bao Chui had delivered items to the Wang residence multiple times and had unwittingly formed a bond with a guard, leading to her own disgrace and Shunwan's humiliation, resulting in her parents' dire punishment. Wang Xiaoyun must be waiting to save her now, thought Shunwan with a sense of anticipation. She wondered how he would react upon discovering that the person he saved was merely her maid. Help! A distant cry for aid echoed. Chapter 2. Help. Shunwan moved towards the sound, spotting Shenwu and Yi Kaiwei descending the steps to witness the commotion. She had long recognized their striking resemblance, but had never considered they were half-sisters. 4 years prior, her uncle, General Yi, died on the battlefield, shielding her father from an arrow. Unable to endure the grief, her aunt succumbed to illness, leaving Yi Kaiwei alone. Her father, feeling guilty, intended to bring her cousin from Qingzhou to care for her, but due to military obligations, her second uncle took on the task and returned with Yi Kaiwei. Once in the household, her parents doted on Yi Kaiwei, granting her everything Shunwan had. Even when her father earned military honors and the emperor wished to bestow the title of county princess upon Shunwan, he relinquished it to Yi Kaiwei. In her previous life, Yi Kaiwei married Wang Xiaoyun's cousin, ascending to the status of the Duke of Song's wife, while the two sisters rose to prominence over the corpses of Shunwan's family. Hatred coiled around Shunwan like a vine, nearly suffocating her. However, the circumstances of Yi Tsaiwei's birth, being the illegitimate child of the second master, were known to Shunwan only after her death. It seemed that Shenwu and the second mistress were most likely unaware, otherwise, their temperament would never allow a bastard to become the wife of a duke. As they crossed paths, Yi Kaiwei failed to recognize Shunwan at first, but upon a second glance, her surprise was evident. Cousin? Shunwu halted abruptly, turning to see Shunwan clad in maid's attire, gasping. What are you doing here? Am I not allowed to be here? Shunwan responded, aware of her slip. The maid reported a startled horse carriage. We were concerned it might be you. Luckily, it is not, but why are you dressed as a maid? It was one thing to wear a maid's clothing, but to do so openly, without hiding from them, was another. Shunwan had neatly concealed her animosity, her gaze sweeping across Yi Tsaiwei's face. My incense stick broke, and cousin, were you not worried I might face peril? I sought the fortune-teller over there, who predicted that if I returned home with the maid, one of us would suffer while the other would remain unharmed. Thus, the maid returned, ensuring our safety. She was safe now. But what of Wang Xiaoyun? Shunwu rushed towards the scene of the startled carriage. As in her previous life, Wang Xiaoyun saved someone, injuring himself in the process. Realizing he had only rescued a maid, his face darkened, anger simmering beneath the surface. Shunwan stepped forward, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my maid's life. Had it not been for your intervention, she might have perished. I offer her to you, so she may repay your kindness. Bao Chui stood to the side, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, gazing at Xiaoyun with eager anticipation. Serving the prince would ensure a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Xiaoyun's forehead was tense with visible veins. This prince does not lack for maidservants. Noticing him clutching his arm, Shenwu expressed her concern. Prince, your arm. I'm fine. The words barely escaped through clenched teeth. To injure himself while saving a maid was a disgrace he could not bear. Mounting his horse, his gaze was cold as it swept over Shunwan before he departed. As she watched him ride away, Shunwan hoped that Xiaoyun was merely feigning indifference and that he was truly unscathed. With Xiaoyun gone, the onlookers dispersed, and Shenwu and Yi Kaiwei lost their enthusiasm for continuing their visit to the Hugua Temple, returning to the manor alongside Shunwan. Although the carriage was spacious, the presence of 3 people made it feel cramped. As they passed through the bustling streets, Shunwan listened to the lively commotion outside, lifting a corner of the carriage curtain to peer out. On the busy thoroughfare, a strikingly handsome man on horseback caught her attention with an undeniable force. His visage was such that it could overshadow entire streets, yet all Shunwan felt was a surge of ill fortune directed at her. The man was none other than Jingbei, who had scattered her ashes. Having painstakingly returned to life, she had yet to see her parents and elder brother, only to encounter a host of detestable individuals, including this scoundrel. Recalling the humiliation he had inflicted upon her in her past life, even tormenting her ashes after death, Shunwan could hardly suppress her murderous impulse. Sensing her hostility, Jingbei turned his gaze in her direction. Their eyes met unexpectedly, prompting Shunwan to immediately lower the curtain. A lunatic. Not worth provoking. Once she dealt with Xiao Yun and the second household, she would seek her opportunity to confront him. The grudge of her ashes must be avenged. In her previous life, Shunwan was deceived by her cousin and fell victim to a drug, believing she had lost herself to Wang Xiaoyun. Dressed in a bridal gown, she married him and devoted herself to supporting his rise to power. Yet, she ended up witnessing the tragic deaths of her father and brothers, the massacre of her maternal family, and her own children, born through her struggles, being cast as bastards. Ultimately, she met her demise in the cold palace, consumed by flames. Upon her rebirth, she vowed to exact vengeance and ensure that those who wronged her paid in blood. On her path to retribution, she would confront gods and Buddhas alike, mercilessly slaying any who stood in her way. Yet, there was one man, Prince Jingbei's heir, Jingbei, whom she dared only to avoid. However, fate had other plans, as he cornered her in a rockery, demanding to know, "Why are you avoiding me?" In her past life, Jingbei had been abandoned and changed drastically. After a drunken misunderstanding, he mistook her for the one who betrayed him, confronting her harshly. Even after her death, her spirit lingered, and witnessing his rebellion against the tyrant who wronged her, she chose to forgive him, feeling a strange sense of gratitude. Yet, after he scattered her ashes, she found herself reborn. "Miss, we should return to the Duke's residence swiftly," urged her maid, Bao Cui, as they descended the steps, just as in her previous life. Shunwan realized she had indeed been given a second chance, returning to the very day when Xiao Yun had saved her. Originally, she planned to go shopping, but after her cousin Yi Saiwei's nightmare, they visited the Guogua temple for blessings. While offering incense, the stick broke, causing her heart to race with foreboding. Insisting on returning home, she set off alone when her cousins hesitated. On her way down the mountain, the carriage was startled, and she was thrown out, only to be rescued by Xiao Yun. As she tumbled down the slope, he shielded her, sustaining injuries while she merely suffered superficial wounds. Grateful for his life-saving act, she found herself secretly enamored. Her parents, suspecting the startled horse was no accident, forbade her from marrying Xiao Yun, despite his public heroism. They rejected the emperor's proposal, citing her youth and potential inability to bear children. However, her heart remained with Xiao Yun, and later, when she was drugged and lost herself to him, her parents had no choice but to marry her off. Haunted by the thought of her parents suffering for her sake and ultimately falling victim to their enemies, Shunwan resolved not to repeat her past mistakes. She would return the schemes inflicted upon her, demanding blood for blood. With determination, she shook off Bao Cui's hand. "I am feeling quite anxious. Go and fetch me some food." She had a habit of eating when unsettled, and Bao Cui, with no suspicion, hurried off. Nearby, a fortune teller dozed under a tree. Approaching the stall, Shunwan placed a gold ingot down. "Use this for me, and I will help you achieve eternal fame." The old man smiled, opening his eyes. Young lady, I have awaited your arrival." When Bao Cui returned with candied fruits, she saw Shunwan leaving the fortune teller's booth. "Did you have your fortune told?"
Bao Cui inquired.
Shunwan ignored her. Once in the carriage, she handed over a spare dress, insisting, "Change into this." Her tone left no room for refusal, and Bao Cui complied eagerly, having often borrowed Shunwan's jewelry. Now clad in a maid's attire, Shunwan tossed Bao Cui a veil. "Wear this, return to the house, and do not let my parents discover the truth." As she watched the carriage depart, her gaze darkened. In her previous life, Bao Cui had delivered items to the prince, inadvertently forming a bond with one of his guards, leading to a scandal that cost Shunwan her reputation and ultimately her life. Xiao Yun must be waiting to rescue her now, she thought, with a mix of anticipation and dread at the thought of his expression upon realizing he had saved only her maid. "Help!" A distant cry echoed through the air. Chapter 2. A Cry for Help. Shunwan moved toward the sound, spotting her cousin Shin Wu and Yi Kaiwei descending the steps. Although she had always been aware of their striking resemblance, she had never considered they were half-sisters. 4 years prior, her uncle, General Yi, had died on the battlefield, shielding her father from an arrow. Overwhelmed by grief, her aunt succumbed to illness, leaving only Kaiwei behind. Her father, feeling guilty, sought to bring Kaiwei from Qingzhou to care for her, but due to military duties, it was her second uncle who returned with her. Upon Kaiwei's arrival, her parents showered her with affection, granting her everything Shenwan possessed. Even when her father earned military merit and the emperor offered to ennoble her, he instead bestowed the honor upon Kaiwei. In her previous life, Kaiwei married Xiaoyun's cousin, ascending to the role of the duke's wife, while the sisters climbed the social ladder over the blood of Shenwan's family. Resentment coiled tightly around Shenwan, nearly suffocating her. However, she had learned that Kaiwei was born of her uncle's affair, and it was likely that Shenwu and the second lady were oblivious to this truth. Otherwise, they would not have permitted a bastard to become the duke's wife. As they crossed paths, Kaiwei failed to recognize Shenwan at first, but upon closer inspection, her surprise was evident. "Cousin." Shenwu halted abruptly, turning to see Shenwan dressed as a maid, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? Am I not allowed?" Shenwan feigned innocence. "The maid reported a startled horse, and we were concerned it was you. Fortunately, it was not. But why are you dressed as a maid?" Shenwan had concealed her animosity, her gaze sweeping over Kaiwei's face. "My incense stick broke, and since you were worried about my safety, I sought the fortune teller. He warned that if I returned with the maid, one of us would be injured. Since she returns, we are both safe." She was unharmed. But what about the prince? Shenwu rushed toward the sight of the startled horse. In an eerie echo of her past life, Xiaoyun saved someone, only to suffer injuries himself. Upon realizing he had saved only a maid, his expression darkened, the fire of suppressed anger evident in his eyes. Shenwan stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Prince, for saving my maid's life. Had it not been for your intervention, she would surely have perished. I offer her to you as a gesture of gratitude for your life-saving act." Bao Chui stood to the side, her delicate face flushed with shyness as she gazed at Xiaoyun with eager anticipation. Serving the Prince of Cheng would bestow upon her a lifetime of wealth and honor. However, Xiaoyun's forehead was marked by prominent veins, and he retorted, "This prince is not in need of maidservants." Noticing him clutching his arm, Shenwu expressed her concern. "Prince, your arm." "It's nothing." The words were almost forced through clenched teeth. He could not afford to lose face over an injury sustained while saving a maid. Mounting his horse, Xiaoyun's gaze was cold and piercing as it swept over Shenwan before he departed. Watching him ride away, Shenwan harbored a hope that Xiaoyun was merely putting on a brave front, not truly unscathed. With Xiaoyun gone, the onlookers dispersed, and Shenwu and Yi Kaiwei lost their desire to continue their visit to the Hugui Temple, opting instead to return home with Shenwan. Although the carriage was spacious, the presence of 3 people rendered it rather cramped. As they passed through the bustling streets, Shenwan listened to the lively commotion outside, lifting a corner of the carriage curtain to peer out. On the vibrant thoroughfare, a strikingly handsome man on horseback commanded attention with an undeniable presence. His visage was such that it could overshadow entire streets. Yet, all Shenwan could think was how unfortunate she felt at that moment. That man was none other than Xie Jingyu, the very one who had scattered her ashes. Having finally returned to life, she had yet to reunite with her parents or elder brother, yet here she was, confronted by a host of loathsome individuals, including this scoundrel. Memories of the humiliation he had subjected her to in her past life surged forth, along with the indignation of him even desecrating her remains. Shenwan could hardly suppress her urge to commit violence. Sensing her murderous intent, Xie Jingyu glanced in her direction, their eyes locking unexpectedly. In the next moment, Shenwan hastily lowered the curtain. A madman, he was not someone to provoke. Once she dealt with Xiaoyun and the second household, she would seek her chance to confront him. The vendetta for the desecration of her ashes would be avenged. Chapter 3. Proposal. She would not bear the ashes of Xie Jingyu, nor would she carry the surname Shen. Shenwan bowed silently. Her movements were somewhat frantic, prompting Yi Kaiwei's curiosity about what she had seen. Lifting the curtain of the carriage for a glance, she teasingly remarked, "Cousin, are you still so afraid of the heir to the king of Jingbei? Who is afraid of him?" Shenwan's expression was as cold as frost. The humiliations bestowed upon her by Xie Jingyu flooded her mind. If anyone dared to stand before her, even with a knife in hand, her sanity would shatter. And she would stab him mercilessly. Shanwu commented, "Uncle seems quite fond of the heir to the king of Jingbei. Unfortunately, both he and the king hold military power, controlling half of the court's forces, and with the Yun family's immense wealth, the emperor would never allow an alliance between the two families." Yet this was merely her assumption. In her past life, the emperor had indeed intended to marry Shanwu to Xie Jingyu. However, Xie Jingyu, deeply wounded by love, had flatly rejected the emperor's proposal with a vow never to marry a woman of the Shin surname. Before this, it was known that the heir to the king of Jingbei had been abandoned, and with that statement, everyone understood that the one who had abandoned him was a girl bearing the Shin surname. Xie Jingyu had raised her ashes, and since she too bore the Shin name, even 3 years after her death, rumors persisted that she was the one who had forsaken Xie Jingyu. How unjust. Shenwan did not engage in any argument with Shenwu. Her sole desire was to return to the residence of the Duke of Dinghua, to see her parents and her elder brother. She missed them dearly. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage halted before the gates of the Duke of Dinghua's residence. As Shenwan alighted, she saw a richly adorned lady smiling as she approached. It was her mother, Yun Shi. Upon seeing Yun Shi, Shenwan felt a rush of emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. "Mother!" She nearly leapt into her embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "I have missed you so much." The sudden embrace left Yun Shi both amused and bewildered, suspecting Shenwan had been frightened by the events at Hugua Temple. Gently patting Shenwan's back, she soothed. "You've only been gone for less than 2 hours, yet it feels like ages." Yu Haven even changed her clothes, not fearing the laughter of Lady Jingbei. Shenwan hardly noticed Lady Jingbei. Her longing for her mother overshadowed everything. In her past life, after the calamities befalling her elder sister, the death of her brother in battle, and her father's beheading at the hands of the enemy, her mother had been left in a fragile state, ultimately succumbing to grief inflicted by her sister-in-law and the second household. When she passed, her appearance was withered, her eyes wide open in death, unable to find peace. Gazing at the gentle and beautiful face before her, Shenwan felt joy mingled with a tinge of pain and fear. Before her self-immolation in her past life, Shenwu had revealed to her that she was not the biological daughter of her parents, but rather a foundling picked up by them while they were still in Yunzhou visiting relatives. To this day, Shenwan could hardly believe she was not their flesh and blood. Her parents cherished her as if she were a precious gem, fearing she might break if held too tightly, and they were willing to support her marriage to Xiaoyun, even at the cost of their lives. Yet to be told she was not their own was a truth she could scarcely accept. Regardless of her origins, her parents, her brother, and the Yun family were those she would protect with her very life. She would not allow anyone to harm them. Seeing her mother alive, Shenwan scarcely noticed the presence of others. In her previous life, Lady Jingbei had indeed visited that day, but she had left before their return. This time, it was evident that Lady Jingbei had lingered longer at the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Shenwan blushed as Lady Jingbei remarked, "Daughters are truly delightful, clinging to their mothers, unlike sons who can disappear for an entire day. Mrs. Shun is indeed fortunate to have 2 daughters." Yun Shi felt content with having a son and 2 daughters, yet lamented that her daughters could not remain by her side forever, as they would eventually marry. Lady Jingbei laughed. "Our 2 families are close. Once we become one, it will be convenient for visits." "One family?" Shenwan found the phrase somewhat unsettling. After Lady Yun had seen off Lady Jingbei, Shenwan inquired, "What brought Lady Jingbei to our residence?" In her previous life, Lady Jingbei had merely come for a brief visit, with no significant matters at hand, yet she appeared anything but casual this time. Yun Shi replied, "She came to propose your marriage to the heir." Shenwan was taken aback, her voice rising. "Marry my daughter?" Panic set in. No wonder Shenwu and the others had changed their plans to go to Hugua Temple today. They must have known well beforehand that Lady Jingbei would come to propose. As news of Xiaoyun rescuing her and injuring his arm reached the Duke's residence, Lady Jingbei had hesitated to compete with him for her hand, thus refraining from mentioning it and simply visiting for a while. In this lifetime, Xiaoyun had only saved her maid, and the proposal from Lady Jingbei had not been interrupted. Shenwan's voice trembled. "Mother, did you and father agree?" Yun Shi nodded. "Once the horoscopes align, there will be no issue in formalizing the engagement. Although your father and I are reluctant to part with you, marrying you off early will bring us peace of mind." She left unsaid the pain rooted in her heart. Having seen her eldest daughter stumble in matters of marriage, She and Shen Ji could not afford to be careless regarding Shen Wan's future. Yun Shi praised the heir to the Duke of Zhonghua extensively, but Shen Wan absorbed none of it. The engagement was not yet finalized. There remained room for negotiation. While the heir was commendable, she had returned to seek vengeance, not to marry. Unable to listen any longer, Shen Wan interrupted her mother, asking, "What about father?" Yun Shi explained, "The king saved your maid, who fell down a slope. We are uncertain of her condition. Your father has gone to the palace to apologize to the emperor." "And my brother?" Shen Wan pressed further. "Your brother has left the residence and has yet to return." Shen Wan then declared, "Mother, the king saved Bao Cui. I want to offer her to the king. If he refuses, it would be inappropriate to keep her by my side as a maid. We should send her to the estate for proper care." Such an unashamed maid was intolerable to Shen Wan, and given the life debt owed to the king, she could not risk keeping her close. Sending her to the estate would ensure Bao Cui remained respectable. She had no qualms about providing her with a means to live. But should she presume upon the king's favor to act arrogantly, it would be a path to ruin. Yun Shi was also apprehensive about keeping Bao Cui. Especially as the maid had encouraged Shen Wan to meet the king, it was best to send her away to the estate for nurturing. Having already changed out of Shen Wan's dress, Bao Cui turned pale upon hearing Yun Shi's orders and fell to her knees, pleading, "Mistress, please don't send me to the estate. Allow me to remain by the young lady's side to serve her." Shen Wan's proposal was not swayed by Bao Cui's desperate pleas, as Yun Shi was resolute. With a wave of her hand, two maids seized Bao Cui and took her away. The more Yun Shi looked at Shen Wan's attire, the less she liked it. A young lady of the duke's residence should not be clad in maid's garments. "Quickly change back into something more appropriate," she instructed. Shen Wan nodded and turned to instruct stewardly, "When my brother returns, have him come find me. I have urgent matters to discuss with him." Chapter 4. The Duke of Dinghua's residence still bore the semblance of her memories, composed, restrained, yet radiating an air of authority. It stood in stark contrast to the ostentatious and lavish changes wrought by the second household, which had stripped the estate of its dignity and solemnity. In her previous life, after her brother and father faced calamity, the title had passed to the second household, who, upon inheriting the title, had drastically altered the duke's residence. By the time Yun Shi passed, Shen Wan had returned to see her one last time, and the estate had already undergone a significant transformation. She had not returned since. As she walked past Qingyi Courtyard, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Shen Wan's eyes. This had once been her dwelling. After her second uncle brought Yi Kaiwei back, Ye Zhaoyijie, fearing solitude, insisted on sharing headquarters. They had lived together for a year and a half, sharing meals and confidences, but with her elder sister's marriage, it had suddenly become inconvenient, necessitating their separation. They exerted pressure on her by invoking her uncle's life-saving grace, compelling her to vacate the Qingyi Courtyard. Despite her deep reluctance, she ultimately moved to her elder sister's Mingyue Courtyard. Over the years, a significant portion of the exquisite items bestowed by the duke's residence and the Yun family remained in Qingyi Courtyard. Whenever she desired something, it was as if her father was no longer alive, making it all the more unnecessary for her to contest such trivial possessions with Yi Kaiwei. It was evident that they coveted her belongings while accusing her of being unable to accommodate a solitary orphan like Yi Kaiwei. The possessions that rightfully belonged to her would be reclaimed in their entirety. She would ensure that Yi Kaiwei was returned to her rightful place. Qingyi Courtyard was ideally situated, convenient for visits to the front courtyard or for paying respects to her parents and the old matriarch. In contrast, Mingyue Courtyard was rather remote, requiring a considerable amount of time to traverse. Inside Mingyue Courtyard, several maids were engaged in hushed conversations, discussing Shen Wan's decision to send Bao Cui to the estate for nurturing. Their discussion was so earnest that they failed to notice Shen Wan's return. One maid, defending Bao Cui, questioned why she was sent away when she had not committed any wrongdoing. After all, Bao Cui had helped the young lady avoid a calamity. Did the young lady not fear that the people at the estate might bully Bao Cui? As Shen Wan approached, she realized her oversight and instructed, "You go attend to Bao Cui." Her sudden voice startled the clustered maids, who quickly knelt down. The maid's complexion turned pale as she repeatedly apologized. This servant spoke out of turn. "Please do not be angry, my lady. Send her to the estate," Shen Wan commanded before striding directly into her room. This maid, named Ziyuan, was currently a second-tier maidservant. In her previous life, 2 months later, Bao Cui was unjustly punished and lost her life, leading to Ziyuan's promotion to a senior maid. During the royal matriarch's birthday celebration, Shunwan had brought Ziyuan along. When Shunwan was drugged and disoriented, Ziyuan supported her while seeking out Xiaoyun. Shunwan had no recollection of that day, yet before she lost consciousness, she distinctly saw Xiaoyun approaching her. Afterward, Xin Wu and Yi Kaiwei deceived her into believing that it was Xiaoyun who had saved her, a notion that Ziyuan also corroborated, leaving her without doubt. She would no longer keep these treacherous maids by her side, as they posed a latent threat to her well-being. Inside the room, her other senior maid, Shansue, was dusting the antique shelf. Shansue was diligent and reticent, having lost her life due to a single moment of excessive chatter. In her previous life, after Xiaoyun rescued her from injury, their parents opposed her marrying him. Bao Cui had encouraged her to sneak away to the royal residence to meet Xiaoyun. But Shansue had cautioned her against it, warning that their parents would be displeased, and her counsel proved effective. She did not dare to go. Tragically, Shansue drowned in the lotus pond that very evening after advising Xinwan. Shansue poured tea for Xinwan, who took a sip to soothe her throat. As Xinwan settled down, she casually inquired, "I recall you mentioned having a fellow townsman in the estate. What was her name?" She had only briefly mentioned her fellow townsman to Xinwan before, and Shansue was surprised that Xinwan remembered. "Her name is Yinchuan. She tends to the flowers in the garden. Bring her to me." After Xinwan indulged in a comforting hot bath and completed her grooming, Yinchuan entered. Uncertain of Xinwan's intentions, the young maid appeared somewhat apprehensive. Xinwan, of course, would not remember this maid solely based on Shansue's words. In her previous life, after Shansue's drowning, Yinchuan had burned paper money at the spot where she had died, only to be caught by her mother. It was then that Xinwan learned that Yinchuan and Shansue were from the same hometown. They had entered the estate together, and Yinchuan had borrowed a small sum of silver from Shansue, which she never had the opportunity to repay. Instead, she bought paper money to burn for Shansue in secret, hoping to provide her with some comfort in the afterlife. The Yun family, recognizing Yinchuan's loyalty and affection, promoted her to serve in their quarters. By the time of Yun's passing, Yinchuan had already become a first-tier maidservant by her side. However, something transpired afterward, leading to Yinchuan's tragic demise by self-inflicted injury. Currently, Yinchuan was still quite young but had shown great potential in managing accounts after training. Xinwan asked, "Would you like to follow me from now on?" Yinchuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. "This servant is willing." Initially, Shansue had intended to arrange for Yinchuan to join her in Mingyue Courtyard, so they could watch over one another. However, Shansue had not dared to voice it, nor had Xinwan considered this aspect, leading the matter to remain unresolved. Xinwan was cautious about trusting the people in this courtyard and felt secure with those who had undergone her mother's scrutiny. "Go back, pack your belongings, and move in with Shansue," Xinwan instructed. Yinchuan eagerly nodded in agreement. Just then, a young maid entered from outside the beaded curtain, announcing, "My lady, the young master has arrived." Xinwan hastened to greet him and was met with the sight of her elder brother, Xinli, striding toward her with a commanding presence under the sunlight. Feeling a rush of emotion, Xinwan's eyes brimmed with tears. Upon seeing her, Xinli asked, "Why are you crying?" "Who is crying?" "I merely had sand blown into my eyes." "But there is no wind," he replied, puzzled. "Sister, do you have some urgent matter to discuss with your brother?" Wiping away her tears, Xinwan pulled Xinli aside, ensuring no one was around, and said, "Brother, I do not wish to marry the Duke of Zheng's heir. Please help me thwart this engagement." While it might be easy to disrupt the match, he had his own preferences for a more suitable brother-in-law. However, he felt apprehensive since their parents were in agreement. Xinwan retorted, "If you do not assist me, I will inform our parents that you have a crush." Xinli's face flushed. "No. Do not speak such nonsense. What heart can I possibly have? If you have no affections, why are you blushing and stammering?" As her brother, she certainly knew him well. Xinwan pressed, "If there are no affections, then why do you hide a painting of someone without a face?" Xinli exclaimed, "What? How did you come to know of this?" He was now startled. Fearing that someone might overhear, Xinwan urged, "Just tell me if you will help or not." I will," he replied, appearing caught and compelled to assist. Xinwan felt both amusement and sorrow. In her previous life, her brother had not married the woman he loved. Their father held military power, and the Yun family was incredibly wealthy. It was not only her and her elder sister's marriages that were manipulated, her brother was not spared either. He was forced to marry his sister-in-law, leading to a hollow union, and she had discovered that his sister-in-law had unearthed the faceless portrait from her brother's study. When she pressed him about it, they learned that he harbored affections for someone, but he never revealed her identity, no matter how much he was interrogated. "Brother, since you have feelings for her, why not go and propose?" Shun Li's gaze dimmed momentarily before he smiled and ruffled Xinhuan's hair, saying, "Goodness. I rushed here because I heard you had something urgent to discuss, only to find you threatening me." Shun Li abruptly redirected the conversation, and Xinhuan chose not to pursue the topic further. "One day, I shall uncover the truth. Whoever has captured my brother's heart and caused him to conceal a painting for so long must be someone truly cherished. In this life, I will not allow my brother to be ensnared in schemes, leaving him with regrets." Chapter 5. Care after visiting her mother and brother. Xinhuan was eager to see her father, Xinji. Unfortunately, her wishes were in vain. Due to pressing military affairs, Xinji returned home only after dark. Xinhuan attempted to visit the front courtyard twice but failed to see him, so she reluctantly gave up. That night, she retired early. Now that she had returned, life naturally resumed in the manner of a young lady in her boudoir. The next morning after breakfast, Xinhuan took Shansui to the Showan Hall to pay respects to the old matriarch. Just before entering the room, they heard laughter emanating from within. The old matriarch sat gracefully on her couch, her hair slightly gray, yet impeccably arranged. Her face adorned with a benevolent smile that would make anyone who glimpsed her feel she was a kind-hearted grandmother. Yet, how could someone who had raised a brood of ambitious wolves from the second and fourth branches be entirely benevolent? In her previous life, after her brother's misfortune on the battlefield, their father was engulfed in sorrow. Within days, he fell victim to the enemy's sword, causing the military prestige he had cultivated over the years to vanish. The Duke's residence faced imminent collapse. It was during this tumultuous time that her second uncle, Shun Lu, was appointed to take over their father's position. Within a month, he avenged their father by capturing the enemy general responsible for their father's death. Shun Lu rose to prominence by stepping over their father's corpse, gaining a reputation that surpassed even that of their father during his lifetime. At that time, she was oblivious to the underlying plots and felt immense gratitude toward Shun Lu. Only in death did she uncover the schemes involved. Their father's head had been offered to the Southern Liang as a tribute, and capturing the enemy general was merely a gesture of reciprocity. The father and King Jingbei perished on the battlefield in succession, leaving Shun Lu to wield nearly absolute military power. His obstinate and self-serving nature, along with his nepotistic tendencies, resulted in a lackadaisical attitude among his subordinates. Otherwise, Xie Jingyu's rebellion would not have garnered such widespread support. Nor would he have stormed the capital within a mere 3 years, casting the once exalted into the depths of despair, from which they could never recover. Xinhuan respectfully addressed the old lady as grandmother, though she was not Xinhuan's biological grandmother, but rather the younger sister of her biological grandmother. The latter had died during childbirth when giving birth to Yi Kaiwei, succumbing to excessive bleeding. Fearing that her husband would remarry and that the new wife would treat her 2 children poorly, she arranged for a half-sister to marry into the family before her death. Ultimately, it was the old lady who married her grandfather, having rejected her previous engagement. The old lady bore her husband 2 sons and a daughter. And while her husband was alive, he treated her with great respect. After Xinhuan's father inherited the title, the old lady held significant authority in the household. The Duke of Ding's estate had 4 branches: the Yun family, the second wife, the third wife, and the fourth wife, all present and bustling together. Xinhuan approached, respectfully bowing. The old lady's face brightened with a smile, but as it fell upon Xinhuan, the warmth diminished slightly, yet her kindness remained evident. She first inquired about Xinhuan's sleep the previous night before stating, "Bao Cui was publicly rescued by the crown prince. If you have concerns and do not wish to treat her as an ordinary maid, it would be acceptable to send her to the estate for proper care. With the absence of a head maid, let Bai Po tend to you instead." Bai Po was the second-ranked maidservant by the old lady's side. In her previous life, after Coral's demise, the old lady had bestowed Bai Po upon her. With Bao Cui already dismissed, the old lady insisted on assigning Bai Po to ensure that Xinhuan's every word and action remained under her control. Shun Wu feigned jealousy, claiming that the grandmother favored her second sister the most. As soon as a maid was lacking, she promptly filled the vacancy, fearing inadequate care. Xinhuan had awaited this very statement. She moved closer to the old lady, adopting a playful tone. "I know grandmother loves me the most. But could you love me a little more? I do not wish for by puh. Her temperament is akin to corals. I prefer Hong Xiao. Could you bear to part with her and grant her to me? Hong Xiao was the head maid by the old lady's side. While she could not refuse the old lady's gift of a maid, she could select one of her choosing, albeit with careful consideration. In her previous life, the old lady as head maid, Hong Xiao, was secretly executed not long after. Xinwan had heard a rumor, the truth of which remained uncertain. Bringing her close would allow her to uncover hidden secrets. Yunshi lightly reprimanded, Hong Xiao is accustomed to the old lady's service. How could she be given to you? Mother will give you Dong Mei. The old lady interjected. It is rare for her to take such a liking to Hong Xiao. A mere maid, and as a grandmother. How could I refuse her? Thank you, grandmother, Xinwan replied affectionately, then turned to Xin Wu and Yi Kaiwei, stating, I must express my gratitude to the Taoist priest who helped me avert my disaster yesterday. I did not properly thank him. So, I plan to visit the Guogua temple again today. Will you accompany me? The temple was located outside the city, and the journey was arduous. Xin Wu and Yi Kaiwei had just visited the previous day, and were unwilling to go again. Xin Wu said, I must practice the piano. I will not accompany you. Yi Kaiwei added, I also need to practice my dance. With neither of them willing to join her, Xinwan turned to the third branch, Xinyin, and the fourth branch, Xinyao, only to find no one willing to accompany her. These individuals typically revolved around Xin Wu, only clinging to her during times of expenditure. Yunshi remarked, It is merely a matter of thanks. Have the steward go in your stead. There is no need for you to go personally. Although Xinwan had emerged unscathed yesterday, Yunshi felt apprehensive and did not want Xinwan to go to the Guogua temple alone. Nevertheless, Xinwan insisted on going herself, saying, If you are worried, mother, you should accompany me. Very well, I shall accompany you. Ultimately, however, Xinwan left alone, and just as she exited the estate, the wife of Duke Zheng arrived. Her arrival was swift, and Xinwan was uncertain whether it was to return the engagement token and call off the marriage. As Yunshi prepared to greet the Duke Zheng's wife, overwhelmed with responsibilities, Xinwan, unwilling to postpone her visit to the Guogua temple, had no choice but to set out alone. Once the carriage departed from the Duke of Ding's estate, Xinwan instructed the coachman to the Yun residence. It is indeed amusing that upon arriving at her maternal grandfather's home, she still had to be wary of being followed. Using the visit to the Guogua temple as a pretext, the Yun family was affluent and generous, and every visit would yield gifts. Xin Wu and Yi Kaiwei enjoyed accompanying her to the Yun residence. In her previous life, the Yun family faced ruin due to her actions when she stumbled upon Xiao Yun and Xin Wu in a compromising situation. Reflecting on that moment now elicits laughter. Xiao Yun had deceitfully claimed to help her with an aphrodisiac, leading to complications that rendered him unable to consummate their marriage. For 4 years, he had never touched her, believing he was not attracted to women since he had not taken a concubine. It was not until their bodies intertwined in a passionate embrace that she realized he loathed her, detesting her to the extent that he refused even to feign affection. Xiao Yun no longer pretended, casting her into the cold palace. That very day, he fabricated charges against the Yun family, sending people to pursue her cousins who had fled the capital. The Yun family, comprised of hundreds, lost only one cousin. She knew he was alive. It was thanks to Xie Jingyu that she received her ashes. Upon learning this, her cousin rushed to intervene, intending to confront Xie Jingyu, revealing that he had not perished, but had instead allied himself with Xie Jingyu. The Yun residence was somewhat distant from the Duke of Ding's estate, located in the southern part of the city, highlighting the stark contrast in their standings. Among the gentry, merchants held the lowest rank. Even if the Yun family was exceedingly wealthy, they garnered little respect in a capital brimming with nobility. Her mother's marriage to her father, becoming the Duchess of Ding, was solely due to her maternal grandfather's vision and audacity, as well as the dowry, which still evokes admiration to this day. The Yun family's dowry was not mere trivial possessions or fine silks, it comprised 200,000 loads of grain. 20 years prior, the court was embroiled in relentless conflict with the southern Liang, compounded by natural disasters and calamities that left the treasury barren and the border troops starved. The court had no choice but to borrow grain from the Yun family, a transaction that was easy to initiate but difficult to repay. Grain could not be withheld. Yet 200,000 loads was no small sum, and the Yun family could not afford such a loss. To secure the grain, Xinji was dispatched to Yunzhou, where the venerable elder of the Yun family immediately recognized him, stating that while the Yun family could provide 200,000 loads of grain, Even if they had to gather it, they would do so as a dowry for his daughter. To take the Yun family's grain, one would require a grand procession. At that time, with the border in crisis and soldiers already starving, Shinji had no time to hesitate. He acted decisively, proclaiming, "I will marry." That 200,000 loads of grain were not a loan to the court but rather the Yun family's dowry, a talisman granted by the elder for his daughter's protection. At that time, Shinji was the heir of the Marquis of Ding, and without that grain, there would have been no possibility of the Yun family marrying into the house of the Marquis of Ding. The court had laws stating that if the bride were to be divorced or met with misfortune, the dowry must be returned to her family. 200,000 loads of grain, given the financial capacity of the Marquis of Ding, would be impossible to repay even at the cost of the entire family's fortune. Shinji, upon marrying into the Yun family, wed Yunshe the next day and took her and the grain to the border. The elder of the Yun family, seasoned in business and well-versed in people, did not misjudge Shinji. He married Yunshe, and their bond was harmonious. He did not treat her lightly due to her background, entrusting her with household matters and not taking a concubine. The elder of the Yun family acted decisively, refusing to offend the court over the grain borrowing and securing a promising match for his daughter, while simultaneously providing the Yun family with a strong ally. As for the loss of the 200,000 loads of grain, the Yun family's esteemed son-in-law quickly compensated for it within 2 years. Thus, a visionary and audacious Yun family faced ruin because of her. Gazing upon the gilded plaque of the Yun family, Xinwan felt a surge of guilt and regret. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she ascended the steps. The steward of the Yun family came forth to greet her, and Xinwan inquired, "Is my eldest cousin at home?" The steward replied, "The eldest young master left the house early this morning. Send someone to find my eldest cousin, and tell him that I have matters to discuss." Xinwan proceeded to meet her maternal grandmother, the elder of the Yun family. Upon encountering Xinwan, old Madame Yun expressed her delight, coupled with curiosity as to why she was alone today, without her mother accompanying her. Xinwan settled beside old Madame Yun and explained that her mother had intended to join her but stayed behind to entertain the Duchess of Zheng, who had visited unexpectedly. Madame Yun chuckled, mentioning that she had just discussed Xinwan's engagement with old Madame, adding that they were preparing a dowry for her. Although the betrothal to the heir of the Duke of Zheng had yet to be formalized, the Yun family had already received word to begin preparations for her bridal gifts. In her previous life, she had married Xiao Yun, receiving a dowry that included 18 shops, 6 estates, 1,000 acres of fertile land, and an abundance of jewelry and silks, much of which she had used to win over courtiers for Xiao Yun. With her parents and the Yun family so devoted to her, it was indeed foolish to believe Xinwu's words and doubt her parentage. Xinwan leaned her head on old Madame Yun's arm, who inquired if she had been wronged. Xinwan shook her head, stating that she merely missed her grandmother. Old Madame Yun sensed Xinwan's yearning and encouraged her to visit often, assuring her that she would bring joy to her grandmother's heart. Suddenly, the tinkling of ornaments heralded the arrival of 2 young ladies, her cousin Miss Yun Miao and her younger cousin Miss Yun Qing. Both were delighted to see Xinwan. Miss Yun Qing remarked that they had just received a shipment of shimmering silk from Jizhou, which they were preparing to send to her the next day. But her cousin's arrival was fortuitous. Behind Miss Yun Qing followed several maids, each carrying a piece of the exquisite silk. The silk shimmered with an enchanting brilliance that, despite having once possessed it in her previous life, still captivated her. In that life, Yun Miao and Yun Qing had specially delivered it to the Duke's residence for Xinwan and Xinwu, with the seamstresses working tirelessly. At the grand banquet, the attention had fallen upon Xinwu and Yi Kaiwei, leaving Xinwan with envy and resentment. The silk was precious, with only a few pieces produced each year, and due to their status, neither Yun Miao nor Yun Qing could wear it. It was procured especially for Xinwan, as the Yun family wanted to ensure she did not feel envious or isolated, with Xinwu and Yi Kaiwei receiving their share as well. However, that was in the past. They would not be able to benefit from the Yun family again. Xinwan, holding onto old Madame Yun's arm, expressed her gratitude for her grandmother's thoughtfulness, but remarked that the silk was too extravagant. If taken home, her cousins would undoubtedly rush to fashion it into gowns, leading to ostentation and an air of commonality. She suggested taking one piece home today and returning for the rest later. Old Madame Yun agreed, acknowledging that it would indeed be too showy. Xinwan spent time with old Madame Yun, chatting and alleviating her boredom, before joining her cousins in the garden to admire the flowers. Mr. Yunyan, the eldest son of the Yun family, entered the garden searching for Shenwan. Is my cousin looking for me? He inquired. Shenwan replied that she had matters to discuss that required his assistance. She beckoned him aside and whispered her concerns. Yunyan's brow furrowed. These were serious issues. Did you not inform uncle and aunt? He asked. Shenwan shook her head, explaining that without concrete evidence, those involved would not admit to wrongdoing, and with her father preoccupied with military affairs, she feared her elder brother might act rashly and alarm the perpetrators. Thus, she thought it wiser to seek his help. Yunyan nodded, assuring her that he would send someone to investigate and keep her informed of any developments. After enjoying lunch at the Yun residence, Shenwan returned to the Duke's estate, having only taken a piece of pale purple shimmering silk with her. This left her maid, Coral, puzzled, as Shenwan's favorite color was blue. Why not take that piece? She asked. Shenwan explained that the shimmering silk was not for her own use. Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei, being sisters, shared similar tastes. In her previous life, they had all received their share of the silk, competing over colors. But now with only one piece available, she was curious to see whether they would quarrel over it. Preventing them from fighting over their interests would only unite them against her. Upon returning to the Duke's estate, Shenwan had yet to inquire about the Duchess of Zheng's visit when a maid approached her, stating that the Duchess had returned the second daughter's invitation. That's good. Shenwan sighed in relief, but Coral questioned the reason for its return. The maid explained that last night, strange occurrences had transpired at the Duke of Zheng's residence, causing chaos, and even the Duke's horse had collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Shenwan felt a wave of frustration. Her elder brother had acted too hastily, nearly making the connection between her and the Duke's son explicit. Could it be that he was intimidated by my threats? She pondered, feeling a twinge of guilt as she headed toward Shun Li's study. The study door was ajar, and as she entered, she overheard her brother speaking. I distinctly remember placing it here. Where could it have gone? Shenwan turned to see Shin Li rummaging through the bookshelf. Brother, what brings you here? He asked. Thank you for helping me with the engagement, she replied. Coughing violently, Shenli responded, What's wrong? Is my brother unaware of my presence? Shenwan thought, bemused by his reaction. How could he not see me sitting right there? Shenli, rubbing his forehead, reminded her that he had a guest. A guest? Shenwan's heart raced. She quickly turned around to find a man sitting calmly, sipping tea. Upon recognizing him, Shenwan nearly exploded with indignation. It was Xie Jingyu. What was he doing in her brother's study? Realizing her brother's close friendship with Xie Jingyu, she felt a surge of anger. Despite knowing that her brother adored her, Xie Jingyu had treated her with disdain. How could her brother associate with such a scoundrel? She resolved to sever ties between them to prevent her brother from being led astray. Shin Li, in a hushed tone, admonished her for her loud voice. What to do now? He mused. Perhaps silence him? Shenwan's eyes glinted menacingly. Just like my sister, Shin Li remarked, you have such spirit. He casually handed her a dagger from the bookshelf. You go on ahead. I'll dig the grave. Staring at the dagger being offered, Shenwan wondered if this was truly her brother. She glanced at Xie Jingyu, who met her gaze. Their eyes locked. Shenwan swiftly grasped the dagger. Shin Li, startled, realized he was only joking. She wouldn't really go through with it, would she? Shenwan resolutely exited the room, having taken the dagger with her. Shin Li shuklat. Bemused by his own misconceptions, clutching the dagger tightly, Shenwan restrained herself, vowing that one day, she would plunge it deep into that scoundrel's heart and obliterate him completely to quell her inner fury. Xie Jingyu watched Shenwan leave, his expression inscrutable, harboring emotions that remained veiled. Shen Li approached, clearing his throat. We were merely joking, he said, accepting the implications of her actions. Once outside the study, Shenwan concealed the dagger, then proceeded to the Showan Hall, where Xin Wu and Yi Kaiwei were gathered around old madam, sharing laughter. As Shenwan entered, Ye Zhaoyije gasped in admiration. Shimmering silk. The others, previously engaged with old madam, quickly shifted their attention to Shenwan and the silk, gently caressing the shimmering fabric. Shen Yao remarked on its exquisite smoothness, affirming that seeing it in person far surpassed merely hearing of it. Where did my second sister acquire this? Just brought it back from the Yun residence, Shenwan replied. Xin Wu, unable to tear her gaze from the shimmering silk, inquired. Didn't you go to the Protectorate Temple? How did you end up at the Yun residence? Shenwan explained, the Duchess of Zheng visited, and my mother could not accompany me to the temple. I felt a bit fearful alone, so I redirected my visit to the Yun family. Regrettably, the shimmering silk is far too precious, and the Yun family only had one piece. Shenwan turned to Yi Kaiwei, saying, "Since you adore pale purple, this piece is yours." Yi Kaiwei exclaimed in delight. "For me? Are you truly willing to part with it?" Shenwan said, "I too am reluctant to part with it, wishing to keep it for myself. This is not merely about our parents wanting to find a suitable match for my cousin. Soon, the princess of Shenyang will host a banquet, and my cousin will surely dazzle everyone in her gown of shimmering brocade."
Ye Kaije's checks flushet.
As she wondered if her uncle and aunt viewed her as a burden, intending to marry her off. A young lady's modesty is delicate, shyness is acceptable. But such harsh words are unwarranted. Shenwan smiled faintly, her amusement not reaching her eyes. "If you do not want it, I shall gift it to my third sister instead, as an early coming-of-age present." Shenwu was about to accept it when Yi Kaiwei quickly interjected, "I want it." "Thank you, cousin." Fearful that Shenwu might snatch it from her, Yi Kaiwei took the tray from Coral and had her own maid carry it. Coral was perplexed as to why the young lady would allow her cousin to wear the shimmering gown first instead of prioritizing her own needs. However, recalling that the lady's uncle had shielded the Duke from arrows, it was understandable that Shenwan would be lenient, considering that the young lady had lost her parents. Shenwu wished to reclaim the shimmering brocade, but hesitated to act. She remarked, "Sister is truly kind to our cousin." Shenwu was only a month older than Yi Kaiwei. Shenwan chuckled. "Without my uncle's sacrifice, I would have no father. Thus, I should treat my cousin well." They had reiterated this sentiment to Shenwan more than once, but hearing it from her was a first. With this statement, Shenwu's hopes of persuading Shenwan to change the gift's recipient were dashed. If she wanted the brocade, she would have to approach Yi Kaiwei. After spending a quarter of an hour in the Showan Hall, Shenwan returned to the Mingyue courtyard. Inside, Hongxiu was arranging flower pots and hurried to greet her upon her entrance. "Greetings, Mississippi." Shenwan helped her up, saying, "You are someone I specifically requested from grandmother. How can you do such laborious tasks? From now on, let Coral and Yinchuan handle these chores." Hongxiu was confused, pondering what duties she was expected to fulfill if she did not perform such tasks. Understanding her bewilderment, Shenwan smiled. "I asked for you because of your excellent needlework. Since grandmother and my maternal grandmother's birthdays are only a month apart, I intend to embroider a longevity motif for grandmother. I cannot neglect either, but managing it alone is quite challenging. Just so happens, grandmother wanted to reward me with a maid, so I seized the opportunity to request you. Following me? You may not have the same experiences as with grandmother, but rest assured, I will treat you well." Shenwan retrieved a gold bracelet from her dressing box and placed it on Hongxiu's wrist. Originally part of a pair, she promised, "Once the longevity motif is completed, I shall gift you the other one as well." The weight of the gold bracelet on Hongxiu's wrist felt surreal. She knew the second young lady was generous, but she had not anticipated such lavishness, receiving a gold bracelet as a casual gift. Initially reluctant to come to the Mingyue courtyard, she now felt as though she had been struck by a windfall from the heavens. Hongxiu quickly expressed her commitment. "I will diligently assist you with the longevity motif." With Shenwan not allowing her to perform the menial tasks of cleaning and moving things, Hongxiu found herself with no duties left, having just received the bracelet. Noticing Coral's envious expression, Shenwan lightly tapped her forehead. "Do not be jealous. I will not shortchange you either. I do not fully trust her, so in future interactions, you and Yinchuan should not bare your souls to her." Chapter 8. A touching moment after 2 consecutive days without seeing her father. Shenwan found herself at a loss for words. However, recalling the turmoil that had erupted at the border months later in her previous life, it was only natural for her father, being a general, to be preoccupied. Among those she longed to see, aside from her father, was her elder sister. The thought of her sister's plight cast a shadow over Shenwan's heart. After breakfast, she took Coral to the Showan Hall, and as they passed the Mingyue courtyard, they encountered Yi Kaiwei, who called out from afar, "Cousin." Typically, Yi Kaiwei would not wait for her, but would head directly to greet the matriarch, making this unusual behavior noteworthy. Shenwan mused on this, while Coral whispered, "I overheard the maid saying that last evening." The third young lady sought out the second young lady, and for some reason, they quarreled, leaving the third young lady quite furious. The discord between Yi Kaiwei and Shenwu was part of Shenwan's design, yet she had not anticipated that Yi Kaiwei would cling to her afterward. Not only did Yi Kaiwei seek Xinwan's company, but she also attempted to exploit the rivalry between Xinwan and Xinwu. Xinwan, however, would not allow herself to be manipulated. Upon entering the Shoan Hall and greeting the matriarch, it became evident that Xinwu had effectively isolated Yi Kaiwei, ignoring her attempts to engage in conversation and redirecting discussions whenever Yi Kaiwei spoke. After 2 instances of this, Yi Kaiwei, fuming, turned to Xinwan, saying, "Cousin, shall we go shopping later?" Most of the time, Xinwan would cover the expenses during their outings, as the Yun family was affluent, and she had never lacked for money, being particularly generous toward them. Did they not intend to ignore Yi Kaiwei? If they had the means to shop, they should not have followed her. Shun Yin and Shun Yao immediately sided with her. That sounds splendid. Yi Kaiwei even provocatively asked Xinwu, "Aren't you coming, third cousin?" Xinwu twisted her handkerchief angrily, unwilling to speak, as if uttering a word would signify her defeat in this conflict. Shun Yao chimed in, "Of course. Third sister will join me." Shanwan smiled faintly, "I shall not accompany you. I intend to visit the Duke of Yongqing to see my elder sister today." Yi Kaiwei replied, "It is not too late to shop after visiting elder sister." The arrangement seemed quite favorable. However, Xinwan had no intention of going. She had been embroidering the longevity motif and had become somewhat rusty with the double-sided embroidery technique she had recently learned. She planned to ask her elder sister to teach her again, fearing she would not have time to shop. Yi Kaiwei lacked the patience for needlework. And not only her but also Xin Wu and Xin Yao were disinterested. Normally, Yi Kaiwei would have given up, but now, isolated by Xin Wu, she preferred to accompany Shanwan to the Duke of Yongqing's rather than endure bullying from Xin Wu and the others at the Duke's residence. Shanwan felt a deep annoyance within, though her expression remained impassive. "Yesterday, I intended to visit the Hugua Temple, but you were too busy practicing your dance to accompany me. Seeing your diligence, I plan to ask Mother to invite an instructor from the Inner Teaching Institute to guide you. If you come with me, the entire day will be wasted." Given that only one piece of shimmering brocade was allocated to the young lady, along with the intention to invite an instructor for her dance, it seemed the second young lady was exceedingly kind to her cousin. Yi Kaiwei was deeply moved. "Thank you, cousin. It is but a duty." Xinwan replied with a profound smile. Did they not believe she ought to treat Yi Kaiwei well? She would show them all, demonstrating to the entire capital that the legitimate daughter of the second house of the Dingwu Duke was less talented than a mere illegitimate daughter. When the Yun family arrived, Xinwan mentioned this matter to them, and the matriarch suggested, "Since we are inviting one, we might as well invite another proficient in music to instruct Wu and the others." Since it was not her money being spent, the arrangement seemed quite advantageous. In her previous life, the second lady had proposed inviting an instructor from the Inner Teaching Institute for Yi Kaiwei, and the matriarch had agreed to invite someone to teach Xin Wu and the others, yet her mother had spent the money without receiving any gratitude. The Yun family was willing to proceed, but Xinwan interjected, "Inviting an instructor from the Inner Teaching Institute is not a simple task. Should not the third sister join in the advancement as well? Learning the zither can be arranged separately later. At that time, cousin can also learn alongside." Always considering her cousin's perspective, she prioritized Yi Kaiwei. The eldest branch owed Yi Kaiwei, but not the second branch. The matriarch conceded, "That sounds reasonable." The Yun family dispatched someone to the Inner Teaching Institute, while Shunwan and Coral made their way to the Duke of Yongqing's residence. In the carriage, Shunwan lifted the curtain, first spotting the stone lion standing at the entrance of the Duke of Yongqing's residence. Upon raising her gaze to the gilded plaque, a layer of frost seemed to settle in her eyes. She hoped this would be her last visit to the Duke of Yongqing's residence. She would swiftly extract her elder sister from this den of wolves. Upon disembarking, Shunwan had already concealed her emotions, and the maid led her to meet her elder sister. As the maid guided her into the room, Xinwan caught sight of her elder sister, Xinyu, wiping away tears and forcing a smile. "Why has Wan'er come to the Duke of Yongqing's residence?" Seeing the redness at the corners of her eyes, Xinwan inquired, "Did you cry?" "No, not at all," Xinyu vehemently denied. Xinwan glanced at Tu Bai, the maidservant of Xinyu, and inquired about the situation. Unable to contain herself, Tu Bai divulged everything. The young lord's cousin had accidentally torn the exquisite robe crafted by the young lord's wife. Before the young lord's wife could express her feelings, the cousin had already taken offense, and the young lord, convinced that his wife had scolded the cousin, reprimanded her several times. Tu Bai felt indignant for Xinyu, who had spent over half a month creating the robe, only to receive no praise from the young lord, but rather blame instead. Shunwan's anger was also ignited. though she stifled it with great effort. If they did not regard her elder sister's life as valuable, how could they care for a mere robe made by her? The Yun family was exceedingly wealthy, and thus, they were indifferent to anything that money could acquire. Shinji's garments were all embroidered by the Yun family, which profoundly influenced Shen Wan and Shin Yu. Shen Wan remarked, "Mother makes robes for father because he cherishes them. He would feel distressed even by the slightest damage. Creating something for those who do not care is an exercise in futility.
To them.
The effort put forth by my elder sister is no different from that of the embroiderers in the household, so why waste such energy?" Her words pierced deeply, leaving both Shanhu and Tu Bai apprehensive about hurting Shinyu. Feeling a lump in her throat, Shinyu responded, "I understand." Shinwan only said this once. There was no need for further words. It was not worth being upset over such matters. "Elder sister, let us go shopping together." Shanyu was reluctant, but Shinwan pulled her up determinedly. Chapter 9. Quarreling Shinyu had a gentle disposition, and even though she lacked the mood to shop, she relented to Shanwan's wishes. As they stepped outside, they happened to encounter Madame Yongqing and the cousin, Suzy, approaching. Noticing Shinyu's reddened eyes, Madame Yongqing was somewhat taken aback. In a marital relationship, minor quarrels were commonplace. To return home in a huff over a few words was rather childish.
Suzy Apolli.
"It was my carelessness. I owe my sister-in-law an apology." It seemed she was trying to prevent the misunderstanding that Shinyu intended to report to the Duke of Dinggua's residence. In her previous life, she had feared her father and elder brother, which led to the tragic demise of her elder sister after uncovering the scandal between the cousins. Anger surged within Shinwan, yet her expression remained composed. What quarrel? What is there to apologize for? She turned to Shinyu, who was equally perplexed by Shinwan's feigned ignorance. Madame Yongqing asked, "Aren't you two returning to the Duke of Dinggua's residence?" Shinwan smiled and replied, "Elder sister feels guilty for damaging brother-in-law's robe. So I am accompanying her to select a gift as an apology." A flicker of embarrassment crossed Madame Yongqing's face. "Then you may go." Shinwan bowed slightly and departed with Shinyu. Once outside, as they boarded the carriage, Shinyu gazed at Shinwan.
Wanneer, you?
Shinwan chuckled. "Elder sister is surprised that I, who am usually so forthright, have learned the art of diplomacy?" Shinyu said nothing, silently acknowledging the sentiment. Shinwan continued, "Did I not just tell you that it is not worth our sorrow to argue over such trivial matters? I will not inform father, mother, or elder brother about this." In her previous life, neither her parents nor elder brother were aware of this incident, and her elder sister was doomed within half a month. If the truth were revealed, fearing repercussions, they might act hastily. If there were no evidence, Shanwan could not directly remove her elder sister from the Yongqing residence. Rather than seeing her elder sister distressed by their quarrels, she wished for her to never encounter them again. Shenyu had once had an excellent marriage proposal, which had been settled early, awaiting her coming of age to marry. Yet, just days before her coming of age, both she and the young lord of Yongqing fell into the water. The young lord saved Shinyu, leading to an intimate encounter in public. Consequently, her original engagement was annulled, and she was to marry the young lord of Yongqing instead. Shenwan would never forget the day she and Yi Kaiwei were flying kites in the estate, only to receive the devastating news of her elder sister's carriage accident that led to her tragic death. Over 2 years of marriage had passed without a pregnancy, and when she sought blessings at Jingniao Temple, disaster struck, leading to a fatal plunge off a cliff. All those who accompanied her perished alongside her. Her father investigated the incident, with witnesses recalling seeing her elder sister boarding the carriage in tears, yet no one knew the reason behind her sorrow. The Yongqing family held an extravagant funeral for her elder sister, while the young lord of Yongqing appeared inconsolable, refusing to eat. However, just after the funeral, he was seen drunkenly consorting with a cousin who had deliberately worn her elder sister's attire to seduce him. It was the cousin's intentional allure that brought about this, and their parents could not reproach him, as the young lord could not remain single indefinitely. After the mourning period, the Yongqing residents swiftly arranged for a wedding, and 8 months later, a son was born. Madame Yongqing, fearful of her son protecting the cousin, dared not let the Duke of Dinggua's family know, especially since they had secretly conceived. Should Shinyu discover their infidelity, the Yongqing family would not spare her life. Shinwan had already tasked her cousin with investigating this matter, yet the timeline for resolution remained uncertain. Until the issue was resolved, Shinwan could not find peace. She firmly grasped Shinyu's hand and said, "The other day, Thanks to a fortuitous encounter with a Taoist outside Hua Temple, I narrowly escaped danger. Afterward, I asked him to divine when elder sister might bear a child, and he advised that progeny is not the immediate concern, urging elder sister to remain within the estate for the next half-month, especially avoiding Jingbei Temple. Elder sister promised me not to visit sparsely populated places, even if that means avoiding the Yongqing residence when it is quiet. Shunwan's earnest and urgent demeanor stirred unease in Xinyu's heart, and she nodded in agreement. I seldom leave the estate, I promise you. Merely promising was insufficient. Once on the street, Xinwan reiterated her instructions to Tu Bai. If elder sister insists on going to Jingbei Temple, you must inform me, without fail. Tu Bai nodded. I shall remember. With everything settled, Xinwan pulled Xinyu from the end of the street toward the bustling center, meandering through various alleys. Xinwan had long forgotten the last time they had enjoyed a carefree outing together. In fact, it seemed they had never shopped together without the company of others like Yi Kaiwei, always accommodating their whims. After wandering through 3 streets and acquiring countless items, they finally entered a calligraphy and painting shop. Finding little of interest on the ground floor, they ascended to the 2nd floor. Xinyu led the way, with Xinwan following closely behind. Suddenly, Xinyu stepped back in a flurry, inadvertently stepping on Xinwan's foot, causing her to wince. What's wrong, elder sister? Looking up, she saw the young lord of Zhaoping descending the stairs. Xinyu instinctively sidestepped to avoid him, pressing her back against the wall, her demeanor tense and anxious, as if afraid to breathe. The young lord's gaze lingered on Xinyu's face, and he did not speak as he continued downward. Only when he had departed did Xinyu turn to glance at him. Her eyes reddened. Fearing discovery by Xinwan, she quickly averted her gaze and hurried upstairs. Once inseparable childhood sweethearts, they had now reached a point where they could not even exchange pleasantries. Xinwan felt a profound discomfort within, wishing to obliterate the Yongqing residence. The young lord of Zhaoping had once been betrothed to Xinyu. However, after her fall into the water, which led to her rescue by the young lord of Yongqing, the situation became scandalous, prompting Madame Zhaoping to annul the engagement. On the day of the annulment, the young lord was away from the capital, and upon his return, he found Xinyu clad in bridal attire, departing in another's wedding carriage. His mother had pursued the annulment, leaving him no grounds to claim her. After 2 years since Xinyu's marriage, the young lord of Zhaoping had yet to find a new engagement. Xinyu chose only a squaring stone, while Xinwan purchased nothing, and they exited the shop, returning home in their respective carriages. As Xinwan watched Xinyu depart, she caught sight of the young lord of Zhaoping on horseback in a secluded corner, gazing after the carriage as it vanished from view, his silhouette forlorn. The last time Xinwan had seen him was on the anniversary of Xinyu's death, when all her family had perished, and she encountered him while paying respects at her elder sister's grave. Xinwan vividly recalled the time when his eyes were bloodshot. Perhaps a bold thought sprang forth. Xinwan felt an uncontrollable thrill within. Chapter 10. The invitation. Xinwan desired to approach the heir of the Marquis of Zhaoping for a brief conversation, but as she took a step, he mounted his horse and departed. The streets were bustling with people, not an ideal setting for conversation. She remembered the peony banquet at the Princess of Xuanyang's residence in her past life, where the Marquis's heir had also attended. There was little time left. She could speak with him then. Upon returning to the Duke of Dinggua's residence, Xinwan learned that the deputy of the Inner Teaching Institute had been invited into the manor. Xin Jishan was favored by the emperor, and the Yun family was generous. The Inner Teaching Institute would undoubtedly show them respect. Xinwan went to Qingyi Garden, where the deputy was instructing Yi Kaiwei and Xin Wu and Xinin, pointing out their shortcomings. The young ladies were studying diligently. Yi Kaiwei was already a skilled dancer, and with the guidance of a renowned teacher, she made remarkable progress in just 3 days, while Xin Wu and her companions made little advancement in playing the guqin. After observing for a while, Xinwan returned to her own courtyard. In her childhood, after nearly drowning, while Xin Wu and the others were beginning their studies, she was busy taking medicine. She could be described as a mere vessel for medicine before the age of 10. Her parents held the highest hope for her to grow up safely. She once wished to learn the arts like Xin Wu and her friends, but her frail health prevented her. Her father comforted her, saying that as Xin Jishan's daughter, she need not learn those embellishments. When she grew older, he would teach her to ride. It was widely known that Duke Dingwa Xin Jishan had a frail daughter. Thus, in her past life, when Xiao Yun rescued her, her father declined the emperor's proposal of marriage, citing her childhood accident that had compromised her health and ability to bear children. The emperor harbored no doubts, as the duke's residence frequently summoned imperial physicians for her care. Her father would rather nurture her for a lifetime than see her wed into the imperial family. If she were to meet someone who did not mind her ability to bear offspring in the future, they would not care about her past rescue by Xiaoyun. However, no one anticipated that she would be drugged and become pregnant, which not only stripped her father of his reason to refuse marriage, but also almost implicated her in treason. In her past life, the deputy of the Inner Teaching Institute had taught Yi Kaiwei alone within 3 days. This time, with Shen Wu and Shen Yin added, it took an additional 2 days. When Deputy Li departed, he praised Yi Kaiwei and Shen Wu profusely, claiming there was none like them. The old lady was quite pleased, and Deputy Li received a generous reward, returning to the Inner Teaching Institute in high spirits. On that very day, the Princess of Shenyang sent 2 invitation cards for the peony banquet, one for Shen Wan and Shen Wu, and another for Princess Changlo, who was Yi Kaiwei. 2 years ago, when Shen Jishan achieved great merit, the emperor wished to confer a title upon Shen Wan as a princess. Upon hearing this delightful news, Shen Wan was overjoyed, as it was an honor bestowed by her father. However, just as she was reveling in her happiness, Yi Kaiwei, with reddened eyes, remarked, "How fortunate it is to have a father." Shen Wan remembered the bustling main hall at that moment, which fell into a sudden silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone turned to look at her father, who appeared quite uncomfortable. Eventually, he coaxed Shen Wan, offering the title of princess to Yi Kaiwei, promising that in the future, he would petition the emperor for another princess title for her after further achievements. In truth, she wished for her father's well-being more than the title, so she graciously relinquished it to Yi Kaiwei. The emperor, grateful for General Ye's sacrifice to save Shen Jishan's life, would undoubtedly agree to the arrangement. Thus, Yi Kaiwei became Princess Changlo. Although it was merely a title without actual fiefs or domains, it was enough to evoke envy among the noble young ladies of the capital. From that day forth, at every gathering hosted by the aristocracy in the capital, Yi Kaiwei would receive a separate invitation. Within 6 days, the embroidery workshop had completed her gown, adorned with brilliance and splendor, surpassing even her past life as attire. After all, previously, each individual received a single gown while the workshop worked tirelessly, whereas now, everything was executed to perfection. Yi Kaiwei eagerly tried on the gown, impatient for the peony banquet to arrive. Shen Wu had prepared her own attire well in advance, initially filled with joy. Yet now, in comparison to Yi Kaiwei, her own gown appeared rather unremarkable. Shen Wu, unwilling to play the role of a mere accessory, sought the second Madame's counsel, who, unable to remedy the situation, took her out of the residence to pick a set of exquisite adornments, thus lifting Shen Wu's spirits. On that day, after breakfast, Shen Wan went to Shoan Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. Shen Wu and Shen Yin had already arrived, yet Yi Kaiwei was still absent. Since Wana has come to pay her respects, where is Kaiwei? Is she unwell? Yunshi expressed concern and intended to check on Yi Kaiwei. Shen Wan intervened. Do not worry, mother. If my cousin were unwell, her maid would certainly inform you. I shall go see her shortly. Her parents loved her dearly. Yet the title of princess had been granted to Yi Kaiwei. Yi Kaiwei's status in the duke's residence was no less than her own, and which servant would dare be neglectful? Even a mere cough would likely prompt a report to her mother. Yunshi replied, very well. You 2 cousins are of similar age and can converse easily. Shen Wan understood Yi Kaiwei's intentions well. She was all too familiar with such tactics. She proceeded to Qingyi Garden, and upon reaching the beaded curtain, she saw Yi Kaiwei seated at the dressing table, selecting jewelry, her demeanor somewhat agitated, her eyes slightly red, as if she had been wronged. Shen Wan approached, asking, What troubles you, cousin? Are you unwell? Yi Kaiwei looked at Shen Wan, holding a golden hairpin, her expression filled with grievance. Elder sister gifted me the shimmering brocade and sought Deputy Li from the Inner Teaching Institute to guide my dancing, allowing me to shine at the peony banquet at the Princess of Xuanyang's residence. Yet, I have searched through all the adornments and found none worthy to match that gown. It feels unbalanced, as if my head is too heavy for my feet. In essence, she demanded jewelry. If Shen Wu had it, she too wanted it. Since Shen Wu received gifts from the second madam, she expected Yunshi to provide for her. Taking advantage of Yi Kaiwei's status in the residence, she assumed it was her due. Having received the title of princess, she would not hesitate to ask for a set of jewelry. After all, She believed that she would eventually reclaim everything. In her past life, she had not only provided for Yi Kaiwei, but also for Shen Wu and Shenin. This time, she sought only for herself, a clear result of Shen Wan's efforts to sow discord. Before sending Yi Kaiwei back to the second madam, she would fulfill all her requests as long as her parents were able to comply. Shen Wan was willing to accommodate her. With a smile, Shen Wan said, "There is nothing suitable in the dressing box, but I am certain the jewelry shop outside the residence will have something. I shall accompany you to purchase it." Yi Kaiwei lowered her head. I do not have enough money. I will not let you spend a coin. I will gift it to you." Yi Kaiwei's face brightened. "Thank you, elder sister." Chapter 11. Generosity. Yi Kaiwei eagerly rose, and the two exited Qingyi Garden together. Upon leaving the courtyard, Shen Wan instructed Shan Chao, "Go inquire if the third young lady and the others would like to join us for a stroll." Before Shan Chao could respond, Yi Kaiwei interjected, "Let it be just the two of us. These past few days of dance practice have taken up too much of the third cousin's time for her Guqin lessons. We would waste at least half a day if we go out." "Let us heed cousin's wishes," Shen Wan agreed readily. As they reached the entrance, they took a carriage to the largest jewelry shop in the capital, the Emerald Pavilion. With the peony banquet at the Princess of Xuanyang's residence approaching, many young ladies from the aristocracy flocked to the Emerald Pavilion to select their adornments. Several acquaintances approached to greet Shen Wan and Yi Kaiwei. However, they were merely casual acquaintances, not close enough to choose jewelry together. Shen Wan turned to Yi Kaiwei, saying, "Cousin, which set of jewelry do you think would complement your gown? Price is no object." Yi Kaiwei skipped the first floor entirely, heading straight to the second. The jewelry on the second floor was more exquisite and expensive. Yi Kaiwei browsed eagerly, finding two sets she adored, one adorned with gold and rubies, and the other a jeweled butterfly hairpin. Yi Kaiwei asked Shen Wan, "I like both sets. Which do you think is more beautiful?" "Both are lovely. It's simply a matter of desire. In the end, one will be chosen, and the other will be regrettably left behind." Shen Wan smiled faintly, observing that not everything that catches the eye is worth purchasing. True affection is rare. If the second floor did not offer jewelry that dazzled her cousin, they could ascend to the third floor to explore further options. Yi Kaiwei was momentarily stunned, and then elated at the prospect of being able to choose from the third floor. Shen Wan replied with a smile, "Since I have promised to gift my cousin a set of jewelry, as long as she adores it, the price is of no concern." Her words were not lost on the surrounding young ladies, who overheard her. The jewelry at the Jade Pavilion was already exorbitantly priced, and the items on the third floor were particularly staggering in cost, dissuading many from even venturing up. The thought of being drawn to items beyond their means was indeed a painful realization. Upon learning they could explore the third floor, Yi Kaiwei's interest in the two sets she had previously admired on the second floor completely dissipated, and she eagerly pulled Shen Wan upstairs. The selection on the third floor was far fewer than that on the second, yet each piece was enough to render the second floor offerings insignificant. However, the prices were indeed steep, with the cheapest being 2,600 taels. Yi Kaiwei chose a set of purple magnolia flower jewelry, its jade exquisite and breathtaking. She found herself captivated. It was evident that she had set her heart on this piece. Shen Wan addressed the attendant at the Jade Pavilion, declaring, "I will take this set." As the attendant wrapped the jewelry, Yi Kaiwei felt a sense of unreality wash over her. The complete set cost 3,666 taels, not merely expensive, but also significant in that Shen Wan herself had never owned such costly jewelry. Descending from the third floor, Coral remarked, "Miss, you are exceedingly generous to your cousin. You have never purchased such expensive jewelry for yourself." Shen Wan replied, "My uncle died shielding my father from harm, and my cousin lost her father at such a tender age. Whatever I do for her is simply my duty." Before Shen Wan and Yi Kaiwei could return to the Duke's residence, news of Shen Wan's lavish gift spread among the elite circles of Kyoto, garnering admiration for her gratitude and her father's apparent wisdom in raising her. Exhausted, Shen Wan retreated directly to her own courtyard upon returning home. Before she had even finished a cup of tea, Shen Wu and Shenin arrived, inquiring, "Did you truly gift your cousin jewelry worth over 3,600 taels?" "Indeed," she confirmed. Shen Wu, consumed by jealousy, felt a rage boiling within her. It seemed to her that Shen Wan cared only for her cousin, reserving all the finest things for her. A mere shimmering silk and a set of jewelry had unveiled their envious natures. Shen Wan replied with a gentle smile, "Have you forgotten our grandmother's words? My cousin is without her father and mother. Although my father treats her as his own daughter, others will not believe it unless I yield the title of county princess to her. If I can relinquish such a title, what does a set of jewelry signify? My cousin is now of an age where she must present herself well for potential suitors. You need not compare yourselves to her. Using their grandmother's words to silence them, Xinhuan left them with no retort. Xin Yao nestled beside her, playfully saying, "Elder sister, you are so generous. Such beautiful jewelry. I too desire a piece. You cannot favor one over the other." She wanted Xinhuan to express gratitude towards Yi Kaiwei while insisting on equal treatment for herself and her sisters. Whatever was given to Yi Kaiwei, they too deserved something of equal value. Truly, they had been spoiled. Xinhuan withdrew her arm from Xin Yao's embrace, remarking, "Do not speak of desire. I too wish for such things, but alas, I can only afford a single set, which must be prioritized for my cousin." Xin Yao felt a twinge of jealousy, hinting that even if Xinhuan did not intend to gift Yi Kaiwei something so expensive, they ought to receive something as well. Xinhuan feigned ignorance, stating, "I am quite fatigued from my outing. I shall not keep you." With hearts full of envy, Xun Wu and the others departed. Realizing that Xinhuan had originally intended to invite them along, but Yi Tsaiwei's intervention had thwarted their plans, igniting their ire. They seethed at being denied the opportunity to accompany her, suspecting she had cunningly persuaded their elder sister to gift such extravagant jewelry. After lunch, Yun Shi visited Mingyue Courtyard and remarked, "You gifted Kaiwei a set of jewelry worth a fortune. Why did you not select one for yourself?" Xinhuan sat beside Yun Shi, replying, "Since my cousin has one, my younger sisters would only envy her more. If I were to buy one for myself, it would cause quite the uproar in the family." If such a commotion arose, the old lady would surely reprimand Yun Shi for being overly indulgent, leading to familial discord, ultimately compelling Yun Shi to spend money to restore peace. "I do not place much value on such things. Neither my mother nor the Yun family's wealth comes from thin air," Xinhuan stated. Yun Shi caressed Xinhuan's face, commenting, "Your father says you have matured. Indeed, you have made considerable progress." Chapter 12, covering the mouth. On the 8th of April, the day of the peony banquet hosted by the princess of Shenyang arrived. The carriage came to a gradual halt before the gates of the princess's residence. As Yi Kaiwei alighted from the carriage, gasps of admiration filled the air. With the title of county princess, her shimmering silk gown, translucent purple jade jewelry, and exquisite makeup, she basked in the envious gazes directed her way, moving with an air of elegance that captivated all. Xun Wu nearly ground her teeth in jealousy. Given Xun Wu's demeanor, she had clearly been restrained from employing underhanded tactics to prevent Yi Kaiwei from wearing the shimmering silk or donning the jewelry, lest she be overshadowed.
Ye Zhaoyuji.
Being the legitimate daughter of the second master would undoubtedly secure a favorable match, benefiting him greatly. This also confirmed suspicions regarding Yi Kaiwei being the second master's illegitimate daughter, while the second mistress remained oblivious. Unwilling to be a mere backdrop, upon entering the princess's residence, Xun Wu quickly separated from Xinhuan and Yi Kaiwei to greet familiar young ladies of noble birth. Xinhuan similarly distanced herself from Yi Kaiwei, seeking a quieter pavilion where she could enjoy her tea in peace. Gradually, young gentlemen from prominent families began to arrive in the garden. Anticipating the arrival of the heir of the Marquis of Xiaoping, Xinhuan rose to search for him. After a lengthy search, she failed to spot the Marquis's heir and found it inappropriate to inquire with the maidservants of the princess's residence. Thus, she continued her search. In her quest, rather than finding the Marquis's heir, she unexpectedly encountered the heir of the king of Jingbei, Xie Jingyu. Accompanying him were two others, Prince of Yuzhong, Xiao Cheng, and the heir of the Marquis of Linjiang, Chu Yang. Had she known that traversing this route would lead to such an encounter, she would have taken another path. Reluctantly, she pressed onward. Upon meeting them, she could not forego the customary greeting and acknowledged both the Prince of Yuzhong and the heir of the Marquis of Linjiang. They exchanged polite smiles. Xie Jingyu's gaze fell upon Xinhuan's face. Pretending not to notice him, she continued walking. Seeing Xie Jingyu frown, Chu Yang suppressed a laugh and remarked, "Is the bond between you cousins so frail that you cannot even greet each other?" His voice carried distinctly, reaching Xinhuan's ears, causing her cheeks to burn with embarrassment. It was a memory she wished to forget. At the age of 10, brimming with vitality, she had once ventured out with maidservants and attendants. Upon learning that her aunt, who had married far away, had brought her cousin to the capital for a visit, she returned home cheerfully, only to mistakenly greet Xie Jingyu as her cousin.
Cousin.
Xie Jingyu looked at her quizzically. Who are you? I am Wanner, your cousin. I did not know if you are my eldest or second cousin. I am your third cousin. It was his first encounter with a cousin he did not recognize, and he found it amusing, intending to tease her. Shunwan, however, took it seriously, believing her aunt had brought along some illegitimate son or nephew. Later, upon spotting Xie Jingyu on the street, she enthusiastically waved, calling out, "Third cousin." At that moment, onlookers were bemused, questioning when the heir of Jingbei had become related to the second daughter of the duke. It was then that she realized her mistake, feeling an urge to vanish into the ground. From that day forward, she avoided Xie Jingyu whenever possible, and yet he had ridiculed her to the point of humiliation, which Shunwan could not bear. As the wind blew, cooling her flushed cheeks, she resumed her search. Coral approached, asking, "Is there someone you are looking for?" "The heir of the Marquis of Zhaoping," Shunwan replied, scanning the area. Coral suggested, "Why not wait here? I can go look for him." "That would be agreeable," Shunwan decided, remaining in place while Coral went to find the Marquis's heir. The garden of the Long Princess's residence was exceedingly vast, and Coral had been gone for quite some time, leaving Shunwan feeling fatigued from standing and waiting. Seeking a place to rest, she decided to head towards the pavilion. However, on her way, she spotted Su Zi, the cousin of the young master of Yongqing, stealthily moving towards the northeast corner of the garden without a maid in tow. Shunwanren did not hesitate and resolutely followed her. As she trailed Su Zi, mindful of being discovered, Shunwanren kept her distance, hiding behind a rockery. There, she noticed a man waiting, and she leaned out to discern whether it was indeed the young master of Yongqing. Just as she was about to step forward, her mouth was suddenly covered, and before she could react, she was pulled back. It was her first experience as a stalker, and the fright of being silenced sent her heart racing. When she finally recognized her captor, her fear multiplied. It was Xie Jingyu. The proximity of their bodies triggered a flood of memories from her past life, where he had dragged her into the rockery and humiliated her. Shunwanren's face turned pale, and she struggled with all her might. "Don't move," Xie Jingyu whispered. But how could she remain still? In her previous life, he had seized her and bullied her twice. The first time was when he returned to the capital from the border, after Xiao Yun toasted him, lamenting that he had missed out on his wedding banquet. She had smiled at him, only for him to later drag her into the rockery, choking her in fury, demanding to know who permitted her to smile at him. It was then she first experienced the sensation of suffocation, nearly losing her life in that rockery. After that, she never dared to smile at him again, nor even to glance in his direction. The second encounter occurred during the first birthday celebration of her child. The emperor hosted a grand banquet in the palace, and he, inebriated, knocked her maid unconscious and pulled her into the rockery to question her. "You promised to wait for me to finish my mourning period and to propose once I returned from the border. Why have you gone back on your word? Are you so eager to marry someone else? Do you truly like him?" That day, he mistakenly believed her to be the one who had forsaken him, and in his strength, she could not break free, nor could she cry out for help. He forcefully kissed her, nearly violating her in the rockery. She bit his lip and slapped him, which finally brought him back to his senses, causing him to release her and leave. That was their final encounter in their past life, after which she was left to mourn her ashes. Now, pinned against the rockery once more, Shunwanren trembled in fear but could only endure, as a soft voice drifted from the other side of the rockery. "Cousin, please don't be reckless." The voice belonged to Su Zi, who had approached without her noticing. Had it not been for Xie Jingyu pulling her back, she would have blundered into a compromising situation. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. The young master of Yongqing coaxed Su Zi, "Don't worry, cousin. It will be over soon."
Su Zi Perlit Gusin.
"Let me go today. I still have to dance." "Who are you dancing for? You wish to marry another? Be gentler. I won't hurt you." Amidst the shameless conversation, Shunwanren felt a mix of fear, anger, and shame. It would have been one thing if she were eavesdropping alone, but to have a man she loathed with a passion, alongside her made her wish for death. She felt immense pity for her elder sister. Knowing the young master of Yongqing was entangled with her cousin, even leading to a concealed pregnancy that had ultimately caused her sister's demise. She could scarcely fathom his audacity to engage in such disgraceful acts in the residence of a princess. Although the location was secluded, it did not guarantee privacy. If discovered, both the Yongqing family and the Su family would face utter humiliation. Shun Wanren's chest heaved with indignation, her breath warm and damp against Xie Jingyu's palm, making him tense. She dared not meet his gaze, consumed by anger and fear, oblivious to the intensity of her emotions. Voices from the other side startled the two about to indulge in their illicit rendezvous, prompting them to hastily depart. As they left, Xie Jingyu wrapped his arm around Shun Wanren's waist, leading her to the other side of the rockery to avoid exposure. Once they had ensured their escape, Shun Wanren began to struggle, and Xie Jingyu finally released his grip on her mouth, his palms still warm and damp. She attempted to flee, but he seized her once more, pinning her against the rockery. "Did you not see that I just saved you? Not even a word of thanks?" As he leaned closer, Shun Wanren trembled in terror, her complexion ashen. "Are you afraid of me?" It was more than fear, it was sheer terror. Shun Wanren found herself unable to utter a single word, her eyes filled with suspicion and a trace of hidden hostility. She was terrified, even to the point of stifling her breath. Xie Jingyu took a step back, and in her haste, Shun Wanren dashed away. Watching her flee, Xie Jingyu's eyes betrayed a flicker of hurt that was scarcely perceptible. Shun Wanren sprinted back to the garden, where she spotted Coral and the young master of Zhaoping by the lakeside, and she hurried over. Upon witnessing the scene, Xie Jingyu's lips pressed into a straight line. As Shun Wanren approached, Coral greeted her. "Where have you been, my lady? The young master of Zhaoping has been waiting for quite some time." Shun Wanren apologized, explaining that she had kept him waiting. The young master of Zhaoping inquired, "Did Miss Shin seek me for something?" Shun Wanren nodded slightly, casting a glance at Coral, who discreetly stepped back a few paces. Once assured they were alone, she regarded the young master of Zhaoping with intent. "I have always hoped you would become my sister's husband." The brightness in the young master of Zhaoping's eyes dimmed abruptly. "I have no fate with your elder sister." Shun Wanren pressed on. "Your elder sister has been married for 2 years. Why have you yet to take a wife?" The young master of Zhaoping remained silent. She continued, "Do you still harbor feelings for my elder sister?" With each inquiry, she grew bolder. The young master of Zhaoping's expression soured, and he turned to leave. Shun Wanren did not stop him but instead asked, "If my elder sister were to divorce, would you still wish to marry her?" The young master of Zhaoping paused. "Divorce? How could your elder sister possibly divorce?" "She will certainly divorce," Shun Wanren asserted firmly. "If you have already let go of your feelings for her, I apologize for my forwardness. Consider this conversation forgotten. I will marry her," he declared decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Shun Wanren's heart ached. It was both for her elder sister's plight and for her worthiness. Yet, she felt compelled to clarify, "My elder sister will only divorce once in her lifetime. Thereafter, only widowhood remains. I will not betray her." Shun Wanren was confident that her father had chosen a suitable match for her sister. Given that the young master of Zhaoping had visited her sister's grave after her death, she felt it was worth taking a chance. She added, "The renowned Taoist outside the Hugua Temple is under my patronage. If you are certain that my sister's past marriage does not concern you, and you desire to marry her, find a way to have your mother consult the Taoist for a fated union. If you do mind, it is only natural, should my sister divorce. I will ensure she finds a serene place to live out her days." This was Shun Wanren's initial plan, to settle Xinyu in a picturesque location after her divorce, waiting for her revenge before reuniting with her elder sister. However, one day while shopping, she had witnessed Xinyu anxiously avoiding the young master of Zhaoping, yet stealing glances at him after he had departed, leading Shun Wanren to realize her sister had not truly moved on. Coincidentally, she discovered that the young master of Zhaoping had not forgotten Xinyu either. The pain of unrequited love was something she had experienced with Xie Jingyu in her past life, and she hoped her elder sister and the young master of Zhaoping would not have any regrets in this life. After the young master of Zhaoping departed, Shun Wanren made her way towards the bustling crowd. From a distance, she spotted a young woman accompanied by her maid, the girl strikingly beautiful yet possessing a sharp gaze, as though perpetually prepared for battle. Coral whispered, "Today, the third young lady and the fourth young lady of the Wei Guogong's residence have quarreled again." This matter does not require Coral to inform, for Shun Wan is already aware. In her previous life, when Shun Wu quarreled with the fourth miss of the Wei Guogong mansion, Shun Wan was present. Their animosity stemmed from a dispute over jewelry and was further fueled by the rivalry between the second master and the third master of the Wei Guogong mansion regarding official positions. Their animosity had escalated to the point of open hostility, where they would readily confront each other, and thus it was only natural for them to regard her the second miss of the Dinggua mansion, with disdain. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And Shenwan found herself harboring a degree of affection for the fourth miss of Wei. As she walked past, a note appeared on the ground seemingly out of nowhere. The two ignored each other and brushed past. The fourth miss of Wei noticed the note in the middle of the road, turned back to glance at Shenwan, furrowed her delicate brows, and bent down to pick it up. As the peony banquet commenced, the young masters and ladies of noble families took their seats. Xiaoyun was also present. In her previous life, he had missed the event due to a broken arm sustained while rescuing her. This time, having only dislocated his arm while saving a maid, he had recovered and attended without surprise.
Shanban sat beside.
Sipping tea lightly as they awaited the unfolding spectacle. First, the dancers took to the stage, followed by the young masters and ladies showcasing their talents. Entirely voluntary and not enforced. After a few noble ladies displayed their skills, Yi Kaiwei could no longer contain herself. Having practiced a particular dance for hundreds of times over the past year, with guidance from Vice Minister Li of the Internal Teaching Bureau, she was confident she could dazzle everyone present. Just as she was about to rise, Shenwan held her back, urging her to wait a moment.
Why?
Yi Kaiwei asked,
confused.
Isn't it better to have more people to complement your performance? Yi Kaiwei restrained herself. Shenwan had been generous with her gifts of shimmering fabric and jewelry, so there was no reason for her not to trust Shenwan. Shenwu, having received guidance from the Internal Teaching Bureau in her previous life, had made considerable progress in her Jingjie. However, in this life, she had not improved and had even become complacent due to her focus on seizing the opportunity to learn dance from Vice Minister Li. While her skills were commendable, they were not enough to impress. After Shenwu finished her performance, she was visibly displeased. Following her, Yi Kaiwei took to the stage, adorned in a gown of shimmering fabric, radiant under the sunlight, complemented by jewelry of purple jade, enhancing her noble status. Her dance was light and graceful, like a brush dancing upon paper, captivating the audience. After her performance, she received abundant praise. The gazes of admiration and jealousy were immensely gratifying for Yi Kaiwei. She truly appreciated Shenwan's thoughtfulness, realizing that after her performance, no other noble ladies would take the stage, either opting out or changing their acts. Fuming, Shenwu tore apart the silk handkerchief in her hands. She had never witnessed such a lack of perception from Shenwan, who so openly elevated Yi Kaiwei. What benefit could this possibly bring her? She was infuriated. However, recalling the opportunities that lay ahead, Shenwu suppressed her jealousy. After a brief wait, a maid arrived with writing materials. Today, at the peony banquet, attendees were to compose a poem about peonies, with the most outstanding piece winning a prize. They had the duration of a stick of incense to complete it. The maid set down the tray, and Yi Kaiwei said, "Cousin, you go first." Shenwan replied, "I am not skilled in poetry, you go ahead." Yi Kaiwei wasted no time. She picked up the brush, feigned contemplation, and quickly wrote a poem. As the incense burned down, the maid collected the poems from each table and presented them to Princess Shenyang and several noble ladies for appraisal. A few of the poems circulated among the noble ladies, sparking expressions of admiration. From the young master side, the best poem was attributed to young Master Liu of the Hamlin Academy, while among the noble ladies, it was Shenwu. Princess Shenyang lavished praise upon both, sharing their poems for all to admire. Shenwu wore a proud expression. Shenwan raised her teacup, the steam obscuring the smile at the corner of her mouth. When the poem reached the fourth miss of Wei, she glanced at it and asked Shenwu, "Did you compose this on the spot?" Shenwu stood up, her demeanor haughty, of course. Princess Shenyang then inquired, "What is the matter?" The fourth miss of Wei replied, "I found a poem in the garden that is identical to Shen San's." Shenwu's expression stiffened. How could that be possible? The fourth miss of Wei was unambiguous. Producing the found paper and unfolding it, she showed it to the ladies around her before handing it to a maid to present to Princess Shenyang. After reading it, Princess Shenyang's expression soured. The peony banquet had proceeded smoothly until this point, but now, as it neared its conclusion, this incident arose. She knew that many were not adept at poetry and would prepare in advance, but to resort to deceit was one thing, to bring a cheat sheet was entirely another. Were a few lines of poetry so difficult to memorize that one needed to transcribe them? Just as she had enjoyed a moment of glory, she now faced utter embarrassment. Shan Wu had confidently claimed to have composed her poem on the spot, yet the fourth Miss of Wei had found an identical poem in the garden, leaving her speechless. How could this poem have been written down and ended up in the hands of the fourth Miss of Wei? Shan Wu could not fathom that it was Shen Wan's handiwork. In her quest for acclaim, Shan Wu had prepared the poem ahead of time. But dissatisfied with her own writing, she sought assistance from the second madam to refine it. Yet, feeling it was still inadequate, she had another person polish it. A single poem, comprised of 28 characters, had undergone 27 alterations. Such meticulousness could not fail to garner attention. Not only Shan Wu, but Yi Kaiwei's verses had also been crafted in similar fashion. Although Shan Wu's poem was commendable, being caught in deception on the spot rendered it null and void. Otherwise it would be unfair to the others. Consequently, the victor among the noble ladies was Yi Kaiwei. Naturally, some suspected Yi Kaiwei of foul play, given that both she and Shan Wu hailed from the Dinggugong mansion and were cousins, yet without evidence, they dared not voice their suspicions. Moreover, even if her verses were suspect, Yi Kaiwei's dance had been authentic, and her victory was accepted by all without question. While Shan Wu faced disgrace, Yi Kaiwei gained recognition, all part of Shen Wan's design. Yet, Shen Wan had not anticipated that she would neither showcase her talents nor compose a poem. In the shadow of Shen Wu's deceit, her sincerity shone all the more brightly. Chapter 15. Curiosity. Yi Kaiwei received a grand prize from the noble ladies, a large East Pearl of considerable worth, yet more importantly, it represented the acknowledgement of her peers. Yi Kaiwei had never envisioned a day where she would steal the spotlight to such an extent, nor had Shan Wu ever anticipated experiencing such humiliation. Nearly biting her silver teeth in frustration, holding her anger until the banquet concluded, Shan Wu could not bear to remain a moment longer and promptly departed. As sisters of the same household, they were expected to leave together. However, as they exited, a maid approached Shan Wan, bowing and saying, "Second Miss Shan, someone wishes to speak with you by the bridge." "Who wishes to see me?" Shan Wan inquired. The maid shook her head. "It is not that I do not know, but I am not permitted to say." Not even allowed to reveal who sought her out, yet they wanted her to speak. She only met with those she sought. Shan Wan disregarded it. The maid persisted, "Second Miss Shan, tell that person if they have matters to discuss, they can come to the Dinggugong mansion." With that, Shan Wan departed. Yi Kaiwei caught up with Shan Wan, asking, "Cousin, are you not curious who is looking for you?" Shan Wan replied, "I have nothing to conceal. If someone wishes to find me, they should do so openly. Meeting in private only breeds idle gossip that could tarnish the reputation of the Dinggugong mansion." Upon exiting the Princess Shenyang's residence, the three of them boarded a carriage to leave. Yi Kaiwei clutched her prize tightly, while Shan Wu, already consumed with jealousy, felt Shan Wan further stoke the flames as she praised Yi Kaiwei, saying, "Thanks to my cousin, we have not lost face for the Dinggugong mansion. When we return home, I shall certainly request a reward from grandmother for you." Shan Wu, her nails digging into her flesh beneath her sleeves, turned green with rage. Yi Kaiwei responded, "Cousin, you are being too courteous. We are family, and it is only right that I bring honor to the Dinggugong mansion. Your words ring true." Shan Wu muttered, closing her eyes as if wishing to block out her ears, contemplating the mocking glances directed at her. She yearned to uncover who had caused her such disgrace. Whoever had made her lose face in front of others would certainly pay dearly. As the carriage returned to the Dinggugong mansion, Shan Wan alighted, and there rode Yun Yan, calling out, "Cousin." Shan Wu has already entered the residence, and Yi Kaiwei feels the need to greet Yun Yan, especially since she is adorned in the luxurious fabric of the Yun family. Shan Wan suggests that her cousin enter first while she converses with her elder cousin. As Shan Wan approaches Yun Yan, she addresses him as cousin. Their conversation takes place discreetly aside. Yun Yan has come to discuss the matter Shan Wan previously asked him to investigate. After days of inquiry, he has confirmed that the heir of the Yongqing Marquis and Su Zi are indeed entangled in a scandal. However, catching them in the act proves quite challenging. They either visit each other's residences or meet secretly. On the rare occasion they do meet outside, by the time Yun Yan receives word and rushes to catch them, they have already dispersed. The only reliable way to catch them is to leave together. Thus, Yun Yan has brought a carrier pigeon to communicate swiftly. He assures Shan Wan that should she ever require assistance, she can send a message via pigeon. Shan Wan nods appreciatively, expressing her gratitude. Being quite busy, Yun Yan does not enter the residence, but departs directly. Shunwan proceeds to the Showan Hall, where Yi Kaiwei presents a large East Pearl to the matriarch. The matriarch is delighted but declines the gift, stating that Kaiwei's filial intention is more than enough to satisfy her, and suggests she keep it for her dowry. As Shunwan enters, she remarks that her grandmother should reward her cousin generously, for among so many distinguished young ladies, it is no small feat for her cousin to win the first prize, thus bringing honor to the Duke of Dinggua's household. The matriarch, pleased, awards Yi Kaiwei a jade bracelet from her own wrist. Yi Kaiwei is taken aback by this gesture. Shunwan, feeling it insufficient, notes that her grandmother's reward pales in comparison to the gifts from the Princess of Shenyang. The matriarch chuckles, unbothered, and instructs to bring forth a pair of peony gold hairpins from her dressing box. Having won a prize and received such generous gifts, Yi Kaiwei beams with joy. However, where there is joy, there is also discontent. The scandal involving Shenwu's deceit at the Shenyang princess's residence has not been mentioned by either Yi Kaiwei or Shenwan, as it is bound to become common knowledge, and there is no need to exacerbate matters by drawing attention to it. Indeed, within half an hour, the matriarch learns of Shenwu's disgraceful behavior, feeling that without severe punishment, family rules would become mere decorations. She reprimands Shenwu and sentences her to copy the family rules in the Buddhist hall for reflection. Shenwu is deeply aggrieved, and the second lady dares not plead on behalf of her daughter. Exiting the Showan Hall in a huff, the second lady questions Shenwu about who knows the poem. Shenwu replies that it remains with her father and no one has seen it, except for the magpie nearby. After a pause, she adds, and Yi Kaiwei. That day, when Yi Kaiwei visited her, she had seen the poem on Shenwu's desk, but Shenwu managed to snatch it back in time. Uncertain if Kaiwei truly caught a glimpse of it. Although it is unlikely anyone could remember a poem seen for such a brief moment, Shenwu trusts the magpie's loyalty and doubts it would betray her. However, she is less certain about Yi Kaiwei. The second lady's gaze hardens. She vows that if Kaiwei dares to step on Shenwu's reputation, she will not forgive her. Chapter 16. Obstruction After Breakfast. Shunwan instructs Shankai to visit the Hugua Temple to find a Taoist priest while she takes Hong Xiao to pay her respects to the matriarch. Shunwan harbors distrust towards Hong Xiao and is reluctant to bring her along, but since Hong Xiao is someone Shunwan requested from the matriarch, she cannot avoid it for fear of raising suspicion, thus she endures it for the time being. With Shenwu punished to copy the family rules in the Buddhist hall, the atmosphere in Showan Hall grows quieter. Yi Kaiwei and Shun Yao gather around the matriarch, sharing laughter. However, as Shunwan departs, she is called back by Yi Kaiwei, who suggests they help their third cousin with her punishment. Just days prior, her attitude toward Shenwu had been quite different. Following the conclusion of the peony banquet at the Shenyang princess's residence, she now fears offending Shenwu. Hoping to curry favor by assisting her in copying the family rules, naively assuming Shenwu would be agreeable. A cold smile crosses Shunwan's mind, though her demeanor remains composed. I too wish to assist my third sister, but the punishment was decreed by our grandmother. If I, along with my fourth and fifth sisters, help her, it would be seen as defying our grandmother. You, however, are different. Having emerged victorious at the peony banquet, our grandmother is already pleased with you. Should you help our third sister, even if our grandmother finds out, she would not hold it against you. With this, Shunwan turns to Shen Yin and Shen Yao, inquiring about their thoughts. Both nod in agreement, affirming Shunwan's reasoning. Yi Kaiwei proposes to help Shenwu, and Shen Yin and Shen Yao feel compelled to assist, as they have no grounds to refuse. Who would willingly take on the burden of copying family rules? Then it falls upon our cousin, they declare.
Ye Jiaiji.
Feeling as though she has shot herself in the foot, does not truly wish to help Shenwu but feels pressured. Especially since Shunwan has found an excuse for Shen Yin and Shen Yao to avoid it, while telling her that it is inconsequential if she assists. Having already offended Shenwu, she knows that if she could help but chooses not to, it would only incite further resentment. With a heavy heart, Yi Kaiwei resigns herself to aiding Shenwu in copying the family rules. Shunwan returns to her chamber, enjoying a cup of tea. With idle time on her hands, she heads to the flower hall to embroider the longevity picture. The gold bracelet she received was not given in vain, and seeing her grow impatient with the embroidery, Hong Xiao offers to take over. Shunwan gladly sets the needle down, exclaiming her gratitude. How fortunate to have you. Otherwise, I would surely perish from boredom. In her delight, Shunwan rewards Hong Xiao with a pair of silver earrings which, though not gold, are sufficient to bring her joy for several days. Shankai leaves early in the day and returns just in time for lunch. Shenwan inquires about her prolonged absence. Shankai glances back, ensuring there are no outsiders present. Before quietly explaining, "It was fortunate you sent me promptly. I nearly finished speaking with Daoist Jingyuan when Lady Zhaoping arrived. Out of curiosity, I lingered a bit longer, which delayed me." Shenwan had anticipated that the heir of Zhaoping would resist for several days, possibly even reconsidering the marriage, especially given the controversy surrounding marrying a divorced woman. Yet, as she proposed the matter, the heir could indeed choose to withdraw, acknowledging that complications could arise. She had instructed Shankai to consult the Taoist priest. To her surprise, the heir of Zhaoping seems quite eager, and she has fully sensed his affection for her elder sister. Shenwan inquires about Lady Zhaoping's reaction. "Anger and a touch of sorrow," Shankai replies. She harbors no sympathy for Lady Zhaoping. Had she not been concerned about the incident where the eldest daughter nearly drowned and was saved by the heir of Yongqing, she would not have come to retract the marriage proposal. The eldest daughter would have married the heir of Yongqing, and she and the heir of Zhaoping would have been a match made in heaven. Shankai recounts her visit to Hugui Temple to consult Daoist Jingyuan, detailing her experience. Since the last time Shenwan borrowed Daoist Jingyuan's help to avoid being schemed against by Xiao Yun, his reputation has soared, attracting many seeking his counsel at Hugui Temple. Shankai arrived early, yet there were still several people ahead of her at the divination stall. When she announced herself as Shenwan's attendant, proclaiming her loyalty, Daoist Jingyuan accepted her without suspicion. However, upon hearing Shenwan's request, Daoist Jingyuan's expression grew serious, and he retrieved a wooden board to write something down. Just as he finished, Lady Zhaoping entered. The matter of her son's marriage had long been a source of anxiety for her. The housekeeper had mentioned that the Taoists outside Hugui Temple were skilled in divination, prompting her to seek a reading for her son. Knowing she was Lady Zhaoping, Daoist Jingyuan instructed her to write down her son's birth date and carefully conducted the reading, only to hesitate before speaking. Lady Zhaoping, already apprehensive, grew more anxious. "What does it say?" Daoist Jingyuan presented the wooden plaque, which read, "For gambling, pay 10 taels. For fighting, pay 100 taels. For murder, serve time in prison." Lady Zhaoping demanded, "What do I care for this? I inquired about my son's marriage prospects." Daoist Jingyuan replied, "Your son will marry a divorced woman. If you obstruct this, he may find himself often in the company of ancient lamps and Buddhist scriptures." Upon hearing this, Lady Zhaoping's expression darkened considerably. She could hardly suppress her outrage at such a prospect. How could her son, the heir of Zhaoping, marry a divorced woman? Daoist Jingyuan continued, "The marriage prospects are not favorable, but other aspects are promising. There will be a significant rise in fortune within the household in the next 7 days." Yet, this revelation did little to soothe Lady Zhaoping's troubled heart, and she regretted her earlier decisions. Leaving the divination stall, Lady Zhaoping burst into tears, lamenting that Yan Chuan resented her for unilaterally breaking off the engagement without his consent and for provoking him by marrying a divorced woman. The housekeeper shared her concerns, believing that the son of the family was indeed capable of such actions, though she dared not voice her thoughts. She regretted encouraging Lady Zhaoping to visit the Hugui Temple, suggesting that the fortune-teller's predictions might not be accurate. After all, he had claimed that their household would experience a rise in fortune within 7 days. If that were not true, Lady Zhaoping need not heed his nonsensical words. Even if she felt regret and fear, it would not be too late to worry after 7 days had passed. Suppressing her feelings, Lady Zhaoping resolved to pray for blessings at the temple. However, upon returning home, she noticed Zhao Pingbo hastily departing. "My dear husband, where are you in such a rush?" she inquired. Zhao Pingbo replied, "The old matriarch of the Ministry of Revenue has suddenly fallen gravely ill, and I've just received word. It could be any day now." He had no time to elaborate and hurriedly left. The Minister of Revenue held significant power and wealth, and with many eyes on him, it was imperative to find someone to support his recommendation to ensure everything remained secure. Watching her husband ride away, Lady Zhaoping was torn between joy and sorrow. If he truly ascended in rank, would the fortune-tellers claim that her son would never marry a divorced woman and would be destined to accompany the quiet light of the Buddha also come true? Chapter 17. The frightening horse. As in her previous life, the old matriarch of the Ministry of Revenue suddenly succumbed to a severe illness and passed away, leading to a period of mourning for the minister. Several officials vied for the position, ultimately resulting in Zhao Pingbo's success. Shenwan revealed this to Lady Zhaoping, hoping to convince her of the fortune-teller's words. However, she did not anticipate that news of the son's impending marriage to a divorced woman would spread like wildfire. When she visited Shoan Hall that morning and heard the third lady mention this matter, a sense of unease gripped Shenwan. The days grew closer to when her elder sister had encountered trouble at Jingyao Monastery, and her worry heightened. After Shen Wu completed her punishment of copying family rules, Yi Kaiwei suggested they go out shopping, but Shenwan lacked the mood for such frivolities and declined, resulting in the others not going either. Back at Mingyue Courtyard, Shenwan was distracted and, after much hesitation, decided to inform her father and elder brother about the situation. Just as she was about to leave, a snow-white dove landed on her windowsill. She hurried over, retrieving the note from its leg and unfolding it. It contained only 5 characters. Zhou, Su, Jingyao Monastery. The son of the Duke of Yongqing and Su Zi had gone to Jingyao Monastery. Upon seeing the words Jingyao Monastery, Shenwan's heart trembled, and her hands grew sweaty as she clutched the note. She rushed out to the front courtyard and asked a servant, "Is my father at home?" The servant shook his head, explaining that the Duke had gone to the military camp. "What business does he have there on a day off?" Shenwan pressed. "And what about my elder brother?" she inquired again. "The son left early this morning," came the reply. With both absent from the household, she ordered someone to fetch her brother back immediately. The servant, unaware of Shenwan's urgency, hurried off to find him. As she turned to return to the inner courtyard, a maid approached from a distance, calling out, "Second young lady." Shenwan turned around to see Bayer, a second-rank maid accompanying Shinyu. Bayer approached and said, "Second young lady. Sister Tubai has sent me to inform you that the wife of Duke Yongqing insists that the young lady of the family go to Jingyao Monastery to pray for a child, and she could not stop it." Shenwan's complexion paled significantly. "My elder sister has gone to Jingyao Monastery?"
The heir nodded,
stating that she had set off over half an hour ago. It was clear that the news of Zhao Pingbo's impending marriage to a divorced woman had alarmed the Yongqing Duke's household, prompting them to act preemptively. Shenwan's heart raced with anxiety. She rushed towards the main gate, just as her second brother, Shenjian, was about to leave. He was stepping down the stairs and preparing to mount his horse, when Shenwan grasped his arm and leaped onto the horse's back ahead of him. Startled, Shenjian stumbled, nearly colliding with the stone lion. "Second sister, what are you doing?" he exclaimed. Shenwan, ignoring him, commanded the gatekeeper to have Steward Li immediately gather men to head for Jingyao Monastery. With that, she flicked the reins and sped away. It had been many years since she last rode a horse, and she felt discomfort as she galloped forward, trying to endure the jostling, her sole focus on reaching her sister. Shenwan had learned to ride from Shinji, but she seldom ventured out on horseback, especially not on busy streets, fearing she might collide with someone. Yet today, her only thought was of her elder sister. She wished the horse could sprout wings. She gripped the reins tightly, nearly being thrown off multiple times, but fortunately, she escaped the city, racing towards Jingyao Monastery. Just as she reached the foot of the mountain and was about to take a small path, she spotted an out-of-control carriage careening down the hill. The familiar carriage, accompanied by cries from within, drained all color from Shenwan's face. It was her elder sister's carriage. Tears welled in her eyes as she helplessly watched the carriage race up the main road.
"No!"
Shenwan shouted, cracking the whip to pursue it. She had been reborn. She needed her elder sister to live safely. Regret washed over her for not having warned her father and elder brother about the Yongqing Duke's son's ruthless nature, which had given them the opportunity to harm her sister. If her elder sister suffered the same fate as in her past life, she would never forgive herself. Shenwan chased desperately, the whip cracking again and again, but the speed was too great. She struggled to keep hold of the reins, her body swaying dangerously. At any moment, she could be thrown off. At such speed, even survival could cost her dearly. Just as she felt she could no longer bear it, a figure appeared behind her, wrapping their arms around her waist. "Have you lost your mind?" they exclaimed, tightening the reins and bringing the horse to a halt. It was Xie Jingyu, who had jumped off his horse to catch her. Shenwan stood on the ground, dizzy, but she could not afford to be disoriented. She clung to Xie Jingyu's arm, her tear-filled eyes frantic. "Please save my elder sister. Save her." Xie Jingyu, seeing Shenwan fiercely cracking the whip, had no idea she was chasing the carriage. Without hesitation, he replied, "I'll go save her. You wait here." He mounted his horse and sped off after the carriage. Shenwan had no patience to wait. As soon as Xie Jingyu left, she determined to mount her horse. However, her legs trembled with fear, and after several attempts, She finally managed to climb onto the horse's back. She galloped forward, taking the path that led to the cliff where her sister had fallen in her previous life. First, she saw a servant who had fainted from the fall, then Jingbei, blood streaming from her arm. Unlike before, they had not tumbled off the cliff together. Though injured, they were still alive. A glimmer of hope surged within Jinwan. She rode on, rounding a bend to find Jingbei standing at the edge of the cliff, while Jingbei lay crumpled on the ground. Elder sister. Jinwan nearly threw herself at her, embracing her tightly. Jingbei was in shock, trembling uncontrollably from fear. The carriage had plummeted off the cliff, and had it not been for the timely intervention of the son of the Prince of Jingbei, she would have met a tragic end. As Jinwan held Jingbei, wiping her tears, she was uncertain whether she was comforting her sister or herself. It's all right now. It's all right. Chapter 18. Murder. Jinwan's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face as she clung to Jingbei tightly. The sound of hooves echoed nearby. The guard Qin Ping rode up, urging, "The emperor has summoned you. You should hurry to the palace and not keep the emperor waiting." "Take them back," he instructed. Jingbei mounted his horse, glancing at Jinwan before kicking his horse into motion. Watching him leave, Jinwan felt a whirlwind of emotions. She hadn't expected Jingbei to be the one to save her sister, even delaying his audience with the emperor to do so. Jinwan took a moment to compose herself, feeling significantly better. She assisted the faint-hearted Jingbei to her feet, who cast a glance at the precipice, tears welling in her eyes. Jinwan had ridden over, and Qin Ping had offered his horse to Jingbei. As they were about to mount, Manager Li approached. Having originally intended to heed Jinwan's orders to head to Jingniao, and coincidentally, Jingbei had informed him that Jinwan and Jingbei were present, prompting his hurried arrival. Noticing Jingbei's disheveled hair and pallid complexion, Manager Li, filled with trepidation, questioned how such a calamity could have startled the horses. Jinwan's gaze turned icy. It was not merely a fright, but an act of murder.
Venna, Jingbei shook her head.
Jinwan, unable to contain her anger, declared that the heir of Jingbei was clandestinely involved with her cousin, Miss Su, fearful of their father's wrath, and would not spare her, orchestrating Jingbei's demise to secure the position of the legitimate wife. Did the elder sister not understand this? Would she still shield him? Jingbei harbored similar suspicions. Jinwan had repeatedly warned her against going to Jingniao, fearing calamity, and had even cautioned Jingbei. Yet, regardless of her refusals, the wife of Jingbei insisted on her presence, even resorting to anger, pressuring her under the guise of maintaining the family line. With such a heavy burden placed upon her, Jingbei felt compelled to comply, fearing Jinwan's displeasure, and even intercepted Jingbei to prevent her from informing Jinwan. Jingbei, feeling uneasy as she left the estate, had hastily sent buyer to find Jinwan at the Duke of Ding's residence. Upon reaching Jingniao, Jingbei prayed and then wandered about, only to stumble upon the heir of Jingbei and Su Ji in a compromising situation. After being discovered, Su Ji taunted her about her inability to bear children, infuriating Jingbei, who turned to leave. As she attempted to board the carriage, it spiraled out of control. Deep down, she could not completely dismiss her suspicions, yet they remained mere conjectures without solid evidence. "And how did you come to know of this?" Jinwan inquired. "Let us return to the estate. I shall not allow you to return to Jingbei's residence." Manager Li had brought the carriage, and although Jinwan had learned to ride from Jingjie, a young lady riding through the streets would inevitably attract attention. Once Jinwan and Jingbei were settled in the carriage, she lifted the curtain to gaze at Qin Ping, saying, "There is no need for your escort. We thank you for your kindness today." Qin Ping replied, as commanded by the young master, "I dare not disobey." Implicit in his words was the intention to personally ensure their return to the Duke of Ding's residence. The emperor had summoned him, and upon seeing Shen heir Gu Nyang riding in the street, the heir of Jingbei could hardly conceal his concern for her. Qin Ping followed closely behind the carriage, escorting them to the Duke of Ding's residence before turning to leave. News of Xinyu's frightful encounter, nearly leading to her demise, had already spread to the Duke's residence before their return. As Jinwan helped Xinyu dismount, Yunshi hurried out, her expression fraught with worry. "What caused the horses to be startled? Is there any significant harm?" Jinwan asked. "Has father returned home?" Yunshi, upon seeing the bruise on Xinyu's forehead, felt a pang of anguish, having already dispatched someone to find her husband. "Quickly summon a doctor." Jinwan supported Xinyu into the residence. Before the doctor arrived, Shunji returned, his face ashen. Did the heir of Jingbei commit an unforgivable act against Eula? Is this true? Yunshi, unaware of the situation, turned pale at the implication. How dare he? Shenwan looked at Shinji, asserting that this was witnessed firsthand by her elder sister and Bai, and that her elder sister had been frightened by the horses. Did father truly believe this was merely an accident? They sought her elder sister's life. Father, please help my elder sister divorce him. Shenwan's eyes were red, her voice tinged with sorrow. Bai was also present, suffering even greater injuries. Yunshi turned her gaze to Bai. Despite her own pain and dizziness, Bai recounted the encounter, detailing how they had discovered the heir of Jingbei's infidelity and Su Jiyi's mocking remarks toward Xinyu. Yunshi's lips turned pale with anger. Shunji was furious, declaring that had the heir been present, he would have been tempted to strike him dead. How dare he bully the daughter of Shinji? Soon, the doctor arrived, examining Xinyu. She had been severely startled, with numerous bruises from the carriage and several large bumps on the back of her head, each causing her pain upon contact. The doctor prescribed medicine and left ointment for external application. Even without concrete evidence, Yunshi would not gamble with her daughter's life. Promptly ordering preparations for Xinyu's accommodation, Shenwan interjected, "Mother, it suffices for my elder sister and me to reside together." The Mingyue courtyard was where her elder sister had lived since childhood, and her own Qingyi courtyard would soon need to be returned to Yi Kaiwei. Yunshi agreed, saying, "Very well, your elder sister has been startled. You should keep her company." Shenwan assisted Xinyu to Mingyue courtyard to apply the medicine. Just as they finished, Yin Chuan entered, saying, "Miss, the heir of Jingbei is quite worried about the eldest aunt's fright and has come to escort her home." Worried? More like concerned that my elder sister hasn't perished. The Duke of Ding's residence had yet to send someone to find him, yet he arrived first. Perfect timing. Today, unless a divorce document is left behind, he shall not leave. Chapter 19. Reputation. Shenwan had envisioned it well, but she was a step too late. By the time she reached the second gate, the heir of Jingbei had already departed. Shenli, learning of Xinyu's near-fatal incident, was enraged and confronted the heir, demanding a divorce document. The second master intervened, and fearing for his safety, the heir seized the opportunity to flee. Shenli failed to procure the divorce document and was instead summoned by the matriarch to Showan Hall for a reprimand. Shenwan hurried over, reaching the screen just in time to hear the matriarch chastising Shenli for his reckless behavior. The incident involving the startled horses was merely Shenwan's conjecture, lacking proof that it was indeed the doing of Jingbei's residents. What if it was a misunderstanding? How would we resolve it? Are we truly to proceed with a divorce? A misunderstanding? It was common knowledge that the heir of Jingbei was involved with his cousin. Could it still be a misunderstanding? Would the wife of Jingbei allow her niece to become a concubine? The Duke of Ding's residence would never permit the heir to take a legitimate wife. Even if the horse incident were accidental, the only course left would be divorce. Ultimately, it was her elder brother who believed in her and her elder sister, while the matriarch did not. She would always prioritize her own children and the Duke of Ding's interests over the first branch, and certainly not over her elder sister's welfare. The second mistress remarked, "I find the heir of Jingbei quite admirable. Were it not for his rescue, Yue would likely have perished long ago. Yue has been married for 2 years now, yet remains childless. The heir has only a maid by his side, whom Yue herself invited to join. I suspect there may be some misunderstanding regarding the situation with his cousin. As if they were caught in bed together. Could it still be a misunderstanding? Was there not a possibility that someone was meddling when the elder sister fell into the water?" Shenwan entered, questioning the second mistress's insinuation that her elder sister was lying about witnessing the heir of Jingbei's affection for his cousin. The second mistress countered, "Even what one sees may not be the truth. Perhaps she misinterpreted what she saw in her anger." Yet the second daughter, without any evidence, has concluded that the horse incident was an attempt on Yuer's life, escalating matters to an irretrievable state. If it were indeed true, that would suffice, but if false, such baseless accusations would tarnish our reputation. Shenwan declared, "I shall not value my reputation over my elder sister's life." Confronted, the second mistress's complexion turned pale. "The Duke of Ding's residence is not solely represented by you." Shenwan looked at her, retorting, "When your third sister was engaged in deceit, did you ever consider that there are other daughters in the Duke of Ding's residence?" Her words left the second mistress speechless. The matriarch's expression darkened. "You dare to retort after just a few words from your second aunt? Is this how your mother raised you?" Yunshi sought to defend Shenwan, but Shenwan shook her head, coldly stating, "I merely feel heartbroken for my elder sister." Today, she learned of the heir of Jingbei's betrayal and suffered a fright, nearly plummeting to her demise. Yet the Duke's residents would rather believe the affair with his cousin is a fabrication than trust her words. Even what she witnessed with her own eyes might be dismissed as a misunderstanding. Why then should the second aunt assume my claim that my elder sister's fright was an attempt on her life, without any evidence? Shenwu could hardly tolerate Shenwan's defiance towards their mother. Did the second sister possess evidence? Shenwan glanced at Shenwu, questioning why she would rush to Jingyao Monastery to save her elder sister if she had no proof. Shenwu found herself at a loss for words. If evidence existed, then why not present it? "Rest assured, I shall reveal the evidence in due time," Shenwan replied. She did not wish to engage in further discussion and supported Yunshi, saying, "Elder sister has been greatly frightened, although she has taken medicine and fallen asleep. Her rest is not particularly peaceful. Mother, you should accompany her." The thought of Xinyu filled Yunshi with concern, prompting her to leave with Xinwan. Xinli lingered briefly before departing as well. Xinyu had not slumbered long before she was awakened by a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat and pallid. Yunshi, stationed by her bedside, embraced her tightly, her heart aching. "Do not fear, mother is here." Xinyu wept silently, her sobs rendering her voiceless. Shenwan stood nearby, her eyes brimming with tears. Yin Chuan entered, gently tugging at Shenwan's sleeve. Wiping her tears, Shenwan stepped outside, inquiring, "What is it?" Yin Chuan whispered, "The news of the eldest aunt's desire for a divorce has spread outside, and the gossip is quite unflattering." Shenwan's expression darkened.
What exactly are they saying?
Yin Chuan replied, "They claim that the eldest aunt still harbors feelings for the heir of the Zhaoping Duke. Upon learning that he intends to marry a divorced woman, she became intrigued. When she saw the heir of the Yongqing Duke conversing with a cousin, they suspected an affair and are clamoring for a divorce, hoping to marry the heir of the Zhaoping Duke instead." It was no wonder Yin Chuan had refrained from speaking of this in front of their mother and elder sister. Even she was infuriated to the point of distress.
Indeed.
Her suspicions were confirmed. The rumors had circulated because the Yongqing Duke's residents feared the eldest sister would divorce and remarry, prompting them to act preemptively.
Now,
they were not only distorting the truth, but attempting to sully her elder sister's reputation, ensuring that even if she divorced, she could not marry the heir of the Zhaoping Duke. What malicious intent! These rumors could not be concealed from Yunshi. Yet no one dared to inform Xinyu, fearing she would be further distressed after her previous fright. Yunshi was nearly infuriated to the point of illness, and Xinji was equally enraged. Had it not been for Shenwan's intervention, Xinli would have stormed the Yongqing Duke's residence. After a moment of anger, Shenwan calmed herself and restrained Xinli, saying, "Let the rumors spread further. Once those individuals realize they have been manipulated by the Yongqing Duke's residents to pressure and harm my elder sister, it will surely backfire on them." Xinli regarded Shenwan, asking, "Do you truly possess evidence?" Shenwan nodded. "I have evidence, though acquiring it may prove challenging." "Where is it?" "I shall retrieve it," he insisted. Shenwan replied, "How can you retrieve a living person, elder brother? Just wait. With the rumors having escalated to this extent, the Yongqing Duke's residents will undoubtedly come to the Duke's residence tomorrow to smooth things over, allowing them to bring my elder sister back." The following day, after the morning court session, the Yongqing Duke sought to explain matters to Xinji, who ignored him. As soon as Xinji returned to the residence, the Yongqing Duke arrived with his son to apologize, accompanied by the Yongqing Duke's wife. The Yongqing Duke kicked his son, who fell to his knees, pain evident as veins throbbed on his forehead. When the maid reported this to the old matriarch, Shenwan had just paid her respects and was preparing to return to Mingyue Courtyard. The old matriarch, believing Shenwan was heading to the front courtyard, expressed her displeasure, saying, "The rumors outside have spread. Your elder sister's incident with a startled horse has not been handled properly. It will truly make us look like the jealous and ungrateful daughters of the Duke of State. You should refrain from causing further trouble." It was as if she were accusing Shenwan of being restless and deliberately stirring up conflict. In reality, they feared that Xinyu's divorce would impact Xinwu and Xinyao's prospects, and they did not want her to remarry, wishing instead to trap her within the Yongqing Duke's residence. Shenwan did not think ill of the situation. After all, her engagement had been schemed against, making it difficult not to suspect that her elder sister had also been harmed by others. These individuals simply could not stand to see the first branch thrive. With their parents in the front courtyard and their uncle and aunt also present, Surely the old matriarch had no reason to worry. The cold gaze of the old matriarch unsettled her. Although Shunwan had been obedient, she felt an underlying defiance in her demeanor. Shenji and Yunshi were in the front courtyard, and with so many people present, it was not appropriate for Shunwan to speak. The old matriarch could not obstruct her further. After all, Shunwan had saved Shinyi's life, and everything she did was for her elder sister's benefit. Shunwu assured, "Grandmother, do not worry. I will keep an eye on the second sister." Shunwan found this amusing. Keep an eye on her to prevent her from harming the Yongqing Duke's residence, perhaps? Did her elbow not bend outward even more obviously? At the entrance, the heir of the Yongqing Duke knelt on the ground, carrying a bundle of thorns. The Yongqing Duke's wife said, Duke of State's wife, please forgive us. Yesterday's incident was all a misunderstanding. It was merely that the cousin of Bowen accidentally twisted her ankle, and he helped her. Who would have thought that Shinyi would witness it and misunderstand? Moreover, it was fortunate that the heir of the king of Jingbei came to the rescue, preventing a disaster. Otherwise, our Yongqing Duke's residence would be unable to cleanse itself even in the Yellow River. Truly, her words were smooth as silk, capable of turning the dead into the living. The rumors had already spread, claiming that Shinyi sought a divorce for the heir of the Zhaoping Duke. And now the Yongqing Duke's wife downplayed it to merely helping a twisted ankle. The heir of the Yongqing Duke had been beaten and now came to apologize. If their parents did not calm down, it would seem that Shinyi was indeed ungrateful, ruining the reputation of the heir of the Yongqing Duke. After all, he had saved Shinyi from drowning. He could not simply ignore his cousin's accident. Shinji's hands trembled with rage, and Yunshi, who had never endured such humiliation, was at a loss for words. The Yongqing Duke's wife suggested, due to the misunderstanding, we nearly caused Shinyi's death. Duke of State's wife. Let us take Shinyi back. This incident has become so grand that the entire capital is laughing at us, which is detrimental to both families' reputations. Both the second master and second madam also attempted to persuade Shinji and Yunshi. I believe it is merely a misunderstanding. Shinwan attempted to approach, but Shunwu grasped her arm, only to be shrugged off. Shunwu cautioned, grandmother does not want you involved in this matter. Ignoring her, Shinwan stepped forward and instructed managerly, bring ink, paper, and brush. Her clear voice resonated. Shinji and Yunshi turned to look at Shinwan. Approaching the heir of the Yongqing Duke, Shinwan addressed the Yongqing Duke's wife. Merely assisting Miss Su, should it not result in a child, I wonder? The Yongqing Duke's wife's expression shifted. What nonsense is the second Miss Shin spouting? Such matters are not for an unmarried girl like you to meddle in. Upon mentioning a child, Shinwan retorted, my elder sister was nearly harmed by you. Is it not within my rights to seek justice for her? The Yongqing Duke's wife, furious, directed her ire at Shinji. Is the Duke of State truly so indulgent as to allow his daughter to tarnish the reputation of our Yongqing Duke's residence? Shinji furrowed his brow but refrained from scolding Shinwan, for her words echoed his suspicions. A servant brought ink, paper, and brush, and Shinwan gestured to place them before the kneeling heir of the Yongqing Duke. Turning to Shinji and Yunshi, she declared, since the Yongqing Duke's residence denies any conspiracy against my elder sister and accuses me of slandering them, I shall bring yesterday's events before the Ministry of Justice. The heir of the Yongqing Duke and his cousin have conspired against my elder sister, resulting in a hidden pregnancy. Whether this is true or not, the Ministry of Justice can summon Miss Su for questioning, and the truth will be revealed. The Yongqing Duke's wife turned pale. The heir of the Yongqing Duke, kneeling, felt as though ice water had been poured over him, fear coursing through his body. How did they learn of the pregnancy? The Yongqing Duke's wife pointed at Shinwan, trembling. You are ruining a young lady's reputation. What are your intentions? Shinwan found it laughable. To bring this before the Ministry of Justice is not tarnishing Miss Su's reputation. If she is not pregnant, then all my accusations are slander, thus restoring her and the heir's innocence. If I were to speak recklessly and ruin her reputation, the public's scorn could drown me, and the ministry would punish me for slander. Why should I fear what the Yongqing Duke's wife fears? The knowledge of Miss Su's pregnancy had not been disclosed to anyone by Shinwan, and now that it was spoken publicly, the Yongqing Duke's wife was flustered, while Shinji and Yunshi trembled with fury. The two elders exchanged glances, and the second lady, ever resourceful, immediately remarked, if what Wanner claims is true, then the Yongqing Bo manor has truly gone too far. Shinji fixed his gaze upon the Yongqing Bo heir, who knelt trembling on the ground. Will you confess directly? Or shall we take this matter to the Ministry of Justice? The Jingbei heir quaked with fear. Xinli had been particularly harsh yesterday, and Xinji's eyes burned with a fury that seemed to wish him dead. The Jingbei heir remained silent, prompting Xinji to make the decision for him. Take him to the Ministry of Justice. The voice was sharp and left no room for negotiation. The Jingbei lady nearly lost her balance, struggling to remain upright as she protested. Years ago, Bowen saved Yu's life and was compelled to marry her.
Now,
it has escalated to the point of legal confrontation. The phrase compelled to elicited a tightening of Xunli's fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. Xunwan suppressed her rising anger, sneering, so the Jingbei manor was indeed forced into marriage with my elder sister. The Jingbei lady argued. Bowen and his cousin were childhood sweethearts, and our two families had long established a verbal engagement. How could the Jingbei manor dare to refuse marriage? Bowen may have erred, but we harbor no ill intentions toward Yu. We cannot bear this accusation. Even Yun's patience was wearing thin. Wishing to drive the Jingbei family out. Indirectly, she accused the Duke of State Manor of being ungrateful, forcing the Jingbei heir and his cousin to forfeit their love. While her daughter lost a promising match and nearly lost her life in the Jingbei Manor's den of wolves. Yet, they claimed to be the victims. Yun was seething. Xunwan supported Yun, advising Mother, do not let your health suffer over these shameless people.
You.
The Jingbei lady was at a loss for words. After decades of life, she had never been so insulted by a younger generation. Xunwan regarded her with undisguised disdain and mockery, declaring, what of childhood sweethearts and verbal engagements? Having married my elder sister, he should not have engaged in clandestine affairs with his cousin. Unfaithful to my sister. He further shamed his own kin. My sister, having repaid her debt of gratitude, is entitled to her freedom. Should there be any further entanglement, let us seek resolution through the Ministry of Justice. Father, please seek permission for my sister's divorce. Thus, the matter of divorce was non-negotiable. The Jingbei lady seethed with anger, disappointment etched across her face. I never believed the rumors. They were indeed true. Initially, Xunwan had wished to keep matters discreet out of respect for the 2-year-old incident where Zhou Bowen had saved Xinyu, hoping for a peaceful resolution. However, now that they had shown their true colors, she would not hold back. The Jingbei lady's words were harsh, but Xunwan's were harsher. No one knew the truth of the rumors better than the Jingbei manor. The heir had not yet divorced, yet had already conceived a child with his cousin. Why could my sister not remarry after the divorce? Not only would she remarry, but in a more splendid manner than before. The Jingbei lady was on the brink of fainting. Xunwan continued, Father, my sister's debts are repaid. There is no need for courtesy. If they insist on losing face before proceeding with a divorce, please accommodate them. Xunji reiterated, take him to the Ministry of Justice.
Stawartli prumlia pruaka.
Lifting the kneeling Zhou Bowen. The Jingbei's forehead pulsed with veins as he gazed at Xinji, pleading for a chance at redemption for Bowen. Xunji clenched his fists, responding, how can you expect me to grant him that? If it were not for the Prince of Jingbei yesterday, I would have lost my daughter. While there was no solid proof that the wild horse incident was orchestrated by the Jingbei manor, certain truths were well understood by all parties involved. Xinji would never allow his daughter to return to a place that threatened her life. Even if his daughter remained unmarried for life after the divorce, he could support her, and Xunli would care for his sister, ensuring that their future sons could support their aunt. The Jingbei recognized that negotiation was futile and turned his head away. Write the divorce decree. Stewardly released his grip, causing Zhou Bowen to tumble to the ground, his knees striking the earth painfully. Zhou Bowen knelt, inscribing the divorce decree, signing his name, and pressing his seal. With the decree in hand, Xunwan helped Yun turn and enter the estate, catching a glimpse of the Jingbei lady's venomous glare. She instructed stewardly, gather my sister's dowry from the Jingbei manor, leaving not a single item behind. Xunwan intended to return to Mingyue courtyard with Yun, where Xinyu would sign the divorce decree before submitting it to the court for formalization. En route, they were summoned to Shoan Hall by the matriarch. Why did you not inform everyone about the Jingbei heir's secret affair with his cousin? The matriarch's tone was tinged with reproach. Due to Xunwan's silence, the matriarch believed there was a misunderstanding and chastised Xinli, damaging their familial bond and her own authority. Xunwan replied, I wish to speak. Yet few believe what my sister witnessed firsthand. Moreover, this was merely relayed to me by others and I lacked evidence. Would that not be slander? With so many people in the household, should rumors spread, the Jingbei manor would take precautions, and who knows when my sister would receive her divorce decree. The second lady interjected. You believed what others told you? Shunwan looked at the second lady. If one day someone warned you that harm was coming to uncle or sister San, would you not believe it? The second lady found herself at a loss for words. When had the second miss become so eloquent, able to counter her so effectively? The matriarch sighed, gripping her prayer beads, lamenting. Yours life was saved by the Jingbei heir, yet it is irrevocably marred by him. This child is unfortunate. The heir to the Zhaoping marquis is destined to marry a divorced woman. I wonder. Shunwan interrupted. I only spoke to provoke the Jingbei lady. Grandmother need not take it to heart. Years ago, my sister merely fell into the water and was rescued. The Zhaoping lady even came to withdraw the engagement. Your words would only invite ridicule. Even if the Zhaoping heir wished to marry my sister, he must first convince the Zhaoping lady to come in person to propose, for my parents would never allow my sister to marry him. This matter is not open for discussion among anyone in this household. Originally, the rumors were rampant, and for the matriarch to speak so openly before so many servants would only serve to solidify falsehoods. Why could she not wait 10 days or half a month until the storm had passed? Clearly, she did not truly think of my sister's welfare. As she overlooked such details, Shunyu leaned against the large welcoming pillow, gazing at the divorce decree Shunwan handed her, her eyes glistening with moisture. She had never anticipated that she would indeed be divorced. Cui hurriedly brought forth the writing materials. Aware of the discontent Shunyu had endured during her 2 years of marriage, especially 6 months prior, when the heir's cousin had come of age, she frequently visited the Jingbei manor, seeking trouble for Shunyu, who had endured countless grievances. Cui had wished to report to the duke's wife, but Shunyu would not allow it. The last time the cousin intentionally ruined a brocade robe that Shunyu had made for the Jingbei heir. The second miss had learned of it and assumed she would inform the duke and his wife, yet she had remained silent. Cui had felt disheartened, but was ultimately relieved that she had informed the second Mississippi. Had she done so sooner, the wild horse incident might have been avoided. Shunyu's hands trembled as she signed the divorce decree. Yun grasped Shunyu's hand, feeling a mix of pain and joy. You have suffered so much these past 2 years. I am truly happy you can return now. Shunyu remarked, having been married. It is inconvenient for me to live with Wanner. Mother, please arrange another courtyard for me. I desire a quieter space. Yun's family shared this sentiment. Given Shunyu's limited prospects of remarriage, despite rumors circulating that the heir of the Marquis of Zhaoping would marry a divorced woman, Yun held some reservations about the past incident where the Marquis of Zhaoping had returned to cancel the engagement. She understood the Marquis's concerns and dared not harbor hopeful expectations. Nevertheless, even if she were never to marry again, it mattered little. Many women had seen their husbands perish on the battlefield and still managed to live fulfilling lives. Shunyu at least had their company, with no worries about food or clothing. Shunwan said, "There's no need to move. Once my cousin is married, I will return to live in Qingxi Courtyard." Yun chuckled. "You are only a few months older than Kaiwei. If anyone is to marry, it should be you first." Shunwan nestled against Yun, resting her head on her arm. "What is so great about marriage? Isn't it better for me and my elder sister to stay with you and father for life?" "Stop talking nonsense," Yun chided playfully. Yun held Shunyu's hand. "If it weren't for the heir of the king of Jingbei, I fear I might never see you again. We ought to express our gratitude." As she spoke, Yun turned to Shunwan. "Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the king of Jingbei's residence." "I won't go," Shunwan said decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Her swift refusal puzzled Yun. "Why not?" Shunwan felt an unexplainable sense of guilt. I want to stay with my elder sister." Yun laughed lightly. "It's merely a visit to express thanks. It won't take long." With so many people at Mingyue Courtyard, are you afraid of not being able to take care of your elder sister? Shunyu also chimed in. "I'm fine. You go ahead." But she herself did not wish to go. Or rather, she dared not. For the past few days, she had suppressed thoughts about Xie Jingyu's assistance in saving her elder sister, refraining from dwelling on it. In the past, she had merely feared encountering Xie Jingyu. Now, even the sound of his name made her heart tremble. Shunwan shook her head repeatedly. "I want to go. I'm not going anywhere these days. I will stay in the residence to accompany my elder sister." Seeing Shunwan's strong reluctance, Yun relented. During the day, Shunwan kept Shunyu company, bringing her joy and lifting her spirits. The two sisters dined together, rarely apart. Last night, Shunwan had slept beside Xinyu, who had awakened several times from nightmares. Today, Shunwan was supposed to stay with her, but Xinyu refused. With no other choice, Shunwan returned to her own room to sleep. Lying in bed, gazing at the intricately carved ivory incense bowl, Shunwan found her thoughts spiraling out of control, compelling herself to sleep. Yet, while she could control her waking thoughts, she could not govern her dreams. Momentarily, she dreamt of Xie Jingyu choking her, then of him forcing a kiss, and later, of him disregarding the emperor's summons, rescuing her elder sister from danger. She awoke from these dreams, unable to return to slumber. She no longer knew how to confront Xie Jingyu. The grievances of her past life fueled her vow for revenge against him, yet she could not deny that, but for him, her elder sister would have met the same tragic fate as in her previous life. His act of saving her sister's life was enough to offset the enmity of scattering her ashes. In fact, if he desired, should she tragically die before him in the future, she would willingly scatter them again for him. Tossing and turning, Shunwan struggled to comprehend why Xie Jingyu had treated her so poorly in her past life. Was she merely one among many unfortunate souls? Or had he mistakenly taken her for someone else in his drunken stupor? Reflecting on how Xie Jingyu had refrained from proposing due to his mourning, only to forsake his beloved for another, she realized that if he were no longer bound by filial piety as the heir of the king of Jingbei, he could surely win the affection of any noble lady in the capital. If lovers ultimately united, he would not have suffered emotional wounds that transformed him into a tormentor. Especially to her. Helping him would equate to helping herself. With these thoughts, Shunwan felt her spirits lighten considerably, yet the dawn was nearing, and she fell into a deep sleep. Shunwan changed her mind and intended to accompany Yun to the king of Jingbei's residence. However, upon waking late and finding that her maid had not called her, she hurriedly dressed and rushed to the front courtyard, only to discover that Yun had already left. It was too late to pursue her. Considering that Xie Jingyu might not even be at home, she decided it would be futile to go, reasoning that his matters were not urgent and that they would meet eventually. As Shunwan turned back towards the inner courtyard, she fortuitously encountered Xinli, who was coming from the study. Elder brother, Shunwan said, next time the heir of the king of Jingbei visits, please inform me. Chapter 23. Covetousness. Having missed morning greetings, Shunwan decided against attending. An occasional absence would not provoke the elderly matriarch, who prided herself on her benevolence. On her way back to Mingyue Courtyard, Inchuan approached to share the rumors that had circulated in the streets over the past few days. As Shunwan had anticipated, the Earl of Yongqing's household had attempted to pressure the Duke of Dinghua's residence with slander, only to suffer backlash. Now the streets, tea-houses, and taverns buzzed with tales of the Earl of Yongqing's heir and his cousin engaging in secret liaisons, plotting against his lawful wife. The heir of Yongqing had sought to atone, but given the many onlookers surrounding the Duke of Dinghua's residence, it was only the Earl's household that obstructed the matter from reaching the criminal department, even signing a divorce agreement. Consequently, everyone understood the situation. Furthermore, with Shunwan inciting the flames, those who realized they had been used by the Earl's household to harm Xinyu were filled with righteous indignation. Years ago, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Dinghua had fallen into the water and was saved by the heir of Yongqing. The Marquise of Zhaoping had held a grudge over this and had returned the engagement. How could she possibly agree to her son marrying a divorced woman? The heir of Zhaoping would spend his life in solitude, with no chance of that outcome. The Earl of Yongqing, not content with harming his own son's wife, also sought to cast blame, showcasing his ruthless nature. This matter stirred fervor throughout the capital, leading to official memorials of censure against the Earl of Yongqing. Upon hearing of it, the emperor was furious, forbidding the heir from attending court and demoting the earl for his failure in raising his son. This news brought great joy, and Shunwan celebrated with a heartier lunch. Just as she set down her chopsticks, another piece of good news arrived. Xunyu's other maid, Inju, returned to report that today Lord Sun, the head of the Imperial Academy, had come to rescind the engagement between Sun's daughter and the Earl of Yongqing's second son. This news was both unexpected and anticipated. The second son of the Earl of Yongqing was the younger brother of the heir. With such a scandal involving his cousin and the betrayal of his wife, any father who cared for his daughter would hesitate to marry her off. The Earl of Yongqing held a minor position in court and had inherited his title through ancestral favor. Without the alliance with the Duke of Dinghua, his family would already be in decline. This was why the Earl of Yongqing dared not let Xinji discover the affair between his heir and her cousin. As they sought to eliminate Xinyu, the Earl's household needed the prestige of the Duke of Dingwa, not Xinyu herself. Now that the divorce had taken place, the ties between the two families were severed, even leading to enmity, and the Earl's demotion rendered him insignificant amidst the influential families of the capital. This was merely the beginning. The Earl of Yongqing's troubles were far from over. With a son unable to serve in the court, he would undoubtedly seek a replacement, leading to strife within the family. The Earl's wife, driven by her familial ties, would only make matters worse for him in court, causing division between them. The family, known for their callousness, would surely face retribution. As for Xinyu and the heir of Zhaoping, Xinwan had done all she could. The rest lay in the hands of the heir. If he could not persuade the Marquise of Zhaoping to come forth and propose, then perhaps it was better not to marry at all. Yin Zhu relayed this delightful news to Xinyu, adding that all of the lady's dowry had been returned, and some items commonly used by women had been brought directly to Mingyue courtyard. In her past life, Xinyu had perished after a fall, leaving no children, and her dowry had been returned to the Duke of Dingwa's residence, but only half of it was sent back. It was only then that she realized the steward had used her dowry to subsidize the Earl of Yongqing's household for 2 years. The two sisters had spent their money on men, only to find themselves bereft of funds and life. However, Xinwan felt that this could not be entirely blamed on them. They had merely followed the example set by Yun, who often engaged in such behavior. To amend this, they must begin with Yun. As the young maid brought Xinyu's belongings inside, she noticed that there were indeed many items. Yin Chuan entered, carrying a qin and, upon not seeing the qin stand, asked, "Where shall this qin be placed?" "To Haidao. Please place it on the desk for now." Xinyu has a passion for playing the guqin, and her skills are exceptional. The Yun family specifically sought out this exquisite qin to gift to Xinyu. She took it with her when she married and returned it to the Duke of Dingwa's residence after her passing. The Yun family intended to keep the qin as a memento of their beloved daughter, but the very next day, Yi Kaiwei accidentally broke Xinwu's qin, leading to a fierce argument between them. Yi Kaiwei cried and insisted on returning to her own home, prompting the Yun family to compensate her with several qins in exchange for Xinwu's, yet Xinwu remained unsatisfied. The old matriarch then instructed the Yun family to give the exquisite qin to Xinwu, who, though reluctant, complied. Reflecting on these events, Xinwan felt a pang of anger in her heart, recalling how her family was so ruthlessly schemed against in her past life. However, in this lifetime, her elder sister merely sought a divorce, and the exquisite qin was her cherished possession. Surely they wouldn't covet it again, and such incidents would not recur. So there was no need for anger. Xinwan's thoughts were optimistic, but the following day revealed their insatiable greed. If they desired something, it mattered not whether it belonged to the living or was a cherished possession, they would seize it regardless. Upon returning from paying her respects to the matriarch, Xinwan focused on Xinyu taking her medicine. After Xinyu swallowed her medication and rinsed her mouth, a servant hurriedly entered, saying, "Miss, your cousin accidentally broke the third young lady's qin, and the third young lady is furious, having scolded your cousin to tears." Upon hearing this, the smile on Xinwan's face vanished instantly. In her previous life, the exquisite qin had not been returned until half a month later, and only after the second madam sent someone to urge the Yongqing Bo residence for its return. The same unexpected incident occurred the very day after the qin was returned. Could it be mere coincidence? With her elder sister still alive, they dared to covet her beloved possession, truly underestimating the resilience of their sisterhood. Xinwan turned to Xinyu, saying, "Elder sister, I shall investigate." As she exited, she whispered an instruction to Coral. Although Coral was somewhat puzzled as to Xinwan's reasoning, she complied nonetheless. Xinwan made her way to the southern courtyard, spotting the Yun family approaching. "Mother, what brings you here?" "Elder sister is seeking you," Xinwan inquired. The Yun matriarch replied, "Once I resolve your cousin's matter, I shall go see your elder sister." Xinwan insisted, "I can manage here with my cousin. Elder sister's matter is of greater urgency." After sending the Yun matriarch away, Coral joined Xinwan. Entering the courtyard, Xinwu and Yi Kaiwei were in the pavilion, with the qin lying shattered on the ground, its strings broken and body cracked. Yi Kaiwei's eyes were red-rimmed as she pleaded, "Cousin, I did not do it on purpose." Xinwu, heartbroken, retorted, "You broke my most cherished qin, and you think saying it was unintentional suffices. I will compensate you for it."
Ye Jialijie insisted.
"Compensate?" This chain is worth 1,000 taels. What do you intend to offer in return? As Shunwan approached, she overheard and remarked, "Third younger sister, were you deceived when purchasing the chain? I believe it is worth no more than 200 taels. It certainly cannot be valued at 1,000. Shun Wu's eyes burned with anger. Her cousin had broken her chain, and her second elder sister looked down upon her. Elder sister owns a renowned chain, and am I only worthy of a 200-tael instrument? She exclaimed. I demand a perfect replacement for my chain. Her words echoed the same 4 characters that had secured the exquisite chain in her previous life. Enraged, she turned to leave, shoving Shunwan in her fury. Shunwan lost her balance, colliding with a nearby pillar. The sound of shattering jade resonated as her bracelet fell to the ground, broken into pieces. My bracelet! Shunwan cried out. Chapter 24. The pain of loss. The shattered bracelet, translucent and obviously of great value, lay in stark contrast to Shunwu's chain, whose worth remained uncertain. However, even if Shunwan's bracelet was not valued at 1,000 taels, it was certainly worth 700 or 800. Cradling her pained wrist, Shunwan gazed at Shunwu, who, despite her anger, had no right to push her. Now look what you've done. My bracelet lies in ruins. Shunwu gritted her teeth. Who told you to protect your cousin and obstruct my path? I did not intend to. Shunwan retorted. My cherished bracelet is shattered. And you expect me to overlook it just because you didn't mean it? She echoed Shunwu's earlier words back at her. Yi Kaiwei had broken her chain and must compensate her, even if unintended. Thus, Shunwu must also provide a similar replacement for the bracelet she had caused to break. Shunwu's face turned pale with rage, realizing that her second elder sister only cared for her cousin. In the past, whenever we broke something of yours, you let it go. Just because I want my cousin to pay for the chain, you cling to me. Shunwan replied. Previously, letting it go was my own reluctance to pursue matters. Sisters should not be so petty, lest they damage their sisterly bonds. You often claim that your cousin is living under someone else's roof at the Duke of Jingbei's residence and should be considerate of her. Today, she merely broke your chain by accident, and you scold her to tears over such a trivial matter. When have I ever scolded you or demanded compensation for my things? Shunwan knelt down, carefully picking up the shattered pieces of her bracelet. Coral suggested, let me collect them. Be careful not to cut your hands. Noticing the fragments, Shanyao remarked, doesn't this look like the one that second elder sister broke last year? Shunwan, infuriated, tossed the broken bracelet onto the stone table. How did that one break last year? Shun Yao fell silent. It had been Xinwu who, admiring the bracelet's beauty, had tried it on and accidentally dropped it, causing it to shatter into 3 pieces, leaving Shunwan heartbroken at the time. I mourned for days over that bracelet, and when grandmother learned of it, she had my uncle find a similar one to appease me. I rarely dared to wear it outside. Today, hearing that my cousin was scolded to tears, I rushed over, only for it to end like this. Shunwan lamented, her voice rising, with no hint of guilt for being exposed. The wealth of the Yun family and their affection for Shunwan was well known throughout the Duke of Jingbei's residence. Anything Shunwan desired would be fulfilled by Shinji and the Yun matriarch, having been the source of envy for their peer since childhood. Yi Kaiwei reached out to pull Shunwan, saying, second cousin, please don't argue over me, and third cousin. Shunwan reassured her, fear not. The value of my bracelet more than compensates for her chain. They could either let everything go or use the money Shinwu owed for the bracelet to pay for Yi Kaiwei's chain. In any case, Shunwan was determined to protect Yi Kaiwei. Shunwu was nearly apoplectic with rage. This matter inevitably reached the old matriarch, who scolded sisters in one household over a chain and a bracelet, and it has escalated to this point. What a disgrace. The second madam added, that chain has been with Wooer for many years. It is natural to be upset and speak harshly upon its sudden destruction. How could you genuinely expect your cousin to compensate? Shunwan asserted, seeing my cousin so heartbroken. I momentarily lost my temper. Since it was not truly intended for my cousin to compensate, neither shall I demand a replacement for my bracelet, for it was all unintentional. Despite her words, Shunwan's expression still bore the marks of heartache. Shunwu stood by, furiously tearing at the embroidered handkerchief in her grasp. Unable to acquire the exquisite chain, she now felt the sting of having lost her own instrument as well. It is all my fault, Yi Kaiwei said, tears brimming in her eyes. I clumsily broke third cousin's chain and inadvertently caused second cousin's bracelet to shatter. Shunwan replied, cousin, you are far too humble. At the peony banquet in the Princess of Xuanyang's residence, your dance and poetry were unparalleled. If you are clumsy, then what of the others? Shen Wu's jaw clenched in frustration, interpreting the words not as praise for Yi Kaiwei, but as a slight against herself. Yet she could say nothing. Having been exposed as a fraud in front of numerous esteemed young ladies and gentlemen, her reputation tarnished, leaving her embarrassed to even leave her home. The old matriarch interjected. Enough of this commotion. Disperse now. Shen Wan withdrew. She paid no heed to Yi Kaiwei, heading directly back to Mingyue Courtyard. By that time, the Yun matriarch had already departed, and Shen Yu inquired, "What brought mother here to me?" Shen Wan replied, "Elder sister did not expose me, did she?" Shen Yu shook her head. "Your actions surely have their reasons." Shen Wan remarked that her cousin and third sister often quarreled today only to reconcile the next day. It was better for their mother to refrain from intervening. If anyone were to manage them, it should be their grandmother. If their grandmother took charge, there would be no need to compensate for the zither. However, if their mother got involved, she would undoubtedly take the cousin to the estate to select a zither as compensation for the third sister. Shen Wan implied that they had colluded to extract money from the Yun family, and it was not merely a matter of money. They sought to usurp affection as well. In her past life, the few zither purchased had not pleased Shen Wu and ultimately benefited Shen Yin and Shen Yao. Their alliance was born from mutual gain. It was ironic that she had once supported one while belittling the other, elevating Yi Kaiwei to the heights while dragging Shen Wu into the mire, only to find that after the peony banquet, everything reverted to its original state.
Indeed.
The second madam might not have known that Yi Kaiwei was the illegitimate daughter of the second master. Yet she certainly understood that Yi Kaiwei was not the biological daughter of General Yi. Holding leverage over Yi Kaiwei, she could justify withholding gifts, but in other matters, even with a few ounces of courage, she would not dare offend Shen Wu. Thus constrained, Yi Kaiwei could not allow Shen Wu to suffer such a loss. And the incident with the zither was likely far from over. As expected, during lunch, Yi Kaiwei caused another ruckus. The maid, Yin Chuan, entered to report to Shen Wan that her cousin's maid had stolen her jewelry and fled the estate, only to be apprehended by the gatekeeper. Chapter 25. Unyielding Is This Never-Ending? Shen Wan finished her bowl of rice, set it down, and said to Shen Yu, "Elder sister, take your time eating. I shall go take a look." Shen Yu attempted to stop her, but Shen Wan had already left. Was it truly necessary to stir such a commotion over a mere maid? If it were just one maid, Shen Wan would not concern herself. But it was clear that this was aimed at the Yun family. Even if she skipped a meal, she would not allow them to gain an inch. Upon arriving at Shouan Hall, she heard the old matron's furious voice, demanding that the dishonest may be dragged away and severely punished. Two matrons seized the kneeling maid. "Qing He." Desperate, "Qing He," cried, "Miss, save me." Yi Kaiwei hurriedly interjected, "Grandmother, Qing He did not steal my belongings. I instructed her to take the jewelry out." The old matron frowned, asking, "Why would you have a maid take jewelry out?" Yi Kaiwei stammered, unable to provide a clear answer. "Do you still intend to deceive your grandmother on behalf of such a treacherous maid?" The matrons continued to drag the maid away.
Ye Zhaoyije Klanchet Harfists, failing Gronget.
"I had Qing He take them out to sell. Because of me, my second and third cousins have developed a rift between them. I feel guilty. And I do not have enough money to compensate them for the zither and jade bracelet. Selling the jewelry was my way to repay them." Before Yun could speak, Shen Wan entered, not giving her a chance. "I have always cared for my cousin, but today I truly cannot hold back." The second aunt said that the third sister was merely speaking in anger, and grandmother also said there was no need for compensation. "Yet you still insist on your stubborn ways. You were brought back to the estate by your father. Do you want outsiders to know you are short of money? Selling your jewelry? What will they think of your father and our Duke's household?" Yi Tsaiwei's face paled as she was reprimanded. I did not consider that far." Shen Wan continued, "The third sister has already sullied her reputation at the peony banquet. If word spreads that you forced her to sell her jewelry to compensate for her zither, what will become of her standing?" Her words grew more severe. Shen Wu also began to suspect that Yi Kaiwei harbored ill intentions. Yun shook her head at Shen Wan, asserting, "Your cousin knows her mistake." Shen Wan turned to the old matron, stating, "I cannot bear to see my cousin punished, but this time, punishment is necessary. Protecting her and indulging her only fosters a sense of dependence on us and breeds distance. Treating grandmother's words as mere suggestions and engaging in actions that tarnish our household's reputation will not teach her a lesson if there are no consequences." Yi Kaiwei was indeed leveraging the duke's name and her father's reputation to coerce Yun into appeasing Shinwu with money. Shinwan wanted her to experience the repercussions of her actions. Yi Kaiwei cried as she protested. I just didn't want to upset you and my third cousin. Shinwan, unable to bear her pitiful demeanor, asked firmly, I will ask you once more. Are you determined to compensate the third sister for the zither? Yi Kaiwei glanced at Shinwu and softly replied, I damaged the third sister's zither. I ought to compensate her. Shinwan addressed Yun mother. Since my cousin is insistent on compensating, let us comply. She lacks the funds, so we shall deduct it from the household treasury and later from her monthly allowance. Shinwan's statement garnered no reaction from anyone, not even Yi Kaiwei. Yun was accommodating, agreeing to provide monthly allowances later. But it was unlikely Shinwan and Shinwu would allow Yi Kaiwei to benefit without cost. Even the maid thought Shinwan was merely bluffing. Unable to intimidate Yi Kaiwei expressed her gratitude. Thank you, elder sister. One could only hope she would not regret it when her monthly allowance ran out. While Yun cared for Yi Kaiwei, it was contingent on her being the legitimate daughter of the second master. Would she show the same affection to an illegitimate child? The old matron was also weary, declaring that the matter should end here. Shanwu insisted, if my cousin must compensate me for the zither, then I shall no longer regard her as an outsider. Yi Kaiwei cautiously suggested, elder sister, will you accompany me to select a zither for the third sister? I will not go. Shinwan retorted, her disappointment palpable. Yun gently encouraged, you may go. How much will it cost? The household will settle the account. Shun Yao pulled Yi Kaiwei away. Exiting show and hall with Yun, Shinwan inquired, why are you so angry today? With no one around, she continued, do you truly believe those matrons would dare search my cousin's maid? The servants were adept at reading the room. For some time, Shinwan had almost elevated Yi Kaiwei to the heavens. He was Yi Kaiwei's personal maid. And the household servants were eager to curry favor and would not dare obstruct he, or search her. Yun had always thought her daughter lacked guile. Yet she could see through these complexities. Your cousin has her own troubles. As long as she does not go too far, I can overlook some transgressions for the sake of your uncle. It appeared that their mother was not oblivious, but rather choosing to turn a blind eye out of gratitude to her husband. Shinwan leaned closer to Yun and whispered a few words. Yun's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Shinwan replied, if father learns of this, he will be furious. Please do not tell him just yet. Also, do not secretly give her money on my behalf anymore. Yun still struggled to accept the notion that Yi Kaiwei was the second master's illegitimate daughter and asked, who told you this? If she claimed to have discovered it herself, Yun would not believe her. However, Shinwan had a way to make Yun at least question it. I was informed by the heir of the Yongqing Marquis and the person who has an entanglement with my cousin. I cannot doubt it. I have already asked my elder cousin to investigate this matter, and we shall know the truth within half a month. Upon returning to Mingyue Courtyard, Shinwan learned within an hour that Yi Kaiwei had compensated Shinwu with a zither valued at 1,080 taels. It was indeed an expensive purchase, one that would not be covered by Yi Kaiwei's monthly allowance before her marriage. However, it was of no consequence. Deductions could be made from her dowry. Shinwan would not allow Yi Kaiwei to benefit even a fraction from the duke's household treasury. Chapter 26. Rarely seen in previous years. Any prominent young lady who made a splash at the peony banquet of Princess Shenyang would have suitors tripping over themselves to propose. However, due to Shunwu's disgraceful conduct and the subsequent scandal involving Shinyu's horse, there had not been a single suitor at their door. Only after these matters settled did people gradually begin to arrive. Those who did not come had not even passed the old matron's scrutiny. It was not that they were undesirable, but most were the second sons of other households. In the old matron's eyes, Yi Kaiwei, with her title of county princess, ought to marry at least a marquis heir, and those of lesser status were simply not considered. In her previous life, Yun had not paid much attention to Yi Kaiwei's lifelong affairs, leaving it to the old matron and Shinji to decide.
Now,
upon learning that Yi Kaiwei might be the second master's illegitimate daughter, she was even less inclined to involve herself. Even the old matron was dissatisfied, let alone the proud Yi Kaiwei. The more suitors arrived, the more her spirits sank. If her parents were alive, these individuals would never merely seek a marriage for the second son of the household, even if Shinji were to offer her the title of county princess. Her living standards would not be inferior to Shinwan's, yet she is not a biological child. To outsiders, she remains rootless and unreliable. On this fine day, Shunwan and the others were admiring the flowers in the garden. Suddenly, a maid rushed over, announcing that the wife of the Marquis of Guide had arrived at the estate. Shun Yao leaned closer to Yi Kaiwei, asserting that she was surely there to propose marriage to her. In recent days, all visitors had come with intentions directed at Yi Kaiwei, who, given her family background, was barely a match for the Marquis' son. Shunwan cast a glance at Yi Kaiwei, doubting this notion. In her previous life, the Marquis' son wed a fiery young lady who once chased him down the street with a whip, reportedly handed to her by the Marquis' wife. Despite the scolding, the Marquis' son cherished his wife and would not allow others to speak ill of her. Yi Kaiwei's temperament was a stark contrast to that of the young lady in question. It was unlikely they would choose so vastly differently when selecting a bride. Furthermore, those who did not come to the estate were not merely pursuing marriage. They likely had other motives. Shun Wu and the others went to observe the commotion, while Shun Wan, having nothing pressing to attend to, followed suit. Indeed, the wife of the Marquis of Guide had come to propose marriage, but the bride in question was not Yi Kaiwei, it was Shun Wan herself. Concealed behind a screen, Shun Wan was taken aback by this revelation. Yi Kaiwei's eyes reddened with anger. Although she had no interest in the Marquis' son, the news of his proposal being rejected would indicate to those of lesser status that they should refrain from approaching the Duke's residence. After finally receiving a visitor of respectable lineage, only to discover they were there for Shun Wan, further dampened Yi Kaiwei's spirits. Yun Shi, initially believing the proposal was for Yi Kaiwei, was equally stunned upon hearing the Marquis' wife speak of Shun Wan. To propose to Wan? She echoed in disbelief. The Marquis' wife nodded, expressing her admiration for the second young lady's impressive demeanor while riding, which set her apart from typical young ladies of noble birth. She acknowledged that, given the status of the Marquis of Guide, it was a stretch, but she was genuinely fond of Shun Wan. Shun Wan, with her bold spirit, had unexpectedly captured the Marquis' wife's attention. The individuals in the room were momentarily at a loss for words. Yun Shi remarked that Shun Wan was merely rushing to save her elder sister that day, and it was not her usual behavior. The Marquis' wife responded with a smile. There are many young ladies in the capital, but few can ride. I can see that the second young lady possesses a courageous spirit. This made Yun Shi ponder if she truly understood her daughter. She had thought her daughter to be innocent, yet Shun Wan could easily see through the schemes of the household. Despite her fragile constitution in childhood, the Duke had doted on her, allowing her to learn horse riding and archery instead of the more traditional feminine arts. The old lady remarked that she had worried Shun Wan lacked the demeanor of a noble young lady, yet it seemed she had caught the eye of the Marquis' wife. The Marquis' wife affirmed that her son was not suited for a conventional young lady's demeanor, and turning to Yun Shi, it was clear she genuinely favored Shun Wan. Yun Shi acknowledged having seen the Marquis' son. He was indeed a fine young man, and she respected the Marquis' integrity. However, as Wanner was the Duke's cherished daughter, she could not consent to the marriage without his approval. The Marquis' wife laughed, noting that the lack of outright refusal was already a significant concession from their family. Matters of marriage should not be taken lightly. Behind the screen, Shun Ya whispered to her grandmother and aunt, questioning if this signified consent. Shun Wu nodded, believing their father would likely agree. The Marquis, having earned his title through merit, was known for his straightforwardness, aligning well with Shun Ji's character. Moreover, the Marquis had no concubines and only one son, making their household simple. Shun Ji valued character over lineage when selecting a son-in-law. Thus the Marquis' son would indeed catch his eye. Even Shun Wu was confident their father would most likely consent, let alone Shun Wan. However, she was not at all like what the Marquis' wife perceived. She could not imagine herself chasing after her son with a whip across 2 streets. The very thought left her breathless. Moreover, even if she did catch up, she would not use a whip. She would rather embarrass herself than inflict harm. After a brief exchange, the Marquis' wife took her leave, and Yun Shi escorted her out. Shun Wu and the others teased Shun Wan, who feigned shyness as she departed. Was this not simply creating more trouble for her? She would have to seek her elder brother's assistance once more. Rubbing her temples, a maid approached, informing her that the young master wished to see her in his study. As if fate had conspired, this was indeed her elder brother's request. Shun Wan ascended the steps, greeting her brother with, "It seems you must help me again." Shun Li coughed, expressing his surprise. "Why are you coughing again?" Shun Wan inquired, noticing his demeanor. "Can you not be more discreet, sister? Please check if there are outsiders in my study before speaking," he replied, exasperated. What business would outsiders have calling me? She questioned, stepping into the study. Once again, she found herself in the same position as before, facing the same individual. She had forgotten to inform her brother that the crown prince of Jingbei had come to the estate, a detail she had promised to share. Chapter 27. Capturing the heart. Though her intent was to express her gratitude to Xie Jingyu for saving her elder sister, she wondered if he was visiting the duke's residence too frequently. Their camaraderie with her brother seemed strong, yet in her past life, he had shown her brother no respect. Such false brotherhood. Shanwan scoffed inwardly as Shunli quietly asked, "Sister, what do you wish to discuss with him?" "I have a few words to share privately," she replied. Shunli regarded her. "Am I not your real brother? Can't I listen?" Shanwan shook her head. "It's not that you can't listen. I just fear it might startle you." She gestured to Shunli to leave. With a wounded expression, he murmured, "Then do strive to win him over." Shanwan wished she could push him out. Did he really think so highly of her, believing she could best him? Shunli, feeling speechless, pondered how he had such a foolish sister. Was winning him over truly what he meant? Shanwan dismissed his comments as a jest, recalling how he had once handed her a knife when she spoke of eliminating Xie Jingyu. As Shunli exited, he turned back multiple times, while Shanwan closed the door behind him, leaving him with a furrowed brow. He was not allowed to stay in the room, and she was wary of him eavesdropping. Was he truly her brother? In a room alone together, rumors could damage their reputations, and if their parents found out, he would surely be in trouble. With a sigh of relief, she turned around only to find the person who had been seated moments ago standing right behind her, causing her to stumble back and collide with the door. It hurt. Why could he not remain seated? Her past experiences had instilled a lingering fear in her. Even as Xie Jingyu had saved Shinyu, Shanwan had chosen to forego revenge, yet she still felt apprehensive around him, wishing to keep her distance. Xie Jingyu gazed into her eyes, and she dared not meet his gaze. Standing so close, her ears flushed with warmth. "Please do not come so near," she stammered. Rather than heeding her, he stepped closer. "Do you not wish to kill me anymore?" Shenwan's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. The crown prince of Jingbei jokes. "My brother cannot defeat you, let alone I. Thus, I am still alive. It is not that you do not wish to kill me, but rather that you cannot." Shenwan's heart raced like a drum, and she composed herself.
How could that be?
"You saved my elder sister's life. You are a benefactor to our duke's residence. I am grateful beyond measure. How could I think of harming you? Absolutely not." Indeed, he felt no murderous intent from her now. Yet his instincts had not previously failed him. Xie Jingyu, intrigued, inquired, "What is it you wish to convey to me?" As they stood too close, a wave of fear enveloped her, and she clenched her fists nervously.
I
merely wish to express my gratitude for saving my elder sister's life. Just gratitude. No need to send your elder brother away." Xie Jingyu chuckled softly. "Or perhaps you wish to repay this life-saving grace with your own." Shenwan was taken aback. Repay a life-saving grace with my life? How absurd. Of course, she did not take his jest to heart. This rogue harbored someone dear to him. In his past life, he had failed to marry her, leading to a significant shift in his character. It was said that like attracts like, and indeed, her elder brother, and he were of the same ilk. If he fancied someone, he should hasten to propose, marrying her sooner to avoid future regrets. Shenwan felt a sense of urgency akin to that of an anxious eunuch. Shenwan lifted her chin, a smile blooming at the corners of her lips. Radiant as a rose. A life for a life. Xie Jingyu gazed into her clear, spring-like eyes, a smile flickering in his own. "Are you offering your life to me?" "Your ashes may be entrusted to me in the future, but not your life," she replied. "I am repaying your mother's life." Xie Jingyu appeared amused. "My mother's life?" Shenwan recognized the absurdity of her statement. He would not believe her. The princess of Jingbei was in good health. Who would suspect that not long hence she would meet with an untimely demise? It was precisely due to her loss that he could not propose, as the girl he admired was wed to another. Shenwan continued, "If you wish for your mother to live well, on the 5th of next month, do not allow her to visit the duke's residence to celebrate. She will fall into a well and perish." Her expression was grave, devoid of jest. Xie Jingyu could not fathom that she would dare to jest in such a manner. Yet, how could his mother possibly fall into a well? He scrutinized Shenwan's eyes, hoping to discern something more, unaware that the second daughter of the Shin family possessed the ability to foresee. "This is not a prophecy, it is a memory," Shenwan clarified. A few days before the Duke's birthday feast, a torrential rain will sweep through the capital, striking the ancestral temple with lightning and causing a corner to collapse. After the rain, you may choose to believe or not. Xie Jingyu furrowed his brow, standing upright and distancing himself slightly, causing Shenwan to regain her sense of security. With the debt of gratitude settled, she felt much lighter. She despised being indebted to anyone, especially to Xie Jingyu. Having said all that needed to be said, she stepped outside to find Shenli coughing in the yard, eager to see what his sister intended. Once he coughed, Shenwan approached him. "Elder brother, should father agree to betroth me to the heir of the Duke of Guide, you must help me thwart the engagement." Shenli sighed. "Last time was one thing. If it happens again, what will become of your reputation? The heir of Guide is quite a fine match. Father dotes on me. He would never approve an unsuitable match." After the last engagement fell through, he was disappointed for days. "It was only because I painted a picture of a fine son-in-law that his spirits lifted." Shenwan looked at Shenli. "Just say whether you will assist me or not." She shot him a threatening glance. Shenli's mouth twitched. "Fine, I will help. But this is the last time." Shenwan nodded vigorously. Using leverage twice is already unethical. One cannot overuse it. However, this time, her brother must not create chaos in the other household. It would appear far too contrived. Shenli lightly tapped Shenwan's forehead. "Am I the sort of person to act in such a manner? Last time, I only tampered with the Duke Zheng's horse. Everything else was not my doing." Shenwan was taken aback. "That wasn't you?" Shenli replied, "Had I known, I would have refrained from any tampering." He suspected that it was the heir of Duke Zheng who did not wish to marry Shenwan. If his sister also had no desire to wed, he would have to confront him. Chapter 28. A pity. While Shenli suspected the heir of Duke Zheng, Shenwan harbored doubts about Xiao Yun, for he had designs on her. If she were to betroth herself to the heir of Duke Zheng, his chances would be utterly diminished. Shenli still needed to attend to Xie Jingyu, so Shenwan returned to Mingyue Courtyard. That evening, she took Shenyu to the garden to admire the flowers when Silver Bracelet approached. Just now, the old lady summoned the Duke to discuss matters. It was said that if the Duchess of Guide comes to propose again, it will be accepted. Father indeed agreed, and thankfully, her elder brother would assist her. Otherwise, she would truly be anxious. One cannot meddle in another's fate. She must not interfere. Shenyu believed this match to be quite favorable and was happy for Shenwan. Those who caught their father's eye were few and far between. The suitors chosen by father could not be wrong. Both the heir of Duke Zheng and the heir of Guide were indeed commendable. Yet she had no desire to marry in this lifetime and did not wish to be troubled by such matters. However, their parents may not consent. One cannot always rely on their elder brother. There will come a time when he cannot assist, and she must devise a long-term solution. With Shenli's help to disrupt the engagement, Shenwan felt reassured, yet fate is often unpredictable. The Duchess of Guide, perhaps feeling shy, did not visit for the next couple of days. However, Shenli was summoned from the capital on urgent business and would not return for 4 or 5 days. The sky that her elder brother had propped up seemed to collapse, just like that. If the Duchess of Guide truly wished to petition for her son's hand, she would not have delayed for so long. As time dragged on, their parents might perceive a lack of importance placed on her and waver in their desire to marry her off. Normally, father would not send Shenli away for business. But when she needed him, he had him dispatched. Shenwan's heart ached. If even her elder brother needed to be threatened to help her, she could forget about seeking assistance from anyone else. She had no ability to infiltrate the Duke of Guide's residence and create chaos. She could not place her hopes on Xiao Yun. Thus, she had to devise a plan herself. Fortunately, she had not exhausted all possibilities. Shenwan penned a letter and instructed Coral to deliver it to Hugua Temple, entrusting it to the Taoist priest. When Coral returned to the residence, it was already evening. Shenwan inquired, "Was the letter delivered?" Coral nodded. "Yes, it was delivered. The Taoist priest said that if one day he is killed, he hopes you will give him a proper burial." Shenwan was taken aback. The following day, after breakfast, Shenwan went to Shoan Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. On the way, a maid approached her. "Second miss, the Duchess of Guide has just sent someone with a formal invitation. She will be coming to the residence shortly." As for the reason for her visit, everyone in the Duke's residence was aware. Shenwan felt no joy at all. She hoped the Taoist priest could prevent the Duchess from arriving. After staying in Shoan Hall for a while, she intended to leave, but Yunsher did not permit it. "You girls go play in the flower hall for a while. Return only after you have met the Duchess of Guide." The Duchess would not arrive too late. If she returned to Mingyue Courtyard now, she would soon be back. The last time the Duchess came, she did not allow Shenwan to pay her respects. Today, she would surely expect her to do so. With her mother issuing orders, Shenwan had no choice but to comply. Yi Kaiwei pulled Shenwan to the flower hall, but they waited longer than anticipated. After waiting for a good half an hour, the Duchess of Guide finally arrived. Yunshi went to greet her, but only she returned. Upon seeing her, the old lady asked, "Where is the Duchess of Guide?" Yunshi replied, "She has left." The old lady furrowed her brow, thinking she had misheard. Left? The Duchess of Guide did not come to propose? If it were a proposal, she would not have left without seeing the old lady and would not have merely settled matters with Yunshi. Yunshi sat down, sighing. The engagement cannot proceed. The fourth lady was astonished. How could that be? Did the Duchess of Guide not favor Wanner? She even sent a formal invitation early this morning. How could it not proceed? Yunshi also hoped the engagement would be finalized to prevent Shenwan from being coveted. Two excellent matches had both fallen through just as they were about to be settled. It was truly bizarre. This morning, as the heir of the Guide Marquis left his residence, he encountered a Taoist holding a divination cloth. The Taoist's gaze was peculiar, prompting the heir's attendant to inquire about the reason for such scrutiny. The Taoist replied cryptically, stating that it was best not to speak, as it might lead to trouble. He attempted to depart, but his words piqued the curiosity of all present. The heir of the Guide Marquis, unable to resist, stopped the Taoist, insisting on an explanation. The Taoist stipulated that he must be guaranteed safety from harm. The attendant, suppressing laughter, jested that Taoists always preface their words in such a manner. Recalling a similar encounter with a Taoist outside the Hugui Temple, who nearly faced the wrath of the lady of the Zhaoping Marquis, the attendant remarked that the Taoist possessed genuine skill, having resolved the calamity of bloodshed that had threatened the second daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. This was a well-known fact throughout the capital, and the heir had certainly heard of it. There were also rumors of the Zhaoping Marquis' son marrying a divorced woman, which only added to the gossip. The Taoist, fearing retribution, surely would not have foreseen a favorable outcome. The heir, torn between concern and an overwhelming desire for knowledge, finally assured, "I promise not to harm you." The Taoist regarded him and remarked, "Young master, your complexion is radiant. Joyous events are imminent." The attendant interjected, "The Taoist is indeed remarkable. Our young master is to become engaged today. Alas, it may not come to pass." Just as the attendant spoke, he found himself at a loss for words. The Taoist continued, "The destined one for you is a fiery maiden wielding a whip. She would chase you for 2 streets and strike you. You are fated to be a loving couple, growing old together. Should you become engaged to another, it will surely be undone." The attendant stared in disbelief at his master, while the heir clenched his fists, battling the urge to lash out. He held disdain for those delicate ladies who easily sway with the wind, yet a tempestuous woman wielding a whip was not to his liking either. He was no masochist. The Taoist stated, "This reading comes without charge, but upon its fulfillment, you must offer 10 taels of gold." Had the Taoist not been swift in his departure, the heir might have succumbed to his impulse to strike. Skeptical though he was, he could not dismiss the excitement of his attendant, who found the situation amusing. Given the personalities of the Marquis and his wife, it was indeed likely that such a spirited girl would be chosen for the heir. And perhaps he would genuinely take a liking to her. The Marquise of Guide, elated, set out to finalize her son's engagement, and the attendant promptly reported this to her. The Marquise, however, was hesitant, knowing the Taoist's growing reputation and the potential for complications should the engagement falter. She waited for the Marquis to return home to discuss the matter, delaying her plans. When the invitation arrived, she felt compelled to visit, albeit reluctantly, sharing the matter of the Taoist's prediction with Lady Yun. Lady Yun could hardly refute the Taoist's words, having witnessed her daughter's fates being salvaged by him. The Marquise remained skeptical, while Lady Yun held unwavering faith. Not intending to finalize an engagement, the Marquise felt awkward continuing her visit and quickly took her leave. Chapter 29. Heart's Ease. The matriarch looked on with regret, while the heir of the Guide Marquis was commendable. It was clear that he and Wanner were not meant to be, and it was best to abandon the pursuit rather than risk a failed engagement. Yet, her concern extended beyond mere disappointment. The capital was home to many noble families, and she feared for Shenwan's future, dreading that she might suffer a fate akin to Xin Yu's. With Shunji wielding military power and the Yun family's wealth, both posed significant threats. One daughter had already been ruined. She could not allow another to become a pawn in the struggle for power. Lady Yun's heart was shrouded in a heavy gloom. The more elusive the engagement, the more she felt an urgent need to secure one for Xinhuan, believing that an early marriage might bring peace of mind. Exiting Showan Hall, she comforted Xinhuan, stating that the failure to secure an engagement merely indicated insufficient destiny, assuring her that she and her father would find a more suitable match. "Do not frighten her," Xinhuan interjected. After all, she had only just managed to thwart 2 potential engagements, and the thought of another being arranged was overwhelming. As her elder brother had said, too many failed matches would inevitably lead to gossip that could tarnish her reputation. She merely wished to avoid marriage. Yet it seemed others avoided her as if she were a plague. This matter needed to be addressed with her parents. If they did not arrange an engagement for her, she would not have to sabotage her own prospects. Xinhuan proposed, "Mother, the Taoist Qingyuan outside Hugua Temple saved both me and my elder sister. I wish to express my gratitude in person. My sister has been in poor spirits lately. A visit to Hugua Temple might uplift her." Lady Yin readily agreed. "I shall accompany you both tomorrow." Though Shan Yu was initially reluctant to venture out, she ultimately acquiesced to Xinhuan's insistence. Since the incident with the startled horse, she had not left Mingyue Courtyard. This would be her first outing to pay respects to the matriarch. The matriarch expressed concern, noting Shan Yu's diminished appearance. "It would be good to take a stroll." Yi Kaiwei chimed in, "I shall join you as well." Shenmu was likely to follow suit. But Xinhuan had no intention of including them. Directly refusing was not an option, so Xinhuan smiled. "Then let us all go together. The Taoists at Hugua Temple are adept at reading faces. Perhaps they could provide insights for my cousin." She did not truly believe Yi Kaiwei would dare allow the Taoist to examine her. Yi Tsaiwei's expression shifted, showing discomfort.
Shenmu remarked.
"I wouldn't dare have my fortune told. What if it foretells something dreadful? I'd be terrified. I think I'll just go shopping instead." Yi Kaiwei promptly agreed. "I'll accompany my third cousin for shopping then." Xinhuan asked, "Are you all certain you don't wish to join?" Xinmu replied, "Please don't put my cousin in a difficult position. Orphaned and living under someone else's roof, what fortune can she expect? It's obvious. Why consult a Taoist?" Respecting their reluctance, Xinhuan refrained from pressuring them. The 3 women set out together, taking a carriage to Hugua Temple. Not long after setting off, Xinyu, haunted by the memory of the startled horse, expressed her fears. Xinhuan reassured her, "Do not be afraid, sister. Mother and I will be with you. Nothing will happen." Xinyu understood that the previous incident had been orchestrated, not merely an accident. Yet the helplessness she had felt in the carriage was something she never wished to experience again. However, she could not avoid carriages forever. Steeling herself, Shan Yu boarded the carriage, and seeing her daughter's fearful demeanor only fueled Lady Yun's resentment towards the Yongqing Marquis' household. Throughout the journey, Xinhuan engaged Xin Yu in conversation to distract her, and after a considerable time, they arrived at the entrance of Hugua Temple. Hugua Temple, the most revered temple of the Ning dynasty, was always bustling with visitors, especially on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. A line had formed before the Taoist's divination booth, with several people waiting for their fortunes to be told. Lady Yun intended to approach, but Xinhuan suggested, "There are many people. Let us first offer incense and pray for blessings. We can express our gratitude later." Lady Yun wished to inquire about the fates of Xinhuan and Xinyu, particularly since Xinhuan's prospects had already dimmed twice. However, the crowd was indeed large, and yielding to Xinhuan's suggestion, they entered the temple to pray first. Kneeling on the mat, Lady Yun offered her sincere prayers and added to the incense fund before exiting the Great Hero Hall. Coral approached, offering Xinhuan a reassuring glance, which calmed her. She knew she needed to greet the Taoist before allowing Lady Yun to consult him. Lady Yun remarked, "The scenery at Hugua Temple is lovely. Let me accompany your sister as she explores." Xinhuan nodded eagerly, asking Xinyu, "The views differ on either side. Which direction would you prefer?" Xinyu casually pointed.
"Let us go that way."
With that, Xinhuan led Xinyu towards the indicated path. As they strolled, they listened to the resounding temple bells, feeling their worries dissipate. After some time, fatigue set in, prompting them to seek respite in a pavilion. Sitting there, they gazed at the distant mountains shrouded in mist, a sight of ethereal beauty. Just as they were admiring the view, Xinhuan felt a tug on her sleeve and turned to see the son of the Zhaoping Marquis approaching. Unexpectedly, he too was at Hugua Temple. Xinhuan, perceptive as ever, discreetly stepped back, allowing them a moment of privacy. Shunwan departed, yet she did not venture far. She found a grand tree to conceal herself behind, peering out alongside her maid, both heads bobbing as they stole glances. Shunwan had anticipated that at least a conversation would ensue, but it was evident that her expectations were unfounded. The moment she glimpsed the heir of the Zhaoping Marquis, Xinyu instinctively distanced herself, eager to leave the pavilion. The heir attempted to grasp Xinyu's hand, only to be deftly evaded. Without a backward glance, Xinyu hastily departed, prompting the heir to pursue her, to which she firmly declared, "Do not follow me." His steps halted abruptly, eyes heavy with sorrow as he watched her retreat. Despite the rampant rumors surrounding the heir's impending marriage to a divorced woman, Xinyu resolutely refused to entertain any unrealistic hopes. Years ago, she had merely fallen into the water and was rescued by the heir of the Yongqing Marquis. Their engagement had been called off, and now, as a married woman, she saw no reason to subject herself to further humiliation. Once their betrothal had been annulled, all possibilities between them had vanished. If the heir were indeed destined to marry a divorced woman, it would not be her. Yet, tears betrayed her, spilling forth uncontrollably, and she hurried away, neglecting Shunwan's presence. Shunwan sighed. Her elder sister had not granted the heir even a moment's opportunity to speak. And if he wished to marry her, the road ahead was fraught with challenges. Yet perhaps it was for the best. That which is easily obtained is seldom cherished. Without witnessing the heir's sincerity, their parents would never consent to her sister remarrying. Moreover, the first marriage is arranged by family, while the second is determined by the individual. In the future, whether to marry and to whom would be solely her sister's decision. Shunwan rushed to catch up with Xinyu. Noticing the redness at the corners of her eyes, she remained silent, simply accompanying her in quietude. Upon returning to the grand hall, as they descended the steps, they spotted Yunshi, who rose with a troubled expression from her divination stall. Shunwan suppressed her emotions, managing to keep a straight face. Approaching her, she feigned annoyance. "Mother, why did you not wait for us before consulting the diviner? Your expression looks quite grim. Did the reading not go well?" Yunshi caressed Shunwan's face. 3 months. The time is a bit tight, but sufficient for your father and me to find you a suitable match, ensuring your grand marriage. Shunwan thought to herself, why is mother troubled about my marriage in 3 months? Is she not worried about my inability to marry? Shunwan, suppressing her trembling heart, inquired, "Mother, what did the diviner tell you?" Unable to conceal the truth, Yunshi divulged. The diviner, Master Qingyuan, stated that you must marry within 3 months, or else you may face dire consequences. Shunwan gasped in disbelief. Who instructed the diviner to say such a thing? Is this not a trap set for me? If looks could kill, the diviner, standing 10 paces away, would already be a lifeless form. Yunshi was preoccupied with the matter of Shunwan's marriage. 3 months could be neither too long nor too short. Preparations for the dowry must commence, and once the engagement was secured, marriage could occur without delay, ensuring that her daughter would not face any mortal peril. Having saved Shunwan and Xinyu's lives, Yunshi held the diviner's words in high regard. However, all Shunwan wanted was to cry. She longed to tell her mother that the diviner was a fraud, and that even if she chose to remain unmarried for life, she would not face any danger. But she could not divulge this, having spent so long scheming. Why did the diviner take such liberties? Shunwan resolved to confront him for clarity. "Mother, please head to the carriage with my sister. I must express my gratitude to the diviner." The words nearly escaped through clenched teeth. She wished to confront the diviner with a blade in hand. The diviner was engrossed in his readings when he sensed a wave of murderous intent approaching, causing his hands to tremble. Despite her fury, Shunwan restrained herself until he completed his divination, though her anger only intensified with each passing moment. Calm down, the diviner urged repeatedly. Yet, her ire remained unabated as she demanded, "Why did you not heed my instructions?" The diviner, looking aggrieved, replied, "I wished to, but the moment your maid departed, a sword was drawn at my throat. If I did not comply, I would have had no chance to stand here and converse with you." It appeared that someone had threatened the diviner. The blade she had sharpened for her adversaries had instead been turned against her. Whether or not she married and when was none of their concern. Shunwan's fury was consuming. Who is the scoundrel behind this? She fumed. The diviner, sensing her wrath, remarked, "I calculated, and it seems he is your future husband." Shunwan nearly choked on her own blood. This fraudulent diviner was clearly aware of her aversion to marriage, yet he spoke such words with intent. Gritting her teeth, she asked, "Then who is my future husband?" The diviner maintained his composure, stating, "That is a heavenly secret, not to be divulged. I only hope that, once you are wed, you will not forget to vindicate me." Vindicate him? She had no idea whom to direct her own grievances towards. She had hoped to dissuade Shinji and Yunshi from marrying her off, to postpone engagements for half a year and marriage for a year, but instead, she had unwittingly set a trap for herself. Shunwan was nearly in agony, fearing that Yunshi and Shinyu would discern her distress, and thus, she feigned nonchalance. By the carriage, Yunshi and Shinyu stood, with a servant relaying information. As Shunwan approached, Shinyu remarked, "Cousin has caused a calamity. We must return to the manor swiftly." "What calamity has cousin caused?" Shunwan suddenly recalled a matter, hastily inquiring. Shinyu replied, "Cousin accidentally collided with Princess Yunwan of the Kongwang Manor, ruining the Nine Peaks snow-clearing painting that was to be presented to the emperor." Shunwan's expression darkened. Indeed, it was this incident. In her past life, this event had transpired 2 weeks later, yet it had now occurred much sooner. Were these individuals incapable of living without plotting against her mother and the Yun family? Shunwan turned to Yunshi, assuring her, "Do not fret, mother. The Yun family possesses a painting far more renowned than the Nine Peaks snow-clearing painting, the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains, which can be offered to the Kongwang Manor as compensation." Those schemers sought to harm the Yun family through indirect means. Targeting Yi Kaiwei, due to General Ye's life-saving grace, Shinji could not ignore Yi Tsaiwei's plight. Yunshi and Shinji shared a profound bond, and she would undoubtedly find ways to alleviate his burdens, ensuring that Yi Kaiwei would not suffer any grievances. The Yun family would provide assistance, as they would not turn a blind eye. However, when the authentic dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains was given to the Kongwang Manor, they could not bear to present it to the emperor and instead sent a forgery. The emperor's wrath was incited, and the Kongwang Manor shifted the blame to the Yun family. Fortunately, Shinji enjoyed the emperor's trust, and the Yun family, engaged in commerce, pleaded ignorance regarding the authenticity, offering 2 additional paintings to appease the emperor's anger. Shunwan's words appeared to be a means of aiding Yi Kaiwei in rectifying the situation, yet they were laced with mockery. Shinyu, unaware of Yi Tsaiwei's status as the illegitimate daughter of the second master, could not decipher the underlying tone. But Yunshi sensed the shift in atmosphere, and her expression paled slightly. "Let us return to the manor," she suggested. Shinyu assisted Yunshi into the carriage, while Shunwan instructed Shanhua briefly to seek out Yunyan. Upon returning to the duke's residence, they made their way directly to the Showan Hall. Passing the screen, they found Yi Kaiwei seated there, her eyes swollen from weeping, resembling a delicate flower drenched in rain, evoking pity. Yunshi had felt a deep affection for Yi Kaiwei over the past 4 years, and her heart ached as she inquired, "Why are you crying so much?" Yi Kaiwei nestled in Yunshi's embrace, feeling aggrieved. "Aunt, I have caused another calamity." Yunshi stiffened slightly. Yi Kaiwei had often cried in her arms before, but ever since Shanwan disclosed that Yi Kaiwei was the second master's illegitimate daughter, Yunshi felt a disquiet whenever they shared such intimate moments. Yet, she did not push Yi Kaiwei away. After all, the truth of Yi Tsaiwei's lineage was merely hearsay to Shinwan and could not be taken as fact. Wiping Yi Tsaiwei's tears, Yunshi gently comforted her, "Do not cry. It was not your intention to cause trouble. There will always be a solution."
Ye Jaijay siniflet.
"But I ruined the painting intended for the emperor." The matron replied, "This time, Kaiwei was indeed careless. If it were an ordinary painting, the duke could easily find a comparable piece to offer to the Kongwang Manor and explain the situation to the emperor, who would not hold it against us. However, that was a painting by Master Huang, a renowned masterpiece. Unless we can find something of greater value to compensate, the Kongwang Manor is unlikely to agree." The second lady remarked that Mr. Huang's paintings were not limited to a single piece. The Yun family, well informed, could assist in inquiring about who might possess them, and perhaps, with the duke's influence, they could persuade someone to part with a piece. Why not directly state that the Yun family has connections? There is no need for such circumlocution. Shunwan interjected, recalling that her grandfather had once replicated one of Mr. Huang's works. It's possible that the Yun family has it in their collection. She suggested to her cousin that they should inquire about it. Pulling Yi Tsaiwei's hand, Shunwan hurried outside, eager to help. Yi Kaiwei hesitated, but the old lady intervened, saying, "Your cousin's eyes are swollen from crying. It would be unwise to let her go. If they desired something from the Yin family, they must be prepared to face it themselves. Such favors do not come easily. Shenwan turned to the old lady, explaining that since her grandfather was not in the capital, her grandmother might relent and lend her the painting, especially since seeing her cousin in distress would surely tug at her heartstrings, making it difficult to refuse. Chapter 31. Fortuity with her elbow pointed outward. Shenwan led the way. Though Yi Kaiwei was her cousin, the Yun family owed her nothing. Shenwan had already invested considerable effort in helping her cousin retrieve something from the Yun family, and thus, the old lady felt it was inappropriate to further obstruct Yi Kaiwei from going. After struggling a few times, Yi Kaiwei found herself unable to resist Shenwan's grip and was taken away. The Yun family noted that it was already lunchtime, suggesting they could go after the meal. However, Shenwan insisted that without a prompt resolution, her cousin would struggle to eat. Before she finished speaking, they had already exited. Anyone witnessing Shenwan's unwavering support for Yi Kaiwei would be moved. Even Xin Wu and Xin Yao felt a twinge of jealousy. Fresh from her visit to the Hugua Temple, Shenwan accompanied Yi Kaiwei to the Yun residence once more. During their journey, Yi Kaiwei's tears had subsided, though her eyes still bore a hint of redness. Feeling embarrassed, she suggested, "I can wait in the carriage. I truly cannot face anyone in this state." Shenwan reassured her, "If you wait in the carriage, what's the point of coming at all? The Yun family, like the Duke's household, will not mock you. They will only extend their compassion." Upon arriving at the Yun residence, Shenwan encouraged Yi Kaiwei to disembark, and together they sought out the old lady. The moment she saw Shenwan, the old lady beamed, but upon noticing Yi Kaiwei's red-rimmed eyes, concern flickered in her gaze.
What has happened to you? She inquired.
Shenwan had only informed Yun Yan and the Yun family about the matter concerning Yi Kaiwei, while others remained oblivious. The General Yi had sacrificed his life to save Shinji, preventing the Yun family from mourning his widowhood. The entire Yun household was grateful to General Yi and cherished his orphan daughter, treating Yi Kaiwei as a beloved granddaughter. Since her arrival in the capital, Yi Kaiwei had been afforded everything Shenwan possessed. The old lady beckoned Yi Kaiwei to sit beside her, asking gently, "Who has wronged you?"
Stifling a sob.
Yi Kaiwei's eyes brimmed with tears, reflecting her deep sense of injustice. The old lady turned her gaze toward Shenwan, who explained, "Today, my cousin inadvertently collided with Princess Yun Wan of the Kongwang residence and damaged a treasured painting meant for the emperor, titled 9 Peaks After the Snow. The Duke's household is currently helping her find a solution, so I brought her here to see if we could discover any of Mr. Huang's other paintings in Kyoto to compensate the Kongwang residence." The old lady recalled, "As far as I remember, your grandfather did possess one of Mr. Huang's paintings. I shall send someone to search for it." In a previous life, the Yun family had assisted Xiao Yun for Shenwan's sake, ultimately sacrificing much in the process.
Now,
as Shenwan sought a painting for Yi Kaiwei, it was inconceivable that the Yun family would be reluctant to assist. Whether Yi Kaiwei felt touched remained unknown to Shenwan, yet she felt a lump in her throat. A maid was dispatched to the old gentleman's study to locate the painting. After a considerable wait, Yun Yan entered and asked, "Is it absolutely necessary to have Mr. Huang's work? Would any masterpiece suffice?" Shenwan shook her head, explaining, "It is unlikely. The current emperor holds Mr. Huang's works in high regard. The Duke's household possesses other paintings, but the Kongwang residence would not trouble my father over something ordinary." The old lady inquired, "What is the matter? Was the painting not found?" "That piece was given away last month," Yun Yan replied. The old lady expressed her surprise, remarking, "Your grandfather was quite fond of that painting. Why would he part with it? This poses a dilemma." Shenwan looked at Yun Yan, pondering if something given away could be retrieved. Yun Yan rubbed his temples, saying, "If Yi Kaiwei needs it, we must swallow our pride and ask for it back. However, the painting has been sent to Yenzhou. It will take at least a month for it to be returned. Will that be timely enough?" Shenwan contemplated, reasoning that since her father enjoyed the emperor's trust, he could intervene with the Kongwang residence and request an extension from the emperor. That should be manageable, Yun Yan agreed before departing. The old lady reassured Yi Kaiwei, "Do not worry, your cousin will fulfill her promise."
Ye Jiaoyije nodet obediently, her vories dissipating.
With Yun Miao and Yun Qing absent from the residence, and seeing Yi Kaiwei's still red eyes, Shenwan felt it best not to prolong her cousin's stay. They took their leave shortly thereafter. Once in the carriage, Yi Kaiwei expressed her gratitude. "Cousin, you have gone to great lengths for my sake, even skipping lunch." Shenwan smiled warmly. "Your matters are my own. There is no need for such formality between us." Though bereft of parents, she had her uncle and aunt and her cousin as affection. Indeed, she was fortunate. Yet, where was her true cousin, Yi Kaiwei? She hardly knew what her cousin looked like. This fortune, so hastily seized, was bound to come to an end. Before she could reinstate Yi Kaiwei to the second household, both the duke's residence and the Yun family would continue to treat her as before. However, unless matters became urgent, they could be delayed. The Yun family could afford to assist Yi Kaiwei unconditionally, given her parents' legacy. But it was unreasonable to relinquish a treasured painting from her grandfather's collection for the sake of the illegitimate daughter of the second master. Upon returning to the duke's residence and entering the Showan Hall, Shen Wu inquired upon seeing them empty-handed, did the Yun family refuse to part with the painting? Shen Wan bristled at the remark. When had the Yun family ever been miserly? Shen Wu, feeling slighted, retorted, then why have you returned empty-handed? Shen Wan chose to remain silent. Yi Kaiwei explained, the painting does exist in the Yun family, but it was given away last month and is currently in Yenzhou. They have promised to find a way to retrieve it, but it will take a month. Generally, things given away are not reclaimed. If one cannot afford to give, they should refrain from doing so. The Yun family, in their willingness to assist Yi Kaiwei, was performing a commendable act. Who could fault them for such generosity? Had Shen Wan gone alone, suspicions might have arisen regarding the Yun family's reluctance to part with the painting, but with Yi Kaiwei accompanying her, the old lady genuinely wished to assist her cousin, leaving no room for doubt. Even the Yun family believed the painting had been given away, accepting this as truth. After further discussions, the old lady and the Yun family reached a consensus similar to Shen Wan's suggestion. Shinji would visit the Kongwang residence to apologize and explain the situation to the emperor, requesting an extension. Thus, the matter was temporarily set aside. Returning to Mingyue Garden, Shen Wan, who had missed breakfast, picked up a pastry but found herself unable to eat. The thought of being tricked and her parents' eagerness to arrange a marriage for her filled her with indignation, and she found herself mentally cursing those involved. Chapter 32. A gift. Shen Wan was so agitated that she hardly slept a wink that night. Despite her efforts to devise a solution, she felt trapped in a predicament of her own making, unsure of who had pushed her into it. As dawn approached, she finally dozed off. Yet her ingrained habit ensured she awoke promptly at the usual hour, regardless of how late she had fallen asleep. Sleep-deprived, she felt lethargic, consuming only half a bowl of porridge for breakfast and neglecting to pay her respects to the old lady. Noticing the faint blue tint beneath Shen Wan's eyes, Shen Yu inquired, did you not sleep well last night? The signs of her unrest were evident. Shen Yu speculated that it might be due to the fortune-teller's predictions. Shen Wan did not deny it, as it was clear that her worry stemmed from that very matter. In the eyes of her parents and elder brother, she had always appeared carefree and untroubled. Silence is tantamount to acquiescence. Shen Yu chuckled lightly, truly incapable of enduring even the slightest adversity. 3 months is a long span. Ample time for her parents to sift through the scions of noble families in the capital. If all else fails, her father could always seek a royal decree for marriage. How could she possibly remain unwed and face peril to her life? It was not that she feared remaining unmarried. Rather, she simply wished to avoid matrimony altogether. Shen Wan gazed at Shen Yu with a forlorn expression, lamenting, eldest sister, I do not wish to marry. I believe the fortune-teller's predictions may not be entirely accurate. Shen Yu raised her hand and playfully tapped Shen Wan's head. So, you believe in the fortune-teller's predictions when they please you, and dismiss them when they do not? The crux of the matter lay here. She had successfully convinced their parents of the fortune-teller's wisdom, and now it was too late to change their minds. Furthermore, the match with the heir of the Marquis of Zhaoping was ostensibly for her elder sister's benefit. Thus, she felt compelled to uphold the fortune-teller's esteemed reputation. Ultimately, it all circled back to that scoundrel fortune-teller. He had better keep his true identity hidden for a lifetime, or she would ensure he lived to regret it. Shen Wan had already conjured up numerous tormenting schemes in her mind, each more unsatisfying than the last. Having barely touched her breakfast, Shen Wan, fearing her hunger, sent her maid, Yin Chuan, to the grand kitchen early on to fetch pastries for her. Upon her return, Yin Chuan announced, Miss, you are in for a treat. Today, the Yun family has sent your favorite bear paw to the estate, along with the camel hump that you enjoy. Shen Wan's favorite dish was braised bear paw, but such delicacies were rare, both expensive and difficult to procure. She could barely indulge in them twice a year, and those were always gifts from the Yun family. Anticipating the bear paw for lunch, Shenwan felt grateful that she had not eaten much in the morning to save room. Having slept poorly, Shenwan was overwhelmed with fatigue and soon lay down on the small couch, only to awaken at lunchtime. After washing her face, she sought out Xinyu, as the two sisters shared all meals together, aside from breakfast. As Shenwan eagerly awaited the bear paw, the maid brought the dishes to the table, only to find neither the bear paw she adored nor the camel hump cherished by Xinyu. Instantly displeased, Shenwan felt her patience wane. She had endured hunger all morning, resisting the urge to snack on pastries, only to be let down. "Where are the bear paw and camel hump?" she inquired. The maid shook her head, explaining, "I fetched these dishes from the grand kitchen. They should be correct. However, bear paws and camel humps must be served fresh and would not be reserved for the following day." Shenwan insisted. "Go to the grand kitchen and inquire why they did not prepare the bear paw for me." After Yin Chuan departed, Shunyu placed a piece of fish into Shenwan's bowl, stating, "You hardly ate this morning. You must be famished, so please eat." In turn, Shenwan offered her a chicken leg, and the sisters conversed animatedly as they savored their meal. Before they could finish, Yin Chuan returned, rushing in with beads of sweat on her forehead, breathlessly reporting, "The bear paw and camel hump have been taken by the second master to be given away." Fuming, Shenwan slammed her bowl onto the table. Her anger had consumed her appetite. How could she still eat? How many bear paws and camel humps had the Yun family sent to the estate? Yin Chuan replied, 2 bear paws and 2 camel humps. The Yun family had never been stingy with their gifts. As juniors, Shenwan and Xinyu were expected to honor their elders. And the food from the Yun family always included a portion for the matriarch. Without 2 bear paws, the Yun family would never have sent any. Despite their wealth, the Yun family understood the rarity of bear paws. Such a valuable gift should not be squandered. It was outrageous that the second master would give them away as favors. Shenwan stood up, declaring, "I am going to find mother." When she sought out Lady Yun, she found her mother dining. Noticing Shenwan's presence, Lady Yun inquired, "Why have you come here during lunchtime?" Shenwan asked, "Did you instruct the second uncle to take the bear paws and camel humps to be given away?" Lady Yun furrowed her brow. "Why would I do such a thing? Did the grand kitchen not prepare the bear paws and camel humps for you?" "No. The second uncle took them away to give as gifts." At this revelation, Lady Yun's expression soured. She had specifically instructed the grand kitchen to reserve 1 bear paw for dinner, awaiting Shinji's return from the military. Just then, a maid entered, announcing, "The second lady is here." Shortly after, the second lady entered, observing the grim faces of both Lady Yun and Shenwan. "What has happened? Why do you both look so displeased?" Lady Yun questioned. The second lady explained, "I had forgotten amidst my busyness. My husband has been in his current position for nearly 3 years and wishes to advance. He was just discussing gifts with the matriarch. The Yun family sent bear paws and camel humps into the estate, and the matriarch instructed my husband to give them away. I intended to inform you sooner, but I was caught up in household matters." Not only had the bear paws and camel humps been given away, but they had not even consulted Lady Yun first, demonstrating a blatant disregard for her. Shenwan understood that although her mother was the wife of the Duke of Jingbei, the matriarch and several ladies in the household held her lineage in contempt. They feigned respect due to her generosity and amiable nature, but when it truly mattered, they did not consider her feelings. Seeing Lady Yun's dismay, the second lady remarked, "Are you upset, elder sister?" If she genuinely cared about Lady Yun's feelings, she would not have acted so precipitously. With the gifts already bestowed, what was the point of discussing it now? Lady Yun's expression remained cold as she replied, "Wanner and Ewer have little appetite compared to the second master's career, but such significant matters should be handled with foresight. Not everything can be obtained on a whim." The second lady smiled, "You speak wisely, elder sister. The matriarch thinks the same, which is why she prioritized my husband. I shall not disturb your meal any longer. I will take my leave." With a beaming smile, the second lady departed, her demeanor provoking Shenwan's ire further. What significance did Lady Yun's affluent family hold if they could not utilize what was sent to the Duke of Jingbei's estate? Shenwan clenched her fists tightly beneath her sleeves. Lady Yun remarked, "I know you are angry, but do not let it affect your health." Shenwan retorted, "If the gifts from the Yun family are taken without your command, and the grand kitchen permits such actions, the rules will become lax. If there are no consequences, the Yun family will cease sending gifts altogether." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. It was likely that similar incidents had occurred before. But today her maid had happened to witness it, prompting her to send someone to inquire, only for the second lady to provide a vague explanation. Shenwan understood that the head of the Grand Kitchen was loyal to the matriarch, though Lady Yun was ostensibly in charge. All matters within the estate were ultimately governed by the matriarch's wishes, without exception. Shenwan also recognized Lady Yun's predicament. Shinji was preoccupied with military affairs, often away for years at a time due to wars at the frontier, leaving Lady Yun to manage their 3 siblings alone, forced to buy peace with money. Returning to Mingyue courtyard with a tumult of anger, Shenwan poured herself a cup of tea and gulped it down. Just as her frustration peaked, a snow-white dove landed on her windowsill. Shenwan approached, retrieving the message tied to the dove's leg. Upon reading its contents, her anger dissipated entirely. Chapter 33. The concubine. After waiting for so many days, her elder cousin did not disappoint her. He had finally uncovered the whereabouts of the second master's hidden lover, Yi Saiwei's mother. In her previous life, the second master had ascended during this very period, offering her to Xiao Yun, thereby becoming his confidant and ultimately usurping her father's position, wielding military power that even surpassed her father's influence. She was eager to witness how the revelation of an extramarital affair would affect the second master's ambitions. Yet, this matter required careful planning. The matriarch would never allow the existence of a concubine to tarnish the second master's prospects. If she were to expose this, the matriarch would likely be so enraged that she would demand the girl kneel in the Buddha hall, and even her father might struggle to shield her from the consequences. Throughout the afternoon, Shenwan pondered this predicament, and by evening, Lady Yun visited Mingyue courtyard. "Are you still angry?" Worried that Shenwan's anger had not yet subsided, Lady Yun approached her to offer some comfort. Upon seeing Lady Yun, Shenwan devised a clever plan. If her mother truly wished for her to calm down, she would need to play along with her daughter's ruse. The following day dawned bright and clear. After breakfast, Shenwan visited the Shoan Hall to pay her respects to the matriarch. Upon her arrival, Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei had already gathered around the matriarch, engaged in light-hearted banter. Noticing that Shenwan had come alone, Lady Yun inquired about her eldest sister's whereabouts. Shenwan replied that her sister had expressed no desire to go shopping. Before Lady Yun could respond, Yi Kaiwei chimed in. "Why did you not inform us that your cousin had gone out? We would have accompanied her." Shenwan countered, "You just went shopping 2 days ago. I thought you would not want to go again." Yi Kaiwei insisted, "Shopping is always delightful. I would enjoy going every day." Lady Yun laughed. "If they accompany you, then I shall." Shenwan reminded her, "Mother promised to join me for shopping. You cannot go back on your word." "Very well, I shall go with you." Lady Yun agreed. Shen Wu quickly sent someone to the front yard to prepare a carriage, anxious that Shenwan might not take them along. It was clear who would be footing the bill for their outing with Lady Yun. Shen Yin and Shen Yao also wished to join, but the matriarch forbade them. Though disappointed, they consoled themselves with the thought that whatever gifts Lady Yun bought for Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei would surely include them as well. Lady Yun and Shen Wan shared a carriage, while Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei rode together in another, heading towards the most bustling street in the capital. However, the day's shopping was led by Lady Yun, who first visited a flower shop to select several potted plants. They then proceeded to a silk shop where Lady Yun chose fine fabrics for Shinji and Shun Li's ceremonial robes. After a leisurely stroll of nearly half an hour, they finally entered a jewelry store favored by Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei. Each selected a gold hairpin and, not forgetting their sisters, also picked one for Shen Yin and Shen Yao to prevent them from vying for the opportunity to go out next time. After selecting their jewelry, they purchased beautiful fans and colored stationery. Shen Wan deliberately chose places that would take more time, but not cost much. As they exited the rouge shop, a child of about 6 or 7 approached, nervously holding out a letter to Shen Wan. "Sister, someone asked me to deliver this to you." "For me?" The child nodded vigorously, their bright eyes sparkling with intelligence. Shen Wan glanced around, then accepted the letter, giving the child 2 small silver coins in return, which the child swiftly took before running off. "Thank you, sister," the child exclaimed as they dashed away. As Shen Wan held the letter, Yi Kaiwei asked, "Who sent you this letter, cousin?" Shen Wan shook her head. Shen Wu suggested, "Why not open it and see?" Shen Wan tore open the envelope, took a quick glance, then hastily shut it. Lady Yun emerged and asked, "What is the matter?" Shen Wan tucked the letter behind her back and shook her head. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Yet her tone betrayed her unease. Before Shen Wan could finish her sentence, Shen Wu snatched the letter from behind her, prompting Shen Wan to erupt in anger. "Give it back to me." Her voice was icy. Shen Wu had never seen Shen Wan speak to her with such tone and intensity, though the contents of the letter were indeed shocking. Lady Yun inquired, "Where did this letter come from?" Yi Kaiwei quickly responded, "A child just delivered it." Lady Yun frowned. "How could you receive a letter from just anyone?"
Let me see it.
She reached for the letter, and Shen Wu, fearing Shen Wan would reclaim it, swiftly handed it to her mother. Lady Yun opened the letter, glanced at its contents, and turned pale. Shen Wan shot an angry look at Shen Wu and said, "Mother, father is not that kind of person. Please do not believe this." Shen Wan snatched the letter back, crumpled it into a ball, and hurled it away, fortuitously landing it near a lady's feet, nearly causing her to step on it. Lady Yun's eyes were red with tears as she declared, "Let us return home." She turned to leave. Behind her, Shen Wan glared at Shen Wu. "What made you snatch my letter?" Shen Wu feigned innocence. "I thought it best not to keep such matters from aunt. What if it is a misunderstanding?" Shen Wu retorted, "There is no smoke without fire." Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei initially wished to continue their shopping, but now they were more eager to return home and witness the unfolding drama. The thought that their esteemed uncle could have a concubine shocked them, as they had believed he held only aunt in his heart. Indeed, no man was immune to the allure of women. Upon their return to the Duke's residence, Lady Yun's eyes were already red from crying, startling the household servants. She went straight to the Showan Hall, where the matriarch was equally taken aback. Having been married into the Duke's household for 20 years, she had never seen Lady Yun in such distress and immediately asked, "What has happened?" Lady Yun could only wipe her tears, speechless. Shen Wu, unable to contain herself, declared, "Uncle has a concubine." The matriarch gasped, "How can this be possible?" Shen Wan exclaimed, "I, too, cannot believe my father is such a man. That ill-intentioned letter was meant to be discarded, but my sister insisted on reading it and handed it to my mother." The second lady reproached Shen Wu, who protested, "I was only concerned this might be true, and aunt was kept in the dark." Lady Yun, heartbroken, lamented, "The Duke promised me he would never take a concubine." The fourth lady scoffed at Lady Yun's naivety. What man does not desire multiple wives? For someone of the Duke's high status, it is rare to find one who does not have several concubines. If he indeed keeps a mistress, he is still better off than many others. The third lady attempted to console Lady Yun. "At least the Duke has kept his promise to some extent. He has not brought anyone into the household to cause you distress." The second and third ladies urged Lady Yun to be magnanimous. Though Lady Yun's background was not as illustrious as theirs, the Yun family possessed wealth rivaling kingdoms, and Lady Yun had secured the title of Duke's wife. Shen Ji had refrained from taking concubines, offering her endless wealth without the need for rivalry. Which of the second or third ladies did not envy Lady Yun? Yet, the facade of deep affection was shattered. Shen Ji had indeed taken a mistress. If it were not so inappropriate to revel in another's misfortune, they would have laughed aloud. Lady Yun turned to the matriarch, seeking her intervention. The matriarch advised, "First, we must ascertain the truth. If it is indeed the Duke who harbors a mistress, we shall bring her into the household. This is unbecoming of the Duke, and I will certainly admonish him. However, it is indeed rare for someone of his stature to remain without concubines. You are aware of his temperament. Be gracious to avoid being labeled as jealous." As the conversation unfolded, all offered counsel for Lady Yun to be forgiving. Never had Lady Yun felt such chilling despair. "When did I ever keep a mistress? Such a thing is unfounded." Shun Ji entered with a thunderous expression. Upon seeing him, Shen Wan felt momentarily bewildered. Why had her father returned? Lady Yun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She was neither in tears nor composed, caught in a limbo of emotions. Shun Ji was furious. He had just been summoned by the emperor for an audience and had returned home just in time for lunch. Yet, before he could dismount his horse, a servant rushed to inform him that his mistress had been discovered by Lady Yun. A mistress has fallen from the sky. This infuriated Shinji. Was he the type of man to keep a mistress? Seeing Lady Yun's swollen eyes from crying made him feel both pity and anger. How could she be so heartbroken over something so baseless? Why not inquire for the truth first? Did she not fear wronging him? Lady Yun wiped her tears. The matriarch asked Shinji, "Is it true you have a mistress?" The tone of her inquiry was laden with skepticism. Shinji's forehead throbbed with veins. "I do not keep a mistress, nor do I permit anyone in this household to do so." The matriarch turned to Lady Yun. "I believe the Duke is not the sort to have a mistress. That letter." Before she could finish, a servant hurried in, exclaiming, Madam, there has been a mistake. The mistress is not the duke's. Lady Yin immediately asked, if she is not the duke's, then whose is she? It belongs to the second master. Who sent Li Guan to investigate? Shun Wan inquired. The young servant glanced at Shen Wu and stammered it was. It was the third young lady. Standing behind her mother, Shen Wu felt as though she were standing on needles, wishing for death. How could her father possibly be the one supporting a concubine? With everyone's gaze fixed upon her, Shen Wu's voice trembled as she explained, I saw my aunt weeping sorrowfully and feared it was a misunderstanding, so I asked Li Guan to look into it. The old lady was so enraged that her lips quivered. How could a junior like her meddle in the affairs of the elders, especially being a distant relative? Yun Shi, unaware that someone was sent to investigate, insisted that Shen Wu hastily take care of this matter. How scandalous it would be if word got out that her niece was investigating her uncle's concubine, only to discover it was her own father's mistress. Both the old lady and the second mistress were on the brink of apoplexy, with remarks from others adding fuel to the fire. It's good that the third sister is so perceptive. I hadn't thought to send someone to investigate right away. Yun Shi swiftly wiped away her tears and cast a guilty glance at Shinji. Shinji was caught between anger and resignation. The old lady wanted to say something, but despite her mouth opening, no words emerged. They had already expressed their stance on the matter of concubines to Yun Shi before Shinji's return, urging her to be magnanimous. The second mistress had just advised Yun Shi, echoing the sentiment that one should not impose upon others what one does not desire for oneself. As Shen Wu shot daggers at her, Shun Wan sighed with relief that it was not her father who was the one keeping a concubine. Suddenly, she recalled, I remember now. The child delivering the message was standing right beside me when the third sister received it. It must have been mistakenly delivered to me instead. Tell the second master to return to the residence at once. Shunji's voice cut through the tension. Meanwhile, the second master was riding back home, blissfully unaware that the news of Shinji's concubine had reached him through the young servant. He did not suspect it could pertain to him, after all. Even his closest servant had no idea he was keeping a concubine. Despite appearing indifferent to women, he could not completely escape the customs of the world. As the second master rode into the estate, he spotted a commonplace carriage parked outside. The sight of a woman stepping out nearly caused him to tumble off his horse in shock. It was none other than his concubine, Mei Yinyang. Upon seeing the second master, Mei Yinyang's joy was palpable, but she froze at the sight of his expression, which screamed disbelief. Li Guan bowed to the second master, who demanded, who authorized you to bring her into the estate?
Li Guan Raplia.
The third young lady indicated the location of the small courtyard to see whether she was the duke's concubine, and if so, to bring her back. It was only reasonable that the second master's concubine would also be welcomed. The second master gripped the reins tightly, his knuckles turning white. He had never anticipated that the affair of keeping a concubine would be exposed by his own daughter. Now that the woman was at the duke's estate, there was no way to conceal the truth. Steeling himself, he entered the Showan Hall. Upon entering, all eyes turned towards him, and the old lady's fury hit him like a wave. What have you done?
How can you keep a concubine?
What about Shurong? Shurong was the second mistress's maiden name. The second mistress sat silently, her eyes redder than Yun Shi's, unable to speak, though she yearned to. The truth of the matter was that it was the second master who had taken a concubine, and it was Shen Wu who had arranged for her return. She had even urged Yun Shi to be magnanimous, lest she be labeled as jealous. If anyone were to argue or create a scene, it would be her who would be seen as the jealous one. The second master remained silent, for the fact of the concubine existed, and he could not deny it. The old lady pressed, what is the situation with this concubine? Truly, you can pretend ignorance. The second mistress and Shen Wu were unaware that Yi Kaiwei was the second master's illegitimate daughter. How could the old lady, who doted on Yi Kaiwei, not know? Would she not inquire about Yi Tsaiwei's mother? The old lady had indulged the second master in keeping a concubine, and now that it was exposed, her act of feigned ignorance would come back to haunt her when Yi Tsaiwei's lineage was revealed. She wondered if the second mistress would resent her for being the one to enable such behavior. Yun Shi interjected, Old lady, do not let your health suffer. You just advised me to be magnanimous and accept the concubine. I understand my sister-in-law has the capacity to accommodate, but the Duke just stated that no one in the estate is permitted to keep a concubine. If the second master wishes for a concubine, he should ask openly. My sister-in-law would not refuse. It is absolutely disgraceful to engage in such dishonorable conduct that sets a poor example for the younger generation. We must ascertain if the concubine is with child. If not, let her be sold. The second mistress' nose tinged with disappointment at Yunshi's remarks. She had prepared for Yunshi to mock her for encouraging the acceptance of the concubine, but instead, Yunshi supported her. Shunji was taken aback that Yunshi would involve herself in the affairs of the second house, yet he acknowledged that he had spoken against keeping concubines. Assuming Yunshi was merely considering the situation from her own perspective, he declared, "Let it be as the Duke's wife has suggested. We cannot sell her." Shunji was incredulous. What is so unsellable about a concubine? Of course, she cannot be sold. After all, she is Yi Tsaiwei's mother. Having just realized that the second master was the one keeping a concubine, the old lady discreetly signaled for the maidservant to take Yi Kaiwei to the back hall. If they intended to sell Mei Yinyang, it was likely that Yi Kaiwei would intervene, given her status as the illegitimate daughter masquerading as General Ye's daughter, who had even been bestowed the title of county princess by the emperor. If this were revealed, the second master would not only face Shinji's wrath, but also the emperor's. It was questionable whether the second master could continue to hold an official position, let alone receive promotions. The old lady and the second master could not possibly sell Mei Yinyang. Thus, Yunshi's demands for a sale were merely an attempt to undermine the second mistress. The second master's reluctance to part with his concubine was the most grievous blow. If they could not sell her, they needed a justification. The second master hesitated before stammering, She is not just any concubine. She is the sister of the governor of Qingzhou. Years ago, I went to Qingzhou on official business and, due to drunkenness, I did not dare to bring her into the estate and kept her outside." Shenwan realized that the second master's confidant had swiftly risen to the position of Minister of Revenue within a few years. Yet she was unaware of their familial ties. Yunshi remarked, "The governor's sister holds a respectable status. Given the second master's misdeeds, she is at least a valued concubine. Yet, she willingly remains outside, tarnishing her reputation as a concubine. Perhaps it is as my sister-in-law suggested, she is merely playing the role of a minor wife outside." Chapter 35. Sealing the lips. The governor's sister certainly could not be easily sold, especially since the second master would not permit it. The old lady restrained the second mistress, who was teetering on the edge of fury. This matter requires careful consideration. The second mistress clenched her nails into her palms, still remaining silent. Yunshi asked, "What is the old lady's intention?" The old lady, displeased by Yunshi's probing, replied curtly, "The second master is about to be reassigned, and there is hope for his promotion. If news of his keeping a concubine spreads at this juncture, it will surely affect his prospects. Do I need to elaborate on the priorities?" Yunshi ceased her inquiries and turned her gaze to Shinji. Shinji understood that the old lady prioritized the second master's future, yet his disgraceful conduct undermined the family's honor. "Someone, take the second master and administer 30 strokes of the rod. He shall reflect in the ancestral hall for 3 days." The old lady was about to plead for leniency when Shinji interjected, 3 days of leave will not impede his reassignment, but if we allow him to evade punishment, how shall we discipline the younger generation? If the foundation is rotten, the Duke's estate may not endure. Priorities do not need further explanation. With that, Shunji departed. He had returned for lunch and would head to the military camp in the afternoon. Shinji upheld the family's integrity, and the old lady dared not show favoritism. After he left, she issued a decree that the matter of the second master keeping a concubine was not to be discussed by anyone in the estate. Anyone who dared to spread word of it would face dire consequences. After the second master received his punishment and was sent to the ancestral hall, Shenwan accompanied Yunshi as they departed. Once outside Shoan Hall, finding themselves alone, Yunshi cautioned Shenwan, "You must not let your father learn of this. It would surely infuriate him." Shenwan nodded, "Thus it is imperative that you keep your lips sealed, mother." Yun's heart sank. As a mother, she found herself led by the nose by her daughter. Initially, Yun was only half convinced by Shenwan's claim that Yi Kaiwei was the illegitimate daughter of the second master. Although she had already accepted the reality of the second master keeping a concubine, Shenwan clung to Yun's arm and whispered, "Mother, your acting is superb. Not only have you deceived them, but even I am starting to believe it. And father, seeing you misunderstood, was so flustered." Yun shot a reproachful glare at Shenwan, saying, "Your father was furious." Recalling Shinji's expression when he left, as if he wished to carry her away, Yun felt a headache coming on. Shenwan also felt somewhat guilty towards her father, yet to thwart the second master's ambitions, she had to let her father endure some discomfort. The old matriarch had issued a gag order. No one in the household dared to discuss the matter. However, the next day, when Shinji attended court, several ministers accused him of keeping a concubine, leaving him utterly bewildered. Shinji punished the second master and ordered him to reflect on his actions. But he hoped this incident would not tarnish the second master's career. The old matriarch had silenced all discussions within the household, so how did these censors learn about it? Shinji was unaware that this was Shenwan's doing. The letter was not casually placed, as it had landed near the wife of Inspector Lee, who had previously accused Shinji. In a fit of anger, Shinji had struck Inspector Lee, leaving him bedridden for over half a month. If Inspector Lee's wife learned of the second master's concubine, would she not inform her husband and collaborate with other colleagues to escalate the issue? Although Shinji held military power and was respected in the army, his marriage to a lady of low birth and his inability to take a concubine due to the matriarch's pressure had led him to secretly keep a mistress, which severely damaged his reputation. Several censors who had always been at odds with Shinji wrote impassioned accusations against him. Other officials, who had grievances against Shinji, joined in to further tarnish his name, branding him as someone who feared his wife. Shinji felt a severe headache. To protect the second master's reputation would mean sacrificing his own. Furthermore, this was not an issue that could be acknowledged in front of the emperor, as it would be tantamount to deceiving the sovereign. However, many ministers were skeptical that Shinji would fear his wife or keep a concubine, nor did the emperor believe it. With no other choice, Shinji reported the debacle regarding the concubine to the emperor, then addressed those censors who thought they had caught him in a blunder, asking if they could verify their accusations before proceeding. The censors did not anticipate that the second master was the one keeping a concubine and hastily stated that they had the right to report any misdeeds. Furthermore, since the wife of the Duke of Jingbei believed it to be true, they felt compelled to punish Xinlu for keeping a mistress, regardless of his actual guilt. The emperor ultimately penalized the second master by docking a year's salary, with no promotion in sight for the next year. When the news of the second master's punishment reached the duke's residence, the matriarch's face turned ashen, her sandalwood beads nearly crushed in her grip. How could this matter have reached the censors? The fourth mistress found it strange as well. The matriarch had issued a gag order, and no one dared to speak of it, so it should not have spread. Moreover, if news were to leak, it would be about the second master, not Shinji. Shunwan shifted uneasily, contemplating whether it was due to that letter. The matriarch looked at her, and Shunwan explained, "Yesterday, my third sister snatched my letter to show to mother. In a fit of anger, I reclaimed it and carelessly tossed it aside. Coincidentally, it landed at the feet of Inspector Lee's wife. I thought since the letter did not explicitly name father as the one keeping a concubine, I would let the maid leave it there." The matriarch felt her vision blur with anger, but found it difficult to scold Xinwan, who was attempting to conceal the truth from Yun. The suspicion that the letter was maliciously intended led to the belief that Xinwu, reveling in the chaos, had informed Yun, resulting in the current predicament. In hopes of advancement, the second master had spent the past 6 months currying favor with others, bestowing numerous gifts. Now, with the emperor's punishment, all his prior efforts had come to naught. The second mistress and Shunwu did not come to pay their respects to the matriarch that day, and she dismissed everyone, allowing Shunwan and Yi Kaiwei to leave. Once outside Shoan Hall, Shenyao whispered, "Yesterday, my second aunt returned to the southern courtyard and nearly fainted upon encountering that concubine." The term concubine was jarring, and Yi Tsaiwei's expression darkened as she reprimanded Shenyao. "Grandmother forbids any discussion of this matter within the household. How dare you bring it up?" Shenyao pouted. Grandmother's prohibition was for the sake of her uncle's career. But now that everyone knew, what was the point of silence? Even if they could keep it under wraps in the household, they could not control the outside world. Disregarding Yi Tsaiwei's objections, Shunwan interjected, "Isn't the appearance of the concubine rather pleasant?" Shenyao shook her head, clarifying, "My second aunt is not angry about her looks. I heard that the concubine is only a few years younger than her." Shunwan exclaimed, "Really? I had not heard that the concubine had given us any younger siblings. I thought she was quite young." Shunwan's words made Shenyao ponder the matter. She had not heard of any younger siblings and was unsure if that was due to infertility or if they were simply raised in Qingzhou. Yi Kaiwei grew increasingly alarmed and interrupted Shenyao. "Enough. How can juniors discuss matters of the elders' chambers?" Having just been reprimanded, Shenyao was already tolerating Yi Kaiwei, who was merely a cousin. Yi Kaiwei was not entitled to such heirs, as she was not the legitimate daughter of the duke's residence. Fearing that Shunwan would defend Yi Kaiwei, Shun Yao shot her a glare and stormed off. After Shun Yao left, Shunwan regarded Yi Kaiwei with a knowing smile, thinking it was merely casual sisterly banter and that her cousin need not be so upset. Yi Kaiwei realized her reaction had been excessive and calmed herself, saying, I am simply frustrated by fifth sister's glee. My second uncle's prospects are bleak, which is a significant loss for the Duke's residence. A single tree cannot form a forest. The Duke's residence cannot rely solely on my eldest uncle. This sentiment was not only sensible, but also exhibited a certain depth of understanding. Unfortunately, the second master was not a strong tree, but rather a vine, ambitiously seeking to choke out the towering trees in order to take their place. Shunwan smiled dismissively. Yi Kaiwei continued, the emperor trusts my eldest uncle deeply. Although my second uncle's keeping a concubine is a mistake, he has been diligent in his duties to the court. Cousin, you must urge my eldest uncle to plead with the emperor, lest this incident adversely affect my second uncle's career.
Ye cayıcı spok urgently.
Fearing that because of this matter, the second master would be denied promotion. The matriarch and the entire second house would surely turn against the concubine, especially the second mistress, whose methods of torment could exceed their imagination. The concubine might be cared for on the outside, but once she entered the residence and fell under the second mistress's watchful eye, her fate would be uncertain. Although having a governor uncle in Qingzhou provided some support, a concubine remained a concubine. If the second mistress wished to eliminate the concubine, she had countless ways to do so, and quietly at that. The faint shadows under Yi Kaiwei's eyes suggested she had not slept well the previous night. Shunwan noted her unease and chuckled lightly. You understand that a single tree cannot form a forest. Do you think my father needs a reminder? To express concern for the concubine required such convoluted reasoning. Shunwan felt a twinge of guilt. She resolved to quickly return Yi Kaiwei to the second house so that she could openly care for her own mother. 3 days later, the second master was helped back to the southern courtyard, and within half an hour, news of the concubine's punishment spread. Upon the second master's return, the second mistress summoned the concubine to serve him. A maid prepared medicine for the second master, and the second mistress ordered the concubine to administer it. The medicine bowl was scalding hot, and the concubine struggled to hold it, spilling the concoction. In a fit of rage, the second mistress punished the concubine to kneel in the courtyard until the medicine was prepared again. The second master realized that the second mistress was deliberately humiliating the concubine in front of him. He was already in a weak position for keeping a mistress, and after nearly 20 years of sharing a bed with the second mistress, he knew her temperament all too well. The more he defended the concubine, the more suffering she would endure. The second master is now solely preoccupied with discovering how news of his mistress is leaked, particularly since even the servants close to him are unaware of it. He has concealed his affairs well, having secured 2 adjacent courtyards not far from his official residence, where he retreats to rest when weary. These courtyards face different directions, and the second master never uses the main entrance. He always enters through his private courtyard and then climbs over the wall to visit his concubine, Aunt Mei. Shunwan has enlisted Yunyan's assistance in investigating whether the second master has indeed taken a mistress. Over the past few days, Yunyan has kept a meticulous account of the second master's whereabouts, noting his frequent visits to the courtyards, which aroused a suspicion. However, mere suspicion was insufficient, and he waited several days until he witnessed the second master climbing the wall to visit Aunt Mei, at which point he promptly relayed the information to Shunwan. One day, after breakfast, Shunwan accompanied Hong Xiao to the Showan Hall to pay respects to the matriarch. After a brief wait of 15 minutes, as they prepared to return to Mingyue Courtyard, a maid entered, holding a visiting card, and announced, Matriarch. The wife of Lord Xiaoping has sent a visiting card to the residence. The laughter and chatter in the room abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned to the card in the maid's hand. 2 years prior, after Shen Yu and the heir of the Yongqing Marquis fell into the water together, the wife of Lord Xiaoping came to cancel the engagement. Since then, the Duke of Dinggua's household and the Xiaoping household have maintained a tenuous relationship. While they did not sever ties, there had been little communication. Whenever the Duke of Dinggua had a joyous event, the Xiaoping household would send a congratulatory gift. But the wife of Lord Xiaoping would never personally visit the Duke's residence. Similarly, when the Xiaoping household held a birthday banquet, the Duke's household would follow suit, barely upholding their collegial ties, especially since Xinji and Lord Xiaoping still served together in the court. The sudden arrival of a visiting card piqued the matriarch's curiosity regarding the reason for the wife of Lord Xiaoping's visit to the Duke of Dinggua's residence. The third wife turned to the matriarch and said, "Yesterday, when I left the residence, I heard that the heir of Lord Xiaoping has been staying at the Hugua Temple these past few days." This was something the third wife had intended to mention yesterday. But being a concubine, she had grown accustomed to being cautious. The wife of Lord Xiaoping had once come to annul the engagement, forcing Xinyu to marry the heir of Yongqing Marquis, which had nearly cost her life. Though Shun Ji and the Yun family had never voiced their resentment, there must be some lingering bitterness. The heir of Lord Xiaoping, having married a divorced woman and living a life of solitude, was of no concern to the Duke of Dinggua's household. The third wife feared that mentioning it would draw the matriarch's reprimand, and since she believed it would eventually reach the Duke's household, she refrained from speaking up. Now that the wife of Lord Xiaoping had sent a visiting card, everyone was puzzled. She thought this might clarify matters and no one would criticize her for it. The matriarch picked up her teacup, her demeanor indifferent. No one responded, nor did they even glance at the visiting card as the maid withdrew. Shun Wan held her tongue. Although she believed the heir of Lord Xiaoping was a fine match for her elder sister and would treat her well, the Xiaoping household was not limited to just him. The wife of Lord Xiaoping's earlier annulment had caused her elder sister much hardship, and to warmly receive her upon arrival would only invite scorn. The fourth wife remarked, "The Taoist outside Hugua Temple is truly remarkable. Did the eldest sister consult him for Xinyu?" Yun Shi shook her head, indicating that Xinyu had not sought the Taoist counsel. One reason was the fear of receiving unfavorable predictions, and the other was that she had prioritized Shun Wan's situation, believing that her unmarried status posed a risk to her life, thus neglecting Xinyu's plight. The matriarch said, "The heir of the Duke of Zheng and the heir of the Marquis of Guide are both admirable, but unfortunately, they are not fated for one. 3 months is not an excessively long time, yet it would be prudent to expedite matters, securing a marriage as soon as possible for peace of mind." Yunshir wished for nothing more than to settle Shun Wan's marriage quickly, but, regrettably, no suitors had come forward in recent days, and her anxiety was of no avail. In her heart, Shun Wan envisioned confronting the Taoist who had threatened her and those who had wronged her, seeking catharsis. Feeling discontent, she chose not to return directly to Mingyue Courtyard, but instead strolled along the lakeside, letting the breeze calm her troubled spirit. "Is my sister feeling unwell?" came the sudden voice of Shun Li. Turning around, she saw her elder brother approaching. "Brother, you have returned," she greeted him. Not trusting Hong Xiao, she dismissed her, saying, "I wish to speak with my brother for a moment. Please fetch 2 cups of tea." Once Hong Xiao had departed, Shunli leaned in and asked, "Sister, be honest with me. Did you send the Taoist to thwart the heir of the Marquis of Guide's marriage proposal?" Shunli had left the capital on business at Shunji's behest, partly out of concern that Shunwan would insist he remain and interfere with the engagement. He had assumed that once he departed, the marriage would surely proceed. Who would have thought that in his absence, a Taoist would emerge to disrupt the arrangement? His intuition suggested that this matter was connected to Shunwan. Mentioning the Taoist only fueled Shunwan's frustration. If that Taoist were truly my ally, would he have caused me such trouble?
Shenli pundarat.
Realizing that it was unlikely the same Taoist would simultaneously aid him in sabotaging an engagement while warning Shunwan of impending danger should she remain unmarried for 3 months. "So, you are troubled by the Taoist's words?" Shunli asked. Shunwan remained silent, tacitly agreeing. "My sister, if you wish to marry, 3 months is unnecessary. 1 month will suffice. In a few days, I shall summon reputable young gentlemen from prominent families in the capital to our residence for you to choose from." Seeing the earnest expression on Shun Li's face, Shunwan genuinely worried about his intentions and quickly interjected, "Brother, please do not act recklessly. This is not a reckless endeavor. It is a directive I am following." Shunwan furrowed her brows. "It is my father who has instructed me to do so, allowing you to select a suitable match, provided the individual has decent character and is not of royal lineage." Chapter 37. Entering the eyes as the elder brother. He would first filter through potential suitors before allowing his sister to make her choice. If she could not find a suitable match, it would be an injustice. Shun Wan's expression darkened. What young gentleman from a distinguished family was without pride? Would her brother not worry that they might discover he had invited them to the residence for her selection and retaliate against him? "Do not heed Father's words,"
she urged.
"Is it not permissible to disobey?"
Shenli kuntarat.
"Besides, this is something I genuinely wish to do. Ensuring my sister's well-being is my responsibility." Shunwan realized this was beyond her ability to prevent and felt somewhat disheartened, questioning why their father prohibited her from marrying into the royal family. In her previous life, Shinji had forbade her union with Xiaoyun, and she had assumed it was due to his reluctance to engage in the power struggle or a disdain for Xiaoyun's character. This time, however, he explicitly stated that she should not wed into the royal family. There were many families in the royal lineage with at least a dozen suitable candidates, all of good character and unrelated to the power struggle. Shunli had inquired, but Shinji had remained silent. He speculated that their father, wielding military power, had managed to avoid inciting the emperor's jealousy. Once entangled with royal authority, future circumstances would become precarious. Moreover, marrying into the imperial family would require him to bow to his own son-in-law, leaving little recourse for protection if Shinwan were to be mistreated. The court was rife with marriages used as political tools, yet their father simply wished to shield her beneath his wings, ensuring her a tranquil life. Shinwan felt a lump in her throat, but she truly did not wish to marry. The heir of the king of Jingbei possesses a commendable lineage, appearance, and character. Father speaks highly of him. What does my sister think of him?
Shenli inquirat.
Shinwan thought it was one thing for her brother to invite suitors into their home, but quite another to consider the heir of the king of Jingbei. You cannot invite him. Why not? Shunli asked, perplexed. If my sister thinks even the heir of the king of Jingbei unworthy, who else in the capital could possibly meet your standards? If this news spreads, suitors will likely be too intimidated to approach Shinwan, leaving only the option of an imperial marriage, which would be forced upon her. Shinwan's head spun. How was she to respond? The heir of the king of Jingbei was a powerful noble, his standing in court surpassing even her father's. His lineage was impeccable, his appearance unmatched. As for his character, having abandoned his former lover, he was indeed of poor reputation, yet he had recently saved her elder sister's life, making it difficult for Shinwan to speak ill of him. Young ladies from all over the capital aspired to marry Xie Jingyu, and the line of suitors extended beyond the city's borders. Yet, what did that matter? Xie Jingyu had his own affections, and even the emperor could not impose a match upon him. Neither could their father or brother succeed in doing so. Shinwan stated, I am to marry into the royal family. My father fears the emperor's jealousy, yet he is unperturbed by the prospect of an alliance with the Jingbei Wang's residents. Shinli, upon being questioned, found himself bewildered. He had not perceived such concerns in his father's demeanor. Evidently, the reason behind their father's opposition to his sister's royal marriage was not rooted in jealousy, as he had surmised. Fearing that Shinli might disregard his wishes, Shinwan gently guided him. Moreover, the heir of Jingbei Wang has visited our residence countless times. If he were truly interested in me, he would have made a formal proposal by now. It would be utterly humiliating to invite someone who is clearly disinterested. Her father held this view, and much to his surprise, so did his sister. He could not fathom why he had entertained the notion that Xie Jingyu harbored even a modicum of affection for his sister. Thus, he resolved to extend no invitation to him. Not only would he refrain from inviting him, but he also felt a growing urge to confront Xie Jingyu physically. On this visit, Shinwan's countenance remained troubled, even more so than before. Was she truly destined for marriage? In recent days, she had wrestled with her thoughts, striving to extricate herself from her predicament, yet she could not devise a resolution that would satisfy all parties involved. To make matters worse, her parents were pressing the issue. Although 3 months remained, they seemed eager to marry her off within 3 days, fearing that any delay might lead to unforeseen complications. Her elder brother operated with remarkable efficiency. Within 2 days, under the pretense of hosting a poetry gathering, he had invited a multitude of young gentlemen from noble families to their residence. He had not even bothered to concoct a believable excuse, relying solely on his own poetry, which was hardly worthy of such an event. Shinwan, feeling apprehensive, wished to avoid the front courtyard, but her sisters, Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei, were determined to attend. They implored her not to disappoint their brother's earnest efforts. The two nearly pushed Shinwan out of the Mingyue courtyard. Though she resisted, they had no reason to forego their venture. Eager to see which young nobles had been invited by Shinli, Shinwan felt a strong reluctance, yet she recognized the futility of her resistance. As Yi Kaiwei pointed out, the suitors chosen by their father would undoubtedly possess commendable lineage and character, yet they might not align with her own desires. If she were to make her own choice, at least she could select someone she favored. The dilemma, however, was that she had no one in mind. Nevertheless, en route. Shinwan came to a realization. Rather than seeking a husband, she could pursue allies instead, adopting a more upbeat perspective that would render her situation far more palatable. By the time she reached the second gate, she had fully reconciled her thoughts, her steps noticeably lighter and even tinged with urgency. Yet, upon exiting the gate, her buoyant mood was abruptly stifled by the sight of an approaching figure, none other than Xie Jingyu, the heir of Jingbei Wang. It was a bitter irony that she had exerted so much effort to persuade her brother not to extend an invitation to him, only for him to forget her entreaties and welcome Xie Jingyu into their abode. Observing his grim expression, Xinwan wondered if her brother had coerced him into attending. She understood that her brother's intentions were well-meaning, yet she truly had no need for such a visit. Regardless of Xie Jingyu's displeasure, he had once saved her elder sister's life. Xinwan managed to muster a smile that was awkward yet polite, only to find Xie Jingyu's countenance darkening further. As she approached Xun Li's courtyard, they had not yet entered when they were greeted by hearty laughter from within. Upon stepping inside, Xinwan found herself momentarily dazed. The room was filled with guests. She had anticipated a gathering of no more than 7 or 8 individuals, yet her brother had invited 20 to 30, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an imperial selection of consorts. Xinwan, Xinwu, and Yi Kaiwei were taken aback. After a brief exchange of glances, their initial envy dissipated. While the number of guests was significant, few held particularly esteemed positions. The most distinguished among them was Xie Jingyu himself. In Xunwu and Yi Kaiwei's eyes, only those with greater power than the Duke of Dinghua could be deemed of high birth. Even if another nobleman were present, they would only be regarded as ordinary. With Shen Ji holding military power and the Yun family possessing immense wealth, they would not consider marrying anyone of lesser status unless that individual were the crown prince. As Xunwan approached, Xunli introduced her to the young nobles he had invited, a redundant gesture, for all were already acquainted with her. Pulling Xunli aside, she whispered, "Was it not agreed that we would not invite Xie Jingyu? Why has he come?" Xunli replied, "You cannot blame me for this. All these guests are my invitation." "Except for him." Xinwan pressed. "Then how did he arrive?" "He was brought here by the heir of Linjiang Marquis. Since he came, I could hardly deny him entry. Just pretend he is not here and select someone else." For reasons unknown, Xinwan felt increasingly ill at ease in Xie Jingyu's presence, her thoughts of seeking allies fading. And all she wished for was to leave. However, given the extent of Xun Li's efforts, he would not allow her to depart so easily. Xun Wu and Yi Kaiwei, unwilling to leave, compelled Xinwan to stay, forcing her to engage in idle chatter while discreetly scanning the room. The young lords were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Regardless of Xun Li's motives for inviting them, the sheer number of attendees made for a lively gathering. Xie Jingyu sat in silence, his expression growing darker by the moment, until he finally placed a hand against his chest. Noticing this, Chu Yang inquired, "What troubles you? Is your heart in pain?"
No, I'm delighted.
The words were nearly spat out between clenched teeth. Who could possibly look so miserable while claiming to be joyful?
Tu Yang, Julius?
Wondered what had incited such anger in Xie Jingyu. Chapter 38. Understanding Chu Yang's curiosity was piqued, burning with a desire to uncover the identity of the bold individual who dared to provoke Xie Jingyu. Then he realized it might be himself. For the glare Xie Jingyu cast upon him was sharp enough to cut. He hasn't done anything, Chu Yang thought, trembling at the thought of inciting this formidable figure. Xinwan's gaze frequently drifted from Xie Jingyu to Chu Yang. In her previous life, the Linjiang Marquis had maintained neutrality and refrained from participating in the power struggles. Yet due to Xiao Yun's narrow-mindedness, his family had not fared well. Chu Yang had even faced near execution, but after Xie Jingyu's rebellion, he had become his right-hand man, achieving great success on the battlefield. After Xie Jingyu seized the throne, he granted Chu Yang the title of a king of a different surname. Among the young nobles Xun Li had invited, Chu Yang had the most favorable outcome. If she had to choose someone, it would be him without question. However, how could she persuade the heir of Linjiang Marquis to lend her the position of his wife for 2 years? She had nothing of value to offer in exchange. Could she purchase it? The heir of Linjiang Marquis was not lacking in riches either. Xinwan's expression reflected her distress. Xun Wu and Yi Kaiwei noticed her turmoil and assumed it stemmed from her interest in Xie Jingyu, considering her options were limited to him and Chu Yang. Although the heir of Linjiang Marquis was a worthy choice, he could not compare to Xie Jingyu. Even a fool would know which to choose. Yet this union was destined to fail. The marriage between the Duke of Dinghua and the Jingbei Wang, both wielding formidable military strength, would surely keep the emperor awake at night. Shanwu whispered, "We have lingered long enough. It is time to depart." Shenwan had longed to leave and promptly stood. Upon seeing her departure, Shinli lost interest in the poetry gathering. He was not adept at poetry, finding more enjoyment in horseback riding and hunting. "I suppose I shall not be composing any poetry. How about we venture outside the city for a horse race? I shall treat you all to hot springs." In terms of entertainment, Shanli was undoubtedly the best host. This proposal received unanimous approval. Upon returning to the inner courtyard, Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei intended to visit Shouan Hall. Shen Wan, uninterested, parted ways with them. On her way back to Mingyue Courtyard, her mind was elsewhere. As she passed the rockery, her wrist was suddenly seized, startling her. She turned to see a strikingly handsome face, his eyes burning with restrained fury. Before she could react, she was pulled into the rockery. Her back collided with the stones, sending a jolt of pain through her, causing her forehead to throb. What was he doing here in the inner courtyard? Just as she had begun to harbor a hint of affection for him, he resorted to such bullying. Shenwan found herself pinned against the rockery, struggling in vain, her only recourse to glare at him. "What madness is this? Release me at once." Xie Jingyu gazed into Shenwan's eyes, which blazed with anger. "Was it your idea to host a poetry gathering and invite those young nobles, or was it your brother's?" "Shenwan, why is this person so inquisitive?" "It was my father's idea." Xie Jingyu's expression stiffened, as if something had struck him in the chest. He struggled to articulate. "Is it that the Duke of Dingwa forbids the invitation to me? Why inquire so deeply? This person seems to have too much leisure time. As if she thinks her father is equally unoccupied. It is I who did not permit your invitation." Xie Jingyu's countenance darkened further. "To not invite me and yet speak so assertively. Does he even know what I wish to do?" Observing the flickering flames in his gaze, Shenwan felt a chill run down her spine. She hastily covered her neck. "Xie Jingyu truly found it amusing. You truly understand me." Shenwan failed to detect the gritted teeth behind his words. "That is precisely why I did not invite you. My elder brother merely borrowed the occasion of the poetry gathering to invite those young scions into the residence, allowing me to select a suitable husband from among them. If I were to invite you, wouldn't that be a wasted trip?" Xie Jingyu felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. "So, you never even considered me as your husband?" The word husband slipping from his lips stirred an unusual feeling within Shenwan. She quickly shook her head. I dare not, I dare not. You saved my elder sister's life. I cannot repay kindness with enmity." Knowing his temper was volatile, Shenwan could only flatter him, hoping to swiftly send him away. What a jest. Choosing him as a husband would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. She wished to live a few more years. Xie Jingyu chuckled. "So you plan to ruin the heir of Linjiang Marquis? You are the one who is a calamity." Shenwan retorted.
Wait.
She looked up at him. "How do you know I intend to select the heir of Linjiang Marquis?" "How dare you ask?" Xie Jingyu's words nearly squeezed through clenched teeth. "Your eyes are practically affixed to him. Anyone with sight can see that." Shenwan felt embarrassed. She had indeed looked at Chu Yang a few times. But her interest in him had nothing to do with him. Xie Jingyu seemed to sense Shenwan's thoughts. "I do not wish for you to affect my brotherly bond with him." Shenwan was indignant. "How could I possibly influence your brotherly bond?" Xie Jingyu regarded her. "Given our current posture and conversation, do you think you are suitable to marry him?" It seemed rather inappropriate. If she were to marry Chu Yang, it would mean becoming the wife of his brother, and while she could perhaps keep it a secret for a lifetime, if it were to come out, it would surely create awkwardness that would ruin their brotherhood. Yet the problem was, she was not genuinely marrying the heir of Linjiang Marquis. She was still troubled over how to persuade him, and now this hurdle presented by Xie Jingyu was insurmountable. Shenwan felt frustrated. "I simply will not choose him." However, this response did not satisfy Xie Jingyu. In fact, it only served to further irritate him. "I thought you genuinely liked the heir of Linjiang Marquis. Is it so easy for you to abandon your lifelong matters after just a few words? You are so indifferent towards your own future." If she were to marry the heir of Linjiang Marquis, he would disapprove. If she were forced to give up, he would mock her. Was this scoundrel under some delusion? Shenwan could no longer endure. "I never intended to marry at all. Who knows which scoundrel put me in this situation? My parents fear for my life. Insisting I wed within 3 months. What am I to do? I only plan to borrow the title of the heir's wife for a year or 2. Not to truly marry him. If you are worried about your brotherly bond, I will simply choose someone else." After much deliberation, she finally settled on a suitable match. only to have to start anew. Xinhuan felt exceedingly vexed. Xie Jingyu's furrowed brow relaxed. I will lend you my support. Xinhuan thought she must have misheard. Staring at Xie Jingyu in astonishment. Have you lost your mind? Xie Jingyu's expression visibly darkened. Xinhuan glanced at him, the psychological shadow looming over her resurfacing. Her voice trembling slightly. I appreciate your goodwill, but with the upcoming birthday celebration of the Duke, you should prioritize your mother's life. Otherwise, after 3 years of mourning, you shall marry no one. With that, Xinhuan hastily pushed past Xie Jingyu and left. In her previous life, during the mourning period, her unrequited love was the target of others' frustrations. If she truly married him, living under his watchful gaze, she would be hard-pressed to endure even a couple of months, let alone a year or two. Chapter 39, Monthly Allowance. Shanhu waited anxiously outside the artificial mountain. She had seen Xinhuan being led inside by Xie Jingyu and had been too frightened to call out, desperately holding her silence. Daring neither to alert anyone nor to enter the mountain herself, fearing discovery, she could only remain outside, feeling as though she were becoming an accomplice to the heir of Jingbei. Upon seeing Xinhuan emerge, Shanhu hurriedly approached, whispering, Did the heir of Jingbei bully you?
Could he not?
Apart from the time he saved her elder sister, there had been no moment where he hadn't bullied her. However, for the sake of that one act of heroism, she could tolerate a few more of his offenses. Xinhuan was on her way back to Mingyue Courtyard when Yunshi arrived. Mother, Xinhuan called out. Yunshi smiled. Have you met all those young scions? Xinhuan nodded slightly. Yunshi inquired. Did you find any of them to your liking? Xinhuan decisively shook her head. Yunshi frowned. Your elder brother has invited over 20 young men into the residence, and you haven't found a single one appealing? A young lady may be choosy, but not to such an extent. Xinhuan clung to Yunshi's arm in a feigned pout. I merely glanced at them from a distance. Can one decide based on just a few glances? I have met those from the banquet before. Why should my brother go to such lengths to invite them again? After all, marriage is a lifelong commitment. Surely you and father will allow me to take my time in choosing. There are 3 months, it is not so urgent. Yunshi caressed Xinhuan's face, marveling at how much she had grown in such a short time. 3 months would pass in the blink of an eye. Mother, could you grant me a month to make my selection? Xinhuan pleaded. Yunshi chided her. If you cannot choose even after they have been invited into the residence, how will you decide if you stay inside? You will have to stroll around the streets. Xinhuan quickly responded. I will just wander the streets if I have nothing to do. Yunshi found this amusing, playfully poking Xinhuan's forehead. You are not the least bit anxious. Are you? Very well, I will grant you another month to decide. If you still cannot choose by then, whoever your father favors is whom you will marry. Xinhuan nodded repeatedly. For this month, if anyone comes to propose, you must refuse them. Yunshi assured her. If they are unsuitable, I will certainly refuse. The implication being that if they were suitable, she and Xinji would still consent. Xinhuan dared not push her luck. Perhaps fortune would favor her. And no suitors would arrive within this month. There was no need to worry about events that had yet to unfold. She would deal with any proposals when they occurred. As she headed back to Mingyue Courtyard, Yunshi noticed her back was dusty and inquired, How did you get so much dirt on your back? Shanhu, oblivious, quickly helped Xinhuan brush it off. Xinhuan had bumped her back against the artificial mountain, causing her some pain. And Shanhu's vigorous patting prompted her to inwardly curse Xie Jingyu several times. After Yunshi's inquiries, as they returned to Mingyue Courtyard, Xinyu also asked Xinhuan about the matter. By evening, Xinli returned home and also came to Mingyue Courtyard to question Xinhuan. Seeing she had not found anyone to her liking, Xinli refused to give up. Sister, are you truly not considering the heir of Jingbei? Xinhuan could not recall how many times her elder brother had asked this. Elder brother, do you so eagerly wish to marry me off to him? Xinli cleared his throat. Today, my elder brother invited them to the hot springs. You are my sister. Of course, I hope you marry the best. Xinhuan felt disinclined to engage with that. However, once her elder brother mentioned it, she understood. Fortunately, he was quick to retreat, fearing her relentless questioning would expose her flustered countenance and ears. For the sake of the betrothal, Xinhuan had been restless for days. But now with an added month of grace, she finally enjoyed a good night's sleep. In the morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow across the room. The atmosphere throughout the residence was cheerful, for today marked the day the Duke's residence distributed the monthly allowances. Yi Kaiwei, however, was in a foul mood. The money she had lent Shin Wuqin came from the public funds, and Shenwan had suggested she gradually repay it with her monthly allowance. She had thought little of it, only to find that Shenwan was quite serious. She truly had no allowance remaining. Although Yi Kaiwei was merely a cousin, her monthly allowance was the same as Shenwan's, totaling 20 taels, while Shin Wuqin received only 18, having fought for an increase from 15. This highlighted just how well Shinji and Yunshi treated her. Yi Kaiwei was aware that her involvement with the Qin had irked Shenwan. Yet Shenwan had a tendency to forget, and by the following day, she would likely overlook the incident. The Yun family would not truly leave her without monthly allowance. However, Yi Kaiwei found herself in a precarious situation, to the extent of contemplating selling her jewelry. She had assumed that the Yun family would provide her with at least several hundred taels, yet to her dismay, not only was there no allowance forthcoming, but now it seemed entirely absent. On the morning before her visit to pay respects, the monthly allowances were distributed. And when Shenwan encountered Yi Kaiwei at the entrance of the Showan Hall, her expression was far from pleasant. Shenwan feigned ignorance and inquired with concern, "Cousin, why does your countenance appear so grim? Did you not sleep well last night?" Yi Kaiwei remained silent. Shen Yao interjected on her behalf. "My elder sister is upset because she has no monthly allowance." Shenwan retorted, "Who told my cousin to disregard both my grandmother's and my words? You insisted on compensating third sister for the Qin, yet you have not seen her return my jade bracelet. Now that you have no monthly allowance, I suppose you regret your decision." Yi Kaiwei bit her lip, feeling wronged as she confessed, "Elder sister, I realize my mistake." Did she truly believe that a mere acknowledgement of her fault would restore her allowance? Yi Kaiwei was rather overestimating the significance of her apology. It was now too late for regrets. "I would not compel my mother to cover the 1,000 taels owed to the family treasury on your behalf." With that, Shenwan turned on her heel and departed. Behind her, Yi Kaiwei's eyes were red-rimmed. One might assume Shenwan had caused her distress. Upon entering the room to pay respects to the matriarch, Shen Yao and Yi Kaiwei followed a few steps behind and noticed the redness in her eyes. The matriarch asked, "What troubles you?" Yi Kaiwei replied, "Grandmother, I wish to return to the Yi family for a visit." The matriarch responded, "What is the matter? Are you not content at the Duke's residence?" Yi Kaiwei shook her head and continued, "I compensated third cousin for the Qin, but I have yet to compensate second cousin for her jade bracelet. I wish to return to the Yi family to seek some funds." If she could not compel the Yun family for money, she would threaten them with a visit back home. This desire to return was clearly evident. Shenwan felt a wave of disdain but maintained an impassive exterior. Her cousin should have been straightforward about wanting to visit the Yi family without using the excuse of compensating for the jade bracelet. Nevertheless, it was not surprising. Given that she had grown up in the Yi family and had not returned in 4 years, one could hardly blame her for longing to go back, especially since the Yi family had not sent anyone to check on her. As her coming of age approached, it was indeed fitting that she should return. Yi Kaiwei's expression stiffened. The matriarch remarked to Yunshi, "It was my oversight. Although my husband and I treat Kaiwei as our own daughter, she bears the Yi surname. Even if she were to marry from the Duke's residence, she should return home for a visit before her marriage. The Duke is preoccupied with military affairs and cannot accompany her. I wonder if the second or fourth young masters might be available. If not, perhaps we could arrange for the steward to send a few people to escort her." Upon hearing this arrangement, Yi Kaiwei felt a surge of panic. However, the matriarch would not genuinely send her back to the Yi family. The Yi family had not sent anyone to inquire about Kaiwei in 4 years and had likely forgotten her altogether, so what purpose would her return serve? Once Kaiwei's engagement was settled, they would merely notify the Yi family. Shenwan interjected, "But my cousin wishes to return." Shen Yao added, "Elder sister is upset due to the lack of a monthly allowance, which is why she wishes to return." The matriarch turned to Yunshi, instructing, "Provide her with the allowance she deserves." The directive was given with an air of inevitability. Although Yunshi felt some displeasure, she refrained from commenting. Shenwan, however, could not tolerate it. Her cousin disregarded their grandmother's words while the matriarch was expected to personally cover the funds owed to the family treasury. This was excessive indulgence towards her cousin. Chapter 40. No time to directly take advantage of her mother was unbecoming, hence such convoluted pretenses were employed. Shenwan felt a deep-seated aversion. Her mother had provided funds, yet it garnered her no gratitude. General Ye's kindness was assumed, and therefore, the sacrifices made by her parents for Yi Kaiwei were deemed obligatory. If she truly were cousin in the familial sense, Shunwan would accept it. However, being merely the illegitimate daughter of the second master, she hardly had the right to demand such privileges. Shunwan directly urged the matriarch to cover the funds owed to the treasury, causing the warmth on the matriarch's face to dissipate significantly. The fourth mistress remarked, "How can this money be taken from the matriarch?" Shunwan anticipated such a retort and immediately countered, "Then who should bear this expense?" The fourth mistress was rendered speechless. She could hardly suggest that Shinji and Yunshi should pay. The second mistress stated that there was no need to compensate for the qin, and the matriarch had also decreed against it. It was Yi Kaiwei who insisted on making the compensation. Now, having lost her monthly allowance, she was pouting to return to the Yi family, effectively coercing Shinji and Yunshi to replenish the funds taken from the treasury. This was untenable. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Yi Kaiwei insisted, "I do not wish for my grandmother to make up the deficit in the family treasury. I have spent enough time in the Duke's residence. It is time for me to return to the Yi family." Her tears fell freely, portraying a reluctance to depart. Yet she felt no choice in the matter. The matriarch viewed Shunwan with evident displeasure, and Shinwu remarked, "I can see that the second elder sister cannot bear to see the uncle favoring the cousin, which is why she is intentionally pressuring her to return to the Yi family." The collaboration was evident. One demanded a return to the Yi family, while the other placed the blame squarely on her head. Shunwan coldly replied, "Pray tell, third sister, how have I coerced my cousin? Was it by gifting her the only piece of floating light brocade, compelling her to flaunt it before others? Or by urging my mother to hire the vice director of the inner academy to force her into practicing dance, exhausting her? Or perhaps by presenting her with extravagant jewelry that incited jealousy, driving her to leave the Duke's residence?" With a series of pointed questions, Shunwan left Shunwu speechless. Her kindness towards Yi Kaiwei was well known throughout the capital. It was not something Shunwu could easily attribute to her, especially since the news of the qin compensation would spread, and any fallout from Yi Kaiwei's departure would reflect poorly on Shunwu herself. In truth, the blame could easily be shifted onto Shinwu, but Shunwan chose not to do so, instead targeting Yi Kaiwei. Her cousin, typically reasonable and gracious, surely understood that by compensating third sister for the qin, she would forfeit her monthly allowance. Why then would she feel wronged? Was this not mere obstinacy? She simply longed for the Yi family, where her parents treated her as their own daughter. Unable to express this directly, she seized the opportunity to voice her desire. It was entirely natural for her cousin to wish to return home, and the matriarch should not obstruct her. A brief visit would suffice before returning quickly. Yunshi commented, "I too believe that Kaiwei is not upset over the lack of an allowance. My husband and I have never treated her poorly. What I possess she has as well. In instances where there is only one share, I have always been considerate towards her. Kaiwei merely wishes to return to the Yi family for a visit. The matriarch need not be overly reluctant. If she intended to leverage her return to the Yi family as a threat, then she would compel Yi Kaiwei to return home." The matriarch found herself at a loss. Both Shunwan and Yunshi consistently praised Yi Kaiwei for being reasonable and gracious. Yet if she continued to demand that the Yun family replenish the treasury funds and provide her with an allowance, it would only affirm that Yi Kaiwei was being unreasonable, stirring up trouble over her allowance. Yi Kaiwei remained silent, and Shunwan boldly asked her directly, "Cousin, are you truly upset over the absence of your allowance? Or do you long to return to the Yi family?" Yi Kaiwei bit her lip tightly and softly admitted, I wish to return to the Yi family." Shunwan remarked, "As I suspected, within the household, I share the closest bond with my cousin. Her thoughts are only discernible to me." Hearing Shunwan's almost triumphant tone, the entire room seemed to suffocate. It was evident that the eldest daughter was causing a ruckus over the lack of an allowance. However, the second daughter and the Duchess had never been in want of money, and thus did not regard a mere 20 taels as significant. This disgraceful matter was one the eldest daughter could hardly confess to. The matriarch declared, "As for the return to the Yi family, I will discuss it with the Duke when he is free." Given her father's busy schedule, the matriarch would not likely initiate any discussions. As this matter was dragged on, it would likely fizzle out without resolution. Shunwan understood the matriarch's intentions clearly. No one else mentioned providing Yi Kaiwei with her allowance, and Shunwan did not press the issue further. A maid entered with 2 invitations, one being an invitation to the Shoyan banquet at the Duke's residence, and the other a visiting card from the Earl of Xiaoping's household. The matriarch accepted only the invitation from the Duke's residence, declaring that future cards from the Earl of Xiaoping's household should be returned without being accepted. Yun sure frowned slightly, noting that this was the third visiting card sent by the Earl of Xiaoping's household. Given her gentle disposition, she felt that it was sufficient to ignore the Earl's wife 2 or 3 times, and should they send another visiting card, she would simply meet them. However, the matriarch not only refused to meet but also decided to cease accepting them altogether. The old lady remarked that the withdrawal of the marriage proposal from the Marquis of Xiaoping's family had caused Yuer much distress. The Marquis's wife was merely fearful that the words of the Taoist would come true. Her son marrying a divorced woman would mean he would remain in the company of the dim light of the lamp and the ancient Buddha, rather than genuinely regretting the past. She advised that both Yu and the Duke should show compassion, for Yuer would inevitably suffer otherwise. The Marquis's wife had already experienced enough humiliation by coming to rescind the engagement, and now she sought to propose again. This was a significant slap to her face. Many in the capital were secretly mocking the Marquis's wife for weaving herself into a trap. Furthermore, the daughters of the Duke's residence were not to be trifled with by just anyone. Yun understood that her daughter harbored feelings for the Marquis's heir. If there were any intentions of forming a family alliance, there was no need to degrade anyone's dignity to vent frustrations. However, the old lady's words were spoken with Yu's well-being in mind, and Yun felt it inappropriate to defend the Marquis's wife. Shenwan could not believe that the old lady had Yu's best interests at heart on the day of the divorce. She had hoped for Yu to marry the Marquis's heir, confident that he would not remain a recluse. The Marquis's wife would not allow her son to lose face. The old lady's affection for the eldest branch was merely superficial. What lay beneath remained a mystery. Shenwan stated that her mother should heed her grandmother's advice. If the Marquis's wife truly had sincerity, she would meet with Yu. If she could not enter the Duke's residence, it was not as if she would remain confined forever. If the Marquis's wife could advocate for her son to marry her elder sister in public, she would surely not hold the past against her sister. For one's dignity could not be flaunted before everyone. If she failed to do so, the old lady's concerns would not be unfounded. Yun felt enlightened. The old lady cast a surprised glance at Shenwan. Today, in handling Yi Saiwei's matters, Shenwan had already given her a sense of something amiss. And her words to Yun showed a newfound assertiveness. Perhaps she was overthinking. A girl who had just reached maturity could only possess so much discernment, especially one who had been spoiled since childhood. The old lady set down her teacup and turned to Shenwu, inquiring about her recent progress in playing the zither. Shenwu replied that she practiced for at least 2 hours daily, yet her skills had not improved. Following the disgrace at the peony banquet hosted by Princess Shenyang, she had been devising ways to reclaim her lost dignity. As long as she did not resort to deceit, her own talents would surely astonish others, causing them to forget past incidents. Among the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song, her greatest talent lay in playing the zither. She could only devote herself to honing this skill, yet progress proved elusive. She believed her instrument was inadequate, which led her to conspire with Yi Kaiwei to acquire a more expensive zither. However, even after the exchange, her situation remained unchanged. If she could not restore her reputation, she would have no face to show in public. The old lady remarked that mere diligence was insufficient. They must invite a skilled instructor from the Inner Music Academy to provide guidance. The second lady turned to Yun, stating that this task would fall to her. Yun smiled and replied that this matter was one her sister must handle herself, as she truly had no time. The old lady furrowed her brow slightly, questioning if she was indeed so busy. Yun explained that it was all for one's marriage. The Duke had stated that there was no rush for the engagement, but the dowry must be prepared in advance. Otherwise, when the time came, they would be pressed for time, resulting in a less than splendid marriage and a lifetime of regret. For the foreseeable future, she would be occupied with this matter. However, there was no need for haste. The old lady advised. Yun countered that since the Duke would be funding the expenses, it mattered not who sent someone to handle it. There were many skilled zither players in the Inner Music Academy, and it would require effort to choose the right one. So, it was better for her sister to take care of it. The old lady's brow furrowed slightly, clearly not wishing for the Duke to bear the costs. However, it seemed unreasonable for the Duke to fund the training of the second branch's daughters, especially since Yun had already come to believe that Yi Kaiwei was the illegitimate daughter of the second master. On the day that Aunt Mei was punished, Yi Kaiwei had rushed to the southern courtyard, but was intercepted by the old lady's people just before reaching it. The second branch's deceit towards the eldest branch had forced Shenwan's title as county princess to be given to Yi Kaiwei. Yun was unwilling to spend any more silver on the second branch. using the pretext of having business to attend to Yun Rose. And Shenwan accompanied her in taking their leave. Upon exiting the courtyard, Yun informed Shenwan that Kaiwei would join them for lunch today. Shenwan was puzzled and asked why. Yun explained that since she had missed out on the bear paw and camel hump last time, she had ordered them, which was indeed difficult to procure. Only one was available, and it had to be shared. Given that there had been such a commotion without monthly allowances, with Shenwan receiving the bear paw while Yi Kaiwei did not, it was uncertain how much resentment would arise. Yun was also fearful of the situation. Once Yi Kaiwei returned to the second branch, she could freely indulge her own daughter. Shenwan genuinely did not wish to dine with Yi Kaiwei, but for the sake of the bear paw, she could only endure it. Chapter 41. Trusted confidant. In the end, Shenwan did not have lunch with Yi Kaiwei, nor did she get to eat the bear paw. When it was nearly time for lunch, Yi Kaiwei sent someone to inform Shenwan that she would be dining with the old lady and would not be coming to Mingyue Courtyard. Shenwan was pleased, as she did not want to eat with her either, and this suited Yi Kaiwei perfectly. When it was time for lunch, Shenwan went to her elder sister's room. The table had camel hump but no bear paw. Yi Kaiwei understood that Yun had sent her to Mingyue Courtyard because of the bear paw and deemed it appropriate to present the sole bear paw as a tribute to the old lady, directly instructing the kitchen to send it to Shoan Hall. When Silver Chuan reported this, Shenwan threw down her chopsticks in frustration. 2 bear paws had been sent, and without a word, the old lady had directed the second master to deliver them elsewhere. Her mother felt sorry that she and her elder sister had not eaten, so she sent someone to purchase another. It had taken considerable effort to acquire one, and still needing to account for Yi Kaiwei. The situation was even more absurd as Yi Kaiwei had taken it to honor the old lady. Yun was equally furious upon learning that Yi Kaiwei had taken the bear paw to Shoan Hall, fearing that Shenwan would be upset. She neglected her lunch and hurried to Mingyue Courtyard. Yun sought to comfort Shenwan, assuring her that she would buy her another. Shenwan scoffed, stating that no matter how many were bought, her daughter would never get to taste it, so why waste the money? Yun had no retort. In truth, she was even angrier than Shenwan. However, since the bear paw had already been sent to Shoan Hall, she could not send someone to retrieve it. If she were to do so, the old lady would be in an uproar, creating an insurmountable scandal. The weight of obligation and filial piety pressed heavily upon the eldest branch. Shenwan could no longer tolerate it. Her mother held the title of benefactor. Yet all the stewards in the household were the old lady's people. I will give you 3 days, mother. If you do not reclaim control over the kitchen, I will take matters into my own hands, Shenwan declared firmly. Shen Yu also looked at Yun, affirming that their mother should no longer continue to indulge them. While Yi Kaiwei was difficult to manage, if the kitchen were under their mother's control, such incidents would never recur. Yun caressed Shenwan's face, telling her not to be upset anymore. She would heed their advice. Upon leaving Mingyue Courtyard, Yun instructed her maid to summon Mama Lu from the kitchen. In the afternoon, the weather took a turn, with dark clouds gathering and strong winds raging. By evening, a torrential downpour ensued. In the past, it had also rained when the Duke of Jingbei sent out invitations. The rain persisted for 3 days, and when it ceased, news spread that the ancestral temple had been struck by lightning, resulting in one corner collapsing. The ancestral temple served as the venue for the emperor's ancestral rites. Being struck by lightning was no trivial matter, stirring much speculation, and the emperor even issued a self-reproach edict. The Duke of Jingbei was anxious about hosting a birthday banquet during such turbulent times. Invitations had already been sent, and they could not have anticipated the downpour or the incident at the ancestral temple. After months of preparation for the Duke's grand celebration, they were unwilling to cancel it. Later, Empress Song assisted in gauging the emperor's sentiments, discovering that he was indifferent to the Duke's birthday banquet. Empress Song even ventured out of the palace to congratulate the Duke on his birthday. The banquet was indeed lively, with officials from both civil and military sectors in attendance. However, during the celebration, an unfortunate incident befell the Princess of Jingbei, who fell into a well and perished, casting a dark shadow over the Duke's festivities. Shenwan knew that the Princess of Jingbei would meet with misfortune at the Duke's banquet. Xie Jingyu was skeptical. But once the news of the ancestral temple being struck by lightning spread after the rain, he had no choice but to believe it. Had the Princess of Jingbei survived, Xie Jingyu would not have to observe mourning and could propose to the girl he cherished, avoiding the shame of being abandoned. A person capable of rebellion and deposing the emperor was one Shenwan did not wish to oppose. He saved her elder sister, and she saved his mother. Perhaps they could transform their enmity into friendship. Shenwan leaned against the window, watching the rain that affected Xie Jingyu's fate, her emotions undulating like the stormy weather. However, the downpour was not incessant. It occasionally paused, leaving the ground damp. Thus, Shenwan had not stepped outside the doors of the hospital for 3 days. On the evening of the following day, while Shenwan was engrossed in writing, a maid named Yin Chuan entered, saying, "Miss Mama Wu from the kitchen accidentally fell and broke her leg. The madam has asked Mama Lu to temporarily take over the kitchen duties." A smile graced Shenwan's lips. She knew her mother was not without means, merely accustomed to spending money to secure peace. Her maternal grandfather, a savvy businessman, well-versed in the complexities of human nature, would surely understand that prominent families often resembled treacherous waters. If the Yun family lacked the ability to firmly establish themselves, they would ultimately suffer losses, both in resources and in their daughter's welfare. The Duke of Dinggua's household could not afford to lose 20,000 loads of grain. Yet if they truly did not compensate, what could the Yun family do about it? Could they hope for the opportunistic court to intervene on their behalf? Shenwan had previously demonstrated her resolve to her mother. The Yun family knew that when Shenwan spoke, she would act. If she did not replace the kitchen manager with someone of her choosing, she would take matters into her own hands. The Yun family feared that if Shenwan's actions were clumsy and she were to be caught in a misstep, it would backfire on them. Moreover, this issue touched upon the Yun family's bottom line. They were affluent and could afford to spend a little more, but it was not merely about profit. It was about those who sought to assert dominance over them. What could be more absurd than a mother spending her own money while failing to care for her daughter? However, reclaiming control of the kitchen was not an easy task. When the madam appointed Mama Lu to oversee the kitchen, the old matriarch, upon learning of this, sent her own kitchen manager, Mama Li, to take charge of the kitchen, effectively sidelining Mama Lu. The madam did not contest this, and Mama Lu had no objections, showing utmost respect to Mama Li. Yet, on the very night Mama Li took charge, the kitchen prepared a feast to curry favor with her. After consuming a few too many drinks, she stumbled over a threshold while getting up in the night, sustaining a grievous injury. Had not a maid discovered her in time, it could have cost her life. In this rain, the old matriarch lost 2 of her trusted aides. Once the rain cleared, Shenwan visited Shoan Hall to pay her respects to the old matriarch. Upon her arrival, discussions were already underway regarding the kitchen management. The madam remarked, "Mama Li's injury is severe, and her recovery will take no less time than Mama Wu's. Mama Lu has been the deputy manager for many years. I believe she can temporarily assume the role of head manager. If the old matriarch remains concerned, she can send someone else." Although many were present in the old matriarch's courtyard, not everyone was suited to manage the kitchen. It would be unwise to send Mama's son, who was indispensable to the old matriarch. The second madam suggested, "Mama Su for my courtyard is quite capable. What do you think?" The madam smiled. "I was just pondering how to broach this with my sister-in-law. Since she is so invested in the kitchen's affairs, I shall not be polite. I am not adept at management. The kitchen's expenses have more than doubled since the old matriarch took charge. It is my incompetence that has caused this waste. Sister-in-law, will you help me manage it for a few months so I can focus on preparing a dowry for Wanner?" The second madam quickly declined, saying, "I cannot take on such a responsibility." The madam turned to the third and fourth madams, both of whom shook their heads, pleading, "Eldest sister, please do not put us in a difficult position." The old matriarch said, "If you believe Mama Lu is capable and can help share the burden, then let her temporarily take over the kitchen management." Though they did not truly want her mother to manage the household, they were unwilling to relinquish control. In a certain sense, her mother had managed to hold them all in check through her financial influence. After paying her respects, Shenwan sat there, waiting for news of the temple being struck by lightning. Yet, as time passed, the news failed to arrive, and she grew restless. She recalled that in her previous life, this was the moment the news had reached the estate. Why was it delayed now? Impatient, she decided to return to Mingyue Courtyard, reasoning that the news would eventually come. However, by evening, still no word had arrived. Shenwan pondered, where is the news about the temple being struck? Is it that the temple remained unharmed? Or has this matter been suppressed? She dismissed both possibilities, convinced that her rebirth could not alter the course of destiny. If the lightning was meant to strike, it would do so without fail. She had only informed Xie Jingyu of this event. He was not the type to meddle in matters that did not concern him. What was meant to happen would unfold as it should. Yet, the silence surrounding this incident was troubling. She needed to convince Xie Jingyu of her credibility. But if this event did not transpire, how could he trust her claims that his mother would meet with misfortune at the banquet? If the princess of Jingbei indeed attended and met her end, would Xie Jingyu not face the same fate as in her previous life, mourning his loss? Ultimately unable to marry his beloved? Chapter 42. The dispute. The thought of Xie Jingyu, abandoned after being led astray, sent chills down Shenwan's spine. She resolved to prevent such an occurrence. Presently, Xie Jingyu was already formidable. After his change in temperament, he had become someone to be avoided at all costs. On the day of the banquet, she would keep a close watch on the princess of Jingbei, ensuring she did not stray into secluded areas. For the sake of Xie Jingyu's future, she was genuinely anxious. However, the absence of calamity at the temple was not entirely negative. In her previous life, the temple being struck had led to the unraveling of a corruption scandal involving the Minister of Revenue. To protect his career, the minister's daughter had set her sights on her elder brother, ultimately marrying him. The thought of Shun Li's demise and how the Yun family was driven to despair by the minister's daughter and the second branch filled Shenwan with resolve. In this life, she would never allow her brother to become entangled with such shameless women. Moreover, her brother was preoccupied with her marriage, neglecting his own romantic interests. To this day, she remained unaware of the woman he cherished, as he concealed it too well. The next day, on her way to pay respects to the old matriarch, Coral whispered, "Yesterday, the third young lady had a quarrel while practicing the piano." Quarrels were to be expected. Xinwu was selfish and domineering, never willing to yield. Xin Yao and Yi Kaiwei were slightly better, but not by much. The court had funded an opportunity for them to learn from the esteemed music academy. A rare chance they would certainly cherish. The academy only taught for 2 hours a day, and Shunwu wanted exclusive instruction, which the others could not agree to, leading to inevitable disputes. In her previous life, it was the Yun family that had funded the lessons. Xin Yao and Yi Kaiwei practiced dancing while Xin Wu and Shun Yin learned music. However, even then, conflicts arose, and with 4 girls learning together, it was bound to be chaotic. As Shun Wan entered the room, she found Xin Wu clinging to the old matriarch, saying, "Grandmother, the academy's teaching time is limited. With my 4th sister and cousin present, I cannot concentrate and learn anything." Shan Yao retorted, "Is 3rd sister hoping that the academy will teach only you? The funds come from the court, and we all deserve a share. Why should it only be about you?" Typically united in their schemes, they cast aside sisterly bonds whenever personal interests were at stake. Shan Wu continued to pout at the old matriarch. "The Duke of Xinggu's banquet is just days away. I depend on this to regain my lost dignity. Grandmother, could we prioritize me this time? Next time, I promise to arrange lessons for 5th sister and cousin." The 4th madam interjected, "I believe we should not delay. Let us invite everyone together this time." Shun Wu attempted to play tricks in front of the 4th madam, who would not easily agree. Anything not immediately fulfilled was mere pretense. If they agreed to let Shen Wu study music alone, would Shen Yao and Yi Kaiwei not also require individual lessons? Though Shan Yin was a daughter of a secondary household, she could not be entirely disregarded. The question remained whether she would learn alongside Shen Yao or Yi Kaiwei, presenting further complications. Whenever such difficult matters arose, the old matriarch would defer to the madam, asking, "What do you suggest?" The madam replied, "Didn't T Vice Envoy Li's visit to guide Kaiwei in dancing go splendidly? Why can't we replicate that this time?" Previously, it was the Yun family that provided the funds, and Yi Kaiwei had the final say. When Shen Wu wished to occupy Vice Envoy Li's time, Yi Kaiwei was not one to be polite. She claimed a substantial portion of the time herself. Only when she was fatigued did Vice Envoy Li teach Xin Wu and Xin Yao. Shun Yin remarked that last time, it was their aunt who paid for their cousin's lessons, and they were all under pressure due to that. Xin Wu then stated that when they invited a tutor for their cousin, the 2nd sister had promised to arrange lessons for them as well. Shun Wan, with her delicate brows furrowed, questioned, "When did I ever say such a thing? I merely believe you all need to practice dancing. When my mother invites a tutor for our cousin, you can take the opportunity to learn a few things. In the future, when you invite a tutor for the zither, you should also bring our cousin along to learn. With our uncle and aunt gone, it is only right for my mother to care for our cousin, while the second uncle and aunt are perfectly fine." Desiring progress and recognition without the willingness to pay for a reputable teacher, she felt that neither she nor her mother owed anything to them. Pressuring the Yun family for money was unreasonable, thus Shen Wan spoke openly, leaving Shen Wu unable to retort in her annoyance. The Yun family expressed uncertainty on how to handle the situation. It was clear that the funds from the public treasury should not solely cater to the third young lady. Yet, inviting multiple esteemed tutors into the estate would likely lead to complaints even if the third young lady gained attention. While it was significant to invite esteemed teachers, having too many would lead others to criticize Xinwu for being foolish, unable to be guided by even one, necessitating a multitude. Furthermore, no one would assume that the invitation of so many was due to discord among the sisters, and such familial strife would not be pleasant to have circulate. It was unacceptable to focus solely on Xinwu, and she would not agree to it. Inviting others separately was out of the question, as the fourth lady disagreed. Both the second and fourth houses were of legitimate birth. Thus, fairness was essential. The old lady stated that the previous invitations were funded by the public treasury, and any future lessons would be at the second house's expense. If the sisters could negotiate, they could invite a tutor into the estate. If not, they were to manage as they saw fit. This resolution faced no objections, nor would anyone dare to voice any. The second lady simmered with anger, knowing that the benefits from the public treasury were not easily claimed. As long as her daughter learned well, that was what mattered. Xinwu looked at the old lady and asked, "Grandmother, may I borrow my elder sister's qin for a few days?" Xinwan found it amusing, remarking how interesting it was for the third sister to borrow something. The qin belonged to the eldest sister. And did she expect the grandmother to order the eldest sister to lend it to her? "I merely wanted to inquire with grandmother. I fear she may not permit it," Xinwu replied. Xinwan countered, "As long as the eldest sister consents, why should grandmother interfere?" Xinwu, feeling flustered, fell silent, hoping no one would treat her as mute. After her previous attempt to borrow the qin failed, she worried that the old lady's permission would mean she had no choice but to lend it to her. If anything happened to the instrument, the old lady would shield her, and Xinyu would not be able to hold Xinwu accountable. Would she? The more indirect Xinwu became, the more determined Xinwan was to prevent her from touching Xinyu's qin. Xinwan remarked, "The qin is a renowned instrument, and I wouldn't dare touch it for fear of damaging my elder sister's cherished possession. She has a good temperament, and if the third sister truly wishes to borrow it, she will not refuse. However, I must forewarn you, should anyone damage my elder sister's qin, even if it is our cousin, the cost will be 100 taels. The second lady scoffed, "You're worried about damage even before you've borrowed it." Xinwan replied, "Isn't it prudent to be cautious? If I borrow something from the third sister, there may be a few times it gets bumped or scratched upon its return. For ordinary items, it doesn't matter. But the qin is the eldest sister's most cherished possession. It is best to clarify expectations beforehand to avoid misunderstandings later." Xinwu retorted, "Then I shall not borrow it." Abandoning the endeavor was the best course. Xinwan responded, "Although the third sister's qin may not compare to the qin, it is still of considerable value. Borrowing the qin for practice would not yield equal quality from the Xingui Duke's residence." Xinwu felt anger swell within her. The Xingui Duke's residence would not furnish a fine instrument for practice. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts aloud. Xinwan, fearing for the safety of Shenyu's qin, would never allow her to take it outside. Should it suffer damage, the cost of 100 taels would be beyond her means. As sisters of the same household who grew up together, Xinwan understood Xinwu's nature of desiring what she could not have and would only extinguish her inappropriate aspirations by clearly communicating the consequences of destruction. With the celebration of the Xingui Duke's longevity approaching, the Yun family prepared a list of gifts for the old lady's approval. After reviewing it, the old lady made some reductions and additions, as she routinely amended the Yun family's proposals. Upon receiving the updated list, a maid entered, reporting to the second lady, "Madam, it is grave news. Aunt May has suddenly been afflicted with severe abdominal pain." Startled, Yi Kaiwei inadvertently knocked over her teacup, spilling its contents onto the floor. Her expression exhibited a hint of panic. Xinwan questioned, "Why does our cousin seem so anxious upon hearing of Aunt May's predicament?" As soon as Xinwan spoke, everyone turned their attention to Yi Kaiwei. The second lady also noticed the fleeting worry on Yi Kaiwei's face, although it quickly vanished. Yi Kaiwei steadied herself and replied, "What are you saying, cousin? I have never even met Aunt May. How could I be concerned? I merely overheard the maid speaking and carelessly burned my hand on the teacup. Yet, the tea had been served long ago. How could it possibly be hot?" Xinwan chose not to expose her. The old lady's gaze darkened as she addressed the second lady. "Aunt May is the sister of the governor of Qingzhou. Please summon a skilled physician for her." Aunt May's ailment rendered the second lady's expression sour, especially when the old lady insisted on calling for a doctor. Previously, when Aunt May accidentally spilled the second master's medicine, the second lady took advantage of the situation to punish her. Later, the old lady reprimanded her, stating that Aunt May was after all the second master's concubine and had been with him for many years. She should not be treated like an ordinary concubine. Aunt May had been well behaved. Thus, the second lady should exercise more generosity. Now, using Aunt May's status as the sister of the governor to pressure her was unacceptable. Regardless of whether she was merely the sister of a provincial governor or a minister in the capital, once she became a concubine, she was considered inferior. The decision to summon a physician rested with the matriarch. However, the old lady's command left the second lady with no choice but to comply and request a highly skilled doctor for Aunt May. The maid withdrew. Shenwan took a sip of tea, suppressing her amusement. The second lady was not a magnanimous person. Given Aunt May's illness, the second lady would not allow her recovery to be easy, and whether this affliction was a result of the second lady's machinations remained uncertain. Aunt May was Yi Saiwei's biological mother. Simply learning of her illness prompted such concern. If it were to worsen, one could only imagine the extent of her distress. The old lady, mindful of Yi Kaiwei, would undoubtedly attend to Aunt May. Yet, the more care the old lady extended, the more the second lady would seek to eliminate Aunt May. Returning to Mingyue courtyard, Shenwan found her elder sister playing the qin in the pavilion. Approaching her, she thought today would be a treat for her ears. Shenyu shot her a playful glare. "This qin is for your practice." Shenwan replied, "What need have I to practice?" Shenyu stated, "The third sister and the others are so diligent, eager to shine in front of others. How can you remain indifferent?" Shenwan settled beside Shenyu. "Father has said I need not concern myself with such matters." Shenyu looked exasperated. While their father had indeed mentioned this, it was only due to her frail health. He was merely trying to comfort her, yet she took it to heart. Shenyu continued, "A young lady should be well versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. It is essential to possess at least one skill to impress her future husband." Shenwan countered, "These are secondary. Character is of utmost importance." Shenyu fell silent, raising her hand to poke Shenwan's forehead. "Why can't you understand? Our father, mother, and even my elder brother are all quite anxious, while you seem unfazed, as if nothing matters." Shenwan embraced Shenyu. "I know you care for me, elder sister, but today I simply wish to listen to you play. May I practice another day? Even if I studied day and night, I could never catch up." It is not that Shenwan is lazy, but rather that her talent becomes apparent whenever she plays the piano. Shenyu, unable to escape Shenwan's persistence, ultimately finds herself playing, while Shenwan listens and enjoys fruits with great satisfaction. Before long, the day of the Duke of Xinggua's birthday feast arrives. After breakfast, Shenwan heads to Showan Hall with Coral, dressed in an elegant sky blue gown. In contrast, Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei are adorned in splendid attire, with Yi Kaiwei wearing the set of purple jade jewelry gifted by Shenwan, but styled differently, adding a unique charm. Shenwan praises Yi Kaiwei several times, which displeases Shen Wu, who is not as oblivious as Shenwan. After all, spending so much on expensive jewelry for someone else only casts her in a supporting role, overshadowing her own presence. Fortunately, with private guidance from the inner teaching workshop, her piano skills have improved remarkably. She is confident that at the Duke of Xinggua's birthday feast, she will perform a stunning piece to redeem her lost dignity from the peony feast held by the Princess of Shenyang. Yunshi takes Shenwan, Shen Wu, and Yi Kaiwei to the Duke of Xinggua's estate to offer their congratulations. It is already considered a lot for a family to bring two daughters along. But Yunshi cannot take only Shenwan. Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei must accompany them, as none will concede to the other. Shen Yao, being younger, will have plenty of opportunities to accompany Yunshi in the future once Shenwan and Shen Wu are married. As they approach the front courtyard, Shenwan inquires whether her elder brother will join them. Yunshi responds that he has already left the residence at this hour. She wishes to see whom her brother is courting, but cannot directly ask, so she resorts to gathering clues instead. Upon reaching the outer courtyard, Shenwan happens to spot her brother's attendant, Shunan. "Mother, I need to speak with Shunan for a moment." Without waiting for Yunshi's consent, Shenwan strides toward him. When she returns, Shen Wu asks, "What did you discuss with elder brother's attendant?" Shenwan replies nonchalantly, "Since my brother is so concerned about my future, I thought it only right to show some interest in his as well." While she speaks the truth, Shen Wu and Yi Kaiwei remain skeptical. Even Yunshi scolds Shenwan, reminding her that the Duke of Xinggua's birthday feast will surely attract many young nobles, to which Shenwan quickly interrupts, "Mother, I understand. I will be sure to keep my eyes wide open today." Yunshi, feeling exasperated, shares a carriage with Shenwan, while Shenwu and Yi Kaiwei ride in another. Upon their arrival at the Duke of Xinggua's estate, Shenwan lifts the carriage curtain, and a strikingly handsome face unexpectedly catches her gaze. It is Xie Jingyu. The sunlight bathes his almost otherworldly features, casting a gentle halo around him. He shares a conversation with the heir of the Marquis of Linjiang, a smile gracing his lips that outshines everything else. No matter when one sees this face, it is always breathtaking. If not for his dreadful temperament, one could imagine that, even while observing the mourning period, the girl he cherishes would surely wait for him. Besides, with his mother's life hanging by a thread, one would think he should be more concerned than to engage in idle chatter. Shenwan feels a sense of helplessness, as if she is more anxious than the emperor himself. While he casts her ashes to the wind, she is still worrying about him. She suspects she must have wronged the scoundrel in a past life. Chapter 44. Embarrassment feeling unsettled when her gaze meets Xie Jingyu's. A small flame ignites in Shenwan's eyes. However, upon locking eyes, she quickly averts her gaze. He is not someone she can provoke. If she were to anger him, the consequences would fall solely upon her, so she chooses to endure. Entering the Duke of Xinggua's estate, Shenwan follows Yunshi to pay respects to the Duchess of Xinghua. The atmosphere shifts subtly as they step inside, with many guests arriving to celebrate the Duke's birthday. Lady Yongqing and Lady Xiaoping are also present. Rumors have circulated throughout the capital regarding the heir of the Marquis of Xiaoping, who is rumored to be marrying a divorced woman, and he has taken up residence in the Hugua Temple. Lady Xiaoping has attempted to visit, but the Duke of Dinggua's estate has returned her invitations, a fact known to all. The heir of the Marquis of Yongqing was involved with his cousin, nearly causing the demise of the Duke of Dinggua's daughter, and the ensuing divorce has become common knowledge. Former in-laws have turned into bitter enemies, and what was once a potential marriage has devolved into a situation where the mothers of both young men feel awkward, as they are the subject of gossip. Yunshi greets the Duchess of Xinghua, who praises Shenwan and Yi Kaiwei, before taking a seat to enjoy tea. While Shenwan and Yi Kaiwei head to the garden, Shenwan would prefer to stay by Yunshi's side, waiting for the princess of Jingbei to arrive. But the large gathering makes it difficult to remain indoors. The younger generation congregates in the garden, compelling Shenwan to follow suit. In the garden, Shenwu seeks out other young ladies, while Yi Kaiwei urges Shenwan to join her. Lacking enthusiasm, Shenwan sends Yi Kaiwei away, opting instead to enjoy the breeze by the lakeside. Time passes, and soon Yunshi approaches in haste, her expression filled with worry. "I was urgently summoned. What has happened?" Shenwan, feeling perplexed, shakes her head. "I did not call for you. Forgive me. I borrowed the name of the second young lady to invite the Duchess of Dinghua to the garden," comes the sudden voice of Lady Xiaoping. Lady Xiaoping's visit is secondary. Her primary purpose is to speak with Yunshi privately. However, with Yunshi engaged in conversation with others, she struggles to find a moment alone. Despite her embarrassment, she cannot disturb the Duke of Xinggua's birthday celebration and resorts to this underhanded tactic to summon Yunshi outside. Yunshi feels a tinge of displeasure. Upon receiving the message from her maid, she assumed her daughter was in trouble, which had caused her much anxiety. "I have nothing to say to Lady Xiaoping." Yunshi takes Shenwan's hand, preparing to leave. Yet, Lady Xiaoping blocks their path, her expression pleading. "I was at fault in the past, for the past 2 years. I have been filled with regret. I have wronged you, but Yan Chuan has done nothing wrong. Years ago, when Xin Yu and the heir of Yongqing fell into the water, the incident became a sensational topic throughout the capital." Unaware of her son's deep feelings for Xin Yu, Lady Xiaoping had annulled the engagement to spare Xin Yu from scandal. However, her son did not appreciate her actions and confronted her, demanding to know why she had unilaterally broken off the engagement without waiting for his return. He cared little for Xin Yu's rescue and even felt gratitude toward the heir of Yongqing for saving her life. But it was too late. Xin Yu had already married the heir of Yongqing, creating a rift between mother and son. Unless she took the initiative to reach out, they could go months without seeing each other, even under the same roof. Each time she mentioned an engagement, he would turn away, and after a couple of such instances, she no longer dared to bring it up. The heir of Xiaoping had only quarreled with his mother that one time. Thereafter, he made his own decisions, leaving Lady Xiaoping powerless to intervene. Without a single word of argument, He remained at Hugua Temple, refusing to return home. Lady Xiaoping even feared visiting him there, worried that pressuring him might lead to more drastic actions. She sought to remedy the situation, but all her invitations were repeatedly returned, and she could not even enter the Duke of Dinghua's estate. She stationed people outside the estate, but Yunshi seldom ventured out, making this opportunity too precious to miss. Yunshi understands that Ji Yanchuan is innocent, but she believes her daughter is even more so. Xinyu's fate with him concluded 2 years ago. Yunshi thought she could remain calm in dealing with Lady Xiaoping, but once Lady Xiaoping began to speak, recalling the 2 years of suffering endured by her daughter, nearly losing her life at the hands of the heir of Yongqing, her composure falters. Why does Lady Xiaoping believe she can simply annul the engagement and then pursue her daughter's marriage at will? Her daughter is not a mere pawn at her command. The whispers of the past still echo, leaving one to wonder if she truly harbors no reservations about her daughter marrying a man who has already been wed. Her daughter has endured enough heartache. As Yun rises to leave, Lady Xiaoping desperately grips her arm, exclaiming, "What do you truly desire?" With a steely gaze, Yun retorts, "That is a matter between you and your son." She shakes off Lady Xiaoping's hold and attempts to walk away. In a moment of desperation, Lady Xiaoping kneels before her. This scene leaves both Yun and Shunwan in shock. Even Shunwan is taken aback by Lady Xiaoping's willingness to humble herself for her son's sake. The garden, chosen for its tranquility by Shunwan, is not devoid of onlookers, and the sudden display of Lady Xiaoping's submission stirs curiosity among the spectators. She kneels, rendering those nearby speechless. Yun hastily attempts to lift her, imploring, "Please don't do this." Yet Lady Xiaoping remains steadfast. "I am truly at my wit's end. I have only one son, and the Duke's household despises me. They will do anything to punish me. Yan Chuan has wronged no one, so can you and the Duke grant him another chance?" Yun, unable to assist Lady Xiaoping, feels her frustration mounting. "Do not place me in such a predicament. I love my daughter just as you love your son. After 2 years of marriage, she has not conceived. If she is destined to remain childless, can the Xiaoping family accept a barren daughter-in-law? I cannot knowingly lead my daughter into a perilous situation simply because you kneel before me." Lady Xiaoping's expression freezes. She admits, "I do not care." With her son's future hanging by a thread, she dares not contemplate grandchildren. Yun scoffs, "You may not care now, but what of the future? Will you still be indifferent then? Spare my daughter, I beg you." Her voice nearly breaks into a plea. Lady Xiaoping, genuinely frightened, stammers, "I understand I have hurt your daughter, and you may not trust me easily. I swear, I would never." Enough. Yun interrupts, "I can persuade my son. But please do not impose further burdens on me." Chapter 45. Concern. After numerous attempts to deliver invitations, Lady Xiaoping, realizing how difficult it is to meet with Yun, does not dare hope for a swift agreement. Simply getting Yun to persuade her son is already a victory. She does not wish to overreach. As Shunwan assists Lady Xiaoping to her feet, she observes the gathering of curious noblewomen around them. Yun feels a heavy burden, reluctant to thrust her daughter into the spotlight of public scrutiny. Once Yun departs, Shunwan follows suit, leaving Lady Xiaoping standing alone by the lakeside, her thoughts a mystery to all. Yet, few sympathize with Lady Xiaoping. After all, Xinyu's plight elicits far greater empathy. Having been rescued from drowning, she faced an annulment, forced to marry another. 2 years into her marriage, her husband engages in an affair with her cousin, putting her in grave danger. Had the engagement not been called off, Xinyu and the Xiaoping heir might have been a fated couple. This is the retribution that now befalls Lady Xiaoping. Nonetheless, the Xiaoping heir's affection for Miss Shen is equally moving. For 2 years, she has not remarried, and should she wed again, even if she were to divorce, their past connection would remain unfulfilled. In this life, they may be destined to be forever apart, yet hope still flickers. The tale of Lady Xiaoping's supplication to Yun spreads like wildfire through the Duke of Xinggua's estate, providing ample fodder for conversation during the longevity banquet. However, as Yun and Lady Xiaoping depart, discussions abruptly cease. The garden, filled with noble women, awaits the arrival of the gentry, increasing the crowd exponentially. Shunwan, however, is preoccupied with the search for the princess of Jingbei. Spotting a figure heading toward the garden, fearing it might be the princess, she hastily pursues. In her previous life, she was unaware of when the princess of Jingbei arrived at the Duke of Xinggua's estate or when the mishap occurred. By the time the banquet ended, She found the princess devoid of life. Shenwan hastens, Coral trailing behind, confused about her intentions. Yet, the throngs of people and obstructive rock formations soon cause her to lose sight of her quarry. Desperately searching, she exclaims, "Where are you? Are you searching for me or for my mother?" A voice suddenly resounds, rich and deep like fine wine, startling Shenwan. Turning, she sees Xie Jingyu approaching her. Shenwan places a hand on her chest, admonishing herself for being so easily frightened. Xie Jingyu quips, "So timid, yet you venture to the quieter parts of the garden?" She rolls her eyes. He is mistaken if he believes she willingly sought solitude. Irritated, she finds herself caught as he seizes her hand and leads her behind a rock formation, leaving Coral standing bewildered, unsure of what to do. Shenwan struggles, but her efforts are in vain. Men and women should maintain their distance. She protests. Xie Jingyu chuckles softly, "If you are not afraid of being seen in secret, I have no objections. Who would want to meet you in secret?" Shenwan retorts, exasperated. Yet, she finds herself lacking a rebuttal, should someone stumble upon them. It could indeed lead to misunderstandings. Casting him a glare, she asks, "Who informed you of the impending trouble at the Tai Miao?" "Now is not the time to dwell on this." Shenwan insists, urgency in her tone. "Even if I were mistaken, the Tai Miao was not struck by lightning. Your mother's life is at stake. Should something truly befall her, will you not regret it for the rest of your life?" Anxiety glimmers in her eyes, and Xie Jingyu observes her closely. "You are so concerned about my regrets? It's not your regrets I fear, but rather you taking advantage of me." Exhausted, she sighs. "I have warned you." Xie Jingyu reassures her, "My mother has not arrived." A wave of relief washes over Shenwan. "That is good news." Xie Jingyu persists, "But first, tell me, who alerted you to the potential danger at the Tai Miao?" Confused, she replies, "There was no danger at the Tai Miao." "Why do you keep asking?" "It is precisely because there was no danger that I was able to intervene." Shenwan stares at him in disbelief. "You could prevent lightning from striking the Tai Miao?" Xie Jingyu laughs at her astonishment. "Someone tampered with the Tai Miao. I dismantled their plans, which is why it was spared. No wonder the disaster did not occur. Yet, who would attempt to meddle with the Tai Miao?" This matter is beyond Shenwan's scope of concern, and as Xie Jingyu fixes his gaze upon her, she knows he will not let her go without an answer. "It was a priest outside the Hugui temple who informed me. He rescued me and my elder sister. I trust his words implicitly." The last 4 words are spoken through gritted teeth. Xie Jingyu chuckles. "I am curious why that priest is so concerned for my mother." Unable to provide an answer, Shenwan ruminates, but Xie Jingyu changes the subject. "Aside from this, did the priest mention anything else?" Shenwan has no desire to involve herself in Xie Jingyu's affairs. As long as the princess of Jingbei remains unharmed, he need not mourn. And the rest is not her concern. However, he has actively engaged her, prompting her to speak up. "Regarding your sister's life-saving grace, I consider our debts settled. I advise you, the Prince of Jingbei, to promptly pursue the woman you desire. Do not wait until she is wed to another, lest you live in regret." While others suffer silently from unfulfilled love, he wreaks havoc upon innocent hearts. Had she not been scared, she would not have meddled to this extent. She is not his mother, after all, and should not be burdened with his lifelong matters. Yet, even as she worries for him, he remains ungrateful. "Miss Shen, are you overly concerned for me?" It is no wonder he thinks so. She herself feels she has overstepped. Raising her gaze, she unexpectedly locks eyes with his deep, smiling orbs, momentarily losing her train of thought. Quickly looking away, she resolves, "I shall say no more." Shenwan wished to depart, yet found herself unable to do so. Xie Jingyu murmured the 2 words marriage proposal, his gaze fixed intently upon Shenwan's eyes. "What if that young lady does not fancy me?" Shenwan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Doesn't fancy you?" Her tone was tinged with irritation. "Is she blind?" Shenwan blurted out, only to realize, upon witnessing Xie Jingyu's struggle to suppress his laughter, that he was referring to her. Anger surged within her. "You are teasing me?" In her previous life, that scoundrel had clearly committed himself to the young lady he admired, with their mutual affection known to all. Yet she had not waited for him to return from the frontier nor for his mourning period to conclude before marrying another. Although the young lady exhibited a lack of integrity, Shenwan believed she must have had her reasons. For few in the capital possessed a family background superior to Xie Jingyu's, and even fewer were as beautiful. Moreover, their feelings for one another were genuine. Despite Xie Jingyu's relentless teasing, Shunwan believed that if he were to marry the one he cherished, he would undoubtedly cherish her and make her the happiest woman in the world. The notion that he was not favored was utterly absurd. When she remarked that the young lady must be blind, he not only refrained from anger but also smiled. She soon realized he was not seeking her opinion but was alluding to the event when her elder brother had invited numerous young nobles, including Xie Jingyu, to their residence, during which she had chosen the son of the Marquis of Linjiang. In a moment of inadvertence, she had ended up chastising herself. What a fool I am. Chapter 46. Mockery. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Shunwan stepped on Xie Jingyu's foot, taking advantage of his momentary pain to push him away and flee. Once she had distanced herself, a wave of apprehension washed over her. How dare she tread upon Xie Jingyu's foot, that unrepentant rogue? Having repaid her debt of gratitude, if he dared to bully her as he did in her previous life, she would fight him to the bitter end, even at the cost of her life. In her heart, Shunwan uttered a few choice words about Xie Jingyu as she walked toward the throng, observing the young ladies frolicking about. Soon, the birthday banquet commenced, with guests taking their seats. The celebration was lively, reminiscent of her previous life, yet with notable differences. The Princess of Jingbei was absent, as was Empress Song. The birthday banquet for the Duke of Xinghua was a grand affair, attended by the reigning empress, showcasing tremendous prestige. But the death of the Princess of Jingbei at the Duke's residence cast a shadow over the event. Unlike the peony banquet, which showcased the talents of young ladies and noble sons, the birthday banquet was different. However, those wishing to shine in public could always find an excuse. Shen Wu played a tune on the zither, wishing the Duke of Xinghua prosperity as vast as the East Sea and longevity surpassing the South Mountain. After the embarrassment she suffered at the peony banquet hosted by the Princess of Shenyang, Shen Wu returned home and resolved to regain her lost dignity. For days, she practiced diligently, aiming to astonish everyone and alter their perception of her. Though she resorted to deception, her talent was indeed remarkable. Shen Wu's intentions were commendable, yet fate had other plans. Playing the zither was meant for cultivating the heart, but Shen Wu's desire for fame led her astray, resulting in failure. Far from delivering a breathtaking performance, she faltered under pressure, missing several notes, failing to even reach the level she had exhibited at the peony banquet. When Shen Wu descended from the stage, she was on the verge of tears, and Miss Wei Fo openly mocked her. While others might claim that embarrassment is a form of humility, Shen San, her rival, insisted that it was simply disgraceful. Do you enjoy humiliating yourself? Was the last incident not enough for you to endure? Seething with rage, Shen Wu longed to pounce on Miss Wei Fo and tear her apart. Miss Wei Fo strutted away, her head held high like a victorious peacock, while young ladies nearby exchanged glances and whispered amongst themselves. Shen Wu, humiliated and furious, considered returning to the Duke's residence, but leaving in disgrace would only deepen her ridicule. She bit down on her silver teeth, her hand tearing her fragrant silk handkerchief to shreds. Shen Wan, reveling in the chaos, turned to Yi Kaiwei and said, "Cousin, you should perform a piece on stage as well." Yi Kaiwei, puzzled, asked me. Shen Wan whispered, "Do not worry. Even if you do not play well, it will not harm you." After a moment's hesitation, Yi Kaiwei decisively took the stage. Having won first place at the peony banquet, she danced exquisitely. Even if her zither skills were lacking, she could support Shen Wu while mitigating jealousy towards her. If she performed well, not only would she uphold the Duke's reputation, but she could also overshadow Shen Wu, achieving two objectives at once. With a surefire opportunity before her, Yi Kaiwei could not decline. Her demeanor was relaxed, and her performance flowed seamlessly. She had never imagined she could play so beautifully, and the audience was effusive in their praise. Shen Wu's face twisted with jealousy. As Shen Wan sipped her tea, she concealed her delight at Shen Wu's envy. Yi Kaiwei had garnered acclaim twice, while Shen Wu had suffered disgrace on 2 occasions. Once Yi Kaiwei returned to the second house, there would be contention between the two sisters. The collusion of their previous life would now manifest in fierce rivalry in this one, and Shen Wan could hardly contain her anticipation. The birthday banquet was a torment for Shen Wu. She could hardly endure until it concluded. As soon as someone departed, she would rise to leave. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, no one reproached Shen Wu, but she immediately succumbed to her own grievances, throwing herself into the old matriarch's embrace and weeping. The old matriarch was startled and quickly inquired, "What happened?" Shen Wan was about to speak when Shen Wu, still sobbing, lamented, "Someone must have drugged me." My heart raced and my hands trembled while I played, and not only did I fail to regain my dignity, but I also became the target of ridicule. Shunwan and Yi Kaiwei exchanged glances, genuinely impressed by Shunwu's audacity. Despite her own competitive spirit leading to her mistakes and subsequent embarrassment, she audaciously accused others of wrongdoing. Had she no shame at all? After summoning the Imperial Music Bureau, she still found herself humiliated. And now the old matriarch was too taken aback to reprimand Shenwu, instead attempting to console her. The second matriarch, deeply sympathetic toward her daughter, heard Shenwu's tearful confession about being plotted against at the Duke of Xinggua's birthday banquet, expressing her fear of what others were saying behind her back. She wept as if truly wronged, looking every bit the part of a victim. Shunwan thought her mother was quite the actress, now that she had a comparison. Both she and her mother paled in comparison. The second matriarch gently patted Shenwu's back, soothing her, saying, "Embarrassment is trivial. Causing a scene at the Duke's banquet is far more serious. Practice diligently in the coming days, and let those people witness your true talent next time." Shunwu nodded obediently, wiping her tears. Then she turned her ire on Yi Kaiwei, exclaiming, "I am humiliated. Cousin, you could have at least offered me some comfort instead of taking the stage and outshining me." Yi Kaiwei, infuriated by Shunwu's shamelessness, retorted, "I had no intention of performing. It was your second cousin who encouraged me to go up. Just ask her." Shunwan interjected, "It was I who urged my cousin to perform. Last time, when third sister embarrassed herself at the peony banquet, it was my cousin who helped preserve the Duke's dignity. This time, if my cousin does not perform, should I go up and accompany you instead? You truly have no sense of self-awareness." Shunwu was left speechless, her anger boiling over. Shunwan continued, "If you have lost your talent, you ought to possess at least a modicum of self-awareness, if you are mocked. It is no injustice." Though her words seemed to refer to herself, Shunwu recognized that Shunwan was ridiculing her, which infuriated her further. Not only was she embarrassed, but she also shifted the blame onto an imaginary perpetrator, now accusing Yi Kaiwei of having no right to perform. If she truly had any ability, she would not hide away, expecting all the young ladies to refrain from taking the stage. Shunwan found Shunwu's attitude intolerable, realizing that having been manipulated by such a person in her previous life had left her deeply resentful. Yunshi lamented, "Wana has always been frail. She cannot endure hardship. Otherwise, she would not be less capable than you are." Shunwan replied, "Compared to learning the arts, I prefer my father teaching me to ride and shoot." Yunshi chided her, "You have truly been spoiled by your father." Although Shunwan possessed no skills, Shunwu's jealousy was primarily directed at her. Shunji adored her, and the Yun family pampered her. Anything she desired, as long as it existed in this world, would be sought out and given to her. It seemed as though she had been born without worries. Even her lack of talent could be stated with such audacity. Each time, Shunwan smiled with carefree joy. Shunwu felt an overwhelming urge to tear that radiant face apart. Shunwu wiped away her tears and shifted the conversation, saying, "Grandmother, today the wife of Lord Zhaoping knelt in the garden of the Duke of Xinggua's residence to plead with Aunt." Chapter 47. The backup plan. The old lady was taken aback, glancing at Madame Yun. Did the wife of Lord Zhaoping truly kneel? The entire room was astonished that she would go to such lengths for her son. Madame Yun nodded in affirmation. The old lady slowly fiddled with a bead from her prayer beads. "Have you consented to betroth Yuer to the heir of Lord Zhaoping?" Madame Yun replied, "Without the Duke and Yuer's agreement, how could I possibly consent? I merely promised to go to Hugua Temple to persuade the heir of Lord Zhaoping." The public act of kneeling by the wife of Lord Zhaoping, coupled with Madame Yun's agreement, further complicated matters. Moreover, on the day of Xinyu's divorce, regardless of the old lady's intentions, she had expressed her desire for Xinyu to remarry the heir of Lord Zhaoping, leaving her no grounds to obstruct Madame Yun from helping at Hugua Temple. Shunwan seized the opportunity to divert the old lady's attention, saying, "Grandmother, you have yet to reward my cousin." Shun Kaiwei had never been so fond of Shunwan, who had twice helped her gain recognition and consistently sought rewards on her behalf. Without someone to advocate for her, the rewards might vanish. But with Shunwan speaking up for her, the old lady could hardly refuse. Receiving a pair of golden hairpins, Shun Kaiwei gleefully exclaimed, "Thank you, grandmother." Shun Wu, infuriated, thought her elder sister's kindness towards their cousin was unfathomable, questioning why she would not agree to restore her cousin's monthly allowance. Shunwan smiled. It's a matter of principle. I withhold the allowance, not out of malice, but to ensure that our cousin no longer feels estranged from us. Besides, I only intend to suspend it for a couple of months to teach her a lesson. It's not a permanent decision. As for you, dear sister, you seem to have a keen memory about the lack of allowance. Pray tell, how did our cousin end up without it? You. Shunwu shook the old lady's arm in frustration, urging her to make a decision. What could the old lady say? Shunwan spoke nothing but the truth. Her kindness to Shun Kaiwei was apparent, and even the suspension of allowance raised no objections. Feeling fatigued, Shunwan excused herself. Upon returning to Mingyue Courtyard, she first visited Shinyu, refraining from mentioning the wife of Lord Zhaoping's visit to Madame Yun. After a brief stay, she retreated to her chamber. Inside, Yin Chuan was polishing the furniture. Upon seeing Shunwan return, she approached her, saying, Madame May's illness has worsened after seeing the doctor. Today the old lady had a headache and summoned a physician to the residence, who also attended to Madame May and prescribed new medication. Shunwan instructed Yin Chuan to keep an eye on the second and fourth households, as she was keenly aware of their activities. Just returned from Showen Hall, she had not noticed any sign of the old lady's headache, suspecting it stemmed from worry over Madame May's condition. As the mother of Shun Kaiwei, she could not neglect her, yet being too obvious in her concern would not please the second lady. Hence, a subtle approach was necessary. However, how could such subtlety truly escape the second lady's notice? The old lady must have been acutely aware of this. She would not dare to take risks. Should the truth about Shun Kaiwei being the illegitimate daughter of the second master come to light, the second master could not bear the wrath of his father. There had to be a contingency plan. In the evening, the old lady took action. While engaging in her prayers, the beads in her hand suddenly broke, an occurrence that had never happened before. The next day, when Shunwan went to pay her respects to the old lady, she found her countenance grim. Madame Yun inquired, why does the old lady look so distressed? Shall we call for a physician? The old lady waved her hand. I just saw the doctor yesterday. I merely had a restless night, nothing serious. Madame Yun turned to Mama Sun, urging her to speak with the old lady. Mama Sun remarked, last night, while the old lady was praying, the beads broke. It could be an ominous sign. She tossed and turned all night, finally lighting a calming incense in the early hours to help her sleep, only to be awakened by nightmares. Madame Yun reassured, everything in the residence is fine. No misfortunes shall occur. One cannot be too cautious. The old lady's worry was evident on her face. Shun Kaiwei suggested, what if we invite a Taoist priest to come and divine our fortunes? The priest outside Hugua Temple saved my eldest and second cousins. Perhaps he could bring some peace of mind to grandmother. Madame Yun replied, I had planned to visit Hugua Temple tomorrow. Perhaps I should go today and invite that priest back with me. The old lady cautioned, prioritize the matter concerning the wife of Lord Zhaoping. We cannot allow misunderstandings to arise. Let us delay persuading the heir of Lord Zhaoping for a couple of days. As she spoke, the old lady looked at Mama Sun, instructing her, go to Hugua Temple to offer incense, contribute some money for the incense, and bring that priest back. After giving a few instructions, Mama Sun set off for Hugua Temple. Once Mama Sun departed, Shunwan left Showen Hall and went to the front courtyard, to Shunji's study. Finding it empty, she did not seek him out. Entering the courtyard, she called, Uncle Lee, are you there? After calling a couple of times, a middle-aged man appeared, asking, Miss, do you need something? Shunwan replied, I require your assistance, Uncle Lee. Only Coral and Yin Chuan were trustworthy in the household, but for matters outside, especially concerning following Mama Sun, she had no confidence in Coral. She needed to rely on someone connected to her father. She doubted the old lady would genuinely invite that priest into the residence. If he could be persuaded, Uncle Lee could serve as a witness, relieving her parents of the urgency to arrange her marriage. Uncle Lee was Shunji's secret guard, primarily tasked with guarding the study when there was no business. Shunwan was the apple of Shinji's eye, and he would not refuse her request. Mama Sun returned from Hugua Temple swiftly, accompanied by a Taoist priest. As the priest entered Showen Hall, Shunwan followed close behind, only to discover that he was not the one she had expected. Madame Yun noted, this is not the priest who saved Wanner and Ewer. The old lady turned to Mama Sun, questioning, did you invite the wrong person? Mama Sun shook her head. That priest has become quite renowned, and many have sought his divination services. He has been busy these past few days. This priest is his disciple, specially invited to the capital, and he claims to possess equal skill. I feared the old lady would be anxious, so I brought him in.
Indeed.
It was a clever ruse, and more importantly, no one suspected it. The old lady turned to the priest. I have been feeling uneasy these past few days. While reciting scriptures, my beads broke. Could you discern if there are any ominous signs? The priest requested the old lady's birth date and time, performing calculations. He then inquired, "Has there been anyone new added to the household recently?" The old lady replied, "No one has been added." The second lady interjected, "In our household, we have a new concubine." The priest insisted, "I need to see that concubine's birth date and time." The second lady promptly sent someone to fetch it. Soon, the birth details were presented to the priest, who declared, "The old lady's unease stems from the owner of this birth date." The second lady questioned, "Does that concubine threaten the old lady?" The priest hesitated, seemingly reluctant to speak. The second lady urged, "Please, do not hold back." The priest replied, "I fear I may incur wrath by speaking." There was an unmistakable tension in the air. The priest's fear of physical repercussions was evident, unlike the usual trepidation of those who perform divinations poorly. The second lady reassured, "Speak freely. Our family is not unreasonable." The priest continued, "Though this birth date appears ordinary, it harbors great fortune. I have calculated that the individual possesses a daughter of remarkable destiny, one whose fortune is beyond compare. In the future, she will elevate her mother-s status, but as a concubine, she may inadvertently bring misfortune to the old lady. However, this can be resolved." With each word the priest spoke, the old lady's expression darkened, and Mama Sun's eyes widened in alarm. This was not the narrative she had hoped for. The second lady's countenance grew graver still. Silence enveloped the room until the fourth lady inquired, "How can this be resolved?" The priest replied, "There are two solutions. Elevate her to the status of a primary wife or take her as a cherished concubine. The old lady should recite the Tao Te Ching daily for a total of 49 days to dispel the misfortune." The old lady's expression soured. "What if we send her away to the estate?" The priest clarified, "If she is sent away from the residence, the old lady may remain unperturbed, but the fortune of the noble daughter will be lost. This lady may ensure the prosperity of the duke's residence for a century." Chapter 48. Pleasing. Even with military power in hand, Shenji does not dare to claim he can secure the Duke of Dinggua's fortune for 100 years. Yet, a daughter born of a concubine could achieve this, perhaps by marrying the crown prince, ascending to that position, and bearing a crown prince of her own. Other than this possibility, no one can conceive of another. The old matriarch subtly glanced toward Yi Kaiwei, while the second lady, struggling to contain her anger, trembled with rage. Shenwan questioned, "How can a daughter of Mei Yinyang, who has not borne children, be of such noble status?" Just as the Taoist was about to speak, the old matriarch interjected, "If Mei Yinyang could truly provide us with a daughter of such esteemed worth, I would willingly endure hardship and transcribe the Tao Te Ching for a couple of months." This implies granting Mei Yinyang the status of a noble concubine. Given Mei Yinyang's family background as the sister of the governor of Qingzhou, she indeed deserves such a title. However, having been kept outside for over a decade by the second master without suffering any hardship, the second lady is reluctant to concede her the status. Yet, since the Taoist was invited by the old matriarch, and Mei Yinyang is believed to possess a daughter of unparalleled value who can secure the Duke of Dinggua's fortune, the old matriarch is willing to transcribe the Tao Te Ching for this elusive granddaughter, which is enough for her to dedicate herself to this cause. Despite the second lady's resentment, she outwardly displays generosity, claiming that if Mei Yinyang could truly bear such a daughter, it would not be in vain for the master to have delayed his career for her sake. The Taoist had said all that needed to be said, and Mama Sun escorted him out of the estate. Yi Kaiwei assisted the old matriarch back to her chambers, who expressed her apologies to the second lady. The second lady smiled and replied, "I dare not complain. Nothing is more important than the Duke's enduring prosperity. If Mei Yinyang can indeed bear such a daughter, even if she were to rise above me, I would accept it." This remark was somewhat biting, causing the old matriarch to frown but say nothing further. Once outside the Showan Hall, the second lady's expression darkened. Shun Wu furiously exclaimed, "With so many young ladies in the residence, none could ensure the prosperity of the Duke's house, yet they point to a daughter born of a concubine. It is utterly humiliating. Grandmother already favors Mei Yinyang, and it will only intensify. Mother will not allow Mei Yinyang the opportunity to bear children. A dose of sterility medicine would ensure she could not conceive." The second lady's eyes glinted with malice. Inside, the old matriarch knelt on a mat, incessantly counting her prayer beads. Mama's son entered, softly calling, "Old matriarch." The old matriarch, eyes still closed, inquired, "What is it?" Mama's son replied, "The Taoist said he received payment and was supposed to act according to our servant's instructions. However, our duke's residence is surrounded by auspicious light, and if he dares to speak falsely, he will face the consequences, which he cannot bear. Thus, he could only speak the truth." Could it be? The old matriarch murmured, "Send a few doses of pregnancy medicine to Mei Yinyang." Upon returning to Mingyue Garden, Shunwan reclined on a small couch, merrily enjoying fruits. The old matriarch contemplated severing her prayer beads, wishing to have Mei Yinyang sent to her estate to be raised. Believing that as long as Mei Yinyang was not persecuted by the second lady, Yi Kaiwei would not worry and would thus reveal her true self. Shunwan had worked hard to bring Mei Yinyang into the residence. How could she allow the old matriarch to fulfill her desire to grant Mei Yinyang a noble concubine status while digging a pit for Yi Kaiwei? Yi Kaiwei had triumphed at the peony banquet in the Princess Xuanyang's residence and dazzled at the birthday banquet of the Duke of Xinghua with a remarkable performance, all while bearing the identity of the solitary daughter of General Yi, cherished by her father and protected by her mother. In her past life, she married the heir of the Duke of Song. In this life, her prospects of marrying a prince are promising. The notion of the Duke of Dinggua's enduring prosperity is a beautiful wish, and if the old matriarch believes in it, she will undoubtedly spare no effort to protect Yi Kaiwei. The second lady, however, would never allow Yi Kaiwei to overshadow her biological daughter. In the future, their internal strife would be insurmountable, as they would be unable to conspire together. This matter Shunwan had requested Uncle Li's assistance with, fearing Shunji would discover and blame her, and thus asked Uncle Li to help conceal it for the time being, to which he agreed. Throughout the day, the residence was abuzz with discussions regarding this matter. The old matriarch issued a gag order, ensuring the matter did not spread beyond the estate. In the afternoon, Shunwan stood by the window, playing with pigeons when Yi Kaiwei entered. Shunwan turned to glance at her, wondering why her cousin had arrived at this hour.
Ye jaije histatet.
Shunwan stated, "Is there anything we cannot discuss, cousin?" Yi Kaiwei replied, "I wish to borrow some silver from you." Shunwan raised an eyebrow. "The duke's residence lacks nothing for your needs. Why do you require money?" Yi Kaiwei explained, "I want to give a gift." "For whom?" Shunwan inquired. "For Mei Yinyang." This piqued Shunwan's interest. She continued to play with the pigeons unfazed. She is merely a concubine. Even speaking with her elevates her status. Is it necessary to send her gifts? Yi Kaiwei approached, asserting, if she were an ordinary concubine, it would not matter. But today the Taoist's words, which you also heard, suggest that Mei Yinyang will one day have a daughter of unparalleled worth. Even grandmother is willing to transcribe the Tao Te Ching for her. While Mei Yinyang has yet to rise, I wish to curry favor with her now, so when she flourishes, she can serve as my support. Shunwan chuckled. That daughter of Mei Yinyang's is still a distant prospect. Even if she were born now, it would take at least a decade before she could marry. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed for seeking such a person as a foundation?
Ye jaije retortet.
Precisely because Mei Yinyang has yet to bear a child and is currently at a low status. Once she rises, gifts will be of little value. Shunwan regarded Yi Kaiwei thoughtfully, to which Yi Kaiwei asked, "Why do you look at me like that?" Shunwan smiled, "Cousin, you are quite far-sighted, preparing for the future. But what should we send to Mei Yinyang?" Yi Kaiwei proposed several items. Shunwan responded, "Draft a list, and I shall send what you suggest." Yi Kaiwei indeed approached the writing desk, penning down 7 or 8 items, totaling 100 taels. One could certainly see that she was adept at maneuvering resources to her own mother. Did she believe she could easily be deceived? After Yi Kaiwei departed, Shunwan took the gift list to find Yunshi, arranging the items to be sent to Mei Yinyang in Yi Kaiwei's name. As for the cost, it would certainly be charged to Yi Kaiwei. Once the items reached Mei Yinyang, within half an hour, Shunwu's slap marked Yi Kaiwei's face. Emerging from Qingyi Garden, Shunwu immediately confronted Shunwan, exclaiming, "Cousin said those items were from you. Why did you send gifts to Mei Yinyang in her name?" Shunwan handed the gift list to Shunwu. "Do you recognize the handwriting?" Shunwu replied, "That is what she said." Shunwan explained, "Cousin, lacking a stable home, is concerned for her future after her parents are gone. She wishes to curry favor with Mei Yinyang while she is still on the decline. And she advised me to prepare for the future. As the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, protected by my father and brothers, how could I stoop to please a concubine from the second household? That would be a source of great ridicule. However, to ease my cousin's worries, I will persuade mother to agree to let her withdraw funds from the public account to prepare the gifts for Mei Yinyang. My cousin is sensitive and cautious. It is merely 100 taels of gifts. There is no need for such anger over it. 100 taels? Yi Kaiwei has given away 5 months' worth of her allowance. She truly is generous. Shan Wu lamented, wishing the slap had been harder. Chapter 49. Serious. After Yi Kaiwei received a slap and failed to transfer the blame onto Shen Wan, she dared not voice her grievances, while Shen Wan and Yun Shi pretended not to notice. The impact of Shan Wu's slap was evidently severe, for the next day, when paying respects, Yi Kaiwei was nowhere to be seen. Yun Shi agreed to assist Lady Xiaoping in persuading the crown prince at the Gui temple, but the old matriarch suggested postponing it for a couple of days. However, Shinji felt that since they had already promised, it would be better to act promptly. When Yun Shi brought this up with the old matriarch, a maid outside presented a visiting card, stating, "Old matriarch, the Wang family of Jingbei sends a visiting card." Shen Wan thought, what could the Wang family of Jingbei want? The Wang family of Jingbei's princess is coming to the residence, so Yun Shi can only delay her visit to the Gui temple until tomorrow. Shen Wan and the others gathered in the flower hall, where Shen Yao speculated, could the Wang princess be here to propose marriage? Do not speak nonsense, another replied. The Wang princess could have numerous reasons for visiting the Duke of Dinggui's residence, but a marriage proposal is certainly not one of them. However, Shen Wan was genuinely curious about the purpose of the princess of Jingbei's visit to the Duke of Dinggui's residence. Mrs. Yun went to the front courtyard to greet the princess, and shortly thereafter, she entered. The princess paid her respects to the matriarch, and although she held a more esteemed rank, the matriarch, being of high status and older, was worthy of such a gesture from a younger generation. After taking her seat, the maidservant served tea, and the matriarch, smiling, inquired about the reason behind the princess's visit to their residence. Shen Wan and the others hid behind a screen to eavesdrop, discovering that the princess had come to advocate for the heir's proposal to marry her. Shen Wan's heart froze in disbelief. It must be a figment of her imagination. She had urged Xie Jingyu to hasten his proposal to avoid lifelong regret, but she never intended for him to marry her. What madness had overtaken that scoundrel? Shen Wan's heart trembled violently at the thought. The heir of Duke Zheng and the heir of the Marquis of Guide had sought her hand, and her parents had consented. How much more so for the heir of Jingbei, who her father had always praised. Her elder brother, who had a good relationship with him, had urged her to marry Xie Jingyu. Once the proposal was made, her parents would surely agree. Mrs. Yun had not anticipated that the princess had come to advocate for her daughter's marriage. With a beaming smile, Mrs. Yun was about to acquiesce when the matriarch interjected, stating that while the heir was indeed exceptional, Shen Wan had been spoiled since childhood, which could pose a concern. Mrs. Yun furrowed her brow, feeling that the matriarch's words were somewhat inappropriate. Although she and the duke had doted on Shen Wan, they had not indulged her to the point of ruin. The princess smiled and remarked that the matriarch was being too modest. What parents do not cherish their daughters? She lamented her own misfortune in having only one son, while the second young lady was both beautiful and virtuous, and she held great affection for her. Yet, she wondered if the Jingbei royal family were truly fortunate enough to have such a daughter-in-law. The matriarch, slowly manipulating her prayer beads, appeared contemplative. The princess asked if the matriarch had any reservations. Since the question was posed, the matriarch no longer beat around the bush. Marrying the heir would be a blessing for Shen Wan and should not be declined. However, both the duke and the Jingbei prince held significant military power. A union between their families could lead to complications. The princess reassured her, saying that the Jingbei royal family had no intention of sowing discord through marriage. Before her visit, she had specifically consulted the emperor, who believed that the two were exceptionally well matched. The emperor also thought that Xin Wu and Xie Jingyu were compatible. Behind the screen, Shen Wan grew anxious, believing that the matriarch could thwart her engagement with Xie Jingyu. Who would have thought that the Jingbei royal family had already sought the emperor's approval prior to the princess's visit? The matriarch had no grounds to object, and thus said nothing further. Aside from the emperor's princes, none could rival the status of the Jingbei heir. If the Duke of Dinggui's residence were to disregard the Jingbei heir's interest, they would surely be deemed arrogant, and in the future, no one would dare approach them for marriage, especially since Shenwan's marriage was ultimately decided by Shinji. The matriarch smiled, stating that a union between the Duke of Dingwa's residence and the Jingbei royal family would be most splendid, yet the possibility of a proposal still depended on their compatibility. This was, of course, to be expected. After a brief visit, the princess received Shen Wan's ceremonial invitation and took her leave. Mrs. Yun escorted the princess out of the residence. Once they departed, Shen Yin congratulated her elder sister. However, Shen Wan felt no joy whatsoever. Shen Wu, in a fit of jealousy, remarked that the fourth sister was too hasty in her congratulations, as the elder sister had failed to secure 2 previous proposals. So who could guarantee that her compatibility with the Jingbei heir would be any better? Was compatibility even necessary? She and Xie Jingyu were inherently mismatched. The mere sight of him made her heart race with apprehension. Living a lifetime with him would be akin to a death sentence. This engagement must be thwarted. Shen Wan could only rely on her elder brother for assistance. Seeking him out, she encountered her mother, Mrs. Yun, who was positively radiant, declaring that her father had always hoped for the Jingbei heir to become his son-in-law, and now it seemed that his wish would be fulfilled. Especially since the prior 2 engagements had not materialized. Seeing her mother so pleased, Shen Wan felt a pang of guilt, but knew she must temper her enthusiasm. Perhaps my compatibility with the Jingbei heir is also lacking, she suggested. Mrs. Yun playfully poked her forehead, urging her to hope for the best. Shen Wan quickly excused herself, claiming she had matters to discuss with her elder brother. When she found Xin Li, he was just about to leave. Upon seeing her, he smiled, stating that he always thought the Jingbei heir resembled her brother-in-law, and indeed, he had not been mistaken. Xin Li complimented himself before asking if his sister needed something. Elder brother, could you help me thwart this engagement? Shen Wan implored. Xin Li's brow furrowed in confusion. You do not wish to marry the Jingbei heir? Who would you prefer instead? I understand that the Jingbei heir is exceptional, Shen Wan replied, but I feel a sense of dread whenever I see him. I can hardly utter a word in his presence. If he dares to bully you, I will help you teach him a lesson, Shen Li assured her. Can you truly defeat him? Shen Wan questioned. Shen Li cleared his throat, uncertain. I cannot guarantee victory, but I should be able to hold my own. Then it would be 2 of us suffering under his hand, Shen Wan lamented. That sounds rather grim, Shen Li responded. The Jingbei heir is not that type of person. I know you mean well, elder brother, Shen Wan said earnestly, but I wish for my own happiness as well. Please help me just this once. You promised last time would be the last, Shen Li reminded her. I swear this is the final time, Shen Wan insisted, raising her hand in a gesture of oath. To her elder brother, who was protective of her, Shen Wan's pleading and playful demeanor proved irresistible. Yet, he was torn, as he had been intent on facilitating this marriage. Now that it was nearly certain, to sabotage it would be a difficult position for him. The Jingbei royal family was not as easily accessible as the Duke of Zheng or the Marquis of Guide, and even if he wished to help her, it would be challenging. She is not so easily deceived, he thought. Despite the Jingbei royal family's formidable defenses, the ancestral hall would not be under constant watch. Shen Wan had already devised a plan to disrupt the engagement, and Xin Li gazed at her, questioning her sincerity. You are serious about not wanting to marry the Jingbei heir? Shen Wan nodded emphatically. Father and mother would truly be furious if they found out, Xin Li cautioned. Chapter 50. Self-awareness. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the entirety of the capital. Beneath its silvery light, a lithe figure nimbly traversed the rooftops, scaling the walls of the northeastern corner of the Jingbei royal residence, arriving at the ancestral hall. The hall was illuminated by candles at each corner, creating a soft ambience. Xin Li leaped through a window, took 3 incense sticks from the altar, lit them, held them before his forehead, and bowed in reverence, murmuring, "Forgive me, forgive me." As he inserted the incense into the burner and reached for the ancestral tablet, a deep voice suddenly interrupted. The heir of the Duke of Dingwa has quite the taste, coming to honor the ancestors of the Jingbei royal family at this late hour. The following day, after exchanging morning greetings, Mrs. Yun headed to Hugua Temple while Shen Wan returned to Mingyue Courtyard. Just as she exited the courtyard, a maid approached her quickly, reporting, "Second young lady, the heir has left his jade pendant at the Jingbei royal residence. His guard has specially returned it." The maid presented the jade pendant for Shen Wan to examine. She immediately recognized it as her elder brother's pendant. Mrs. Yun remarked, "Why not return it to the heir?" The guard of the Jingbei heir instructed that it be given to the second young lady. The maid responded, somewhat puzzled, but obliged to follow orders. Holding the pendant, Shen Wan excused herself from Mrs. Yun and, after watching her depart, sought out her brother's attendant, Shunin, asking, "Where is my elder brother?" "The heir has not returned since he climbed over the wall last night," Shannon replied anxiously. "He never stays out overnight." With her brother missing yet his pendant returned, Shunwan's heart sank. He must be with Xie Jingyu. "Prepare the carriage," she ordered. After waiting briefly in the front courtyard, Shannon brought the carriage. Shunwan and her maid, Shan Chao, climbed aboard, and as they headed toward the Jingbei royal residence, they soon spotted Xie Jingyu's guard, Chen Ping, waiting there. Chen Ping led the way, but Shunwan did not proceed to the Jingbei royal residence. Instead, they headed to an elegant courtyard in the northern part of the city. Upon entering, Shunwan beheld her elder brother suspended upside down from a tree, his mouth gagged with cloth. Upon noticing her, he muffled incoherent sounds of distress. "Xie Jingyu." Shunwan's voice seethed with fury. A tall figure stood in the pavilion by the lakeside, the very culprit responsible for Shun Li's predicament. Shunwan stormed towards him, demanding, "Release my brother, at once." Xie Jingyu turned, meeting the fierce gaze of Shunwan, whose porcelain complexion was alight with indignation. As he approached her step by step, she retreated until her back collided with the pillar, leaving her no option to escape. An inscrutable emotion flickered in his eyes, and Shunwan dared not linger her gaze. Hastily averting her face, only to have her chin grasped forcefully, compelling her to meet his gaze. "You urged me to propose, and now that I have, you seek to thwart it. Does the second daughter of the Shun family find amusement in playing with others?" Shunwan felt a wave of despair. She had merely wished for a prompt proposal, but never intended for him to marry her. Xie Jingyu scrutinized her. "If not you, then who should I marry?" Exhausted by the conversation, she retorted, "Isn't it obvious? You should wed the girl you adore." She believed she had expressed herself clearly at the Duke of Xinggua's residence. How could he misinterpret her words? Xie Jingyu chuckled. "Who informed you that I have a beloved?" Shunwan was taken aback. "You don't? Could it be that you have yet to encounter the one who captivates your heart so profoundly that it drives you to madness?" It was indeed plausible. After the death of the Princess of Jingbei, Xie Jingyu was bound to observe mourning for 3 years, unable to marry. Yet, those unable to wait the full term often found excuses to conclude engagements within the 3-month mourning period. Otherwise, they would not have ventured to the borders, watching their heart's desire wed another. Shunwan ventured, "Even if you do not have someone now, you shall have within 3 months." A faint smile graced Xie Jingyu's lips. "Are you so confident?" "Indeed." "Then who is she?" Shunwan was uncertain. In her previous life, many had speculated about the identity of the girl who dared to forsake him, yet no one knew for certain. Perhaps it was to protect the young lady's reputation. Given that she was married, while he was off to the battlefield, carrying a piece of her clothing, which a careless young officer had unveiled, causing quite the stir at the borders. Once this tale reached the capital, any young lady who heard it would surely blush. If the truth spread, the girl would likely be humiliated to the point of despair. Shunwan remained silent as Xie Jingyu queried, "Have you not devised a plan to convince me? Who would dare deceive you?" Shunwan thought to herself, wishing she had the audacity to do so. "It benefits me not to deceive you." Xie Jingyu scrutinized her eyes. Shunwan felt uncomfortable under his gaze, yearning to rescue her brother and distance herself from him. "The informant suggested that your beloved may bear the surname Shin." No one truly knew who his beloved was. The surname Shin was merely speculation. Shunwan hesitated to assert too much certainty, fearing missteps. As she pondered, Xie Jingyu inquired, "What is your surname?" "I, too, am Shin," she replied instinctively. Xie Jingyu erupted into laughter, with a shared surname. "Why do you not suspect that the one I fancy is you?" Caught in the brilliance of his summer night-like eyes, Shunwan's heart fluttered. She quickly cast her gaze downward. "I possess self-awareness. My urging for my brother to disrupt the engagement was for your own good. Release him at once." "Truly for my benefit?" "Then marry me," he interjected. Shunwan was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say?" "I shall take you as my wife," he pronounced distinctly. For the first time across 2 lives, she heard such words directed at her. Despite the impossibility of the situation, her ears flushed with warmth. Recalling Xie Jingyu's previous offer to lend her the title of his future wife, she replied, "I appreciate your goodwill, but if I were to assume your fiancé's position, you would never wed the one you desire. I cannot be the cause of your misfortune." Such selflessness made Xie Jingyu's teeth itch with frustration. "What I decide is not subject to change." Was he truly insistent on lending her the title of his fiancé? She had never encountered such tenacity. Shunwan wished to refuse, yet upon seeing his displeased countenance, The words faltered on her lips. You are the one insisting on this. Just remember, you cannot renege later. What do you mean by lending it to you? Xie Jingyu furrowed his brow. Shenwan added, if you do renege, you must speak to me. You cannot take my life. Xie Jingyu found himself perplexed by the image he projected in her eyes. Did she see him as a merciless executioner? Frustration and helplessness coursed through him. Shenwan proposed, let us agree. I shall borrow the title of your fiancé for 1 year, at most 2, after which we shall part ways. She extended her hand for a pact. Xie Jingyu's gaze swept over her palm as he settled down to pour himself tea. Are you concerned I would refuse to part? Suddenly feeling the heat in her raised hand, Shenwan realized her unnecessary gesture. Chapter 51. The betrothal with the engagement settled, Xie Jingyu released Shenli. Dazed and disoriented from being suspended, Shenli hurried to Shenwan, asking anxiously, he did not bully you, did he? Shenwan shook her head. Turning to Xie Jingyu, Shenli remarked, a forced marriage yields no sweetness. I believe this engagement is. Before he could finish, Shenwan interrupted, brother, I have decided to marry him.
Shenli blinked in astonishment.
What? His sister seemed to make impulsive decisions. Just moments ago, she had adamantly refused to wed, yet now she was willing.
Did he threaten you?
Shenwan shook her head vigorously. I am doing this willingly. I shall return to the estate now. She turned to leave, but Shenli glanced at Xie Jingyu, accompanying Shenwan as they exited. He did not threaten you. What caused this change of heart? Shenwan regarded her brother. Isn't he capable of holding his own against you? How did he manage to capture you? He has been waiting for you to unwittingly fall into his trap, Shenli retorted. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Shenwan pondered how long he had kept her brother suspended. Do not worry, Shenli reassured her. Once you marry him, I shall be his brother-in-law. It will only be a matter of time before I can turn the tables. Shenwan's heart quivered at the thought. She and Xie Jingyu were not truly wed. Their emotions could not withstand the strain of her brother's predicament. Yet, she dared not voice her concerns, fearing her brother would accuse her of being disloyal before even marrying. Having endured the suspension for so long, Shenli's steps were unsteady as he rode to escort Shenwan back to the estate. Upon her return, Shenwan was besieged by Shenwu and Yi Kaiwei, inquiring about her whereabouts. I went to meet the Prince of Jingbei, she replied. Shenwu and Yi Kaiwei exchanged glances, surprised that Shenwan had chosen to be forthright, uninterested in their prying. Shenwan was aware that Chenping awaited her not far from the Duke of Dinggua's residence. The servants coming and going could not conceal her actions. There was no point in attempting to hide anything. Curious, Shenwu asked, what business did you have with the Prince of Jingbei? Shenwan replied nonchalantly, I advised him against marrying me. Though the emperor may not object to an alliance between our families, he is not obligated to wed me. Nor am I bound to him. Why must we force a union? Shenwu remarked, it seems you possess clarity. While the emperor may not mind now, it does not guarantee he won't in the future. It is best not to wed the Prince of Jingbei. Shenwan understood that none of them wished for her to marry Xie Jingyu, but alas, she would disappoint them. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts as she returned to Mingyue Courtyard. Shenwu and Yi Kaiwei assumed Shenwan had successfully dissuaded the Prince of Jingbei. Believing the engagement was now null and void, and they promptly relayed the news to the matriarch. The matriarch was astonished by Shenwan's discernment, while Yun and Shinji feared that Shenwan and Xie Jingyu's fates were incompatible, leading to an outcome similar to the previous 2 occasions. They would consent to the marriage, yet it would come to naught. For 3 days, no rumors of incompatibility had surfaced, which allowed Madame Yun to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Logically, today, the Princess of Jingbei should visit to formally finalize the engagement between the two, discuss the bride price and dowry, and select an auspicious day for the betrothal. The thought that in less than 3 months, Shenwan would be married filled Madame Yun with a profound sense of reluctance, even more so than when Xinyu had wed. However, as she waited and waited, the expected invitation from the Jingbei Wangfu never arrived, causing her to grow anxious and restless. Shenwan, too, found it peculiar, but since this marriage was not part of her own plans, she felt indifferent to whether the princess came or not. Madame Yun sipped her tea to calm her anxious heart when suddenly a maid rushed in, announcing, Old Madam, the emperor has sent someone to proclaim a decree. Shenwan was taken aback. Why would the emperor send a decree? This was unexpected. It had not happened in her previous life. The old matriarch shared her concern, asking what the decree was about. The maid shook her head. Madame Yun raised her hand, and Grandma Sun quickly assisted her to rise as everyone made their way to the front courtyard. The proclamation was delivered by Eunuch N, a trusted attendant of the emperor. Once everyone, including Shinji, was kneeling in place, Eunuch N lifted the bright yellow imperial edict and began to read. As Shunwan knelt there, each word caused her brow to furrow deeper, and when the decree was finally read, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. This was the imperial edict granting her marriage to Xie Jingyu. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Shunji, confused, questioned Eunuch N about the situation. Since the Jingbei Wangfu had already come to propose, why would the emperor now grant a marriage to the heir of Jingbei? Eunuch N chuckled, explaining that the family had expressed concerns regarding the match, prompting the Jingbei Wang to specifically request this marriage decree from the emperor, thus assuring the Duke of the State that he could confidently marry off his daughter. With this assurance, Shunji and Madame Yun felt completely at ease, leaving no room for further discussion. The emperor's personal decree was not to be trifled with. Only Shunwan felt as if the sky had fallen upon her. She and Xie Jingyu were only feigning a marriage, intending to part ways. How could they now separate with an imperial decree binding them? Why had Xie Jingyu not intervened? What was she to do now? Shunwan's mind clouded with despair. She knew that anything related to Xie Jingyu was beyond her control. Regretting her impulsive decision to borrow the title of his fiancé for 2 years, she now feared she might be tied to him for life. Madame Yun spoke highly of the Jingbei Wangfu's meticulousness, while Shunwan contemplated whether her future plan of feigned death would be considered treason. Chapter 52. Endurance surrounded by congratulations. Shunwan heard none of it, her mind consumed with thoughts of escape. The marriage decree meant she would need to feign death. Unable to return to the Duke of the State's residence, destined to live in anonymity for the rest of her days. Afraid of offending Xie Jingyu with her refusal, she had impulsively accepted the use of his fiancé title and now regretted it deeply. This was Xie Jingyu's failure, yet due to the imperial decree, he could not marry his beloved, and she would not bear the blame. In truth, if he were to blame her slightly, she could dismiss it. But she feared falling into the same fate as Shinyu, worried that Xie Jingyu might eliminate her to make room for his true love. In her heart, she believed Xie Jingyu was capable of anything. If the Jingbei Wangfu could request a marriage decree, surely they could also petition for a divorce in the future. Shunwan's heart trembled at the thought. She hardly knew how she returned to Mingyue Courtyard, lost in a haze, her thoughts scattered. As for this marriage, both Madame Yun and Shinji were immensely pleased. In the afternoon, Madame Yun brought a seamstress to measure Shunwan for her wedding gown. Discussing the gown's design, Shunwan said, "Mother, you decide." Madame Yun chided her gently. "Marriage is a lifelong matter. It's not enough for me to be satisfied. You must be content as well." Madame Yun had married Shinji in haste due to the urgent need for supplies at the border, and years later, she still harbored regrets. Shinyu, too, had been engaged early on to the heir of the Marquis of Zhaoping, preparing her wedding attire, but after an unfortunate incident, the betrothal was called off, leading her to marry the heir of the Marquis of Yongqing instead. Shinyu had been unwilling to don the wedding gown meant for the other engagement, opting to hastily prepare a new one, which lacked many intricate details. While Madame Yun regretted this, she did not wish to force Shinyu, ultimately yielding to her wishes. Madame Yun did not want Xinwan to bear any regrets regarding her marriage, yet her daughter appeared entirely disinterested. Not only disinterested, but also somewhat distracted. Madame Yun inquired, "Do you not wish to marry the heir of Jingbei?" Xinwan shook her head, "No." "Then, why do I sense your lack of joy?" Madame Yun pressed. Fearing to worry Madame Yun, Xinwan suppressed her concerns about the future, taking her mother's arm and saying, "It's just that the thought of leaving you and father makes me reluctant." This simple confession put Madame Yun's worries to rest. Having experienced similar feelings, she understood Xinwan's reluctance. Gently stroking Xinwan's face, Madame Yun smiled. "The Duke of the State's residence is not far from the Jingbei Wangfu. Whenever you miss us, you can come back to visit." Xinwan nodded obediently. After discussing the wedding gown's design, they returned to the embroidery room to finalize the drawings for approval. Madame Yun stayed for half an hour before departing. Once she left, Xinwan no longer dwelled on her concerns, as a more pressing matter captured her attention. A gray and white pigeon alighted on the windowsill. After waiting so many days, news had finally arrived. Just 3 more days to endure with Yi Kaiwei. Yet, even these last 3 days felt exasperating. The following day, Xinwan, as usual, took Shan Chao to pay her respects to the old matriarch. Shunwu noticed Shan Chao always accompanying her and remarked, "Sister, grandmother may be heartbroken to part with Hongxiu, yet you bring only Shan Chao with you. Are you dissatisfied with Hongxiu?" In the past, Shunwan had always entered and exited with them, but now, her outings with them had significantly decreased, leaving them unaware of her whereabouts and actions, creating a sense of detachment. Shunwan smiled faintly. "Hongxiu is someone I specifically requested from grandmother. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? I simply have more important matters for Hongxiu to handle, so she cannot accompany me."
Je jaiże fine ignoranje, asking.
"Is the important matter you speak of having Hongxiu assist you in embroidering the 100 longevities tapestry?" Shunwu interjected. Preparing a longevity gift for grandmother and passing it off to someone else lacks sincerity. Shunwan glanced at Shunwu. "I underestimated the difficulty of embroidering the 100 longevities tapestry with gold and silver threads. After sitting at the embroidery frame for too long, I grew anxious. Father and mother had worked hard to help me regain my health. I dare not strain myself further and cause them worry. Therefore, I asked Hongxiu to assist me, as her skills surpass mine. If third sister thinks my sincerity is insufficient, I shall simply find another gift for grandmother." The old matriarch replied, "Your health is of utmost importance. It's perfectly fine if you do not prepare a gift for grandmother. Not preparing a gift would surely invite a deluge of gossip." Shunwu asked sister, "What do you plan to replace it with?" Shunwan replied, "I have not yet decided. But I will prepare it myself and will not pass it off to someone else." Unable to pry further, Shunwu gave up. After Shunwan returned to Mingyue courtyard, Yi Kaiwei visited shortly after. Shunwan sat at the embroidery frame, working on the 100 longevities tapestry. After watching for a while, Yi Kaiwei found it uninteresting and went to find Xinyu. Yi Kaiwei spent only a quarter of an hour with Xinyu before leaving with a gold hairpin inlaid with rubies. Xinwan was left feeling suffocated. She only took her eyes off it for a moment, and her elder sister had already been duped by Yi Kaiwei. Shunwan was filled with frustration and hurried to find Xinyu. "That was a hairpin gifted to you by mother. How could you give it to your cousin?" Xinyu replied, "She admired the hairpin and praised its beauty. I saw she truly desired it, so I gave it to her." Xinyu's gentle nature made her ill-equipped to refuse, and unaware that Yi Kaiwei was not her true cousin, but merely the illegitimate daughter of the second master. She succumbed to familial ties and let the hairpin go. Seeing Shunwan's displeasure, Xinyu remarked, "Mother cares deeply for my cousin, and I intend to gift her a hairpin. Mother will not mind." However, just because mother was indifferent in the past does not imply she is so now. The second master and the old lady have manipulated the eldest branch for their own gain, treating it as mere trifles, and mother is unwilling to be taken advantage of any longer. Moreover, it is not only Yi Kaiwei who benefits. Shunwu and Shunyao have also profited from the eldest sister. Shunwan responded, "They are merely exploiting the eldest sister's soft nature, knowing she will not refuse. If the eldest sister finds it difficult to decline, she may eventually give away her belongings. You give first, and I shall retrieve them after." She was resolute in her intentions. Although Shunwan abhorred pressuring others, this tactic proved effective. A slight nudge to Yunshi would ensure the kitchen's authority fell entirely into her hands. Xinyu genuinely feared Shunwan would resort to such tactics, promptly assuring, "Eldest sister will refrain from such actions in the future." Shunwan did not approach Yi Kaiwei for the hairpin. Once she was pushed back to the second branch, she would reclaim everything gifted to her cousin. Reflecting on the last 2 days, she believed Yi Kaiwei could only gather trifling advantages and would not stir up significant trouble. To her surprise, Yi Kaiwei indeed landed her in a predicament, requiring Xinji and Yunshi to intervene. Chapter 53. Causing trouble that day. After greeting the old lady, Shunwan prepared to return to Mingyue courtyard when Shunwu suggested a shopping trip, receiving unanimous agreement from the others except for Shunwan. Disinterested, she directly declined. Sitting beside the old lady, Shunwu remarked, "Second sister has seldom accompanied us outside the residence lately. Have we offended her in some way?" Understanding Shunwan's reluctance to join them, Yunshi interjected, "I am preparing a dowry for Wan'er and need to consult her preferences. You all may go enjoy yourselves." The old lady added, "Preparing a dowry does not require an entire day." Shunwan insisted, "I have no desire to go. I have grown weary of those few streets." As Shunwan was occupied with her dowry preparations and disinclined to venture out, Xinwu and Yi Kaiwei were unable to drag her along, so they set out themselves. Throughout the morning, Yunshi remained in Mingyue courtyard, drafting an extensive list of gifts. However, Xinwan was aware this was merely a fraction of what was to come. During her previous marriage, Her dowry had far exceeded this amount. Preparing such a lavish dowry, in the event of separation or feigned death, would complicate matters when moving out of the Jingbei Wangfu. Shenwan pondered, just as a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Madam, it is terrible. The cousin has caused another mess." Upon learning of Yi Saiwei's status as the second master's illegitimate daughter, Yunshi's worry transformed into disdain. Only days had passed since Yi Kaiwei ruined a painting intended for the emperor, and now she was embroiled in yet another incident. Her parents were already overwhelmed with the fallout. Shenwan suppressed her displeasure and inquired, "What trouble has she caused this time?" The servant replied, "The cousin twisted her ankle while descending the steps at the Emerald Pavilion and collided with the fourth young lady of the Wei family, causing her to tumble down the stairs." Shenwan's heart sank. Yunshi stood up in alarm. "What happened to the fourth young lady?" The servant continued, "She has a gash on her forehead and a dislocated arm. This is quite serious. If Yi Kaiwei had merely sprained her ankle and collided with someone else, Shenwan might have accepted it as an accident, but the fact that it was the fourth young lady of the Wei family seemed too coincidental. The fourth young lady had previously exposed Shen Wu's deceitful acts at the Shenyang princess's residence, publicly humiliating her. Just days prior at the Xingui duke's residence, Shen Wu had performed poorly on the Guqin, and the fourth young lady had mocked her mercilessly. Given Shen Wu's temperament, she would certainly seek revenge. While the second lady and Shen Wu remained oblivious to Yi Saiwei's true parentage, they were undoubtedly aware that she was not General Ye's biological daughter. Observing how Yi Kaiwei had assisted Shen Wu in her schemes, it was clear she had been subservient to her cousin's whims. Today's incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by Shen Wu, compelling Yi Kaiwei to act on her behalf, a clever calculation indeed. As the servant delivered the news, the old lady summoned Yunshi. With Yi Saiwei's penchant for causing trouble, even if she were genuinely General Ye's daughter, Yunshi would harbor grievances, let alone the fact that she was the second master's illegitimate child. However, without solid evidence to expose Yi Saiwei's background, they could not ignore the chaos she had caused. Yunshi rose to visit Shoan Hall, with Shen Wan accompanying her. Upon their arrival, they found Yi Kaiwei and Shen Wu had already returned. Shen Wu sat sobbing, while the old lady comforted her. "Do not cry. Your grandmother understands you did not intend to cause this." Shen Wan interjected, "Did my cousin forget how to navigate the world? Just days ago, she ruined the painting for the Wang family, and hasn't he compensated for it yet? And now she has caused an accident with the fourth young lady of the Wei family. Luckily, she did not kill her, but this is no trivial matter. Father must bear the burden." Shen Wu retorted, "Second sister, your words are rather harsh." Shen Wan maintained, "Am I not speaking the truth?" With red-rimmed eyes, Yi Kaiwei cried, "I will never leave the house again." Shen Wan replied, "That would be wise." The old lady admonished Shen Wan, "Kaiwei has already faced enough fear. Do not frighten her further." It seemed she was more inclined to console the troublemaker than reprimand her. One might wonder if Yi Kaiwei could truly sustain the Duke's household for a century. Unable to contain her frustration, Shen Wan was about to speak again, when Yunshi shook her head. The old lady continued to soothe Yi Kaiwei, then said to Yunshi, "The fourth young lady of the Wei family likely sustained serious injuries. Prepare an apology gift and visit the Wei family to express our apologies on behalf of Kaiwei." Shen Wan interjected, "Mother, it would be better to wait until tomorrow. The Wei family is undoubtedly upset and busy tending to their daughter." The second lady argued, "The sooner you go, the more sincere the apology will appear. Delaying will only aggravate the situation." Shen Wan said no more, and Yunshi acquiesced. After discussing what to send as an apology gift, Yunshi began preparations. As they exited Shoan Hall, Shen Wan whispered a suggestion into her ear. Just as Yunshi was about to leave, she suddenly doubled over in pain, unable to stand straight due to severe abdominal cramps, thereby preventing her from going out. With Yi Kaiwei causing trouble and no punishment in sight, the old lady instructed Yunshi to visit the Wei family and cautioned Yi Kaiwei to be more careful when leaving the residence in the future, then acted as though nothing had occurred. During lunch, the old lady barely touched her food, and while enjoying a bowl of bird's nest soup, a maid entered, reporting, "Madam, the Duke's wife is suddenly suffering from relentless abdominal pain and cannot leave the residence. She has prepared the apology gift and wishes for the second lady to represent her at the Wei family." Clearly, this was an attempt to channel the Wei family's ire onto someone else, and the second lady had no intention of going. She replied, "The entire capital knows how much the Duke dotes on Kaiwei. If she causes trouble, it is the Duke and Duchess who should apologize, not me." If I go without a gift, it will only further infuriate the Wei family. Shunwan chimed in. Did you not say that the sooner one goes, the more sincere the apology appears? If my mother cannot go, then it must fall to you, second aunt. The second lady's expression stiffened as she replied, your mother representing Kaiwei will show sincerity. If she truly cannot go, we shall wait until tomorrow. Shunwan, displeased, pressed, cannot second aunt go instead? Must it be my mother? Shenwu added, it was our uncle who brought my cousin into the household. If she has caused trouble, it is the responsibility of the eldest branch to resolve it. Moreover, I have never gotten along with the fourth young lady of the Wei family. You know this well. For my mother to go and apologize is unacceptable to both me and her. Shunwan turned to the old lady, asking, then who shall go? The old lady replied, it is getting late. Let your mother go tomorrow. If she were to send her mother, there could be no delay, as it would be more urgent. If her mother could not go, it would not be a pressing matter for the second or fourth branches. How conveniently they could impose strictness on others while being lenient with themselves. Tomorrow, it would be interesting to see if they still had the audacity to demand her mother to visit the Wei family in apology. Chapter 54. Panic Yun's persistent abdominal pain prompted her to summon a physician to the residence. However, the doctor, after taking her pulse, could find no discernible ailment and merely prescribed a few tonics before taking his leave. Pretending to be ill, Yun managed to deceive the old lady and others. But her ruse was a perfect success against Shinji, who became deeply concerned, suspecting the doctor of incompetence and wanting to summon a royal physician. Only to be stopped by Yun. On the following day, when everyone went to pay their respects, Yun delayed her appearance. Yet, no one inquired about her absence. Whether her condition was genuine or feigned was her own affair, and others would not intervene. Although she might evade scrutiny initially, she could not escape forever. Just as everyone was about to return to their quarters, Yun finally arrived. The old lady observed her relatively good complexion and asked if she was truly unharmed. Yun reassured her, expressing gratitude for her concern and claiming to be well. I was considering sending the second lady to the Duke of Wei's residence on your behalf, given your condition, but since you are well, it is better for you to go yourself, she said. Shunwan internally rolled her eyes, wondering why the old lady had not mentioned such a plan prior to her mother's arrival. The implication was clear. Since her mother was well, there was no need for the second lady to make the visit, and such comments were merely meant to irritate. Yun remained unfazed, asserting that Kaiwei was to be brought into the household by her and the master, thus it was their responsibility. Shunwan insisted on accompanying her mother to the Duke of Wei's residence. However, Yun objected, stating that her mother was going to apologize, not to visit. Your father and I shall go together. As Yun stood to leave, Shunwan followed her out. Observing their departing figures, the old lady felt a sudden unease, as if a foreboding sensation had gripped her. Upon escorting Yun out of the residence, they encountered Shinji, who had changed from his formal attire after leaving the study. Seeing his wife and daughter, the sternness on his face softened slightly, revealing a rare air of elegance. Wana, are you going too? He asked. Shunwan shook her head. I'm just here to see you both off. Shunji chuckled. It is not a long journey. You need not accompany us. As they reached the entrance, the sound of hooves echoed nearby. A man in his early 30s reined in his horse, his appearance unfamiliar to Shinwan, though Shinji recognized him. It was Lord Yi-san. Shinji was astonished that Lord Yi-san had arrived in the capital without prior notice. As the younger brother of General Yi and the uncle of Yi Kaiwei, he was warmly welcomed. Shinji strode forward to greet him, but to his astonishment, Lord Yi-san dismounted and knelt before him with a thud. This unexpected action shocked Shinji, and even Yun, who had braced herself somewhat, was taken aback. What is the matter?
Shen hurriedly inquired.
With a choked voice, Lord Yi-san expressed his deep remorse towards his elder brother and sister-in-law, as well as the late Duke of Dinghua. Inside the residence, the old lady had been feeling increasingly anxious since Shunwan and Yun's departure. She attempted to calm her nerves with tea. Just as she lifted her cup, a young maid rushed in, exclaiming, Old lady, something has happened with the Yi family from Junzhou. Lord Yi-san has come to the residence and knelt at the entrance, apologizing for the late General Yi and his aunt, and for the Duke as well. Startled, the old lady's hand trembled, causing the exquisite porcelain cup to shatter on the floor. The once bustling room fell into an eerie silence. The third and fourth ladies exchanged glances, while Shen Yin and Shen Yao looked at one another in confusion. The Yi family's misfortune seemed to be entwined with the Duke of Dinggua's household, and the old lady's fearful demeanor raised questions. The second lady could no longer sit still, while Shun Wu wore a worried expression, and Yi Kaiwei appeared visibly pale. Moments later, another maid hurried in. After glancing at Yi Kaiwei, she reported, "Old lady, Lord Yi Sen claims that this cousin is an impostor. The real cousin may have died 4 years ago." This revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Aside from a few who were privy to the truth, everyone else was left in stunned disbelief. Shun Yao raised her voice in shock. An impostor? Yi Tsaiwei's face turned ashen. The maid recounted Lord Yi San's kneeling and his words to Shun Ji verbatim. For years prior, General Yi had died on the battlefield while shielding Shin Ji from an arrow. Unable to withstand the sorrow, Lady Shin followed suit, leaving only Yi Kaiwei behind.
Shen Yi,
Out of compassion and gratitude for the life his sister-in-law had saved, had intended to bring Yi Kaiwei into the household for care. However, since he was preoccupied with military affairs, he had sent the second elder to attend the funeral and fetch her. After the funeral, the second elder had personal matters to attend to and left Yi's residence, agreeing to meet at a designated location. Lord Yi Sen was to escort Yi Kaiwei to this meeting point, but during their journey, she became ill from the boat's motion and accidentally fell overboard, swept away by the swift currents. Lord Yi Sen searched for her for 2 days without success, fearing the second elder's concern, and when he approached the second elder, he received a harsh reprimand. The anxiety of both men led them to concoct a plan to find someone of similar age to impersonate Yi Kaiwei. Knowing that Shinji had never seen his niece, and that no one in the Duke of Dinggua's residence would recognize her, the second elder returned to the residence while Lord Yi San continued searching for the real Yi Kaiwei, hoping to bring her back to the capital alive, explain the situation, and sincerely apologize, trusting that Shinji would not hold it against them. Shun Yao, realizing that Yi Kaiwei was an impostor, felt a surge of anger, especially considering that this false cousin had the audacity to reprimand her, a legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dinggua. Curiously, she asked, "Why did Lord Yi Sen suddenly come to the capital to confess?" The maid was at a loss for words, as Shunwan had not disclosed her intentions. Before long, Shunji arrived, his countenance grim, a clear indication of impending trouble for the second elder. Without speaking, he had already dispatched someone to summon the second elder back to the residence, and Lord Yi Sen followed closely behind. As the old lady's gaze fell upon Shunwan, Shun Wu inquired, "Why would the second sister send someone to the Yi family?" Shunwan explained, "During the incident at Hugua Temple, I had a nightmare in which my uncle and aunt questioned my father about why he had not taken good care of my cousin. I found it strange, as my cousin lives a life of luxury in the Duke of Dinggua's residence, enjoying everything I have. How could she not be well cared for?" Not daring to speak to my parents, I sought the help of a priest at Hugua Temple, who advised my parents to burn paper money at my uncle and aunt's graves. My father is always busy, so I asked the priest if someone else could do it, and he said it was worth a try. I had my cousin's brother assist me, intending to inform my parents if it did not work. The brother's messenger, unaware of the grave's location, hesitated to proceed with the offering. Thus, he relayed the situation to the Yi family, raising suspicions in Lord Yi San's heart. The old lady quickly discerned the truth, prompting Lord Yi San to confess. Chapter 55. Heritage. Feeling guilty, it was time for Lord Yi San to come clean. He was unaware that Shunwan's dream was fabricated and that the act of burning paper money was in vain. The thought of Shinji escorting the fake Yi Kaiwei back to Junzhou and the imminent exposure of their deception terrified him. It was too late for honesty now. Once Shinji arrived in Junzhou, he could not bear the brunt of Shinji's wrath. Upon learning the truth, the old lady was so furious that she nearly fainted on the spot, striking Lord Yi San with her cane several times. She demanded that he go to Beijing to apologize to Shinji. Such a significant matter, and you did not inform your parents, or even your grandmother. Ridiculous. If you can't tell your parents, how could you possibly tell her? Fearing that you might worry, I kept my silence, sending someone to burn paper for my uncle and aunt while tending to my cousin's pain, alleviating my father's burdens. Only then did everyone realize why Shunwan suddenly treated Yi Kaiwei with such exceptional kindness. She had a single piece of shimmering brocade, crafted a gown for Yi Kaiwei, and even requested Vice Minister Li from the internal teaching hall to instruct her in dance, purchasing her extravagant jewelry as well. It appeared that after a disturbing dream, she felt she had not treated her cousin well enough, and sought to care for her to the best of her ability. The more Shunwan pondered, the angrier she became. It was clear that her parents had lavished affection on her cousin, even granting her the title of county princess. So why did her uncle and aunt still feel she was treated poorly? It turned out she was not truly her cousin at all. Return all those items to me. Yi Kaiwei stood there, devoid of color in her face. Shinji, seated nearby, was more prone to anger than to calmness. Yun's family was well aware of the situation, having known more than even Yi Sanlao. Within the room, aside from Xinhuan, no one dared to speak until the second master returned. Upon entering, Shunji could no longer contain his wrath and struck the second master, exclaiming, "If you were too busy to fetch someone, you could have simply said so. I would not have insisted. Is this how you bring someone in?" No one dared to intervene as Shinji lashed out. The second master was left bruised and battered, and the old lady chastised him for being more of a hindrance than a help, criticizing him for his mistakes and for allowing an unrelated person into the estate, even granting her the title that rightfully belonged to Wanner. The second master lamented, "I have failed my elder brother's trust. Yi Sanlao implored me. I was momentarily bewitched." Before he could finish, he received another blow from Shinji, leaving him in agony. After a sufficient beating, Yun finally intervened, stating that the second master could not bear the blame alone. The Yi family bore responsibility as well. However, she insisted that since Yi Kaiwei was not truly their cousin, she should be returned whence she came. Yi Kaiwei knelt and cried, "I do not wish to be sent away." Shunwan chuckled. "You have been taken in as my cousin, enjoying the privileges that rightfully belong to her. Do you wish to keep them for yourself? I will reclaim the title of county princess, as well as the items I gifted you. You shall leave with only what you brought." Finding Yi Kaiwei insufferable, Xinhuan ordered, "Drag her out." Immediately, two matrons approached and roughly pulled Yi Kaiwei from the ground. The old lady, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy and remarked to Shinji and Yun, "Though she is not truly Kaiwei, she has lived in this household for 4 years. If we send her away like this, a lonely girl like her will surely suffer. Why not adopt her as a goddaughter?" Shunji's face turned ashen. Yun retorted, "Who would adopt her as a goddaughter? The second master, perhaps?" Before the second master could respond, the second madam quickly interjected, "If anyone adopts her, it should be the first branch, not the second." Shunwan declared, "Some things I had refrained from saying before, but I can no longer hold my tongue. This cousin of mine causes too much trouble, having ruined the painting meant for the emperor and accidentally collided with the fourth daughter of the Wei family. Our parents have yet to apologize to her. If we were to adopt her as a goddaughter, we would be left with endless messes to clean up. Besides, with me and my elder sister, are my parents not sufficiently blessed?" Yun glanced at Shinji, inquiring about the duke's stance. "Send her away." The matrons continued to drag Yi Kaiwei toward the exit. Yi Kaiwei, looking at the old lady and the second master with pleading eyes, silently begged for their help. The old lady, unable to bear it, intervened, "First, take her to the estate." Yun questioned, "What does the old lady intend to do by sending her to the estate?" Grasping her prayer beads, the old lady replied, "Kaiwei excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. She could be of great benefit in future alliances for our duke's household." She was indeed determined to keep her. Unfortunately, the old lady did not understand Shinji, who had always relied solely on himself and despised arranging marriages for his children, especially with unrelated parties. Perhaps invoking sympathy might yield some hope. However, once that suggestion was voiced, Shinji would be even less inclined to agree. As Shunwan had anticipated, Shinji's expression grew darker. "The duke's household does not need alliances. Immediately escort her out." The individuals who had brought Yi Kaiwei were loyal to Shinji, and thus proceeded to drag her out roughly. After a few steps, one of her embroidered shoes, adorned with millet beads, fell off. Just that single pair of shoes was worth 10 taels of silver, a sum that the maids in the room could not afford to buy even 2 pairs of such shoes. A lonely girl had enjoyed 4 years of luxury while posing as the duke's cousin, inciting envy among others. Yi Kaiwei dared not reveal her identity as the second master's illegitimate daughter, knowing well that if Shinji discovered this, the situation would escalate dramatically. Yet, she believed the old lady and the second master would surely rescue her. The second master remained silent, while the old lady, having exhausted all options, realized she could not keep Yi Kaiwei, for the duke's household ultimately answered to Shinji. However, Xinhuan had arranged for someone to save her. Xinhuan intended to reclaim Yi Kaiwei's identity as a cousin, but did not genuinely wish to send her away. She was eager to witness the commotion within the second branch. The second master and the old lady had many concerns and dared not openly retain Yi Kaiwei. But they too had means to protect her discreetly. Yet, Mei Yi, driven by maternal instinct, could not bear the thought of Yi Kaiwei being sent away or poisoned. Upon learning that the Yi family had sent someone, Mei Yi could no longer restrain herself and hurried to the Showan Hall to assess the situation. On her way, Shenwan had arranged for 2 maids to frighten Mei Yi. Believing the deception, Mei Yi rushed in with a pale face, pushing aside the 2 matrons who were dragging Yi Kaiwei and embracing her tightly. "Kaiwei is my daughter. You cannot send her away." Chapter 56. Deception. The true performance had only just begun. Mei Yi's entrance to aid Yi Kaiwei was shocking enough, but her declaration was like a thunderclap. Everyone present was taken aback. The old lady, seated on the couch, turned pale upon hearing those words, wishing fervently to have Mei Yi dragged away and punished. Foolishness. The second master would inevitably be harmed by such a dim-witted woman. Her affection for Yi Kaiwei did not mean that the second master and she did not care for her. And her desperate rush to reveal Yi Kaiwei's true identity only served to infuriate Shunji further. The old lady's anger boiled, tasting blood in her mouth. However, Mei Yi's words had been spoken, and there was no taking them back. The second master, in collusion with Yi Sanlao, had sought an unrelated person to substitute for Yi Kaiwei within the household, and Shinji was already infuriated. How much more so would he be if he learned that it was his own illegitimate daughter who had been used as a replacement? Shinji's rage nearly lifted the roof off the building as he kicked the second master, sending him flying and shattering the rosewood chair. The commotion caused everyone in the room to tremble. The second master fell to the ground, unable to rise from the pain. The old lady, concerned for her son, stood with the support of Mama-san, suppressing her anger as she said, "Are you trying to kill him?" Shinji turned to the old lady. "Do you know what the crime of deceiving the emperor is?" The old lady's anger froze on her face. Replacing Yi Kaiwei with the second master's illegitimate daughter was merely a private matter between the duke's household and the Yi family. But they had forced Shenwan to concede the title of county princess to Yi Kaiwei, a title granted as a reward for Shinji's military merits, which could only benefit his parents, wife, and children. It was due to General Yi saving Shinji's life that the emperor had made an exception and granted favor to the daughter of his benefactor. And yet, Yi Kaiwei was a fraud, the second master's illegitimate child. If the emperor were to investigate the conferral of a title upon an unworthy illegitimate child, it would be a matter serious enough to cost Shunji dearly. Suppressing her rage, the old lady stated, "This matter was not handled correctly by the second master. I will not speak in his defense. The second master has acted carelessly, failing to uphold your trust. The Yi family was negligent in escorting Kaiwei. They feared you and did not dare to speak the truth. Rather than bringing in an unrelated person, Kaiwei is family and will not bring harm to the duke's household." Though she claimed not to defend the second master, each word served to exonerate him, even shifting the blame onto Shinji. In order to appease Shinji, the 2 elders, Yi San and Heir Yi, opted for honesty over deception, revealing the truth rather than concealing it. Shunji was incensed, his temper flaring. Yun inquired, "What shall be done about the crime of deceiving the emperor?" The matriarch replied slowly, "It has been 4 years since Kaiwei fell into the water, and we have yet to find her. It seems unlikely we shall ever recover her. Perhaps it is best to let the misunderstanding stand, allowing her to assume Kaiwei's identity." Shenwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her grandmother. Has grandmother lost her senses? Deceiving the emperor is a capital offense. Rather than confess to his majesty and seek his forgiveness, grandmother suggests we let this mistaken identity persist? Is she willing to gamble the lives of the entire Shin family for the sake of a bastard child from the second branch? Shenwan was at a loss for how her grandmother could utter such words. Heir Yi had already deceived the eldest branch, and now, even when exposed, the matriarch wanted them to continue pretending that Heir Yi's illegitimate daughter was a legitimate cousin. The title of county princess was to be conferred upon her, and she was to be treated as a favored daughter in public, as if the eldest branch owed something to the second. Shunji was rendered speechless by his fury. His fists clenched, producing a creaking sound. "Drag Heir Yi away and punish him with 30 strokes. Let him reflect in the ancestral hall." With that, Shunji strode away. Shenwan called out, "Father." He halted, knowing exactly what Shinji intended to do. He must seek forgiveness from the emperor before these scandals tarnish the family's reputation, lest the emperor's wrath be unleashed. Shenwan implored, If father enters the palace to plead for forgiveness, the county princess's title may well be forfeited. But the emperor is a wise ruler, and perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. If there is any chance at all, I ask that father bestow the title upon my elder sister instead. Yun looked at Xinhuan, questioning, "Do you not desire it?" Xinhuan shook her head, asserting, "My elder sister needs it more. Moreover, it is only proper that she receive it first, and in the future, when father achieves military merit, he can petition for my title." Shinji remained silent, fully aware that if the emperor chose not to blame him, it would be a stroke of luck. The notion of retaining the county princess's title was beyond consideration. The matriarch, too, was reluctant to part with the title, which is why she suggested maintaining the pretense. Yet, without Shinji's agreement, she found herself powerless. Her icy gaze fell upon Mei Yinyang, and recalling how heir had been beaten until he bled, and would now face further punishment, she wished to see Mei Yinyang suffer 1,000 tortures. The second wife sat silently, having not spoken since Mei Yinyang's arrival, her countenance far darker than the day she had granted Mei Yinyang a noble's concubine status. The words of the Taoist lingered in her ears, and she feared that Mei Yinyang might indeed bear a daughter of great worth. That very night, she had administered a concoction to prevent childbirth, believing she had eliminated the threat. Little did she know that Yi Kaiwei was the daughter of Mei Yinyang. As she recalled how Yi Kaiwei had shone brightly at the peony banquet hosted by the Princess of Shenyang and at the birthday celebration of the Duke of Xinghua. Stepping upon her daughter's reputation, the second wife's face contorted with barely concealed murderous intent. Overwhelmed by rage, she was nearing fainting, and Shenwan only added fuel to the fire, grasping Yun's arm and saying, "Fortunately, Yi-san arrived just in time. She is not truly a cousin,
but the daughter of the second branch.
The trouble she caused should be rectified by my uncle and aunt." The matriarch glanced at the second wife and then turned to Yun, stating, "The Duke will punish heir Yi and impose a kneeling punishment in the ancestral hall. Once he has served his punishment and recuperated, the Duke of Wei's household may well be in an uproar. It is best you handle this matter." Shenwan, feeling defiant, retorted, "Yesterday, my mother was unwell and sent my aunt in her stead to apologize. My third sister claimed that the cousin was brought back by father and mother, and she should be the one to face the consequences. I had nothing to say, but now that she is the daughter of the second branch, why should my mother go? That makes no sense." The fourth wife interjected, "Are you defying the matriarch's arrangements?" Shenwan replied, "When my third sister made that statement yesterday, my fourth aunt was present. My third sister insisted it was no problem, so how does it suddenly become defiance? After all, they were blood relatives, united by the same mother and in collusion." Yin stated, "I am still unwell and cannot press my second sister to go. However, fourth sister, since you are fine, you should go to the Duke of Wei's household to apologize." The fourth wife's expression shifted multiple times. "How can I go?" Shenwan responded, "If you cannot be required to go, then why should my mother be expected to? Do you not understand the principle of treating others as you wish to be treated?" The fourth wife fell silent, unable to retort. This was clearly a situation of inviting trouble, and avoidance would be prudent. Only a fool would seek further complications. Shenwan declared, "Previously, I believed her to be a cousin, so I could not insist that grandmother invoke the family rules against her. However, she is the daughter of the second branch, and with the debt still owed to the crown prince's residence unaddressed, and having harmed the fourth young lady of the Duke of Wei's household, if we do not impose a strict punishment, who knows what further troubles may arise." Yin agreed. Indeed, a severe punishment is warranted. For both offenses, at the very least, she should be made to transcribe the family rules in the Buddhist hall for a month. A month in the Buddhist hall? She would surely go mad. Yi Kaiwei looked at Xin Wu, who glared back with such intensity that she seemed ready to flay her alive. "What are you waiting for? Take her to the Buddhist hall." Two maidservants approached to escort her away. Yi Kaiwei gritted her teeth. "It was you who instructed me to push the fourth young lady of the Duke of Wei." Chapter 57. Exposing shortcomings, so quickly did the dogs turn on one another. Yi Kaiwei was not truly a cousin, and Shenwu was aware of this. Yet she was unaware that Yi Kaiwei was her half-sister. Holding this secret as leverage, Shenwu had coerced Yi Kaiwei into assisting her in many endeavors, especially those involving financial gain. Previously, Shenwu had held the upper hand over Yi Kaiwei, compelling her to comply. Now, with her most significant secret laid bare, the tables had turned, and Yi Kaiwei held the upper hand. She bore no grudge against the fourth young lady of the Duke of Wei and would not target her without cause. The trouble was instigated by Xin Wu, and now, as Yun sought to punish her, Xin Wu stood by, failing to intercede and instead choosing to further her plight. Yi Kai-wei would never acquiesce to such treatment. Her worth was immense, and she had prospects of a favorable marriage, ensuring the continued prosperity of the Duke of Wei's household for generations. Even if she did offend Xin Wu, the matriarch would not dare to harm her. Fortunately, Shenwan had provided her with a means of support. Otherwise, as an inconsequential, illegitimate daughter, she would have lacked the confidence to confront Xin Wu. Xin Wu, filled with indignation, reported to the matriarch, grandmother. It was she who carelessly collided with the fourth young lady of the Duke of Wei, but now accuses me of orchestrating it.
Ye Jai he retorted.
I am not so foolish as to deny my own mistakes. You are the one who coerced me into seeking revenge. I dare to swear by the heavens that I speak no falsehood. Do you dare to do the same? Yi Kai-wei had tempered her words. Yet her eyes sparkled with defiance, as if she were ready to expose all the misdeeds Shen Wu had compelled her to commit. For every moment she spent kneeling in the Buddhist hall, Shen Wu would be obliged to endure the same. Shen Wu was consumed by fury, wishing to strangle Yi Kai-wei. The matriarch was well aware of the nature of these events, but she had not anticipated that Yi Kai-wei's lineage would be revealed so abruptly, catching her off guard. The matriarch commanded, "Both of you shall go to the Buddhist hall and transcribe the family rules." Shen Wu dared not protest further. Mama Sun, fearing they would continue to air their grievances in front of Yun, hurriedly arranged for them to be taken to the Buddhist hall. The matriarch instructed the second wife, "Tomorrow, you must go to the Duke of Wei's household to apologize." Since Yi Kai-wei was indeed the daughter of the second branch and had been pushed by Shen Wu to collide with the fourth young lady of the Duke of Wei, should the second wife refuse, Yun would hold her accountable. As Yi Kai-wei prepared to leave, Shenwan stated, "Remove your belongings from Qingyi courtyard before you head to the Buddhist hall for your punishment." Yi Kai-wei was reluctant to face punishment in the Buddhist hall. Yet she also did not wish to vacate Qingyi courtyard. With red-rimmed eyes, she gazed at the matriarch. The matriarch replied, "Let her continue residing in Qingyi courtyard." This time, Shenwan did not need to voice her objections. Yun refused to comply. Qingyi courtyard was where one had lived since childhood, lovingly decorated with much effort. It could be relinquished to the real Kai-wei, but it was utterly unacceptable for the illegitimate daughter of the second branch to remain there indefinitely. The matriarch could not risk the ridicule that would surely follow. Not only would Shenwan object, but Shun Yao and Shun Wu would also refuse. How could an illegitimate daughter enjoy better living conditions than the legitimate daughters? Did they not care for their dignity? Despite the matriarch's bias, she could not protect Yi Kai-wei's stay in Qingyi courtyard. Shenwan entered the courtyard and watched as Yi Kai-wei packed her belongings. Fearing for Yi Kai-wei's safety, the matriarch had dispatched Mama Sun to observe. Yi Kai-wei was brought into the residence by herself, a reward from the old matriarch, given by the duke's household, along with some items of uncertain origin. Shenwan permitted her to take what she wanted, but insisted that the rest must remain. Yi Kai-wei refused, asserting that whatever was given to her now belonged to her. Such audacity was truly shameless. Shenwan, disdainful of further debate, turned to Mama Sun, who had come to support her. "Can I reclaim the gift sent to my cousin by my parents and the Yun family?" Shenwan's voice was low, yet it sent chills down Mama Sun's spine. The second young lady, though youthful, bore a gaze more imposing than the pressure exerted by the matriarch. It was a matter evidently devoid of justification, and Mama Sun dared not overly defend Yi Kai-wei. It was reasonable for the second young lady to reclaim gifts intended for her cousin, yet some items would remain and used if returned. So it was prudent to leave them behind. Though they were not blood relatives, they would still reside in the same household. Thus it was best to maintain amiability. Shenwan smiled, noting that as a mere daughter of the second branch, she would not require those items again. Leaving them for Yi Kai-wei would merely serve to keep her sister, Sand, in check. Since Mama Sun had proposed it, they would be left for her. However, Shenwan realized she had overlooked San. Yet, once spoken, words could not be retracted. Shenwan took the usable jewelry and porcelain, leaving the rest as a concession to Yi Kai-wei. After a morning of moving, Yi Kai-wei finally transported her belongings to the southern courtyard. Shenwan instructed all the maids and servants from Qingyi courtyard to assist in the move, refraining from commanding those who had been under Yi Tsaiwei's service. Instead, she opted for generosity, gifting them to her. Once Yi Kaiwei departed, Shenwan arranged for a few maids from Mingyue Courtyard to come and tidy up, ensuring Qingyi Courtyard was well looked after. Upon returning to Mingyue Courtyard, Shenwan sought out Shenyu and handed her a small box. "What is this?" Shenyu inquired. "These are the jewels our false cousin managed to swindle from you," Shenwan replied. Shenyu accepted the box, astonished to find over a dozen pieces within. "How could there be so many?" Shenwan remarked. "You have married early and met infrequently. Otherwise, who knows how much more could have been deceived from you." Shenyu sighed, pondering whether her cousin was still alive. Her father had intended to bring her cousin back to the capital for proper care. But an incident on the journey had instead brought misfortune. With only her cousin as the sole child of her uncle and aunt, Shenyu could scarcely imagine the depth of her father's regret. Shenwan shared her fears, recognizing the dire circumstances. For it had been 4 long years since the true Yi Kaiwei had disappeared into the waters. She vaguely recalled that her father had sent her third uncle to Junzhou, yet the second master had taken it upon himself, resulting in Yi San's accident while escorting Yi Kaiwei to meet him. Ultimately, it was the second master's illegitimate daughter who returned to the estate. Shenwan suspected that the second master had orchestrated this from the beginning. The true Yi Kaiwei had not merely drowned but had been harmed. But these remained mere conjectures, lacking evidence. Nonetheless, someone from the Yi family would inevitably grow suspicious. At that moment, Yunshi entered, and Shenwan asked, "Mother, has father returned?" Yunshi nodded. "Your father has just come back. He was deceived by the second master, committing an act of treason. The emperor has not blamed him, and the princess's reward has not been retracted. A decree will arrive soon to bestow a title upon your elder sister." Shenyu was stunned. "Why is the reward for me?" "It should be for Wanner," Yunshi replied. "Before your father entered the palace, Wanner specifically instructed me to pass it on to you." Shenyu asserted. "The emperor intended to reward Wanner, and besides, I do not require it. A princess's title is more advantageous for marriage." Yet she knew she would never marry again. Such a reward for her would be a waste. Shenwan smiled. "If elder sister does not require it, then I need it even less. The emperor has already betrothed me. The status of the crown princess of Jingbei is incomparable to that of a mere county princess." Shenyu had no retort. Yunshi chuckled. "Others would fight tooth and nail for what you two sisters so generously yield to one another." Chapter 58. Apology. The true Yi Kaiwei had gone missing for 4 years after falling into the water. Yi San had sent people to search for her all that time, but to no avail. Though many believed her survival was unlikely, as Shinji's biological niece and a benefactor's daughter, he would not abandon hope until her body was discovered. Upon returning from the palace, Shinji dispatched individuals to the location where Yi Kaiwei had perished. Yunshi inquired of Shenwan, "Did you truly dream of your uncle and aunt?" Shenwan shook her head. "It was false. I have never dreamt of them." Yunshi poked Shenwan's forehead. "I suspected as much, yet your father believes it wholeheartedly and is already contemplating how to find time to visit Junzhou." Shenwan rubbed her forehead. "Father is too easily deceived." "He is indeed gullible," Yunshi remarked. "Strangers cannot fool him, but family members can easily manipulate him." Shenwan worried. Wouldn't he truly go to Junzhou, would he?" "He wishes to, but with military affairs consuming him, he will not have the opportunity in the near future. To request leave, Shinji would need to be told the truth. It would not do for him to make a pointless trip to Junzhou over unfounded matters. While it would be appropriate for him to pay respects to his sister and brother-in-law, his high-ranking position necessitated prioritizing court affairs." Shenwan decided to move back to Qingyi Courtyard, but Shenyu was reluctant. Although Mingyue Courtyard and Qingyi Courtyard were close, they were not as convenient as living in the same courtyard. In recent days, the sisters had shared meals and laughter together. Without Shenwan's company to alleviate her boredom, Shenyu could hardly bear to think of how long it would take to recover from her separation. Shenyu was unwilling, so Shenwan resolved to postpone the move for half a month. Qingyi Courtyard had been occupied by Yi Kaiwei for so long that it needed time to dispel its bad luck. During lunch, as they were halfway through their meal, Yin Chuan rushed in to report, "The cousin and the third young lady are quarreling in the Buddhist hall, and it's turned physical. The cousin's face has been scratched. The old matriarch is furious and has sent Qing to keep watch." "Why still call her cousin?" Shanshu queried. Yin Chuan would have preferred not to, but was uncertain how to refer to Yi Kaiwei, as no one knew her actual name or her age relative to the third young lady. Yi Kaiwei had the audacity to confront Shen Wu physically, demonstrating that her esteemed status had granted her considerable confidence. Shen Wan felt a surge of delight. even finishing an extra half bowl of lunch. With the old matriarch's people keeping watch, the two refrained from further violence, but their argument was inevitable. The next day, Shenwan, as usual, had breakfast before heading to Shoan Hall to pay respects to the old matriarch.
On the way,
she saw a maid leading a doctor towards the southern courtyard and began to worry that the second madam had fallen ill. Of course, Shenwan was not genuinely concerned for the second madam. Rather, she knew the second madam was scheduled to visit the Duke of Wei's household to offer apologies. And if she fell sick, the responsibility would surely fall on Yunshi. As expected, upon arriving at Shoan Hall and reaching the screen, Shenwan overheard the old matriarch instructing Yunshi, "The second madam is ill and cannot go to the Duke of Wei's. You must go in her stead." No one doubted that the second madam was feigning illness. The second master had taken a mistress and sired an illegitimate daughter who was not inferior in beauty or talent to his legitimate daughter. And there were even fortune-tellers asserting that her life was immensely auspicious and could ensure the Duke's household's prosperity for a century. It was no wonder the second madam was furious. Yet Yunshi did not wish to visit the Duke's household either, but just as she was about to refuse, a maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Old matriarch, it's terrible. The matter of the second master using his illegitimate daughter to replace the cousin has been discovered by the Board of Censors. During this morning's court session, they submitted charges against the second master, and the emperor has demoted him 2 ranks. The old matriarch's face, already haggard, turned ashen upon hearing the news of the second master's demotion. Due to keeping a mistress, he would be barred from promotion for a year. The old matriarch could hardly bear it, let alone facing a demotion. While it was wrong for the second master to replace the cousin with his illegitimate daughter, he was not solely to blame. Yi-san bore some responsibility as well. Moreover, Shunji had already entered the palace to apologize to the emperor, who had not blamed him, telling the censors to mind their own business. The old matriarch was so enraged that she tasted blood in her mouth. Yun wished to evade visiting the Duke of Wei's residence, but the old lady, in her anger, left her little room for objection. Shenwan refrained from further inflaming the situation. It was common knowledge that the 4th young lady of the Duke of Wei's household was the illegitimate daughter of the second master, and thus, when Yun came to offer her apologies, the Duke's household, despite their grievances, could hardly direct their ire towards her. Accompanying Yun out of the residence, Shenwan climbed into the carriage, only to be urged by Yun to disembark. Shenwan calmly replied, "I shall accompany you, mother." After all, she was the emperor's bestowed fiancée to the esteemed Prince of Jingbei, and her presence would lend some semblance of respect to her father. Even if the Duke of Wei's household chose to disregard him. Unable to resist Shenwan's insistence, Yun relented and allowed her to come along. The journey to the Duke of Wei's residence was quite lengthy, taking nearly half an hour of jostling within the carriage. Upon their arrival, knowing that Yun was there to offer her apologies, the servants of the Duke's household displayed a commendably respectful demeanor. After all, both Shinji and Yun were victims in this affair, having treated the second master's illegitimate daughter as a beloved niece for 4 years, only to be compelled to apologize for her misdeeds. They were fortunate that the Duchess of Jingbei was of amiable temperament and chose to receive them. As they entered through the second gate, the Duchess of Wei approached them from a distance, causing Shenwan to feel a sense of favor towards her. At the very least, she was reasonable and did not unjustly direct her anger towards the innocent. Yun remarked, "Please do not find it laughable. But due to the disgrace that has befallen our household, the second mistress has fallen ill with anger, and I come in her stead to express our apologies. I hope the 4th young lady has recovered somewhat." The 4th young lady had her dislocated arm treated on the same day, but the more severe injury was a gash on her forehead, which could potentially leave a scar. The Duchess of Wei shared the details of her daughter's condition and offered compliments to Shenwan, noting the splendid match between the daughter of the Duke of Jingbei and the Prince of Jingbei. Shenwan felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Had she known that the Duchess of Wei would refrain from uttering any harsh words towards her mother, she would not have come, inviting Yun inside for tea. The Duchess of Wei did not include Shenwan, who, upon reaching the courtyard entrance, was approached by a maid. "Madam, the 4th young lady is aware that Miss Shen has arrived and wishes to speak with her." Shenwan raised an eyebrow, turning to Yun, "Mother, I will go meet the 4th young lady." Although Yun felt a twinge of worry, it was improper to decline the invitation. Upon entering the room, Shenwan saw the 4th young lady reclining against a grand pillow, evidently shaken from her fall, and nursing a scraped knee, which made walking painful. Once alone, the 4th young lady dismissed her maid. "You may all leave." After the door closed, Shunwan inquired, "What did you wish to discuss with me?" The fourth young lady replied, "At the peony banquet held at the Princess of Shenyang's residence, you took advantage of me. How dare you come to the Duke of Wei's household?" Shunwan surmised that this was the matter she wished to address, and with a smile, she said, "You know I bear no malice. Otherwise, I would have informed my third sister of your involvement long ago." Indeed, Shunwan had utilized the fourth young lady. But it was not a necessity for her. She had even taken a slight risk, uncertain whether the fourth young lady would discard the note she had seen. If she had sought to expose Shinwu's deceit, she could have easily presented the poem to the Princess of Shenyang, revealing the duplicity of Shinwu's claim to have composed it on the spot. The fourth young lady remarked, "It seems your sisterly bond is not as harmonious as it appears." Shunwan smiled faintly, acknowledging that it was not as amicable as outsiders might believe. However, she felt a connection with the fourth young lady, perhaps indicating a budding friendship. The fourth young lady was taken aback by Shunwan's desire for friendship.
"Why?"
she asked.
Surprised.
Shunwan replied, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, is it not?" The Duke of Wei's household had met a tragic end in a past life, owing to the narrow-mindedness of the second master, who, wielding immense power, would surely seek revenge against the Duke of Wei's household for obstructing his ambitions. In a mere few months after Xiaoyun assumed authority, several masters of the Duke's household encountered misfortunes, ultimately leading to their titles being stripped and their families exiled. The fourth young lady, who had been in direct opposition to Shinwu, faced an even grimmer fate, which Shunwan found difficult to bear. The fourth young lady broke into a smile, "Then I shall accept you as a friend." They exchanged knowing glances, resonating with a sense of camaraderie long overdue. After a brief visit, as Shunwan prepared to take her leave, she paused at the beaded curtain and turned to say, "As a friend, I must caution you. The heir of the Marquis of Tsuching is not a suitable match. Do not marry him." The fourth young lady, bewildered, questioned Shunwan's reasoning, as she had no connection to the heir and held no affection for him, making the remark seem as if she were destined to wed him. The fourth young lady yearned to clarify, but Shunwan had already departed. With a straightforward disposition, the fourth young lady found herself perplexed. Shunwan's warning weighed on her mind. In the previous life, before calamity struck the Duke of Wei's household, the fourth young lady had been betrothed to the heir of the Marquis of Tsuching. It was said that the evidence leading to the Duke's condemnation had been presented by him. When the Duke of Wei's household faced exile, the fourth young lady, as a married woman, could have escaped unscathed. However, during the upheaval, the heir divorced her, and she followed the Duke into exile, ultimately perishing on the journey. Shunwan was uncertain when the fourth young lady had become engaged, but she felt compelled to issue a warning. The young lady would certainly heed it. With so many noble sons in the capital, she need not feel obligated to marry the heir of the Marquis of Tsuching. Marriage was a lifelong commitment, and it was better to miss an opportunity than to make a wrong choice. The Duchess of Wei saw Yun and Xinwan off as they departed. Once settled in the carriage, Yun instructed Xinwan, "The residence of Master Lin is not far. Accompany me to pay respects to Madame Lin." Xinwan nodded obediently. Xinji and Yun held the utmost respect for Master Lin and Madame Lin, frequently bringing Xinwan to pay them visits. Master Lin was the current emperor's mentor, held in great esteem, and also Xinji's teacher. One could say that Xinji's accomplishments were largely due to Master Lin's guidance. In his youth, Xinji was coddled by the old lady, turning into a complete ne'er-do-well. Whenever the old master reprimanded him, the old lady would weep for her deceased sister, leaving the old master powerless to discipline Xinji. With a tarnished reputation, Xinji was notorious for causing trouble. The old master, unable to scold or strike him, once sought Master Lin's counsel on how to discipline his son. Master Lin, whether sincerely or to comfort the old master, remarked that Xinji was a piece of uncut jade. The old master, upon hearing this, prepared generous gifts and insisted on bringing Xinji to the Lin residence, beseeching Master Lin to take him under his wing. Although the old master had several sons, Xinji was still his legitimate son, and if left unchecked, would surely be ruined. After much persistence, Master Lin finally agreed to take Xinji in. Under Master Lin's mentorship, Xinji underwent a remarkable transformation. Without Master Lin, one could only speculate what Xinji would have become. Grateful for his benefactor, Xinji often accompanied Master Lin for games of chess and fishing during his leisure time, while Yun frequently visited Madame Lin to pay her respects. The carriage wound its way through 2 streets before arriving at the Lin residence. As Shen Wan emerged, she beheld the gilded plaque shimmering in the sunlight. Master Lin was the only figure within the court who, despite being highly regarded by the emperor, did not evoke envy or jealousy. Not only was Master Lin the emperor's mentor, but he also had no sons of his own. He and Madame Lin had only one daughter, who had passed away 16 years prior. 19 years ago, when the current emperor had yet to be named crown prince, another was favored as the heir, the eldest son of the current empress. The late emperor had arranged a marriage between Master Lin's cherished daughter and the crown prince. But on the very night of their wedding, poison was slipped into the marriage wine, leading to the crown prince's immediate demise. Master Lin's daughter became a widow on her wedding day, transitioning from crown princess to the wife of the Prince of Jin. 3 years later, a flood devastated the prince's residence, and the princess perished in the ensuing fire. Having lost his beloved daughter, Master Lin was deeply affected and contemplated retirement. However, the emperor refused his resignation. To retain Master Lin in the court, the emperor granted him the privilege to sit during morning court sessions, even allowing him to forego attendance if he wished. The Lin household consisted solely of Master Lin and Madame Lin, although the estate was spacious and grand. It could not conceal an underlying sense of desolation. Madame Lin, though only a year younger than the elder matron, had already lost most of her hair's color to gray. Upon seeing the Yun family and Shen Wan, she was filled with delight. Before Shen Wan could perform her customary greeting, Madame Lin waved her hand, beckoning. "Come sit beside me." Shen Wan approached and settled next to Madame Lin, who gazed at her with a sense of rarity and fondness, noting that after some time apart, one had blossomed into an even more exquisite young lady. Mrs. Yun remarked, "It has indeed been several days since we brought one to pay our respects to you and the elder master." Madame Lin's eyes remained fixed on Shen Wan, yet Shen Wan felt as though Madame Lin was looking through her, as if she were perceiving another person entirely. Each time Madame Lin gazed upon her, the corners of her eyes would glisten with moisture, revealing a depth of longing. Retracting her hand after caressing Shen Wan's face, Madame Lin turned to Mrs. Yun and inquired, "Why didn't you bring Yu along as well? It has been over half a year since I last saw her. Has she endured so many grievances? Is she well?" Madame Lin and the elder master had no children of their own, treating Shinji as their son and showering affection on Shin Li and Shin Yu as if they were their own grandchildren. The love bestowed by the elder master and Madame Lin was genuine, unlike the superficial affection often displayed by the elder matron. They had generously gifted many items for Shen Li's marriage and Shin Yu's betrothal, particularly for Shen Wan's impending nuptials, where the elder master presented an impressive 64 sedan chairs filled with dowries, half of which were invaluable books and paintings from his personal collection. Mrs. Yun shared news about Shen Yu's circumstances and explained, "Wan insisted on accompanying me to the Duke Wei's residence to apologize. Since the Lin residence is nearby, I thought to bring her to pay you a visit." The scandal regarding the second master substituting his illegitimate daughter for his niece had become the talk of the capital, and Madame Lin had naturally heard of it. However, she refrained from commenting on the domestic affairs of the Duke of Dinghua and shifted the topic, stating, "The emperor has bestowed a marriage for Wan to the heir of the Jingbei prince. The elder master is quite pleased, praising the match. And he has always had an eye for character. He has mentioned more than once that the heir will undoubtedly achieve greatness beyond that of the Jingbei prince himself."
Indeed.
The elder master was astute in his judgments. In a previous life, Xie Jingyu had forcibly removed Xiao Yun from the dragon throne, thus establishing himself as an emperor, an achievement unmatched. Mrs. Yun smiled, saying, "For the heir of Jingbei to receive such commendation from the elder master, Wan's marriage to him is certainly a fortuitous match." Madame Lin chuckled. To marry Wan is also a stroke of luck for the heir of Jingbei. Whenever Mrs. Yun brought Shen Wan to the Lin residence, they would share a meal with Madame Lin before departing, and today was no exception. With Mrs. Yun and Shen Wan by her side, Madame Lin was in high spirits, consuming an extra half bowl of rice at lunch. After their meal and a brief interlude, Mrs. Yun and Shen Wan took their leave. As they departed, Madame Lin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. When Mama Chen inquired, "Are you all right, madam?" she wiped her eyes and replied, "I am fine. It is just a pity that the elder master and I are fated to have no sons or grandsons in this lifetime. How wonderful it would be to have Wan marry and become our granddaughter-in-law." Wan's eyes resembled Qingyin's so closely that seeing her always brings back memories of Qingyin's presence. Chapter 60. Thoughts upon returning to the Duke of Dinggua's residence. Shunwan disembarked from the carriage just as Shenli rode back, bow and arrows slung over his shoulder, along with a decent haul of game. Shunwan greeted him. Brother, have you been hunting? Shenli replied, I went with my brother-in-law. Shunwan could hardly contain her irritation, thinking, how I wish I could sew his lips shut. I am not yet married, so why call him brother-in-law? If this reaches Xie Jingyu's ears, what would he think of me? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Mrs. Yun admonished, you mustn't speak so carelessly. Your sister has yet to marry. Shenli saw no issue, stating, the imperial decree has been issued. There's no turning back. Can my brother-in-law really run away? To speak frankly, even if Xie Jingyu were to perish today, my sister would still belong to him, and he would still be her brother-in-law. While there was some truth to his reasoning, it was still inappropriate to speak so freely. I called the heir of Jingbei brother-in-law today, and he said nothing in response. Not only did he remain silent, but Shenli even sensed that Xie Jingyu was in good spirits. Shunwan felt an ache in her heart. She had worried that her brother's words would reach Xie Jingyu's ears, only to discover that her brother had already called him as such in front of her. The real brother-in-law would refrain from calling her such before marriage, yet her brother seemed to relish in the title, leaving her feeling embarrassed. If only she had a stick in hand, she would have thrust it into Mrs. Yun's grasp and urged her to reprimand Shenli. Since Shenli had already addressed Xie Jingyu directly, Mrs. Yun had nothing more to say. Shenli remarked, Sister, you enjoy eating wild rabbits, so I brought back 2. That should be enough for you. Along with the rabbits, he also had wild chickens and a fox. Upon entering the residence, Shenli intended to return to his courtyard but paused to say, I almost forgot. In half a month, it will be my brother-in-law's birthday. Sister, do not forget to prepare a gift. Shenwan could no longer contain her frustration with her elder brother. We are not engaged out of love and mutual affection. It is a sham. Even if it is an imperial decree, it remains a falsehood. She thought it inappropriate to present him with a birthday gift. Ignorance would be one thing, but her brother's reminder made it impossible to feign ignorance. Perhaps I could simply buy a jade pendant for him as a token of gratitude for his title as the heir, Mrs. Yun remarked. The first gift given after the engagement should not be judged by its value, but rather by the thoughtfulness behind it. Shenwan pondered whether her heartfelt selection would suffice. Though the thought lingered in her throat, she refrained from expressing it aloud. In Mrs. Yun's view, anything that could be purchased was not truly heartfelt. Hand-embroidering a pouch would be more meaningful than spending a fortune on a jade pendant. When Shunwan mentioned embroidering a pouch, Mrs. Yun's face lit up with a proud smile, a child worth teaching. Shunwan felt that her mother's values had been warped by the Yun family's immense wealth. They cared for her, which is why they valued her embroidered pouch. Otherwise, what distinguished her efforts from those of a seamstress? Her elder sister had been led astray by these notions, and now sought to lead her astray as well. In the end, it mattered not what she presented to Xie Jingyu. The pouch would suffice if it pleased her mother. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Mrs. Yun went to the Showan Hall, while Shunwan returned directly to the Mingyue courtyard. Shinyi was napping, so Shunwan retreated to her own room. As she entered, Yin Chuan approached, saying, Miss, you have returned. Hong Xiao seems unwell. She vomited this morning and could not eat lunch. It appeared the rumors held some truth. Shunwan asked, where is Hong Xiao? She is resting in her room as she feels unwell, Yin Chuan replied. Shunwan instructed Yin Chuan, go see how she is. If it seems serious, call for a doctor. Yin Chuan went to check on Hong Xiao and quickly returned, saying, Hong Xiao claims she is feeling much better and does not need a doctor. Shan Hu found the situation odd, noting that vomiting and lack of appetite suggested a serious ailment, and urged, Miss, you should insist on calling for a doctor. It is your money being spent, but her life is at stake. Hong Xiao's refusal was not due to her health, but rather her fear. Shunwan understood, yet if Hong Xiao insisted on declining, she could not force her to see a physician. The true name of the girl who pretended to be Yi Kaiwei was Xin Ti. She was 2 months younger than Xin Wu and 3 months older than Xinin. Following her recognition of her ancestry, Xinin, the 4th daughter of the Duke of Dinggua, became the 5th daughter, while the 5th daughter became the 6th. Shunwan had expected the elder matron to punish Xin Wu and Xin Ti by making them reflect in the Buddhist hall for a month. However, after just 3 days, Xin Ti fainted in the hall, prompting the elder matron to release them back to the southern courtyard. The second master had been beaten by Xin Ji and faced punishment, including a demotion of 2 ranks by the emperor. The second master's transgressions regarding his concubine and illegitimate daughter had not gone unpunished. And with no one contesting the elder matron's decision to release Xin Wu and Xin Ti, the matter was settled. On this day, Xin Wan visited the Showan Hall to pay her respects as usual, not wishing to leave immediately after. She sat down to listen to the third and fourth madams discuss the happenings in the capital, some gossip trivial, while others Xin Wan was already aware of from her previous life. Just as she was preparing to depart due to the absence of engaging conversation, the fourth madam mentioned a particular matter that caused Xin Wan's expression to change. The newly appointed Minister of Revenue, Lord Zhaoping, had submitted a memorial indicating significant discrepancies in the ministry's accounts, prompting the emperor to order an internal investigation. Xin Wan believed that the ancestral temple had not been struck by lightning, and thus the corruption case would not implicate the Minister of Revenue. She thought that he would not resort to scheming against her elder brother to safeguard his position. However, she had been overly optimistic. Even without the ancestral temple incident, the Earl of Zhaoping would still have unearthed the corruption case. The minister, unable to plug this leak, might still resort to using his own daughter as a pawn, calculating against her elder brother. Remembering how her brother had been horrifically schemed against in her past life, Xin Wan felt an uncontrollable rage. She would never allow such a thing to happen again. Upon exiting the Showan Hall, Xin Wan dispatched her maid to the front courtyard, instructing that if Xun Li was in the residence, he should come to find her. Unfortunately, Xun Li was not at home. Fearing that Xin Yu might languish in her room, Mrs. Yun found an excuse to send Xin Yu to the Yun family, insisting that Xun Wan accompany her. Thus, the two sisters departed the residence together. Once in the carriage, Xin Yu asked Xin Wan if something weighed on her mind. Xin Wan shook her head, insisting there was nothing troubling her. Are you truly unconcerned? You appear rather distracted, Xin Yu remarked, a hint of worry in her tone. Xin Wan explained that previously, Daoist Jingyuan had advised her to be wary of her brother's marriage, cautioning that he might be schemed against. Her brother was often out and about, eager to assist others. If he were to rescue a maiden, he could end up marrying her. To save a person is to be bound to marry them, she noted. Having suffered from similar experiences and firmly believing in Daoist Jingyuan's words, Xin Yu resolved to remind her brother when they returned home. Xin Wan nodded, contemplating whether to feign a visit to the temple to send her brother to Junzhou to seek out their cousin, hoping he would return only after the corruption case settled. Xin Yu, perceptive and wary of revealing her own concerns, diverted her attention by lifting the carriage curtain to gaze at the street. However, her focus was soon captured by a striking figure in the distance. Even from behind, it sent a chill through Xin Wan's gaze. Stop the carriage, she commanded. The young servant halted the carriage. Xin Wan turned to Xin Yu, asking if she wished to accompany her or wait within the carriage. Xin Yu opted to remain inside, reluctant to face the scrutiny of onlookers. Xin Wan did not press her further and alighted from the carriage. The person she had spotted was none other than her sister-in-law, Chu Yan, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, who in her past life had conspired with the second branch of the family to drive her mother to her death. In her previous life, when the Minister of Revenue was embroiled in a corruption scandal, Chu Yan had nearly been struck by a falling flower pot while out shopping, and her brother had saved her in the nick of time. At that moment, no one was aware of his affections for another. He kept silent, and their heroic encounter blossomed into an engagement. Though the minister was involved in the case, as he was not the primary offender, their father managed to plead for leniency, resulting in the emperor merely penalizing him with a year's salary forfeiture. However, shortly after, Chu Yan's brother fell victim to gambling debts amounting to tens of thousands of taels, and Chu Yan, bypassing her brother and the Yun family, sought financial assistance from the Yun household to help her brother repay his debts. Kneeling in desperation, Chu Yan ensured the Yun family could not refuse her request, although it was evident she had no intention of repaying the loan. This treachery against the Yun family was only the beginning. Later, during a military campaign, Chu Yan's brother was sent to the front lines, where he perished after being gravely injured while her brother attempted to rescue him. The loss of her brother led to their father's demise, and the subsequent blows proved too much for their mother, who fell ill and ultimately passed away, leaving the title to the second branch. Astonishingly, within mere months of her brother's death, Chu Yan found herself with child, fathered by the second son, Xinjiang. The scandal exposed. Those involved shamelessly justified their actions by claiming it was for the good of the main branch, advocating for Xinjiang to marry into both families to preserve lineage. The title had already been inherited by the second branch. What need was there for such a child? Even if they were to merge the two families, One would expect prior consultation with her mother, who was already gravely ill and ultimately succumbed to the stress inflicted by Chu Yan and the second branch's shamelessness. Reflecting on these events, Shunwan could not suppress her rage, her body trembling with indignation. She understood her brother's character. If anyone were in danger before him, he could never turn a blind eye, even if she had warned him. She vaguely recalled the minister's involvement in the corruption case. Chu Yan's foul mood leading her to take her frustrations out on a young lady from the Zhao family while strolling through the streets, wondering if today would be the same. In her previous life, during a visit to the jewelry shop, Chu Yan had taken a fancy to a jade bracelet that the Zhao lady intended to purchase. In a fit of anger, Chu Yan had deliberately dropped the bracelet, causing it to shatter. With witnesses on her side, Chu Yan had blamed the Zhao lady for her clumsiness, leaving the latter with no recourse but to accept her misfortune. Upon entering the Jade Pavilion, finding no one on the first floor, Shunwan ascended to the second. As she climbed the stairs, she immediately spotted Chu Yan handing a bracelet to the Zhao lady. Realizing it was too late to intervene, Shunwan watched helplessly as the exquisite jade bracelet fell to the ground, shattering at her feet. Chu Yan, seizing the opportunity, accused the Zhao lady of being incapable of receiving the bracelet properly, while two sycophants stepped forward to support Chu Yan's claims. The Zhao lady looked around desperately for someone to corroborate her account, fearing she would be unjustly blamed for the damage. With her eyes brimming with tears, she exclaimed, "You did this on purpose." Chu Yan wore a smug expression, clearly relishing the situation. "I shall testify on her behalf." Shunwan interjected, stepping forward. Chu Yan's expression soured as she regarded Shunwan, questioning whether the second daughter of the Shin family was eager to meddle.
Shunwan replied, "Que Yan."
"Even if you are in a foul mood, it is unjust to take your frustrations out on others." Chu Yan retorted, "What do you mean by that? How could I possibly be in a bad mood?" Shunwan ignored her, focusing instead on the Zhao lady. "Do not fear, I shall stand witness for you. If she refuses to admit her fault, we shall bring this matter before the Dali Temple. I shall ensure that all of Kyoto sees how Chu Yan abuses her power." Shunwan's voice was cold, her gaze fierce enough to silence the two girls who had been supporting Chu Yan. The very name of the second daughter of the Duke's residence, soon to become the crown princess, commanded respect. Shunwan's piercing gaze demanded once more, "Now, who is truly at fault for the shattered bracelet?" The two girls, suddenly regretting their earlier bravado, stammered that they had seen nothing and hastily exited the scene. Shunwan turned her attention back to Chu Yan, who was now visibly enraged. "Why does the second daughter of the Shin family feel the need to meddle?" Chu Yan snapped, preparing to leave. Shunwan, however, firmly insisted, "You shall compensate for the bracelet before you go." Chu Yan clenched her fists, glaring at Shunwan. "Is it such a pleasure for you to meddle?" Shunwan replied resolutely, "I am determined to see this through. If you do not repay, I will take the broken bracelet to the Dali Temple and expose how you bully others." Chu Yan, rendered speechless by fury, was pulled away by her maid, who hurriedly settled the bill. Leaving without even taking the remnants of the shattered bracelet with them, the two departed. The Zhao lady expressed her gratitude to Shunwan, saying, "Thank you, second daughter Shin. Had it not been for you today, I would have suffered greatly. Be mindful of your purchases in the future." Shunwan chose not to respond to her additional remarks. She assisted Miss Zhao, yet in truth, Miss Zhao also aided her. Her entrance into the Jade Pavilion was motivated by a desire to incite conflict with Chu Yan, hoping the commotion would escalate to an irreconcilable level. Her elder brother was renowned for his indulgence towards her, and she could not believe that after a quarrel, Chu Yan would still aspire to be her sister-in-law. After their argument, she felt a surge of relief. She had not purchased any jewelry, nor had she even glanced at it. To quarrel. It seemed as if her young lady was indeed hurrying to confront Miss Zhao, but that must be a mere illusion. The lady was not of such a disposition. Upon exiting the Jade Pavilion, she encountered the heir of the Marquis of Zhao standing by the carriage. Out of courtesy, she refrained from approaching him. It was only after he departed that she entered the carriage, only to find Xinyu regarding her with a complex expression. Shunwan felt inexplicably guilty. Why was her elder sister looking at her in such a manner? Xinyu remarked, "The heir of the Marquis of Zhao seeks you." Shunwan's heart skipped a beat. Feigning ignorance, she replied, "Is he not looking for you?" He believed the carriage housed her. As he called out for Miss Xin Heir, she heard it distinctly. While Shunwan could surmise the reason for his inquiry, she must feign ignorance, even expressing curiosity. "Why would he seek me? Could you not inquire about his purpose?" Xinyu, already avoiding the heir, dared not ask further. "Shall I go and ask?" Shunwan attempted to exit the carriage, but was pulled back by Xinyu, stating they were headed to the Yun residence. Chapter 62. Amusement. After Xunyu's separation, Madame Yun and her daughters visited her. Yet the elder matriarch did not come due to her advanced age. Upon seeing Xinyu, the elder matriarch embraced her with a tender heart, expressing grievances toward Xinji for his failure to protect his daughter from such bullying while being manipulated himself. The elder matriarch harbored not only resentment for the Marquis of Yongqing's attempts to harm Xinyu, but also fury over the second master using his illegitimate daughter to replace the legitimate one. Madame Yun remarked, "It is said that surviving great tribulations brings future blessings. Our Yuer shall find her fortune ahead." Shunwan and Xinyu conversed with the elder matriarch for quite some time. When Yun Miao and Yun Qing arrived, they strolled through the garden to admire the flowers, then shared a meal with the elder matriarch. After lunch, as they prepared to return home, Shunwan inquired, "Is my cousin particularly busy?" The elder matriarch asked, "Do you have matters to discuss with your cousin?" Shunwan shook her head. "He has been quite helpful to me, and I wish to express my gratitude." After the arrival of Lord Yi in the capital, Shun Ti's impersonation of Yi Kaiwei was revealed. The elder matriarch questioned why Yun Yan had not informed her of this, criticizing both him and Shunwan for their audacity, as General Yi had scolded Shinji in his dreams for their presumptuousness. Unable to avoid the topic, Yun Yan recounted everything to the elder matriarch, including the affair between the heir of Yongqing and his cousin, as well as Shunwan's request for him to investigate the second master's mistress. The elder matriarch was taken aback by the revelations regarding her granddaughter's assertiveness. Had Yun Yan not spoken of it, she might have believed it to be mere gossip. Amused, the elder matriarch noted, "We are family. Your cousin helps you, yet you feel the need to thank him repeatedly." Shunwan replied, "I am not at all estranged from my cousin. In fact, I fear my elder brother's unreliability and thus seek my cousin's assistance." This remark brought amusement to both the elder matriarch and Madame Yun. The elder matriarch chuckled, "Your cousin will surely be delighted to hear such words. Yet your elder brother may take a different view." After sharing light-hearted banter, Shunwan and Xinyu took their leave, escorted by Yun Miao and Yun Qing. Upon returning to the Duke of Dinggua's residence, Shunwan intended to go directly to Mingyue Courtyard. However, upon entering the second gate, she was informed that the elder matriarch had summoned her to Shoan Hall. Uncertain of the reason for the summons, Xinyu accompanied Shunwan to the hall. As they navigated around the screen and entered the room, they found the elder matriarch seated on a couch. Shunwu inquired, "I heard that today you assisted Miss Zhao from the Hanlin Academy at the Jade Pavilion, insisting that the daughter of the Minister of Revenue compensate for the broken jade bracelet?" Shunwu's inquiry took Xinyu by surprise. She had not known of the incident. Shunwan had thought the elder matriarch sought her for a different reason, only to discover it was to admonish her for meddling. Having intervened, she felt no fear of punishment from the elder matriarch. "I did not seek to meddle," Shunwan replied, "but upon entering the Jade Pavilion, I witnessed Miss Chu bullying Miss Zhao. Remembering our father's teachings to act with a clear conscience, I felt compelled to intervene." Shunwu countered, "You could have merely testified for Miss Zhao, yet you pressured Miss Chu for compensation. Is that not simply inciting animosity towards her?" Shunwan replied calmly, "Miss Chu's oppressive behavior and her ability to distort the truth left me with no desire to foster goodwill with her." Shunwu retorted, "Not fostering goodwill does not justify creating enmity." Shunwan turned her gaze toward Xinwu. "Why does your temper flare so? I merely exchanged a few words with Miss Chu. Yet, when you meet the fourth daughter of the Duke of Wei, you quarrel without my reproach." When fourth sister pushed fourth Miss Wei down the stairs, she was punished merely with 3 days of reflection in the Buddhist hall. "If I were to argue with Miss Chu, do you wish for me to be punished as well?" Shunwu, seeking to seize the opportunity to have the elder matriarch reprimand Shunwan, found her efforts thwarted. After all, Shun Ti's offense was far greater, and yet, her punishment was light. Shunwan's few exchanged words hardly warranted such a severe consequence. Shunwu asserted, "Who desires for the elder matriarch to punish you? I merely believe it unnecessary to offend the Minister of Revenue's household over a daughter from the Hanlin Academy. Fearing your meddling may bring disaster upon the entire Duke of Dinggua's residence." Shunwan frowned. "Your words seem overly pragmatic."
To me,
"The Minister of Revenue's household and the Hanlin Academy are of equal standing. There are no distinctions of rank or status. Should I stand by and watch Miss Zhao suffer while doing nothing? When others blame me for not acting, how would that reflect upon the Duke of Dinggua's reputation? Should I confess that I intervened and then return to face scolding?" Her expression conveyed a warning. Should Shenwu dare to speak further, she would abandon her concern, allowing others to claim she feared offending powerful figures, pushing Shenwu into the spotlight. Shenwu, incensed, retorted, "I am looking out for your best interests. Do not be so ungrateful." Shenwan responded, "I am also looking out for your welfare. I wish for you to reconcile with fourth Miss Wei. Would you heed my counsel?" Their gazes met, sparking a fierce exchange of unspoken words. Enough. The elder matriarch slammed her teacup onto the table, silencing them both. Shenwu dared not speak further, and Shenwan remained quiet, rising to take her leave. Exiting Shoan Hall with Xinyu, they made their way towards Mingyue Courtyard. After only a few steps, a maid approached. "Second Miss, the heir requests your presence in the outer courtyard." Xinyu returned to Mingyue Courtyard while Shenwan proceeded to meet Xin Li in the outer courtyard. Feeling fatigued, Shenwan lamented, "Brother, could you not simply come to Mingyue Courtyard next time? Walking is exhausting."
Guging, Shen Li raplia, gu.
Startled, Shenwan's heart raced as she entered the room, only to see a certain gentleman seated therein. "Shenwan, no," she exclaimed. "Why has he come to the Duke of Dinggua's residence again?" Shen Li placed a hand on his forehead, addressing Shenwan. "Although your brother-in-law is not a stranger, can you please wait until you see your elder brother before speaking?" Cough, cough. This time, it was Xie Jingyu who was coughing, having been choked by the tea. Shenwan's face flushed crimson. She wished to firmly seal her brother's lips. They were not yet wed, and such familiarity was beyond their collective dignity. Xie Jingyu set down his teacup and said to Xin Li, "I shall speak with Wanner for a moment. You may step outside." Xin Li protested. "Is this a joke? This is his study. Speaking with his sister. Is it appropriate to drive away his prospective brother-in-law? Furthermore, is calling him Wanner overly familiar?" Shenwan also felt the intimacy was excessive, leaving her quite uncomfortable. And she was increasingly worried that Xie Jingyu intended to discuss the matter of their betrothal. Chapter 63. Protecting Xin Li left, glancing back thrice. After Quarrel exited, she closed the door. Shenwan's cheeks flushed, and she awkwardly looked at Xie Jingyu, saying, "My elder brother is just being careless. Please don't take it to heart." Xie Jingyu replied, "With the imperial decree of our marriage, there is no possibility of separation." Indeed, it was about this matter. Shenwan hurriedly expressed her concern, fearing that Xie Jingyu might harbor murderous intent towards her. "Rest assured, there are surely ways to annul it, if it comes to the worst. I could feign death to give you space." Xie Jingyu's expression darkened noticeably. Through gritted teeth, he asked, "Feign death? Do you know the penalty for deceiving the emperor?" A man bold enough to challenge the emperor would not take such a crime lightly. However, Shenwan only dared to voice her thoughts internally. "I merely fear you worrying that I may cling to the position of your noble consort. You promised to lend it to me for 2 years. Within that time, I will surely devise a mutually beneficial solution. But if it becomes absolutely necessary, I can only pretend to die." After all, she could not truly die. It was evident that borrowing the title of consort was fraught with complications. She would never agree to it. This predicament was partly his fault. He should have had her borrow it from the heir of the Linjiang Marquis instead. Noticing Xie Jingyu's gaze upon her, Shenwan looked up to find him studying her with an indescribable expression, as though he were contemplating her demise. Instinctively, she raised her hand to protect her neck. Observing the fear and wariness in her eyes, Xie Jingyu laughed in frustration. "Are you that afraid I will kill you?" Shenwan silently lowered her hand. Even if Xie Jingyu wished her harm, he would not dare act within the Duke's residence, especially not in her brother's study. "What if I pretend to be ill now? You can persuade your father and my father to jointly petition the emperor to retract the marriage decree. I suspect the emperor would agree after giving them a good scolding." "Protect your neck." Shenwan looked at him in confusion.
Why?
"Speak another word, and I might truly end up strangling you," Xie Jingyu said, his face darkening further. Shenwan, obediently keeping her hand at her neck, took a few steps back and asked, "If you don't want me to discuss this, what do you wish to talk about?" Xie Jingyu felt an itch in his palms. "I am here at the behest of another to discuss matters of loyalty." Shenwan was bewildered. Xie Jingyu continued, "Aren't you trying to matchmake the heir of the Zhaoping Marquis with your elder sister?" Shenwan exclaimed.
No.
How did he come to know of this? Why did the heir of Zhaoping choose to communicate through Xie Jingyu? Could he not be more reliable? Feeling exhausted, Shenwan gazed at Xie Jingyu. "What does the heir of Zhaoping want?" "He wishes to meet your elder sister. He seeks your assistance." Shenwan felt a headache coming on. Her elder sister refused to speak to him, so what good would a meeting do? Xie Jingyu inquired. Do you need my help? Shunwan regarded him skeptically. If I can't help, how could you? Xie Jingyu smirked. Tell them to meet behind the Hugua Temple the day after tomorrow. And you will understand. Outside, a series of coughs echoed. If she did not emerge soon, her brother would surely cough his lungs out. Shunwan opened the door to find Shunli still coughing, who, while coughing, stated, I am not urging you to come out. I was merely choked by the wind.
Shen ban pullat Shen liasida.
Elder brother, just now, you seemed quite forlorn. Your sister is, after all, not as close to you as she is to her husband, and you were not included in her conversation. Now, when you talk to her, you don't include your brother either, Shunli retorted. What do you want to tell me? Sister?
Shunwan asked.
Elder brother, who is the girl you like? Shunli's head buzzed, and he playfully tapped Shunwan's forehead. You are far too curious. Do not pry into this matter. Shunwan challenged. Are you not afraid of missing your chance with her? Shunli's eyes dimmed. The expression on his face pained Shunwan. It seemed he bore some unspoken burden. Even if there were a reason, he could still share it with her, as she was his true sister. Why not talk a bit more with your husband to cultivate your feelings? Shunli suggested, purposefully changing the subject. Why was he so tight-lipped? Despite her numerous inquiries, she could not extract a word from him. He had married her sister in a past life. If he refused to speak now, it was one thing, but they were not yet wed in this life. If he would not divulge anything, she was determined to uncover the truth. I have received news that the Minister of Revenue has become embroiled in a corruption scandal and fears the Emperor's punishment. He intends to marry his daughter to you. In that case, the Emperor may show leniency due to his father's influence. You must be cautious as you leave the residence. Do not fall into someone else's trap. I do not want Miss Chu to become my sister-in-law. How could that be?
Shen li respunda.
Shunwan, fearing her elder brother would dismiss her warning, insisted, it is better to be safe than sorry. If something happens to your elder sister, it will be too late. Shunli's demeanor turned serious. Regardless, if you see Miss Chu, you must avoid her. We cannot afford to provoke her. I have warned you, should you be ensnared. I shall have the heir of Jingbei hang you from a tree for 3 days and nights. Shunwan spoke the last part in a louder voice, causing Xie Jingyu in the study to clearly hear her. He twitched the corner of his mouth. On that day, when Shunwan rushed to save Xinli, he had only hung Xinli for half an hour, and she had become furious. He had not anticipated that when she was angry, she could be even more ruthless, threatening to hang Xinli for 3 days and nights. Elder brother, I promise to avoid her when I see her. To reassure Shunwan, Xinli raised his hand in a gesture of oath. That is more like it. Shunwan turned to leave. On her way back to Mingyue Courtyard, she spotted Yin Chuan hurrying ahead. Coral called out to her, and Yin Chuan approached. Coral asked, Why are you in such a hurry? Yin Chuan replied, Just now. Hong Xiu delivered something to the elder sister, and she became nauseous in her room. The elder sister asked her to call a doctor, but Hong Xiu refused. The elder sister then told Hong Xiu to return to her room to rest, but she was worried and sent me to report to the lady. Shunwan said, There is no need to report. Go out and buy some candied fruits and snacks, various types of plums, both sour and sweet, to send to Hong Xiu. Yin Chuan looked puzzled. Hong Xiu is so ill that it seems she has only half a life left. The elder sister and second sister both want to call a doctor, yet she refuses. Does she not want to live? If she says no, the second sister truly does not care for her, yet she is sending her a pile of food. If she does care, how can food cure her? Yin Chuan found it strange, but dared not ask further, simply complying. Upon returning to Mingyue Courtyard, Shunwan sought out Xinyu, saying, I have warned elder brother to be cautious, but I still feel uneasy. I plan to visit Hugua Temple the day after tomorrow to consult the Taoist priest. Elder sister, would you accompany me? Without hesitation, Xinyu nodded in agreement. Chapter 64. The assassin. That day, after breakfast, Shunwan and Xinyu went to Shouan Hall. Xinyu rarely left Mingyue Courtyard, but would only do so for a stroll in the garden if accompanied by Xinwan. Upon entering Shouan Hall to pay her respects, the old matriarch was somewhat surprised. Why have you come to greet me today? Shunwan replied, Elder sister has been cooped up in the residence all day, so I am taking her to Hugua Temple for a stroll to refresh her spirits. That sounds good. The old matriarch's gaze fell on Xinyu's face. Noting her poor complexion, have you seen a doctor recently? Xinyu shook her head. Do not worry, grandmother. I am fine. Since the incident where the second master was exposed for replacing the legitimate daughter with his illegitimate one, A rift had developed between the main and secondary branches of the family. Shun Wu and the others had been wise enough to refrain from joining them, or else Xinwan would have needed an excuse to send them away. The two sisters exited Shoan Hall and headed towards the main gate. As they stepped up the stairs, a servant from the Zhaoping Marquis' residence arrived with a visiting card, delivering it quickly before making his escape. Manager Li understood the difficulties faced by the servants. The Marquis' wife had requested the delivery, and the servant dared not refuse. However, the old matriarch had forbidden them from accepting it, insisting that it would only create trouble for the servants of the Duke of State. Upon the arrival of Shun Wan and Xin Yu, Manager Li sighed in exasperation at the 7th invitation he had received from the Marquis of Zhaoping's residence. The invitations arrived with relentless frequency, every few days without fail. Shun Wan remarked, "Mother will not meet the Marquis' wife. Let us return this." The servant brought the carriage, and after Xin Yu boarded, Shun Wan followed suit. After an hour of jolting travel, they finally reached the Hugua Temple, bustling with an abundance of incense offerings and a steady stream of visitors. Shun Wan first sought out the Taoist priest, only to find the divination stall, which had previously been occupied, now deserted. Puzzled, she approached, only to discover that the priest was absent. A wooden sign displayed the message, "Closed during wind and rain," resting on the 5th and 10th. A sense of leisurely contentment washed over Xin Wan. Xin Yu, concerned, asked, "What shall we do if no one is here?" Shun Wan replied, "We shall return another time. Fortunately, the temple is known for its effective blessings, and the scenery is delightful. We can explore the surroundings and not waste our trip." Initially, she had merely used the Taoist as an excuse, as his presence was not essential to their visit. The sisters climbed the steps to the Mahavira Hall, where they offered incense and contributed to the oil fund, subsequently inviting the temple's eminent monk to chant scriptures for the deceased General Yi and the Shun family. Once these tasks were completed, they had the leisure to wander. The beauty of Hugua Temple was ever present, each visit revealing a different charm. As they strolled along a path, engaged in light-hearted conversation, they suddenly spotted an approaching figure, the heir of the Marquis of Zhaoping. Xin Yu's smile faltered as she grasped Xin Wan's hand and turned to leave. Shun Wan anticipated this reaction. Even if the heir were to see her elder sister, Xin Yu would instinctively retreat. Unable to utter a single word, they turned to flee, leaving Shun Wan curious about how Xie Jingyu would assist them. The heir of the Marquis leaped ahead, blocking their path. Xin Yu stopped abruptly and began to retreat once more, but the heir implored, "Will you not allow me to speak with you? I have nothing to say to you. Move aside." Xin Yu insisted. Yet, the heir remained steadfast. In a sudden act of defiance, Xin Yu drew a golden hairpin and pressed it against her neck. Both Shun Wan and the heir were taken aback by her boldness. "Elder sister," Shun Wan exclaimed, urging her to relent. The heir remained unmoving, but in the next moment, Xin Yu pierced her skin with a pin, blood trickling down. The heir's eyes filled with anguish as he stepped aside, allowing the sisters to escape. Shun Wan felt a surge of fear. Should their elder sister discover that she had inadvertently assisted the heir in coming to Hugua Temple, it could jeopardize their sisterly bond. It was evident that their elder sister harbored feelings for the heir, as her reactions spoke volumes. Once they distanced themselves, Shun Wan expressed concern. "Elder sister, your neck is bleeding." Xin Yu's eyes were red-rimmed. The physical pain paled in comparison to the turmoil within. Shun Wan wrapped a handkerchief around the wound, and Xin Yu accepted it without protest. Just as they finished, a group of cloaked assassins charged towards them, their swords glinting threateningly in the sunlight. Shun Wan was momentarily startled, but she steadied herself upon seeing the heir stand protectively in front of them. She suppressed a smile. He truly was the one capable of bringing down Xiao Yun in a past life, now aiding her sister and himself in perilous circumstances. The heir defended Xin Yu valiantly, but was wounded in the process. Shun Wan winced at the sight. Her sister's capabilities were such that she ought to have disowned the ruse behind the heir's injuries. With the heir weakened, an assassin lunged toward Shun Wan and Xin Yu. Xin Yu, momentarily paralyzed by fear, and Xin Wan, in a protective instinct, prepared to shield her sister. Just as the sword descended, another blade flew through the air, striking the assassin in the heart, causing him to collapse lifelessly. Turning at the sound, Shun Wan saw Xie Jingyu dispatching two assassins, leaving one alive for questioning.
"Who sent you?"
Xie Jingyu's voice was icy. Shun Wan was taken aback. Were these assassins not under his command? The remaining assassin bit down on a concealed poison capsule, succumbing to death. Xie Jingyu turned to Shun Wan. urgency lacing his tone. Are you injured? The concern in his gaze left Xinwan momentarily dazed as she softly asked, These assassins are not your men? My men have yet to arrive, he replied. Xinwan felt a chill run down her spine. How uncanny the timing was. She had mistaken the true assassins for those sent by Xie Jingyu. And had he not intervened, she would have met her demise. The heir, weakened by 2 sword wounds, staggered and finally collapsed. Shun Yu rushed to his side, panic evident in her voice. Are you all right? The heir weakly reassured her. I will be fine. Chun Ping appeared, clad in dark attire that marked him as an unmistakable assassin. My lord, the assassin's swords were poisoned. The heir has been poisoned, he informed. Xie Jingyu commanded. Take him to a physician immediately. Without hesitation, Chun Ping lifted the heir from the ground and hurried him away. Xun Yu wished to follow, but the urgency of the situation prevented Chun Ping from waiting. She ran a few steps, but fell short, watching as they disappeared from sight. Xinwan approached her sister. Elder sister Xun Yu wiped her tears and voiced her concern. He will be all right, won't he? Xinwan reassured her. Of course, he will be fine. Xie Jingyu approached, and Xun Yu bowed gratefully. Thank you, Prince Jingbei, for saving our lives. She turned to Xinwan. I will wait by the pavilion. You two speak. Xinwan hesitated. She had little to discuss with Xie Jingyu. Although she desired to accompany Xun Yu, she felt restrained, for Xie Jingyu had just rescued them. The debt of gratitude was difficult to repay, and the identity of the assassins weighed heavily on her mind. Xinwan's thoughts spiraled as Xie Jingyu inquired, Do you have nothing to say to me? She briefly met his gaze before quickly averting her eyes, landing on the embroidered clouds on his robe. Thank you for saving me and my elder sister once again, she stammered. Do you find my robe pleasing? Xie Jingyu asked. Yes, it is beautiful, she replied, only to feel a flush of embarrassment as she realized her rudeness in not meeting his eyes. She had always shied away from his gaze, and now it felt even more daunting. With her head bowed, Xie Jingyu, perplexed by her demeanor, stated, I shall escort you back to your residence. Zhengguan exclaimed, No. That is not necessary. He regarded her with intensity. Are you not concerned that there may be assassins lurking on your way back? The words caught in her throat as she considered the implications. The news of their visit to Hugua Temple had only reached those in the Duke's residence. Was it possible that the assassins were sent by them? But it made no sense for them to target her sister. Turning towards the pavilion, she found Xun Yu lost in thought. Have you finished speaking with Prince Jingbei so soon? Xinwan whispered. There is little to discuss between us. My elder sister and the heir have no words for one another, so what could I possibly say? Her heart was a tumult of emotions, entangled by the past grievances and the current favors exchanged between her and Xie Jingyu. She felt utterly perplexed in her interactions with Xie Jingyu, simultaneously gripped by gratitude and fear. The memories of their past life haunted her relentlessly. The thought that her parents intended to wed her to the Prince of Jingbei within 3 months filled Xinwan with an overwhelming sense of dread at the prospect of sharing the same roof with Xie Jingyu. Elder sister, let us return to the estate, suggested Xun Yu, who hoped to encourage Xinwan to converse a bit longer with the Prince of Jingbei. However, Xinwan pulled her up and Xun Yu complied. After all, the marriage was imminent, and the Prince of Jingbei seemed quite admirable. Xinwan would surely find happiness with him. The two sisters rode back in a carriage, with Xie Jingyu following closely on horseback, ensuring their safety until they reached the street of the Duke of Dinggua's estate, at which point he felt it was safe to depart. After disembarking, Xinwan assisted Xun Yu down from the carriage, and as they entered through the second gate, Yunshi rushed over, her face etched with concern. How could anyone dare to assassinate you? Were you harmed? Xun Yu shook her head. Xinwan replied, Neither my sister nor I were injured. But the son of the Earl of Xiaoping was wounded while saving us, having been poisoned. We do not know his current condition. Yunshi understood that the sisters had been attacked and that the Earl of Xiaoping's son had defended them before the Prince of Jingbei arrived, preventing further calamity. The thought of the Earl of Xiaoping's son made Yunshi's head throb. He had saved her daughter's lives, and even if he were an enemy, she felt obliged to express her gratitude. Yet, despite receiving 7 invitations from the Earl's residence, she had returned them all. The Earl's wife had even knelt publicly to plead for her son, but the Duke's estate had barred her entry, leaving Yunshi with the dilemma of having to visit the Earl's residence herself. Uncertain of the Earl of Xiaoping's son's fate and the impending awkwardness, Yunshi felt overwhelmed. Perhaps we should first send your elder brother to inquire about the Earl of Xiaoping's son, suggested Xinwan, and then you can go later. If Xun Li could not enter the Earl's residence, then Yunshi need not go either. However, she believed such a situation unlikely. Previously, a diviner had foretold that the Earl of Xiaoping's son had stayed at the Hugua Temple for a few days, which had left his mother in a state of alarm. Now, having risked his life to save her sister, how could his mother still be oblivious to her son's feelings for Xinyu? If she were to further complicate matters, the two families would never reconcile. Yunshe found this plan reasonable. Your elder brother has been absent from the estate frequently. I shall send someone to summon him back. As Shunwan and Xinyu made their way back to Mingyue Courtyard, they were called to Shoan Hall by the matriarch.
What has happened now?
The matriarch's face wore a mask of concern, but if she truly cared, she would not summon them at such a moment. Shun Wu remarked, "How fortunate that the Prince of Jingbei saved you both from the horse incident last time, and now yet again from this assassination attempt." Shun Wan shot a glance at Shin Wu, sensing the implication behind her words. "I merely find it rather coincidental," Shin Wu insisted, clearly hinting at something deeper. Shan Wan coldly responded, "What is coincidental is not just the repeated rescues by the Prince of Jingbei. My sister and I arrived at the Hugua Temple, and immediately afterward, the assassin struck. Had the Earl of Xiaoping not intervened, the Prince of Jingbei would have arrived just in time to collect our bodies." Shun Wu's expression shifted. Her curiosity piqued.
What do you mean by that?
"Do you suspect someone from the Duke's estate is behind the assassination attempt?" Shun Wan returned her words. "Why are you so agitated, third sister? I merely find it coincidental. Those assassins were clearly targeting you, sister. Ever since your divorce, you've rarely ventured out. How could they have known you would be at the Hugua Temple?" Shun Wu's eyes flickered. "Who knows?" Shun Wan continued to scrutinize Shin Wu, not missing the fleeting look of evasion in her gaze. She was convinced that this matter was intricately linked to those within the estate. The assassins were not sent by them, but their movements had undoubtedly been leaked. But who would wish to harm Xinyu? Her sister was gentle and had never made enemies. Could it be the Yongqing Earl's residence? However, the Yongqing Earl's estate had become a target of public disdain. The Earl's son's reputation was in shambles. Even if they did send assassins, it would likely be directed at her, for had it not been for her, their schemes would have succeeded. Shin Wan felt a strong conviction that the assassins were indeed after Xinyu, with her own demise merely a secondary consideration. Unable to fathom the reasoning behind these events, Shin Wan resolved not to burden herself further. She and Xinyu were determined to return home when a maid rushed in. "Matriarch, this is terrible. The second young master and the eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue have fallen into the water together." Chapter 66. Regret. Shin Wan was taken aback. How could Xin Zhao and Chu Yan have both fallen into the water? Intrigued, she questioned what happened. The maid explained, "It is said that the young masters went boating on the lake, and the young lady from the Minister of Revenue's household was also present. When they encountered Miss Chu and several other young ladies, they invited them aboard. However, Miss Chu stepped on her skirt and fell into the water. In his haste to save his sister, the young master inadvertently knocked the second young master off the boat." The matriarch urgently inquired, "Is the second young master unharmed?" The maid shook her head. "No, he is fine. He even managed to rescue Miss Chu." The matriarch's brow furrowed in concern. Previously, Xinyu had fallen into the water with the Earl of Yongqing's son, which had tainted her reputation and led to the Earl's mother withdrawing the marriage proposal. It was unexpected that a similar incident would befall Xin Zhao. The daughter of the Minister of Revenue would be well matched with Xin Zhao. However, given the current scandal involving the minister, the future remained uncertain. Otherwise, this union would have been a splendid match for the second household. Shun Wan sat there, sensing that the situation was far from simple. Surely this was not merely an accident aimed at her elder brother. Yet, none of that mattered now. With Chu Yan and Shen Zhao having fallen into the water together, even if she were not to marry Shen Zhao, it would be impossible for her to wed her elder brother. Finally, the anxiety that had plagued Shin Wan for days began to dissipate. She wished to speak with Shun Li, but upon his return to the estate, he was summoned by Yunshe to visit the Earl of Xiaoping to inquire about his son. By the time Shun Wan saw Shin Li, it was already evening. Shun Li arrived at Mingyue Courtyard and informed Xinyu, "I have visited the Earl of Xiaoping's son. The poison has been resolved, and his injuries will heal in 10 days to half a month. I am relieved to hear that he is well," Xinyu replied softly, guilt creeping into her voice. On several occasions when she had encountered the Earl of Xiaoping's son, she had either remained silent or turned away, yet he had risked his life for her, nearly falling victim to the assassins. Shun Li turned to Shin Wan and quietly asked, "Who informed you that the Minister of Revenue's household was plotting against me?" Xinwan gazed at him, and Xinli continued, "Had you not warned me to be cautious, I would have fallen into their trap today. I owe you my gratitude." It was evident that the danger was indeed directed at her elder brother. Xinwan cautioned Xinli to remain vigilant, advising him to avoid Chu Yan. Xinli was skeptical, but did not take her words to heart. He seldom encountered Miss Chu, and should he chance upon her, he would simply avoid her. Yet, he had not anticipated that there would be moments he could not escape. After breakfast that day, Xinzhao had urged Xinli to join him for a boat ride. Xinli, believing it would be uneventful, agreed. However, unbeknownst to him, the young master of the Minister of Revenue was also present. Xinwan had only advised him to avoid Miss Chu, but the young master had no reason to evade her. Halfway through their excursion, Miss Chu and several young ladies were invited onto their boat. Feeling apprehensive, Xinli sought an excuse to leave early. But he was restrained by Xinzhao and several friends who insisted on continuing their revelry. Reluctantly, Xinli remained. He kept his wits about him, and sure enough, when Chu Yan fell into the water, the young master of the Minister of Revenue inadvertently pushed Xinzhao, who in turn fell into the water beside Chu Yan. In her panic, Chu Yan grasped Xinzhao, who then managed to pull her to safety. Recalling the events of the day, Xinli felt a surge of fear. Had it not been for Xinwan's timely warnings, he might have been ensnared into marrying the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Observing Xinli's expression of relief, Xinwan asked, "So, will you heed my words from now on?" "Yes, I will certainly listen," he assured her. "That is all I wish to know," Xinwan replied, knowing her elder brother understood her unspoken concerns. Regarding her elder brother's lifelong affair, Xinwan had indeed fretted endlessly. Yet, regardless of her persistent inquiries, he remained tight-lipped. This time, however, Xinwan refused to let it go. As before, whenever the subject arose, Xinli's gaze would dim, and with a bitter smile, he remarked, "It is not that I wish to keep secrets from you, but my acquaintance with her came too late. We are fated to be apart."
Too late?
Xinwan's heart jolted. Could it be that she was already married? Xinli playfully tapped Xinwan's head. "Do you truly fear that your elder brother cannot find a wife? A noble heir from the Duke of Dinggua's household who cannot secure a spouse would imply that very few men in this world could ever marry.
Yet,
Marrying someone is one matter, and embarking on a lifelong journey with the one you truly cherish is altogether different." Xinwan had not anticipated that her relentless questioning would lead to such a conclusion. No wonder her sister-in-law had pressed for answers in the past, but her brother had remained silent. He had cherished that painting for so many years, indicating his genuine affection. Her incessant inquiries had undoubtedly reopened her brother's wounds, and Xinwan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. That night, Xinwan tossed and turned in self-reproach, resulting in a restless night's sleep and a late rise. After breakfast, she made her way to Showen Hall, where everyone had gathered. Fourth Madam was speaking, mentioning that Miss Chu had fallen into the water and caught a severe fever. The matriarch turned to the Yun family. "You should visit the Minister of Revenue's residence to offer your regards, and while you are there, propose a match for Yenner. Why must she always send her mother?" The Minister of Revenue's house was embroiled in a corruption scandal, and if her mother were to present herself, it would be difficult for her to refuse if the minister's wife were to request assistance from her father. "Mother, please do not go," Xinwan interjected as she entered. The matriarch's brow furrowed, her expression turning icy. Fourth Madam retorted, "How dare you obstruct when grandmother has commanded aunt to visit the Minister of Revenue's residence?" Xinwan replied, "If you only intend for my mother to visit, I would not stop her, but to propose a marriage. My elder sister was forced to marry the heir of the Yongqing Marquis after a similar incident. Her subsequent misfortunes have left a profound impression on me. It is too harsh to insist that one must marry simply for saving another. What if the savior were a beggar? Must one sacrifice their entire life for such a fate?" Fourth Madam was left speechless. Shen Yao, displeased, said, "Second sister, do not curse me." The matriarch interjected, "The Minister of Revenue's house may not require a daughter to marry, but our Duke of Dinggua's household must propose." Yun family gently added, "The matriarch's handling is impeccable, however. Wana speaks my heart's truth. With Yuer as a cautionary tale, even if I were to visit the Minister of Revenue's residence, I could not bring myself to make the proposal. It would be better for my sister-in-law to go herself." She stated that she could not make the proposal. If the matriarch insisted, she would go but would not be responsible for proposing. Second Madam responded, "Comparing my Yenner with the likes of the heir of the Yongqing Marquis is an insult. Yenno is the second young master of the Duke of Dinggua's household, and her status is indeed suitable for the minister's daughter. If Xinjian were Xinji's son, his status would indeed be fitting. However, the second master had only recently been demoted 2 ranks, now at a mere 5th rank. How could he be worthy of the minister's daughter? Yun family replied, "He is indeed worthy, yet once bitten, twice shy. I am reluctant to engage in such matters again, but I will not impede the second branch. Please do not put me in a difficult position." Yun family's stance was resolute and understandable. The matriarch could not compel her, so she turned to second madam. "Then it shall be you." Chapter 67. Rumors in the end. It was second madam who visited the Minister of Revenue's residence. Upon returning to Mingyue courtyard just before lunch, Xinwan was informed by Yin Xuan that the minister's daughter had been promised to the second young master. This was expected. Xinwan felt no surprise. The world was excessively harsh on women. Xinjian had rescued Chu Yan from the water, an event witnessed by many. If Chu Yan did not marry Xinjian, it was unlikely that anyone would propose. The Minister of Revenue prioritized his own career. He would not allow his daughter to be a burden, after all. Xinjian was the second young master of the Duke of Dinggua's household. Xinwan thought that Chu Yan and Xinjian made a fine match. In her previous life, they had been entangled, and in this life, they were simply coming together, thus sparing others from their misdeeds. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. One day, while Shun Yu was lost in thought while admiring flowers, Xinwan suspected she was worried about the heir of the Zhaoping Marquis, yet she could not inquire further. Thus, she sought Xin Li and requested him to visit the heir again, as he had been injured while rescuing the sisters. Xin Li agreed, and Xinwan specifically reminded him that if the heir had anything to communicate with her elder sister, he should write a letter for her brother to bring back. Xin Li looked at Xinwan. "Do you wish for them to be together? Doesn't elder brother wish for it?" Xinwan countered. This left Xin Li momentarily speechless. While the heir of the Zhaoping Marquis was indeed commendable, he feared that Xin Yu might suffer from public gossip if she were to remarry after a divorce. The Duke of Dinggua's household could support her for a lifetime. She need not endure disrespect in another's household. Xinwan insisted. "The heir of Zhaoping Marquis is quite good, and my elder sister harbors feelings for him. I believe he will not betray her." Xin Li declared. "If he dares to betray, I will not spare him." Xin Li's words were not mere threats. He had taken to physically confronting the heir of Yongqing Marquis whenever he encountered him. The heir knew Xin Li was the one who had beaten him, but he had not witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, given his secret affair with his cousin, the news of his plot against Xin Yu had spread throughout the capital. If the incident were to leak, no one would sympathize with him. In fact, they would likely say he deserved it. Having been beaten multiple times, the heir of Yongqing Marquis now feared stepping outside. Xin Li visited the Zhaoping Marquis' residence and indeed returned with a letter. Initially, Xin Yu hesitated to accept it, but Xin Li pressed, "If you do not read it, shall I discard it?" As he turned to leave, Xin Yu swiftly snatched the letter from him. This action confirmed Xinwan's suspicions. Xin Yu had feelings for the heir of Zhaoping Marquis. Xinwan was genuinely curious about what the heir had written, but felt too shy to peek. After reading the letter, Xin Yu furrowed her brows repeatedly. "What is it?"
Xinwan asked.
Xin Yu shook her head. The maid Tuhua, sharp-eyed and quick-tongued, chimed in. "The letter contains nothing but an invitation to meet the eldest young lady at Qingshui Bridge tomorrow." Xinwan turned to Xin Yu. "I will not go," Xin Yu declared. Xinwan did not persuade her. The next day, after greeting the matriarch, she took Xin Yu out. "I'm not going," Xin Yu insisted. "Your injuries have not yet healed. Do you not fear he will wait from dawn until dusk, growing faint from waiting?" Xinwan pressed. Xin Yu appeared frightened. "If he cannot wait for me, he will surely leave." Xinwan responded, "Your sister has been married for 2 years without remarrying, indicating a rather stubborn nature. If you are certain not to go, I shall send someone to check in the evening to see if he remains." As Xinwan sat down to sip tea, Xin Yu remained indecisive. After a quarter of an hour, Xinwan urged, "Let us go." This time, Xinwan successfully pulled Xin Yu along. The carriage had been prepared early, and the two set off towards Qingshui Bridge on the outskirts of the city. Inside the carriage, Xinwan lifted the curtain and saw the heir of Zhaoping Marquis standing there, his figure exuding an indescribable sense of loneliness and desolation, evoking deep sympathy. Yet, upon observing him for a few moments, Xinwan's brow furrowed tightly. When they stepped out of the carriage, the heir of Zhaoping Marquis did not even glance their way. Xin Yu stood by the carriage, and Xinwan directly pulled her over, asserting that this was not the time for modesty. Standing by the water's edge, The heir of Zhaoping Marquis glanced over at Xinyu. His eyes were red-rimmed, leaving Shunwan momentarily stunned. Although this was not her first encounter with him in such a state, the last time had been before Xinyu's grave. With the assistance of those assassins, Xinyu's attitude had softened considerably, and everything seemed to be progressing positively. Shouldn't the heir of Zhaoping Marquis be pleased? Why then did he appear even more forlorn? Shunwan found it perplexing. The heir of Zhaoping Marquis looked at Xinyu. I thought you would not come. Xinyu averted her gaze, thinking she should not have come. The heir of the Zhaoping Marquis looked at Xinyu, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. His voice thick with emotion. Do you intend to return to the Yongqing Marquis' residence? His words were vague, causing Xinyu to furrow her brow in confusion. Shunwan had initially planned to leave them to converse, but upon hearing this, she found her legs rooted to the spot. After all the effort to bring her elder sister to meet him, and now he mentioned the heir of Yongqing Marquis, Shunwan felt an urge to strike him. Everyone knows my elder sister nearly perished at the hands of the Yongqing Marquis' heir. What does your question imply? Shunwan retorted, unable to contain her anger. As Xinyu attempted to pull Shunwan away, Shunwan stubbornly held onto her, demanding clarity. The heir of Zhaoping Marquis gazed at Xinyu, saying, If you are determined not to return to the Yongqing Marquis' residence, I shall come to propose marriage. As long as the child is born in Zhaoping Marquis' household, the child shall be mine. Shunwan, taken aback, looked to Xinyu, elder sister. Do you comprehend what he is saying? Xinyu shook her head. The heir of Zhaoping Marquis, with pain in his eyes, declared, I will treat the child as my own. Shunwan, increasingly bewildered, questioned the heir. What are you talking about? What child? The heir of Zhaoping Marquis turned to Xinyu. Are you not with child by the Yongqing Marquis' heir? Xinyu's face paled, and she turned to leave. Shunwan, unable to stop her, glared at the heir. Who informed you that my elder sister carries the Yongqing Marquis' heir? The heir of Zhaoping Marquis responded, No, is it not true? Shunwan was furious. If my elder sister were indeed with child, would I have allowed her to meet you? The heir, flustered, stammered, but it is being said outside. Shunwan's brows twisted in frustration. How could such rumors circulate? It is not true. The heir of Zhaoping Marquis chased after Xinyu, just as she was about to board the carriage. Unable to catch her, he lifted her down from the carriage shaft. Chapter 68. Ruthlessness. Shunwan and Coral hid behind a tree, watching discreetly. Though they were too far to hear a word, the sight alone was enough to leave them blushing. The two of them covered their eyes but peered through their fingers, unable to miss a single detail. Xinyu struggled as the heir of Zhaoping Marquis carried her away. When she fought back, he had no choice but to release her, and their argument ensued. As Xinyu attempted to leave, the heir blocked her and kissed her instead. Furious, Xinyu slapped him, and feigning injury, he acted as if he were hurt. After striking him, Xinyu was concerned for his well-being, but eventually realized he was merely pretending, which incited her anger further, leading her to turn away. Once Xinyu boarded the carriage, the heir did not pursue her any longer. Shunwan then entered the carriage, wisely choosing to remain silent. As they traveled back to the Duke of Dingwa's residence, the heir followed closely behind, only departing when they arrived. Upon reaching the Duke of Dingwa's residence, Xinwan noticed someone kneeling at the gate, a familiar figure. It was the heir of Yongqing Marquis. Was he not about to marry her cousin? Why was he kneeling outside the Duke's residence? Suddenly, Shunwan recalled the heir of Zhaoping Marquis' words about the rumors of Xinyu's pregnancy, and her anger flared. She intended to instruct a servant to go to the second gate, but it was too late. The lady of Yongqing Marquis had already spotted Xinyu in the carriage and hurried over, saying, We at Yongqing Marquis' residence owe you an apology. But the child is innocent. We cannot allow a child to be born without a father. Xinyu's expression darkened, resembling a wilted eggplant. Suppressing her disgust, Shunwan retorted, Is this how the lady of Yongqing Marquis thinks? To harm my elder sister, so that your heir's cousin can have a place? Shunwan directed her ire at the lady of Yongqing Marquis. The lady's face stiffened. The past is behind us. Our family has learned its lesson. We cannot allow the child to be born in the Duke's residence. The constant mention of the child raised Shunwan's ire, who was spreading a rumor that her elder sister was pregnant. The lady of Yongqing Marquis spoke so lightly of the matter, as if it were nothing, while Shunwan's elder sister was forced to endure countless hardships, all under the guise of seeking fertility remedies. This was nothing short of a heartless act. As Shunwan descended from the carriage, she urged, Elder sister, let us return home. Xinyu did not wish to face the lady of Yongqing Marquis, but she would not hide in the carriage. She stepped down, and as the lady reached to grasp her arm, Shinyu evaded her and strode into the residence. The heir of Yongqing Marquis, kneeling on the ground with thorns on his back, called out, "A you." The lady of Yongqing Marquis looked at Shinyu. "Are you truly this heartless? Who is truly heartless?" Shunwan's anger surged. "Your heir's wife is already dead at the bottom of that cliff. Only my elder sister remains, and she has no ties to your family." The lady of Yongqing Marquis was displeased with Xinwan, a junior who repeatedly countered her words. "The child is always innocent," she asserted. Xinwan chuckled darkly. "Why did you not bring a physician?" The lady of Yongqing Marquis' expression faltered. "Why would I bring a physician?" Xinwan pressed. "Who told you my elder sister was pregnant?" The lady faltered. "Is it not true?" Xinwan continued. "If I say it is not true, you likely would not believe it. Better to invite 2 doctors to confirm." The Yongqing Marquis' family was not genuinely concerned about offspring. They were merely afraid of offending her father. Recently, the Yongqing Marquis had been struggling in the court, and the heir, despite his title, could never serve in an official capacity. His reputation, tarnished by his ruthless actions and involvement with his cousin, would follow him for life, drawing whispers and disdain.
Now,
with rumors of her elder sister's pregnancy circulating, they sought to reconcile and bring Shinyu back, hoping to mend ties for their mutual benefit. How could they expect the Duke of Dinggua's family to be so easily bullied? The lady of Yongqing Marquis' face turned pale. Before her arrival, the Yongqing Marquis had warned her that if she could not bring Shinyu back, neither she nor her son would return. Yet, with the rampant rumors, how could there be no truth to them? Xinwan, uninterested in her plight, took Shinyu's hand and headed into the residence. The lady of Yongqing Marquis, unwilling to accept, questioned, "If she is not pregnant, how could everyone in the capital be aware of it?" Xinwan wished fervently to have them driven away. "Is my explanation not clear enough? My elder sister is not pregnant. If you do not believe it, invite a physician." Her words were not enough to quell their doubts, and she was unafraid to speak more harshly. "Your Yongqing Marquis' family has shown such cruelty toward my elder sister. Do you truly expect me to believe that if she were pregnant, the Duke of Dinggua's family would allow her to bear a child and then push her back into your treacherous hands?" This statement struck at the core of the matter. Even if she were pregnant, they would choose to terminate it. The lady of Yongqing Marquis turned pale, visibly shaken. Xinwan led Shinyu into the residence, her own expression darkening as she desperately sought to uncover the origins of these malicious rumors. Her elder sister had been married to the heir of Yongqing Marquis for 2 years without conceiving, having been forced to consume countless remedies, all while being coerced into seeking blessings at the temple. Such an act was nothing short of a heartless murder of the spirit. As they entered through the second gate, the Yun family hurried over, asking Shinyu, "Is it true that you are pregnant?" Xinwan retorted, "Mother, how could you believe such rumors?" The lady's voice rose, then fell. "If it is not true, then all is well. If it were, I would not know how to handle it." Shinyu had consumed countless remedies over the years to conceive. If she were to terminate the pregnancy, the lady feared that Shinyu might never bear children again. Yet, if she did not terminate it, she did not want a grandchild bearing the bloodline of Yongqing Marquis. Fortunately, it was untrue. The lady of Yun, frustrated, asked, "How did these rumors even arise?" Coral remarked from the side, "Could it be that the retching from Red Sleeve in the young lady's chamber that day was overheard? I heard from Silver Bracelet that the little maidservants in the courtyard were gossiping, suspecting the young lady might be with child." Silver Bracelet mentioned, she scolded that meddlesome little maidservant harshly. "There's no doubt about it. It must be true." Red Sleeve was retching in the eldest sister's room, and within a few days, they were attacked at the Gua Temple. She had previously wondered why someone would wish to harm her elder sister. But now it was all clear. Someone did not want her elder sister returning to the Yongqing Bo's residence while pregnant. Xinwan suspected that someone from the Duke's mansion had leaked this information to the Su family. The eldest sister's pregnancy would only jeopardize Su Ji's position and would not hinder anyone else. Remembering Shun Wu's evasive eyes when she spoke of this matter, it was certain it had to do with the second branch. The second branch enjoys watching the chaos, does it?
today,
She would let them witness more than enough of it. Xinwan suppressed her anger and instructed Coral to ask Stewardly to summon a doctor to the residence. Coral went to relay the message to Stewardly. Xinwan intended to go to Showan Hall, but Yun said, "The wife of the Minister of Revenue is with the old lady. You should return to Mingyue Garden first." Xinwan did not expect the Minister of Revenue's wife to be present and replied, "In that case, I must go see my elder sister." Yun was perplexed. Recently, Shunwan had not only been decisive but also meticulous in her actions. Yun did not know what she intended to do, and thus did not stop her. The old lady was in good spirits. As Shunwan ascended the steps, she heard the laughter of the old lady and Madame Chu from within, hoping they could still find joy in the near future. Upon seeing Shunwan and Xinyu enter, the old lady displayed some displeasure, feeling they were being inconsiderate. The second lady said to Madame Chu, "I will accompany the minister's wife for a stroll in the garden." After they left, the old lady's expression darkened further as she reprimanded Yun, questioning whether they did not understand the principle of keeping family matters private. Shunwan interjected. The young master of Jingbei is still kneeling outside the main gate, and the entire capital is watching the duke's family's disgrace. This family's scandal cannot be concealed simply because grandmother wishes it to be so. Shunwan's words were factual and irrefutable. The old lady merely regarded her as meddlesome and turned her gaze to Xinyu, asking, "If you are not pregnant, then why not speak up?" Xinyu responded, "I am not with child." The old lady frowned. "Not at all?" Shun Wu's voice rose. "How could that be? Rumors abound outside. And the maidservants say they heard the eldest sister suffering from morning sickness and retching severely." Shunwan interrupted. "Has anyone seen the eldest sister suffering from morning sickness with their own eyes?" Shun Wu's voice fell. "I do not know if the maidservants have seen it." Shunwan looked at the old lady, stating, "On our way here, we were pondering how these rumors spread, and after much reflection, it seems they originated from Red Sleeve." The old lady furrowed her brows, and Mama Sun said, "How could it be Red Sleeve? Red Sleeve is usually discreet and does not speak carelessly." Shunwan clarified, "Mama Sun has misunderstood. I am not saying Red Sleeve spread the rumors. Rather, she has been unwell lately, frequently retching. I planned to summon a doctor for her, but she insisted she would be fine after a few days of rest. A few days ago, she delivered items to the eldest sister's room and retched there. Perhaps a maidservant overheard it and mistakenly thought it was the eldest sister who was with child. I have already sent someone to find Red Sleeve. The old lady will understand upon seeing her." Shun Wu remarked, "Red Sleeve is the maidservant grandmother reluctantly gave to the second sister. She has not been with the Mingyue garden for long. How could she fall ill? This implies she did not take good care of Red Sleeve. The maidservants care for their mistresses, but the mistresses must also care for their maidservants." Shunwan replied, "Red Sleeve is diligent. I asked her to help me embroider the 100 longevity picture, and she has been working tirelessly, likely exhausting herself. I've kept her resting indoors these past few days." With needle and thread, her head was inclined for too long, and it is indeed easy to feel nauseous and retch. No one thought it a significant issue. The old lady observed Xinyu, whose complexion appeared normal, not resembling someone suffering from morning sickness, and remarked, "It is good if you are not pregnant, otherwise I would not know how to handle the situation." The old lady, a devout believer, revered life and would never allow any miscarriage to occur. The old lady waved her hand, instructing, "You may leave now." Shunwan replied, "I have already asked stewardly to summon a doctor. We shall wait for the doctor to examine my elder sister before returning." Before long, within a quarter of an hour, the doctor arrived. After examining Shun Yu's pulse, as soon as he withdrew his hand, Shun Wu inquired, "Is she pregnant?" The doctor replied, "The water of the guile is still within her body. How could she possibly be pregnant?" Shun Wu. At that moment, Silver Bracelet and Red Sleeve entered. Red Sleeve had just emerged from Showen Hall and, not long after, appeared quite thin, startling even the old lady. Even with tiresome embroidery work, she should not have become so emaciated. As the doctor prepared to take his leave, Shunwan said, "My maidservant has been ill for several days. I would trouble the doctor to take a look at her." Red Sleeve's complexion turned pale, and she shook her head repeatedly, insisting, "I am fine. No need to see a doctor." Shunwan looked at the old lady, saying, "Grandmother, see. The moment I mention summoning a doctor for her, she reacts this way, avoiding medical attention." Shun Wu had previously discreetly criticized Shunwan for not taking good care of Red Sleeve, but now, with Red Sleeve refusing to see the doctor in their presence, Shun Wu had no words left to say. Shunwan insisted, "I initially thought your ailment was not severe, that a few days of rest would suffice. But it has been several days, and you show no signs of improvement. If you refuse my offer to summon a doctor for you, the doctor is already here. Let him examine you as well." Red Sleeve still refused, saying, "I do not wish to see a doctor." Shunwan's temper flared, demanding, "Sit down. Even if you are the maidservant bestowed upon me by grandmother, as your mistress, I am doing this for your own good. You ought to comply. Coral and Silver Bracelet firmly pulled Red Sleeve down onto a chair. Even so, Red Sleeve continued to struggle. Mama Sun remarked, "The second young lady is doing this for your benefit. Why not sit still and let the doctor examine your pulse?" Coral and Silver Bracelet held her down tightly, and as the doctor touched her pulse, Red Sleeve's face turned ashen. After examining Red Sleeve, the doctor hesitated, and Shenwan asked, "Why has my maidservant been retching these past few days?" The doctor hesitated to speak. Shenwan urged, "Please, doctor, speak candidly." The doctor replied, "This maidservant has been pregnant for about 2 months." His voice was soft, yet clear enough for everyone in the room to hear. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The second young lady's maidservant is pregnant. This is a matter that could tarnish the second young lady's reputation.
No.
Red Sleeve had not been with the second young lady for long. She must have become pregnant while serving the old lady. Someone in the household had reached towards the old lady, and unbeknownst to her, she had bestowed a maidservant of questionable virtue upon the second young lady. With these thoughts, everyone in the room held their breath, discreetly glancing at the old lady's expression. The old lady's complexion turned ashen, and Yun's face grew even more grim. Although Red Sleeve was requested by Shenwan from the old lady, the fact that the old lady's maidservant had been compromised without her knowledge and then gifted to Shenwan was utterly unacceptable. Yun declared, "Send the doctor out of the residence." After the doctor departed, the old lady's gaze fell on Red Sleeve, commanding, "Take this wretched girl away and execute her." Red Sleeve's face turned pale, and she collapsed to her knees, pleading, "Please spare me, old lady." 2 elder women approached to drag Red Sleeve away. Yun intervened, stating, "One hand cannot clap alone. The child in Red Sleeve's womb is not solely hers. Before punishing her, we must first ascertain whose child it is." Old lady's eyes glimmered with cold light, clearly displeased by Yun's interjection. Though the old lady did not know whose child was in Red Sleeve's womb, she had personally nurtured Red Sleeve into a capable maidservant, and the young servants in the household would certainly not be of her caliber. The eldest branch, Shunji and Shinli, would not touch her. The third branch, being of illegitimate birth, lacked the audacity to do so. That left only the second and fourth branches. The second and fourth masters were her sons, and the second young master Shinjan and the fourth young master Shinxian were her own grandsons. Regardless of who was responsible for this disgrace, it would damage their reputation. It would be better to execute her now, and the matter would soon be forgotten among the household servants. However, Yun insisted on investigating the truth. The old lady wished to cover it up, but that would be perceived as deliberate shielding, causing a loss of her authority. The old lady's gaze was filled with displeasure. Yun stated that it was best to investigate thoroughly. The old lady had more than just Hongxiu as her maid. If the matter was not uncovered and dealt with severely, there was no guarantee it would not happen again. In the household, Yun generally adhered to the old lady's wishes and would not defy her. But if matters touched upon Yun's bottom line, she would stand firm. The household was not lacking in maids. If there were a genuine shortage, one could simply procure more. The old lady's act of gifting a maid to Shenwan carried a clear meaning in Yun's heart. While it was prudent to exercise strict oversight over a young lady's conduct, turning a dirty maid loose beside her daughter, causing trouble for her other daughter, leading to misunderstandings of pregnancy, and spreading like wildfire throughout the capital was unacceptable to Yun. This was a matter that the old lady must investigate today, whether she wanted to or not. Shenwan turned to the kneeling Hongxiu. Although Shenwan had not known Hongxiu for long, she was diligent and faithful, which was why she had gained the old lady's trust and risen to the position of chief maid. There must be hidden circumstances surrounding how this child came to be. If you truly have grievances, my mother will certainly take your side. Even if the child cannot be born, at least your life will be spared. If you remain silent, then you shall truly be at the mercy of my grandmother's wrath. Hongxiu, having served the old lady, understood better than anyone that despite the old lady's pious demeanor, she was deeply self-interested and ruthless. When the old lady spoke of punishment, it was not mere intimidation, it was a genuine threat. In contrast, Yun was kind and approachable to her subordinates. If Yun said she would spare Hongxiu's life, she genuinely would. Hongxiu hesitated, and Yun remarked, "Since you are unwilling to speak, then we shall heed the old lady's wishes." Before she could finish, 2 maids stepped forward, seizing Hongxiu and dragging her away. Hongxiu was genuinely frightened. "I will speak. I will tell you whose child it is." Shenwan inquired. It is the second young master's." Hongxiu's voice echoed in the room. The assembly exchanged glances. The old lady's face turned pale with rage, trembling as she pointed at Hongxiu. "You wretched maid! How dare you tarnish the second young master's name?" Having already implicated Xinjiang, the old lady still sought to protect him. If he were not so indulged, he would not dare to touch those around the old lady. Regardless, even if he acted, nothing would come of it. The old lady would always shield him from repercussions. Leaving him emboldened, Mama-san exchanged glances, prompting the two maids to continue dragging Hongxiu out. Shunwan rebuked. "Grandmother suspects that Hongxiu is slandering the second young master. Did you not hear? To drag Hongxiu away to be punished will tarnish the reputation of those near grandmother, and the second young master will never be able to cleanse himself of this stain." The maids were suddenly at a loss. On one hand, Mama-san urged them to carry out the punishment. On the other, the second miss commanded they release Hongxiu. Ultimately, they chose to let go of Hongxiu. For Mama-san's signals were subtle, while Shunwan's reprimands were explicit. Mama-san, despite her standing with the old lady, was merely a servant and could not compete with Shunwan's authority. The maids relaxed their grip, and Hongxiu collapsed to the ground, gasping in pain. Shunwan asked, "Is the child truly the second young master's? If you dare to lie, your fate will be far worse." Hongxiu replied, "I swear, I speak not a word of falsehood." Yun interjected, "Do not think that swearing will earn you belief. The second young master, no matter how reckless, would not dare to act against you in the Showan Hall." Seeing Yun's skepticism, Hongxiu hastily explained, "It was not in the Showan Hall. More than a month ago, the second young master dropped a jade pendant there, which I picked up. Mama-san instructed me to deliver it to the second young master. When I arrived, he had just finished his training and was bathing. He held me back, refusing to let me leave. The young attendant beside him can attest. I am not lying." The old lady, seated on the Luohan couch, nearly crushed her prayer beads in her grip as her gaze fell upon Mama-Sunday. Mama-san suddenly felt as if standing on pins and needles. The old lady was furious with her for allowing Hongxiu to deliver the jade pendant to the second young master. Yet she had never anticipated the second young master's audacity to involve a maid close to the old lady, leading to a pregnancy. The second young master's reputation for keeping a mistress and fathering illegitimate children was already tarnished. If word spread that he had also violated a maid under the old lady's care and caused a pregnancy, it would surely lead to gossip questioning the integrity of the family lineage. Most importantly, the second young master had just been betrothed to the eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue. The minister's wife was likely still within the household, and if she were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly be furious. Hongxiu had revealed Xinjiang's identity and even detailed when and where the incident occurred, leaving the old lady at a loss for words to defend her grandson. Shunwan, enjoying the unfolding drama, deemed it essential to call for her elder brother to confront Hongxiu directly. The old lady's face was a mask of fury. "Do you wish to ruin this engagement while the Lady Chu is still here?" Yun shook her head at Shunwan, indicating that the old lady was already aware of the situation, so Shunwan should refrain from meddling further. Ignoring this, Shunwan rose and walked a few steps before turning back to the old lady. "Grandmother, it would be wise to issue a gag order swiftly. The rumors of my elder sister's morning sickness have not circulated much within the household, but outside they are rampant. We cannot let Lady Chu leave the Duke's residence unaware of the second young master's misconduct with a maid under grandmother's care." The old lady's expression was deeply troubled. Shunwan turned to Yun, stating, "Grandmother is pious, yet she seeks to punish Hongxiu. My second aunt will only be more unforgiving. Hongxiu is truly innocent, mother. Please do your utmost to spare her life." With that, Shunwan bowed and departed. Xinyu accompanied Shunwan back to Mingyue courtyard. Upon returning, Shunwan approached the carrier pigeon given to her by Yun Yan, which she had not yet used. Today would be the perfect occasion. The Minister of Revenue's household had targeted her elder brother, and the second branch was spreading rumors that harmed her elder sister. This vendetta must be avenged. The old lady issued a gag order, and not a single word of Hongxiu's affair escaped the Showan Hall. The minister's wife left in high spirits. After sending off the minister's wife, the second madam hurried to the Showan Hall, intent on punishing Hongxiu. Shunwan had publicly demanded Yun to protect Hongxiu's life, and Yun exerted every effort to do so. The second madam and Yun engaged in a fierce dispute, ultimately leading the old lady to decide that Hongxiu's child would be aborted and she would be sold off. It was said that when Hongxiu was sold, her hem was soaked with blood, a sight too tragic to behold. Shunwan felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. Yet compared to the previous life, where Hongxiu had been directly executed, at least she had been spared her life. Nonetheless, the old lady, who devoted her days to prayer, treated the life of a maid as though it were worth less than grass. Chapter 71. Entanglement. After Hongxiu was sold out of the household, Yun visited Mingyue courtyard. She knew that Shen Wan and Shen Yu had gone out today to meet the heir of the Duke of Xiaoping. Rumors were rampant outside, and the Yongqing Marquis' residents had surely heard of it. The heir of the Duke of Xiaoping could not possibly remain ignorant. As soon as Shen Wan and Shen Yu returned, Yun was eager to inquire, but the presence of maids about made it difficult to broach the subject. Once inside the room, the three women felt there was nothing that could not be discussed. Yun asked, "Did you meet the heir of the Duke of Xiaoping today?" Shen Wan replied, "Mother, the Duke of Xiaoping's wife has come to propose marriage for my elder sister again. You and father should agree to the match." Shen Yu interjected anxiously, "Mother, do not listen to Wan. Whether to heed her was up to Yun's discretion." She turned to Shen Wan and asked, "Why should I agree to this marriage with your father?" Shen Wan responded, "The heir of the Duke of Xiaoping is genuinely devoted to my elder sister. I cannot bear to see it otherwise. You may not know, but he believes the rumors circulating outside and thinks my elder sister is truly pregnant with the Yongqing Marquis' child. As long as she does not return to the Yongqing Marquis' residence, he is willing to marry her and accept the child as his own. He would gladly take her as his wife, even if the child is not his." Such a man was indeed hard to find, even with a lantern. This thought struck a chord with Shen Wan, and she suddenly recalled Xiao Yun. For the sake of power, Xiao Yun was also willing to raise another's child. Yet no one knew that the child she bore was not her own. Not even she was aware. If the rumors reached a fever pitch, Xiao Yun would never dare to seek power in such a manner again. The heir of the Duke of Xiaoping's feelings for Shen Yu had withstood the test of 2 lifetimes, or else Shen Wan would not have been so eager to facilitate their union. Yun's heart was stirred. She had not anticipated the depth of the heir of Zhao Pingbo's affection for Shen Yu. How wonderful it would have been had the engagement not been broken all those years ago. Shen Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she implored, "Mother, I do not wish to ruin the life of Zhao Pingbo's heir." Shen Wan interjected, "Eldest sister, your heart is too harsh. You would rather see Zhao Pingbo's heir spend his life in solitude with only the flickering of a lamp and the echoes of ancient scriptures for company than marry him?" Shen Yu was taken aback. Shen Wan continued, "This world is far too severe on women. Both you and Zhao Pingbo's heir possess noble status. Should you choose to divorce and remarry, he would gladly carry you into his home with great pomp and ceremony. This would inspire countless women who have suffered from similar fates, encouraging them not to be burdened by the judgment of others. Consider it a courageous step taken for their sake." Yun was astonished by Shen Wan's words, gently caressing her daughter's face as tears began to well in her eyes. The moisture in her gaze mirrored the expression of old Madame Lin when she looked at her, almost as if peering through her to another person. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Yun had ever been regarded in such a manner. Shen Wan recalled the words of Xin Wu before her untimely death. Questioning her own origins, could it be that she was truly not the biological child of her parents? "Mother," Shen Wan's voice trembled. Yun snapped back to the present, wiping away her tears with a smile. "I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments, dear." Shen Yu opened her mouth, but could not utter a single word. She felt anger towards Zhao Pingbo's heir for believing the slanderous rumors, yet she was also moved by his words. The thought of being a mere spectator to Zhao Pingbo's heir living a life of solitude was unbearable to her. The conversation shifted as Yun mentioned, "Hongxiu has been sold, and I have given you Xiaohe." Shen Wan shook her head, insisting, "Xiaohe is accustomed to your commands. How could I accept her? Silver Chuan is excellent. I shall promote her to senior maid. With her and Shan Hu by my side, that is sufficient." Hongxiu seldom accompanied Shen Wan to Mingyu Yuan, and her absence would not cause any disruption. Yun, sensing her daughter's newfound resolve, acquiesced. As the 3 women conversed, a young maid entered, announcing, "Madam, the Duke has returned home and has ordered the second young master to be taken to the ancestral hall for 30 strokes and to kneel for 3 days. Yun's brow furrowed. Old Madam had issued a gag order. Who dared to reveal the second young master's misdeeds to the Duke? The maid shook her head. Yun rose to leave, with Shen Wan following to witness the unfolding drama. Old Madam, having great affection for her 2 grandsons, summoned Shinji upon hearing of his intention to punish Xinjiang. "I acknowledge that Zhaner has erred, but at such an impetuous age, and with that wretched maid Hongxiu intentionally seducing him, it is no wonder he faltered. He has only just become engaged to the eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue, and in a few days, the minister's wife will visit our residence. 30 strokes may leave Jean bedridden for half a month.
Shen Ye's countenance darkened.
Does old madam expect me to feign ignorance in this matter? Old madam asserted. I have already dealt with Hong Xiao. Jean and Miss Chu were forced into this engagement due to an incident in the water. The minister's household is already displeased. Should such rumors circulate, it would only provoke their ire further. I am considering the minister's reputation. Punishing Jean is not urgent. Not urgent? As long as he is not punished today, it will be forgotten in a few days, won't it? Shen Ji's anger was palpable. Old madam's manipulations were transparent to Shen Wan. She had instigated a feud between Miss Zhao and Miss Chu, eager to see them punished. Yet when her own grandson made a grievous mistake, she sought to excuse him.
Shen Ye coldly replied.
Does old madam believe this matter can remain concealed from the Minister of Revenue? I have issued a gag order. Anyone who dares to leak information will face my wrath. Old madam's tone sharpened, clearly intent on holding Shen Wan accountable for her previous orders. Yet, the truth had already escaped into the world. Old madam's expression stiffened. How could this happen? At that moment, another maid entered, declaring, Old madam, there are rumors circulating that the second young master's personal maid is with child, allegedly gifted to the second young lady by you, and that the child is fathered by the second young master. This scandal not only tarnished Shen Zhan's reputation but also threatened old madam's own standing, as well as Shen Wan's, despite her innocence. The implications of a personal maid's pregnancy were scandalous. Rumors, once set in motion, became uncontrollable, with no one knowing how far they might spread. The thought of these whispers reaching the Wang family of Jingbei filled Yun with dread and anger, her daughter, so unjustly implicated. Chapter 72. Criticism. Shen Ji was already in a foul mood, and Yun's words only fueled his anger. He felt an overwhelming urge to punish Shen Zhan. Old madam had used the Minister of Revenue as a shield to protect her grandson, yet now the whole world was aware of the scandal. Shen Zhan was dragged to the ancestral hall for punishment, left to contemplate his actions.
Shen Ye, fuming,
thought of how many disgraceful incidents had occurred within the past 2 months, nearly tarnishing the Duke's reputation. If the second house did not reform, he would have no choice but to expel them from the estate. With that thought, he stormed away, his face a mask of fury. Old madam sat on the couch, breathless and at a loss for words. First, there was Shen Wu's deceit at the birthday banquet of Princess Shen Yang, followed by the second master taking a concubine and presenting his illegitimate daughter as a niece, thus stealing the county princess title rightfully belonging to Shen Wan.
Now,
Shen Zhan had sullied the good name of a maid close to her, resulting in a scandal that would inevitably tarnish Shen Yu and Shen Wan's reputations. The second house's reputation was in tatters, and now even old madam was subject to public scorn. This matter should not have spread, especially after I issued a gag order. How could it have leaked so quickly? It must have reached the Minister of Revenue's ears by now. Find out who disregarded my words. Old madam's voice was laced with fury. Shen Wan, sitting quietly, wore a faint smile. Let them investigate. Even if they uproot the entire Duke's estate, they will not find anything to implicate me. The Minister of Revenue must be regretting their attempt to scheme against her brother. They had inadvertently fallen into Shen Zhan's hands. Beyond the title of the Duke's second young master, Shen Zhan was utterly lacking. Once the estate was divided, the second house would be nothing. Should such a scandal occur in any other household, a simple engagement termination would suffice, for no one would question it. Miss Chu was forced into her engagement due to an unfortunate incident. The Minister of Revenue's household could not even consider breaking it off. This disgrace would be a bitter pill for the minister to swallow. Old madam felt dizzy with anger, and Mama Sun assisted her back to her quarters. Shen Wan and Yun left show and hall together. Yun, feeling displeased, sighed, "Do not be upset, mother." Afraid that Yun would blame her for the gossip, she knew that the true culprits were none other than herself and her cousin. Yun lamented, "Your elder brother has reached the age for marriage. Your father and I hope to find a suitable match for him, but with such incidents occurring, even his reputation is at stake." Yun had long been aware of old madam's favoritism towards the second and fourth houses, which was somewhat understandable given her blood ties. But she had not anticipated it would lead to such reckless behavior, allowing the second young master to cast aside morals. If Shen Ji were to punish him, old madam would shield him. Without strict discipline, who could say what further trouble the second house might cause? While Yun was indifferent to old madam's favoritism, it had now begun to affect her own children. She wished to finalize Shun Li's marriage soon. having set her sights on several esteemed young ladies, preparing to inquire if Shunli had any preferences so she could propose a match. However, the current scandal surrounding the Duke of the State's household, his taking a concubine, and the young master's involvement with a maid by the old matriarch cast a shadow over her plans, rendering her hesitant to approach for a marriage proposal. Whenever the topic of Shun Li's marriage arose, Shunwan couldn't help but recall her elder brother's despondent gaze and the anguish of unrequited love. Her brother, with his forthright nature, concealed his feelings deeply, something she had overlooked in her previous life, yet felt acutely in her relationship with Xie Jingyu. How could her brother fall for a girl who is destined to be unattainable? Knowing he harbored such feelings while remaining unfulfilled must be a greater torment. Shunwan was reluctant to expose her brother's wounds, yet her curiosity was insatiable. What kind of girl had captured his heart so completely that he could neither marry her nor forget her? She resolved to uncover the truth. Determined, she reassured Yun. Since my brother is so invested in my future, surely he will be concerned about his own. Do not worry, dear parents. My brother will undoubtedly marry a girl with whom he shares mutual affection and compatibility. Yun playfully poked Shunwan's forehead, retorting, if your brother truly cared, your father and I would have one less worry. Shunwan replied, Mother, you must trust in my brother's judgment. After all, he will spend his life with this person, and it is essential that he genuinely adores her. Yun sighed, acknowledging that such matters could not be hurried. With Shunwan's marriage imminent, followed by the second young master's wedding, and potentially even the marriage of her elder sister, it would likely be at least half a year before her brother wed. As the thought of her daughter's impending marriage filled her with melancholy, Shunwan jested, Then I shall not marry. Yun quickly dismissed her daughter's words, exclaiming, Nonsense. Do you not fear the fortune-teller's prophecies coming true? Your father and I would rather you marry sooner, so we can be at ease. Shunwan understood her mother's reluctance. She could not bear the thought of her daughter's well-being being compromised. The weight of her impending marriage to Xie Jingyu filled Shunwan with a burning desire for vengeance against the fortune-teller who had threatened her. The fortune-teller claimed that the person threatening him was her future husband, which she knew to be an absurdity. With the imperial decree of marriage, her future husband could only be Xie Jingyu. Yet, he was aware of her reluctance, having sought her brother's assistance in thwarting the engagement multiple times. How could he possibly threaten the fortune-teller to trap her, when doing so would jeopardize his own chances of marrying the girl he truly loved? Shunwan shook off these thoughts and continued walking with Yun, when a maid approached, holding a formal invitation. Madam, the Duke of Zhaoping's household has sent an invitation, as instructed by Steward Li. The last time they received an invitation from the Duke of Zhaoping was when Shunwan and Xinyu visited the Temple of Protection. Since then, there had been no further correspondence. The Duke's son had suffered injuries while rescuing them, and Yun had already expressed her gratitude in person. It seemed excessive for the Duke of Zhaoping to send another invitation, particularly when the Duke of the State had returned the previous one, indicating a tacit agreement. The Duchess of Zhaoping likely had no other business than to discuss marriage, and the Duke of the State's acceptance of the invitation was tantamount to a partial agreement. The following day, as was customary, Shunwan had breakfast and, accompanied by Coral, went to the Showan Hall to pay her respects. Today, the Duchess of Zhaoping would be visiting. After greeting, Shunwan did not leave but remained with Xinwu and Xinyao in the flower hall. After about a quarter of an hour, a maid reported to Yun that the Duchess had arrived, prompting her to rise and greet her. Given their intention to become in-laws, Yun showed no lack of courtesy towards the Duchess. However, she was mindful of the other esteemed guests in the Duke of the State's household, particularly the matriarch. The Duchess greeted the matriarch, smiling, Your Grace, your elegance remains undiminished, and your spirit seems even more vibrant than before. The matriarch merely smiled faintly, setting down her teacup. As one ages, one cannot compare to one's former self. Since the annulment of the engagement, although the Duke of the State and the Duke of Zhaoping had not completely severed ties, they had become quite distant. They exchanged congratulatory gifts during happy occasions, but personal visits were rare. The last time the Duchess visited was to withdraw the proposal. The Duchess was mentally prepared to face ridicule for returning to the Duke of the State's household, knowing it was of her own making. She remained unaware of her son's deep affections for Xinyu. Had she known, she would never have dared to withdraw the proposal, thus harming both Xinyu and her own son. The last time Yun visited the Temple of Protection, she had persuaded the Duke of Zhaoping's son to return home. Although he had physically returned, his heart remained with Xinyu, and he diligently recited scriptures morning and night. The Duchess had every reason to be apprehensive. As a Duchess, she had even knelt before Yun, and now that she had come to the Duke of the State's household, she was prepared to endure any ridicule or scorn that might come her way. The Duchess began. In the past, I wronged the Duke of the State and miss you. Now that Yen Chuan has a chance for a renewed connection, I hope the household can overlook past grievances. The matriarch replied, recently, you and Wan visited the Temple of Protection and faced an assassination attempt. Fortunately, they were saved by the Duke of Zhaoping's son and the Duke of Jingbei's son, escaping with their lives. You owes a debt of gratitude to the Duke of Zhaoping's son. While I would normally agree to your sincere proposal, it is worth noting that Miss Yu has been married before. Are you truly unbothered by this? After all, Xinyu had only fallen into the water and was rescued by the Duke of Yongqing's son. This was already a topic too scandalous for discussion, as it could tarnish her son's reputation. To marry a divorced woman would bring far more severe rumors than before. The matriarch's words were undoubtedly a sharp rebuke to the Duchess, who was filled with remorse, acknowledging, I was too concerned with public opinion back then. Rest assured, I will never make such a mistake again. The matriarch looked at the Duchess, who understood that Xinyu had been married for 2 years without conceiving. What would happen if she was unable to bear children? Shen Wan and Shen Wu secretly listened from behind a screen. The matriarch's words became increasingly cutting, almost aggressive. Yet this was indeed a concern that needed addressing. Shen Wan hoped to clarify matters before her marriage rather than face conflicts afterward. The Duchess looked at the matriarch and then at Yun, stating, this matter was previously discussed at the Duke of Xinggua's household, and the Duchess mentioned it to me. After careful consideration, I believe that relationships are fated. Just because Yu has not borne a child for the Duke of Yongqing does not mean she is incapable of bearing children altogether. The matriarch retorted. What if it is confirmed that she cannot bear children? Yun furrowed her brow. It was natural for the matriarch to have such concerns, but her words were too harsh. If this information were to spread, it would lead people to genuinely believe that Xinyu was barren. If Xinyu were indeed unable to conceive, the Duke of Yongqing would not merely pressure her to seek a physician or consume various health tonics, but would openly take her cousin as a formal wife, leaving the Duke of the State with no recourse. The Duchess also sensed the malice behind the matriarch's words, not only directed at her, but also at Xinyu. Feeling somewhat displeased, she replied, my husband and I have considered such possibilities. If I were to say I did not care, I fear you would not believe me. The Duke of Zhaoping's household promises that if Yu does not bear children after 10 years of marriage, he may take a concubine. To claim indifference would only come off as hypocritical. By clearly stating that no concubine would be taken for 10 years, it demonstrated the sincerity of the Duke of Zhaoping's household. Given the number of witnesses present, if they failed to uphold this promise, Xin Ji and Yun could indeed hold the Duke of Zhaoping's household accountable. With the Duchess having made such a commitment, the matriarch found herself at a loss for words. After all, there are 3 forms of unfilial behavior, and childlessness is the most significant. Due to the inappropriate treatment of her personal maid by Xinjian, who was unaware of the circumstances, the matriarch's reputation had already suffered. If it were to spread that she was deliberately obstructing the Duke of Zhaoping's household from having heirs because of her own interests, she would be met with public disdain. The matriarch sipped her tea, falling silent. The Duchess turned to Yun, saying, if the Duke of the State has any requests of the Duke of Zhaoping's household, please feel free to mention them. Yun responded, all I desire is for you to be happy. Everything else is of little consequence. This was an implicit agreement, and the Duchess's face brightened with joy. Just as she was about to speak, a maid entered, announcing, Madam, the wife of the Minister of Revenue has arrived. The second lady should indeed visit the Ministry of Revenue, rather than the minister's wife coming to the Duke's residence. What a coincidence that she arrives while Lady Zhaoping is present. Xin Yao whispered that shortly after Zhaoping was appointed deputy minister, a corruption scandal emerged, implicating the minister, causing him considerable distress, as my father mentioned. Not only is the minister in turmoil, but Shen Wan is also troubled. In the previous life, the corruption case arose from the thunderstruck ancestral temple, without involving Zhaoping. In this life, it is Zhaoping who is scrutinizing the ministry's accounts. For the minister to escape unscathed as he did previously, he must still be Zhaoping's superior, and he would undoubtedly make things difficult for Zhaoping. Should the minister face demotion, it is certain that the minister's household would harbor resentment toward Zhaoping, and neither the matriarch nor the second branch would show any kindness toward Zhao Ping's residence. The matriarch's earlier difficulties were not without reason connected to the minister's household. The tension. The matriarch turned to Madame Yun, instructing her to greet Madame Chu. As soon as the matriarch spoke, Shunwan's expression turned cold. With the second lady present, it was puzzling why the matriarch would summon her mother instead. This was a clear message to Lady Zhao Ping that the duke's residence is under the matriarch's authority. Although Madame Yun was accommodating, she would not allow the matriarch to manipulate her in front of her potential in-laws. Nonchalantly, she glanced at the second lady, urging her to rise and welcome the minister's wife. This was a subtle contest between Madame Yun and the matriarch. As the duchess, she would not be coerced into actions she disapproved of. The second lady had no choice but to stand. This was indeed her responsibility. Yet neither she nor the matriarch could openly suggest that Madame Yun should go, especially with Lady Zhao Ping still present. The matriarch might have momentarily overlooked this. But should Madame Yun insist, it would reflect poorly on the matriarch's etiquette. Regardless of her feelings toward Lady Zhao Ping, such a breach of decorum could not be tolerated. Chapter 74. A delicate situation. Madame Yun was not easily subdued, and Shunwan felt a sense of relief, though simultaneously embarrassed for the matriarch. A son maintaining a mistress and passing off an illegitimate child as a niece, while his own grandson disrespects his grandmother's maid, tarnished her reputation as the matriarch. It was no wonder that she raised such unworthy offspring, especially in the presence of Lady Zhao Ping. Lady Zhao Ping wore a faint smile, concealing her thoughts from everyone. Soon, the second lady returned, having welcomed the minister's wife. Her expression was pleasant, unlike that of Madame Chu, who was less amiable than the previous day. Noticing Lady Zhao Ping was also present, Madame Chu remarked that it was unfortunate for her to arrive while the household was entertaining distinguished guests. The matriarch replied with a smile that henceforth, the Zhao Ping residence and the Chu residence would be related to the duke's household. The rumors surrounding the engagement of the Zhao Ping heir and Xinyu had spread widely, and Madame Chu was certainly aware. Madame Chu stated, unexpectedly, that after much consideration, the eldest daughter of the household would ultimately marry the Zhao Ping heir. Due to a prior incident, her reputation had suffered, compelling her to marry him. This was indeed a risky situation. Although her voice was soft, the impact was significant. The room fell silent, tension hanging in the air like a pin drop. The second young master faced rampant gossip, and it was the duke's household that needed to clarify matters with the minister's household, yet here was Madame Chu. Her words seemed to imply a withdrawal of the engagement. Moreover, the eldest daughter of the duke's household had previously been compelled to marry the Yongqing heir due to an unfortunate incident, nearly resulting in her demise. Now, following her divorce, the Zhao Ping heir, undeterred by her past, still sought to marry her. However, Madame Chu reasoned that since the eldest daughter had merely been rescued from drowning by the second young master, should the engagement be retracted, she would not struggle to find a suitable match who would overlook this past incident. The second lady began to feel anxious, and the matriarch's expression darkened. They could empathize with Madame Chu's desire to withdraw from the engagement, but doing so would severely limit their options unless the second young master inherited the title, in which case Xinjiang would become the duke's heir. Otherwise, they would find it impossible to secure a match of higher status than Chu Yan. The notion of being forced to marry due to an unfortunate incident, even if it meant remaining single for life, was preferable to marrying Xinjiang. After all, who would dare to pledge their daughters to him? Ironically, Madame Chu's words were irrefutable. When Xinyu married the Yongqing heir, he had an impeccable reputation, and all wagers were lost. Xinjiang, however, was the son of a father entangled in a scandal, and the evidence was already damning. Moreover, he had made his grandmother's maid pregnant, which was not merely a risk, but a reckless plunge into a veritable pit of fire. Lady Zhao Ping felt increasingly uncomfortable. Upon learning of Madame Chu's arrival, she anticipated trouble, and her fears were confirmed when one careless remark thrust her into the center of controversy. If the Chu family wished to retract the engagement, they could do so openly, yet they had to bring up her son's proposal to wed Xinyu, deliberately inciting discontent between the duke's household and herself. The matriarch was already displeased with her, and should the engagement truly be annulled, the matriarch's wrath would undoubtedly fall upon her. Lady Zhao Ping regretted not having arrived sooner. The discussions regarding the marriage were already underway, and she could not simply withdraw now. She asserted that the Zhao Ping household's regret over the engagement had already circulated widely, serving as a cautionary tale for all. The Chu family, particularly Madame Chu, appear to have considered the matter thoroughly before agreeing to the marriage. It was not as though they were unaware of Xinyu's divorce, and they could certainly reconsider her as a match for their son. To use the previous engagement as a pretext for withdrawal now would be a clear act of provocation. The matriarch explained to Madame Chu that the Duke's household was indeed preparing to visit the minister's residence to clarify the rumors that had circulated yesterday, and it was quite unexpected for Madame Chu to arrive now. Madame Chu's demeanor grew cold as the matriarch continued, stating that the gossip among the servants had been wildly exaggerated, leading the Yongqing household to believe that Yu was truly with child, prompting them to seek reconciliation and bring her back. Moreover, the rumors surrounding Xinjiang were equally unfounded, and the tumultuous gossip from yesterday might have indeed angered Madame Chu. The notion that the eldest daughter of the Duke's household was pregnant was false, but it did not mean that the second young master was innocent of having made the maid pregnant. The minister's household would not be so easily deceived. Madame Chu remarked that when she visited the residence yesterday, the second lady expressed her eagerness to marry Yen soon, since the engagement had already been agreed upon, and given the proximity of their residences, it seemed reasonable to proceed. However, she had not anticipated that her husband would become embroiled in a corruption scandal, leaving her unable to prepare a dowry. Today, she had come to convey that the engagement would be postponed until her husband's name was cleared. As the maid was just bringing in tea, Madame Chu rose to leave. Although she did not explicitly mention the retraction of the engagement by delaying the betrothal gifts, the marriage was left in limbo. Given Xinjiang's reputation, the minister's household could retract the engagement at any time, and the Duke's household would have no grounds to refuse. Madame Chu's reference to the corruption case was a clear indication of her intent to leverage the situation against Xinjiang, subtly threatening to withdraw the engagement. Should the minister's household face difficulties, there would be no need for the Duke's household to maintain familial ties. The minister abused his authority for corrupt practices, and in the previous life, the evidence was irrefutable, although he was not the mastermind. The emperor, considering Xinjiang's reputation, had granted the minister a chance for redemption. But that did not mean he was truly innocent. Such manipulation was deftly executed. Not only was she maneuvering the Duke's household, but she was also ensnaring the Zhaoping residents within her web. Madame Chu's family sought to withdraw from the engagement, and the matriarch would not easily allow the Zhaoping heir to marry Xinyu. She feared not offending the Zhaoping household, for Xinyu was not her granddaughter by blood. The indignity suffered by the Zhaoping household at her hands posed no obstacle to her. The second lady escorted Madame Chu out, while the matriarch remarked that she had indeed heard of the corruption case, which had been unearthed by Zhaoping, placing the Duke's household in a difficult position between the Zhaoping and Chu families. The matriarch's words insinuated that the Zhaoping household had deliberately placed the Duke's household in a predicament. Lady Zhaoping was acutely aware that the matriarch was venting her frustrations upon her, yet she could not voice a single objection. However, she could not speak. But Yun could. As the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Lord Zhaoping was diligent in his duties. When he uncovered the case of embezzlement, he was unaware that our Duke's residence and the residence of Minister Chu would become in-laws. The Duke had been raised by the old matriarch and had always been intolerant of any form of injustice. If he were to protect Lord Zhaoping, it would only lead to disdain for the Zhaoping household. This was indeed the case, although Shunji had assisted Minister Chu in his previous life. He had never regarded Minister Chu's conduct with favor. The old matriarch glanced at Yun and sighed, expressing her weariness. She suggested that they discuss Yu's marriage another day. She raised her hand, and Mama Sun assisted her in standing up. Yun furrowed her brows, and the expression on Lady Zhaoping's face faltered as well. Initially, the old matriarch had dismissed Yun without naming her directly, allowing Yun to interpret it as a reference to the second wife. However, at this moment, she could no longer ignore the old matriarch. Lady Zhaoping, unwilling to put Yun in a difficult position, rose to take her leave, with Yun accompanying her out. Upon exiting the Showan Hall, Xinwan hurried after them, calling out, "Mother." Yun paused, and Lady Zhaoping turned to look at Xinwan. Xinwan stepped forward, bowed, and then addressed Yun, "Mother. May I ask for my elder sister to marry first before I do?" Yun felt overwhelmed. The old matriarch's stance was clear. She intended to wait for the second young master to marry Miss Chu before allowing Xinyu to wed. Although marrying in accordance with seniority was acceptable, if the old matriarch insisted on adhering to the order of engagement, neither she nor Shen Ji could object. "Your grandmother has yet to approve the marriage," Shunwan stated. "Mother, do not attempt to deceive me. I have heard it clearly." Grandmother explicitly mentioned that both the Xiaoping household and the Minister of Revenue's household are our in-laws. Without an approved engagement, how can they be considered in-laws? Furthermore, Shun Yu's remarriage did not require the old matriarch's consent. Shun Yu could decide for herself. Out of respect for the old matriarch, they had discussed the matter in her presence, but it was not solely her decision. Lady Xiaoping understood that Shunwan was assisting her and promptly stated, "Our Xiaoping household also hopes to welcome you into our home soon." She handed the engagement jade pendant to Yun. After a moment of hesitation, Yun reached out to accept it. Lady Xiaoping felt a wave of relief. With the acceptance of the engagement jade pendant, the marriage was officially settled. Unless there was a withdrawal, it could not be returned. Chapter 75. Pleading for mercy, Yun escorted Lady Xiaoping out of the residence, and the engagement jade pendant was entrusted to Shunwan for Shun Yu. However, Shunwan had scarcely taken a few steps when a maid approached with a message. The old matriarch wished to see her. Coral looked worried. If the old matriarch did not allow the engagement, the young lady would surely be punished for accepting the engagement jade pendant. Shunwan was unafraid of the old matriarch's punishment, so she turned and entered the show and hall. Upon bypassing the screen, she found the old matriarch reclining against the large welcoming pillow, her face ashen and her eyes ablaze with fury. Shunwan approached. "Is grandmother angry because I asked mother to approve the marriage?" The old matriarch coldly retorted. "Lady Xiaoping came to withdraw the engagement years ago, causing your elder sister great suffering, nearly costing her life. Now, after a mere visit, she hastily offers your elder sister to another. What is easily obtained will not be cherished." The excuse for obstruction was grandiose, yet no amount of eloquence could conceal her selfish motives. Shunwan replied, "I understand that grandmother has my elder sister's best interests at heart, but my request for mother to approve the marriage is for your benefit and that of the second household." The old matriarch's gaze sharpened. "For the second household's benefit? I would like to hear how this is advantageous. The last thing father dislikes is being coerced. He has already agreed to the marriage. Before the Minister of Revenue's wife arrived at our residence, both you and mother consented. Now that Madame Chu wishes to postpone the engagement for the second brother, your sudden reversal can easily lead others to misunderstand, believing that grandmother intends to use the marriage of my elder sister to threaten the Xiaoping household and father. Given father's temperament, even if he intended to assist the Minister of Revenue, he would not do so now. Some matters could be done, but they must not be openly discussed." Shunwan exposed her selfish motives, and the old matriarch's expression darkened further. "I am solely concerned for your elder sister. Is this how you perceive my intentions?" Shunwan replied indifferently. "Father is one who responds better to gentleness than harshness. If grandmother truly wishes to assist the second household, you should discuss with father the withdrawal of the Minister of Revenue's daughter's engagement. The more you seek father's assistance, the greater his aversion will grow, resulting in the opposite of your intentions. Not wishing to disturb grandmother's rest, I shall take my leave." Shunwan bowed and turned to depart. The old matriarch watched her leave, her eyes clouded with discontent. After a moment, she finally spoke. "Go to the front courtyard and send word for the Duke to return and see me." Upon exiting the show and hall, Coral looked around and, seeing no one, asked, "How does the young lady plan to help the second household calculate against the Duke?" Shunwan turned and tapped Coral on the head.
What kind of reasoning is that?
"How could I plot against my own father?" The old matriarch did not understand father, but she did. Regardless of whether the old matriarch involved father or not, he would assist. After all, the two families were in-laws, and when in-laws faced difficulties, one must lend a helping hand. Moreover, Xinjiang's reputation was already tarnished, and Chu Yan had already been wronged. If the Minister of Revenue's household encountered issues, father could not remain indifferent. Otherwise, others would claim that the Duke's residence was heartless. Assistance was certain, but to what extent would be determined by father. In this life, Chu Yan was no longer her sister-in-law. Father would not exert himself to assist the Minister of Revenue. Not only was father resistant to coercion, but he also possessed a shrewd mind. If the old matriarch truly wished to consult him about withdrawing the Minister of Revenue's engagement, father would not interpret it as a strategic retreat, but would take it at face value. Father would not allow the Duke's residence to take the initiative in proposing a marriage, but he would certainly facilitate the withdrawal of the engagement after assisting the Minister of Revenue. The engagement would not be cancelled. Although Shunjiang was inconsequential, father truly enjoyed the emperor's trust. If the Minister of Revenue's household faced issues in the future, father could still leverage that connection. which the Minister of Revenue would be reluctant to lose. Since father had already made it clear that the Minister of Revenue should come to withdraw the engagement, if the minister insisted on marrying his daughter, the Duke's residence would no longer owe the Minister of Revenue anything. After Chu Yan entered the family, she could no longer expect to voice her grievances as she had in her previous life, demanding concessions from the household. If the Minister of Revenue encountered issues again, father would no longer offer assistance. By advising the old matriarch, Shunwan not only displayed her genuine concern for the second household, but also avoided many future pitfalls, achieving a dual purpose. Shunwan returned to Mingyue courtyard with a light step, presenting the engagement jade pendant to Xinyu. Xinyu was already aware of Yun's approval of the marriage, and, upon seeing the engagement jade pendant from 2 years ago return to her hands, felt a profound sense of disorientation. Meanwhile, after Xinji returned to the residence, he went to the Showan Hall to consult with the old matriarch. They deliberated on the marriage between Xinyu and the heir of the Zhaoping household. The heir had risked his life to save Xinyu and Xinwan, and Lady Zhaoping genuinely recognized her past mistakes. Since the engagement was established, and Xinwan wished for Xinyu to marry first, the old matriarch deemed it more appropriate for Xinyu to marry first in accordance with the order of seniority. Xinwan's desire for Xinyu to marry first aligned with the old matriarch's view, and Xinji had no objections. The old matriarch added, "The matters concerning Zhan have been the talk of the town. The Minister of Revenue's wife visited today, postponing the engagement and even indicating a desire to withdraw. Our Duke's residence has suffered losses regarding Yu's marriage. Since the Minister of Revenue's household wishes to withdraw, the Duke should assist in facilitating the withdrawal of their engagement." Xinji frowned. This cannot be. This matter is our Duke's residence's fault towards them. If the engagement is to be withdrawn, it should be initiated by the Minister of Revenue's household. How can our Duke's residence take the initiative to withdraw? The old matriarch replied. The Minister of Revenue is embroiled in a corruption scandal. I know the Duke disapproves of marrying into such a family. If we do not withdraw, we must assist the Minister of Revenue in seeking leniency. Zhan has made mistakes, but who among mankind is without fault? As long as he sincerely repents, who can fret over not finding a wife in the future? Shunji retorted, I will consider this matter myself. Without lingering further, he departed. Mama Sun could not help but exclaim, the second young lady truly understands the Duke well. The old matriarch directly asking the Duke to aid the Minister of Revenue will not be received easily. The Minister of Revenue was not the mastermind behind the embezzlement case. After the truth was revealed, Shunji sought the Emperor's intercession on behalf of the minister. The Emperor, considering the minister's diligent service over the years, decided to show leniency, imposing only a penalty of 1 year's salary without demoting him. However, he was to be reassigned, swapping positions with the Minister of Works. Although both held the title of minister, the Minister of Works wielded far less power than the Minister of Revenue. This outcome left Minister Chu dissatisfied, for he believed Xunji would be able to secure the minister's position for him. After Xunji's assistance, Minister Chu expressed his gratitude. Xunji remarked that it was natural for Minister Chu to fear for his daughter's future, given his own experiences with his young daughter, and thus, he could return the betrothal jade pendant. Minister Chu was taken aback by Xunji's agreement to annul the engagement and quickly responded that it would be ungrateful to withdraw the betrothal after the Duke had pleaded for him. Xunji replied that as long as the two families did not become enemies, the opinions of outsiders were inconsequential. With that, Xunji concluded the discussion. That very day, Madame Chu visited the Duke's residence to discuss the arrangements for Xinjiang to marry Chu Yan. Madame Chu left with a smile, knowing that Xinjiang would come to claim Chu Yan as his bride with the formalities befitting the Duke's heir. And he promised that for 10 years after Chu Yan's arrival, he would not take a concubine. This was not what pleased Madame Chu the most. Rather, it was the flattering words of the second Madame, indicating that Minister Chu would not remain long in the position of Minister of Works and would soon return to the Ministry of Revenue. This news, in Madame Chu's ears, suggested that Xinji would find another opportunity to assist Minister Chu. The next day, Shunwan went to Showan Hall to pay respects to the matriarch, who, along with the matriarch of the Yun family, directly communicated to Yun that the household would prepare 30,000 taels as a betrothal gift. Yun furrowed her brow, noting that the customary betrothal gift for the second young master was only 18,000 taels. The matriarch insisted that the Duke's household must compensate for the perceived slight to Miss Chu. Yun countered that it was the second branch that had wronged Miss Chu, not the Duke's household. Thus, any compensation should come from the second branch, not the Duke's funds. The matriarch's expression darkened, clearly displeased with Yun's defiance. Seated beside them, Shunwan interjected, correcting Yun's statement, "Mother, the second branch has not wronged Miss Chu. It was the young master of the Chu family who accidentally knocked my second brother into the water, and my brother saved Miss Chu, thus owing her a life debt. Father, considering the bond between our families, interceded on Minister Chu's behalf, allowing the emperor to show leniency towards him. My brother's reputation may be tarnished, and father feared that he might ruin Miss Chu's life, leading to Minister Chu's desire to withdraw the engagement. It was Minister Chu's own unwillingness, and thus how can it be termed a slight? If the second branch cannot be said to have wronged Miss Chu, how can the Duke's household be accused?" The matriarch sought an excuse to allocate funds from the Duke's household to the second branch, asserting her authority. The second madam had not anticipated Shunwan's eloquence. She remarked that the matriarch had already promised the Chu family regarding the betrothal gift. The emperor's words might be subject to change. But must we always fulfill the matriarch's promises? Shunwan replied, "The Duke's household should provide what is due, and the second branch can make up the remainder." The second madam glanced at Yun, incredulous, asking when it became the place of a younger generation to intervene in household matters. Yun responded, "With my daughter's imminent marriage, I must teach her how to manage her dowry. It's an opportunity for her to learn how to navigate such situations. While I may oversee the dowry, I cannot act independently on matters that deviate from household norms. I will require the Duke's and the other branches' consent, to which I have no objection." The matriarch interrupted, "The Duke is busy with military affairs. We should not trouble him with trivial matters." The fourth madam added, "I have no objections." Both the fourth and second madam were the matriarch's biological daughters, so dissent was unlikely. The third madam, being a concubine, would not dare voice any objections. As long as they could persuade Yun to agree, the matter would be settled without needing Shun Ji's approval. Shunwan cautioned, "Mother, please do not consult father about this matter. It remains unclear whether Minister Chu feels wronged or if the matriarch and the second branch believe they owe Miss Chu something and wish to make amends. Father intends to annul the engagement, but is hesitant to act directly. If you inquire, he may feel compelled to formally withdraw the engagement on behalf of my brother, which would bring you blame. Do not worry, I shall refrain from mentioning this to your father," Yun replied. Just then, a maid entered, announcing, "Madam, Lord Yun has arrived." Yun immediately rose, and Shunwan accompanied her to greet her uncle. Upon exiting Shoan Hall, Shunwan curiously asked, "What brings uncle here?" Yun chided, "You must marry within 2 months. Your elder sister is ahead of you, and time is of the essence. I have summoned your uncle to help manage the dowry items from the Yongqing Marquis' residence and arrange new ones." Wishing to sever ties with the past, Yun did not want her daughter to have any reminders that might evoke unpleasant memories for Xinyu or cause distress for the heir of the Zhaoping Marquis. Although Yun had good intentions, Shunwan felt it unnecessary to dispose of even the antique paintings in her dowry. However, since the Yun family owned an art shop, it would be easy to manage. Yun continued, "Tomorrow, I will accompany your elder sister to the market to select jewelry." Shunwan eagerly nodded in agreement. However, Xinyu resisted going out, particularly reluctant to visit the market. The next day, Shunwan nearly dragged her out. Even then, Xinyu wore a half-veil. Shunwan remarked, "Sister, this only draws more attention. If you intend to marry your future husband, will you never step outside again?" Xinyu blushed, wishing to strike Shunwan. "What husband?" Shunwan lightly tapped her own lips, recalling the adage, "Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself." Her elder brother frequently referred to Xie Jingyu as brother-in-law, irritating Xinyu. Now, he teased her about marrying her elder sister, leading Xinyu to feel influenced by her brother. Understanding Shunwan's good intentions, Xinyu finally removed her veil before disembarking from the carriage once they reached the street. This was the right approach. The dissolution of her engagement was not her sister's fault. The heir of Yongqing Marquis and his cousin had no shame in appearing in public. So, why should her sister be afraid? Shunwan led Xinyu into the Jade Pavilion to prepare for Xinyu's dowry, ensuring they purchased only the finest jewelry. They began on the 3rd floor, selecting 2 sets, before descending to the 2nd floor, purchasing everything that caught their eye. Their extravagant spending left other young ladies envious. The thought that Shunwan had already gifted several thousand taels worth of jewelry to a distant cousin made it clear she would spare no expense for her sister. In their exuberance, they inadvertently selected items that had already been chosen by others. Shunwan pointed out, "These 2 purple jade hairpins are lovely, Wrap them up as well. The young clerk hurriedly apologized. I beg your pardon. These were reserved for the Princess of Jiangling from the Yongwang residence. I momentarily forgot to put them away. The clerk continued to apologize profusely, fearing that Xinwan might withdraw her patronage, which would lead to his employer's wrath. If Miss Xin desires it, let her have it, came a clear, melodious voice. Xinwan turned to see a beautifully adorned young lady approaching, her serene smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. It was indeed the Princess of Jiangling. Xinwan replied, how could I take what others desire? The princess shook her head, her hair adorned with southern pearls creating a perfect arc. These hairpins suit you beautifully, Miss Xin. Xinwan smiled. I am selecting dowry items for my elder sister. The princess looked at Xin Yu in surprise, smiled gently, and said nothing further. Xinwan thought the matter was settled until, after finalizing their selections and preparing to return home, a maid approached, presenting a brocade box. Miss Xin, the engagement between you and the heir of Zhaoping Marquis has been blessed. Our princess sends her congratulations and a gift. Xin Yu glanced at Xinwan, who lifted the carriage curtain to see the Princess of Jiangling boarding her carriage not far away. Xinwan said, the princess's heartfelt congratulations should be accepted, sister. Chapter 77. Borrowing, Xin Yu accepted the brocade box and asked me to express my gratitude to your esteemed princess. After the maid departed, Xin Yu opened the box, revealing the pair of exquisite purple jade hairpins that Xinwan had admired. Their value was so significant that Xin Yu felt somewhat embarrassed. She had little acquaintance with the Princess of Jiangling. Knowing that the princess would gift her such precious hairpins, she would have preferred to purchase them outright. Xinwan remarked that the Princess of Jiangling was to be wed next month, and her elder sister could present her with a bridal gift as a return gesture. Xin Yu found this arrangement acceptable but was puzzled by Xinwan's knowledge of the princess's impending marriage. Xinwan recalled that in her previous life, the Princess of Jiangling's wedding occurred just days before her elder brother married Xu Yan, a sequence of events too vivid to forget. However, the thought that the princess would take her own life less than a year after her marriage brought a pang of sorrow to Xinwan's heart. The Princess of Jiangling was to marry the heir of the Marquis of Wucheng, a union arranged by the Empress Dowager, with the Emperor's personal decree. The heir was a relative of the Duke of Song's wife, a distinguished young man, and their marriage was the talk of the town, with many believing them to be a celestial couple. Yet, tragically, the princess remained untouched on the day of her death, while the heir, indulging in debauchery, fell from a building, leading to his leg being broken. The humiliation drove the Princess of Jiangling to despair and ultimately to her demise. The imperial decree of marriage left her with no option for separation, leaving only death as an escape. In her previous life, Xinwan had little interaction with the princess. After her marriage, the princess often appeared melancholic and rarely left her residence, yet whenever they crossed paths, she treated Xinwan with kindness, even defending her when reprimanded by the empress. If the Princess of Jiangling were to be betrothed to an ordinary family, Xinwan would have gone to great lengths to rescue her from her predicament. However, with the Empress Dowager arranging the marriage, Xinwan felt powerless, only able to discreetly inform the princess and perhaps advocate for a postponement of the wedding. Yet, as the emperor would not revoke the marriage decree, the princess was destined to wed. This sense of helplessness, knowing that someone was about to leap into a pit of flames with no means to assist, left Xinwan feeling uneasy. Xin Yu, sensing her disquiet, inquired, "Is something troubling you, Wana?" Xinwan shook her head. She resolved to find an opportunity to warn the Princess of Jiangling, and then shifted the subject, discussing other matters or peering out the carriage window. As they approached the gates of the Duke of Dinggua's residence, Xinwan noticed a horse tethered to a temporary post outside. Her expression turned peculiar upon recognizing it as Xie Jingyu's steed. She had seen it several times and could identify it at a glance. Was he visiting the Duke of Dinggua's residence yet again? His frequency was rather excessive, considering that even her elder sister's return from marriage had not drawn him as often. This was merely what she knew. Undoubtedly, there were times he had come when she was unaware. Wishing to avoid Xie Jingyu, Xinwan feigned ignorance. However, upon returning home, a servant reported, "Second young lady, the heir of the king of Jingbei has arrived." There was no longer any pretense of ignorance. Xinyu smiled and encouraged her to meet the heir. Could she express her reluctance? Nevertheless, Xinwan went, for the maid informed her that Xinli and Xie Jingyu were sparring in the training ground. Such a splendid opportunity could not be missed. She did not refer to watching their duel but rather sought a chance to rummage through her elder brother's study to unveil the cherished painting he had hidden, to discover which maiden captured his heart. The duel would take some time, so she could seize the moment to search. Shenwan decisively headed towards Shunli's study. The study was empty, both inside and out, allowing Shenwan to hasten her search. She knew there were hidden compartments in her brother's study, but was unaware of their locations. After a prolonged search, she finally discovered a hidden compartment, only to find it contained silver notes. Shenwan's frustration was palpable. Silver notes alone did not warrant being stashed away in a hidden compartment. Feeling too apathetic to rob her elder brother, she considered that instead of plundering him, she might as well target her cousin for greater rewards. After returning the silver notes, Shenwan continued her search, but failed to locate another hidden compartment, feeling increasingly disappointed. Was it possible her brother, anticipating her theft, had relocated the painting? That indeed seemed plausible. Besides the study, his valued possessions could only be hidden in his bedroom. Determined, Shenwan left the study for Shunli's bedroom. Coincidentally, when she arrived, Shunli had gone to Shinji's outer study, leaving Xie Jingyu absent, likely having departed. Shenwan stealthily entered her brother's bedroom. Although she was his younger sister, she could not simply wander in freely. She pushed the door open, closed it behind her, and began her search. She first approached the desk and opened the drawers, finding nothing. Then she moved towards the screen, behind which lay the bed. However, as she rounded the screen,
She was nearly startled to death.
behind the screen was a bathing tub containing a figure, none other than Xie Jingyu. Their eyes met. Had she not been so taken aback, she would have screamed, You, what are you doing in my brother's room?" Shenwan quickly turned her back, her face burning with embarrassment. Xie Jingyu replied, "After the sparring, I was sweaty and did not wish to meet my future father-in-law in such a state. So, I borrowed your brother's room to take a bath and change into clean clothes." His tone carried an edge of danger. Shenwan's mind raced with his words about father-in-law.
Who was he referring to?
Her face was already flushed, and this title made her feel as if she were about to ignite. She turned to leave, but was unwilling to give up. She had come searching for something, and missing this opportunity might mean waiting indefinitely for another. Moreover, she could not escape. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts as a servant entered with hot water for Xie Jingyu. As the servant approached, Shenwan hastily sought a place to hide. Yet, with nowhere to conceal herself, she resorted to hiding behind the bathing tub, casting a pleading glance at Xie Jingyu for assistance. Just as the servant neared, Xie Jingyu instructed, "Place the water on the ground." The servant appeared perplexed. Placing the hot water so far away meant Xie Jingyu would have to get up to retrieve it. Did he not want the servant to pour it directly into the bathing tub? The servant, confused but obedient, followed the command. He set the bathing tub beside the screen and then exited, closing the door behind him. Xie Jingyu turned to Shenwan and said, "Bring the hot water over." After he had just saved her from being discovered, Shenwan felt compelled to assist. However, as a pampered young lady, she found the weight of the full tub rather burdensome. More importantly, she felt embarrassed, despite his previous inappropriate behavior towards her in her past life. Her composure was not so unyielding. After all, it was merely a meeting with her father. Did she need to bathe and change into elegant garments for such an occasion? Shenwan poured the hot water into the tub, and Xie Jingyu observed her. "What are you searching for?" This insufferable man was asking too many questions. Shenwan glowered. "I came to find something, and you must not tell my brother." Chapter 78. Harmony having spoken fiercely, Shenwan prepared to leave. Upon reaching the screen, she felt unsatisfied, turned back, and continued her search, ignoring Xie Jingyu's presence. He remained in the bathing tub, watching as Shenwan diligently rummaged through the room. She dared to threaten her own brother to thwart a marriage, yet she was here surreptitiously searching for something. The more thoroughly Shenwan searched, the more curious Xie Jingyu became. She was inspecting places that clearly would not conceal anything, while neglecting the likely hiding spots. Unable to contain himself, he suggested, "Why not check beneath the floorboards? How could there possibly be anything there?" Shenwan shot him a glance before crouching down to peer underneath the bed. Nearly sticking her head in, Xie Jingyu raised his hand to his forehead in exasperation. Xie Jingyu, feeling powerless, lifted the bedding to inspect whether there was a hidden compartment in the bed. Shenwan, sprawled on the ground, felt a burning heat across her cheeks. Why couldn't that scoundrel be clearer? She hurriedly rose and uncovered the bedding, discovering indeed that the bed had a hidden board, concealed near the intersection. Nearly invisible, without careful searching, Shenwan had a premonition that what she sought was undoubtedly inside. Eagerly, She opened the bedboard and, lo and behold, the painting she had searched for was nestled within. Had it not been for Xie Jingyu's guidance, she would have never found it. Shenwan grasped the painting and unfolded it. It was the very portrait that had caused such upheaval between Chu Yan and her elder brother in her past life. The face was absent from the painting, but everything else was present. Her gaze fell upon the jewelry worn by the woman in the portrait, and one hairpin struck her as particularly familiar. She had certainly seen this pin before, but could not recall when. It was only natural. As her brother was fond of some noble lady from the capital, a fleeting acquaintance that was hardly surprising. She was certain she could remember, and if not, she could inquire further. After scrutinizing the painting thoroughly, Shenwan returned it to its place and restored the bed to its original state. As she descended from the bed, she found Xie Jingyu staring at her intently, and she felt uncomfortable under such scrutiny, especially from someone who was soaking in a bathtub without any attire. Fearing the servant's return, Shenwan hastily attempted to leave, but Xie Jingyu commanded her to fetch him a cup of tea. He truly regarded her as a maidservant. Given his assistance in uncovering her brother's secret, she felt it was only fitting to pour him a cup of tea as a gesture of gratitude. Shenwan approached to serve him tea, and as soon as he accepted it, she swiftly departed. Yet, that brief delay in pouring tea kept her trapped. Just as she reached the door, she overheard her brother conversing with a servant, causing her to panic and scurry beneath the bed. Shunli entered. Noticing Xie Jingyu still lounging in the bath, commenting, "Haven't you finished soaking? You've only worked up a bit of sweat. Is this truly necessary?" He jested, "Shall I, as your brother-in-law, help scrub your back?" Xie Jingyu, exasperated, replied, "Please leave. I am rising now." Shunli raised an eyebrow, remarking, "I have never seen you so modest while bathing with a group." Nevertheless, he exited. Under the bed, Shenwan felt as if her luck had run dry. How long would she have to hide there? Though her eyes were tightly shut, she could see nothing. Once Xie Jingyu donned his robe and confirmed their departure, Shenwan quickly crawled out from beneath the bed and hurried away. Coral, anxiously waiting under the tree, exclaimed upon seeing Shenwan, "You have finally emerged." Shenwan retorted, "Why would you worry about me in the manner?" To which Coral replied, "It's not about your safety, but getting caught while rummaging through the young master's belongings is another matter." Thankfully, she had not been discovered. Returning to Mingyue Courtyard, Shenwan felt parched and headed straight to her room where Yinchuan poured her tea, mentioning, "The fourth young lady has been punished by the second madam and sent to kneel at the ancestral hall." Before Shenwan could speak, Coral interjected, "What did the fourth young lady do?" Yinchuan explained, "She went to pay her respects to the second madam and accidentally bumped into a maidservant, shattering the second madam's favorite porcelain vase." Shen Ti had been sent back to the second house, and after days of tranquility, Shenwan felt a pang of disappointment. Finally, there was some excitement. Although Shen Ti frequently collided with others, causing trouble and requiring parental intervention, those incidents were orchestrated by Shen Wu behind the scenes. Shen Ti was acutely aware that the second madam disapproved of her, and visiting to pay respects would only make her more cautious. Shenwan doubted Shen Ti would make such a blunder as to offend the second madam. The second madam could easily manipulate Shen Ti, and the lack of action over the past days indicated that the old madam had likely reprimanded her. Today's punishment was probably related to the dowry issue. The public funds had only covered 18,000 taels, leaving a 12,000 taels shortfall that the second madam was unwilling to cover. Although it was for her own daughter-in-law, it was better to keep the funds than to give them away. The second master's extramarital affairs and illegitimate child had already brought her disgrace, and the old madam still expected her to treat Shen Ti kindly. The second madam, seething with resentment, likely seized the opportunity to manipulate Shen Ti to pressure the second master and the old madam into providing the necessary funds. As long as the public funds were not involved, Shenwan was content to watch the drama unfold. Ultimately, the old madam approached Shinji to request additional dowry funds, but she did not dare to demand as exorbitantly as Yunshi had, seeking only an extra 2,000 taels. However, Shinji rejected even that modest request. The public funds belonged to everyone. If the second young master received an additional 2,000 taels for his marriage, what of the other young masters? Was there to be no precedent? The family rules were not mere formalities. Once established, they must be adhered to without exception. Shen Ti's punishment was brief, and by evening, she was released. Yinchuan reported to Shenwan, concubine Mei compensated the second madam for the vase. However, compensation could not hasten Shen Ti's release. The old madam surely had to make a statement. As expected, News soon arrived that the old madam had given the second madam 3,000 taels. But could 3,000 taels truly placate her? Shunwan harbored doubts. Yinchuan whispered, "The fourth madam is quite displeased." It was only natural for the fourth madam to feel aggrieved. The public funds had already sparked her dissatisfaction, yet she was being suppressed by the old madam and dared not voice her anger. With Shunjan's reputation tarnished, it had also affected her son, leading to the fourth madam's grievances. If the second house felt wronged by the eldest daughter, they would have nothing to say no matter how they tried to make amends. It was inappropriate for the old madam to compensate with her own resources. It was expected that the old madam should provide something for her grandson's marriage. But it was evident that these 3,000 taels were an extra gesture, not listed in the gift registry. Yinchuan, however, did not understand. The old madam could secretly give to the second madam. Shunwan chuckled. That 3,000 taels is intended for the fourth madam's view. After living under the same roof for so many years, the fourth madam is certainly aware of the second madam's intentions. She can see that the second madam is manipulating Shinti as a means to pressure the old madam. How could the fourth madam not notice? If the old madam remained silent, the second madam would not easily let Shinti off the hook. If given privately, the fourth madam might guess the amount. The old madam had to balance the interests of both houses. Whatever was given to the second house, the fourth house must receive in equal measure, lest conflicts arise between sisters-in-law and brothers become estranged. The old madam publicly offered the second house 3,000 taels while discreetly providing the fourth house with the same, thus appearing equitable in the fourth madam's eyes. She would not stir trouble if she believed the old madam was fair. The old madam would then offer the second madam another sum, and knowing she had gained an advantage, the second madam would likely cease her demands and release Shinti. Maintaining harmony among the brothers was indeed a challenging endeavor. After feeling moved by the situation, Shunwan decided to inform the fourth madam. Chapter 79. Golden Hairpin. The next day, Shunwan, as usual, had breakfast and prepared to pay her respects to the old madam. Just as she was about to leave, a young maid entered with a message, stating that the old madam was unwell and had excused the young ladies from their morning greetings. Shunwan was pleased, and as the maid departed, Yinchuan entered, whispering, "I heard that after dinner last night, the fourth madam went to Showen Hall, and she was seen wiping her tears as she left." Shunwan lifted her teacup, the fragrant steam masking the smile at the corners of her mouth. The fourth madam was not one to be easily outdone. It was no surprise she would seek out the old madam to express her grievances upon learning of the old madam's favoritism towards the second house. The old madam must have compensated the fourth madam with 3,000 taels, otherwise she wouldn't be in such poor health. For the entire morning, Shunwan remained in her room, seated at her desk, lost in thought as she gazed at the drawing of the hairpin on the paper. She had pondered for an entire night, along with the morning, yet could not recall whose hairpin it was from her past life. It pertained to her brother's lifelong happiness. She had to remember, no matter how hard she had to think. Coral and Yinchuan listed the prominent ladies of the capital one by one, but each time Shunwan shook her head in denial. The effort made her dizzy, and she reached for her temples to massage away the discomfort. Suddenly, Shunwan lifted her gaze and looked at Coral, asking, "Who did you just mention?" Coral, a bit confused by the girl's intense reaction, cautiously replied, "The eldest daughter of the Minister of Personnel's residence? That's her." Shunwan exclaimed. In her previous life, it was indeed the eldest daughter of the Minister of Personnel's residence who wore that particular hairpin. Finally, she had found the person. Shunwan was elated, but her joy was short-lived as her brow furrowed in thought. The eldest daughter of the Minister of Personnel's residence was not yet engaged. If her brother had feelings for her, he could simply propose, given his status as the heir to the Duke of the State. The minister's residence would certainly not refuse such a union. Yet, her brother had not even made a formal proposal, merely stating that they were fated to be apart. When had he become so difficult? Shunwan sensed something amiss. In her previous life, it wasn't until 6 months later that she saw the eldest daughter of the Minister of Personnel's residence adorned with that gold hairpin. At that time, it had belonged to her. However, that did not mean it was the same now. Perhaps it had been gifted to her by someone else. After struggling to recall the person, only to realize it was all in vain, Shunwan felt exceedingly frustrated. Coral suggested, "Could it not be the eldest daughter of the Minister of Personnel's residence?" Shunwan shook her head. "It should not be her." Silver Chuan added, "Such exquisite jewelry is rare in the capital. I could inquire at some renowned shops, Perhaps we can uncover something. That seemed to be the only course of action. Shenwan handed the design to Silver Chuan for further inquiry. Having not slept well the previous night, and pondering this matter for the entire morning, her head was throbbing. She decided to take a breath of fresh air in the garden, and sought out Xinyu. Just as she reached the door, she overheard Tu Hua expressing her anger, stating that the Yongqing Marquis' residence was clearly trying to provoke them. Entering the room, Shenwan inquired, "What is the matter?" Tu Hua replied, "The Yongqing Marquis' heir is to marry Miss Su in 5 days." Shenwan responded, "Isn't that already known? What is there to be upset about?" Tu Hua retorted, "They just sent an invitation for the Duke and Duchess to attend the wedding." Shenwan chuckled in disbelief. Did the Yongqing Marquis' residents think her parents were too good-natured? Or did they believe the Duke's household was so impoverished that they had nothing better to do than attend a wedding of those who had nearly brought her elder sister to shame? Fearing that Shenwan might become too upset, Xinyu intervened, saying, "There is no need to be angry." Shenwan insisted, "I am not angry. After all, they had parted ways. The Yongqing Marquis' residents should have kept their distance, yet they continued to act provocatively, even daring to send invitations. If she did not take action, they would truly assume her family was easy to bully." Shenwan took Xinyu for a stroll in the garden, and after that, they returned to Mingyue Courtyard for lunch. The embroiderer came to take measurements for Xinyu's dress, and Shenwan accompanied her the whole time. After the embroiderer left, Shenwan returned to her room, where Silver Chuan entered with pastries. Coral asked, "Did you find out anything?" Silver Chuan looked at Shenwan with hope, but confessed, "I couldn't find anything out and
I lost the design."
Coral exclaimed, "How could you be so careless?" Silver Chuan explained, "I inquired at all the notable jewelry shops in the capital. Upon leaving Jinyu Pavilion, I happened to see the eldest daughter of the Minister of Personnel's residence and thought to ask her if she had seen it. However, while I was chasing after her, I accidentally bumped into someone and lost the design. By the time I realized and returned to look for it, it was already gone." Silver Chuan's voice trembled with the hint of tears. The young lady had treated her so well, moving her from the garden to serve as a maid. Yet she could not even manage such a small task. Understanding that Silver Chuan had not acted out of malice, Shenwan did not scold her, but instead comforted her, saying, "It is merely a design. If lost, it is lost." The design had been her own creation, and she could simply redraw it. Shenwan did not dwell on the matter. However, the next morning, while she was in the courtyard listening to Xinyu play the guqin, Coral's urgent voice came from her room, Miss, come quickly." The loudness startled Xinyu, who paused to look towards Shenwan's inner chamber, wondering what had happened.
Coral,
who had followed Shenwan for 2 lifetimes, had never acted in such a manner. She rushed out, her expression frantic. "Miss." Shenwan stood up and approached, asking, "What is it?" Coral, unsure how to convey the news, suggested, "Miss, perhaps you should see for yourself." Shenwan entered her room, where Coral pulled her towards a desk, revealing an exquisite brocade box. It was unfamiliar. It was not her possession. Shenwan asked, "Where did this come from?" Coral replied, "Miss, you should first see what is inside the box." Shenwan reached for the brocade box and opened it. Inside lay the very gold hairpin she had been searching for. Shenwan was taken aback, exclaiming. She quickly turned to Coral, demanding, "Who sent this?" Coral shook her head. "I do not know. I found it when I returned." If she had known, she wouldn't have urgently called the miss to come and see. Shenwan felt as though she might lose her mind. She was scouring the entire capital for the owner of the hairpin, yet she had received it without knowing who had sent it, who had delivered it to her, and why was she left in the dark? In the study, Xie Jingyu was perusing military texts when Chen Ping entered, reporting, "Sir, the items have been delivered." "What did she say?" Xie Jingyu asked casually, turning a page. Chen Ping shook his head. Xie Jingyu looked up at him. "Not even a thank you?" Chen Ping replied, "Miss Shen was busy listening to Miss Shen play the guqin, and her maid did not return to the room. I was perched in a tree, my legs numb, thinking she would surely guess it was you who sent the items. So, I placed them on her desk and departed." Xie Jingyu regarded Chen Ping. "Are you certain she can deduce it was I who sent it?" Chen Ping responded, "Who else would dare send anything to Miss Shen, attempting to undermine your position? If you are not assured, I can inform her again." Xie Jingyu replied, "That is unnecessary. As long as it is in her possession, that is sufficient." Chapter 80. In person, though the items had reached Shenwan, she was on the verge of exasperation. Xinyu, concerned, entered to inquire, "What is the matter?" Shenwan, not daring to let Xinyu know that someone had intruded into her chamber to deliver a hairpin, could only concoct an excuse, saying, "Coral is easily frightened. She saw a gecko and was scared." Xinyu remarked, "Geckos are venomous. I shall send someone to catch it." Shunwan replied, "It has already fled through the window," startled by Coral's scream. Xinyu, trusting her words, exited the room. Yesterday, Shunwan had been lost in thought over the design. Today, she was dazed by the hairpin. She simply could not comprehend which celestial being had sent her this gold hairpin. It was not the hairpin she had desired. If someone was bestowing gifts upon her, they might at least leave a name, allowing her to know who had shown her such kindness. Instead, Shunwan felt no gratitude, only an urge to inwardly curse the person who had sent her the hairpin. Though Shunwan had considered giving the hairpin to her elder brother, he was notoriously tight-lipped. If he did not wish to discuss something, no amount of prying would yield results, and she would risk revealing her secret of sneaking into his room to view the paintings. Shunwan was infuriated to the point of pain in her chest.
Coral.
Somewhat worried about the intrusion into the young lady's chamber, wondered if they should inform the Duke. However, revealing it would expose the hairpin. Though she was furious about the other party's actions, she secretly hoped they would come again. Shunwan stated, "The person who sent the hairpin means no harm. This matter concerns my reputation. It must be kept confidential." Coral and Silver Chuan nodded in agreement. Shunwan eagerly awaited the return of the sender, so she could inquire directly, but unfortunately, no one else came to her room. One day, while Shunwan was reading, Yunshi visited her, asking, "In just a few days, it will be the birthday of the heir to the king of Jingbei. Have you prepared a gift?" "I have not begun embroidery yet," Shunwan replied. Yunshi frowned slightly, saying, "So long has passed, and you are still not ready?" Shunwan explained, "It is merely a pouch. Half a day is sufficient. It should have been completed by now, but the matter of the hairpin had disrupted her focus." Yunshi poked Shunwan's forehead, admonishing her, "Knowing it will not take much effort, why did you not complete it sooner? You are not personally delivering the birthday gift to the king of Jingbei. How long do you intend to delay?" Understanding that Yunshi valued sincerity, Shunwan dared not argue, replying, "Mother, I will begin embroidering right away." Yunshi glared at Shunwan several times, urging her to focus on her needlework. After a brief visit, she departed. A single pouch felt too meager as a birthday gift, so Shunwan decided to put extra thought into the pouch, employing double-sided embroidery and working diligently. The following day, after greeting the matriarch, Shunwan ventured to the front courtyard in search of Xinli. Just as she arrived, Xinli emerged from the study, inquiring about her visit. Shunwan presented him with a beautifully embroidered pouch, which he mistakenly assumed was a gift for him. He remarked on its exquisite craftsmanship, noting how well it complemented his elder brother's brocade robe. Shunwan clarified, however, that this pouch was intended as a birthday gift for the heir of the king of Jingbei. Xinli scrutinized his sister, questioning whether such a solitary pouch was truly sufficient. Shunwan expressed her exasperation. She had initially wished to gift a jade pendant, but their mother deemed it lacking in sincerity. When she settled on the pouch, her elder brother found it too trivial. Faced with the dilemma, she lamented that if only they could reach a consensus, she would prepare accordingly. Ultimately, she asserted that their mother approved of the pouch. When Shunwan mentioned the Yun family, Xinli refrained from further comments. He took the pouch from her, and Shunwan expected him to have changed his mind, only to hear him declare that he would keep the pouch and urge her to embroider another for her brother-in-law. Shunwan protested, feeling that it was unfair for her elder brother to appropriate the pouch without assisting her in delivering the birthday gift. Xinli, feeling the weight of the pouch, hesitated, stating that their parents had not permitted such actions, and thus he could not assist her. Shunwan explained that the following day marked the wedding of the heir of the Duke of Yongqing to her cousin, and she requested him to deliver a congratulatory gift on her behalf. Xinli, recognizing the simplicity of the task, agreed to help. The next day, while accompanying Xinyu in the garden to feed the koi, a maid rushed in, exclaiming that during the wedding procession, the heir of the Duke of Yongqing had been pelted with rotten eggs, which were said to have been quite foul. This event was typically reserved for condemned criminals, and it was the first time she had heard of a groom being subjected to such indignities. In Shunwan's perspective, the heir of the Duke of Yongqing had indeed committed a grave offense by failing to send invitations to their household, thus inviting this misfortune upon himself. 2 years prior, during Shenyu's marriage, the Duke of Yongqing's celebration had been a grand affair attended by numerous officials. This time, however, the atmosphere was decidedly lackluster. as the Duke had fallen out with the Duke of Jingbei, and only a few had sent gifts, with most avoiding the celebration altogether after hearing of the egg incident. The couple, the Duke and his wife, were nearly driven to despair by the dismal turnout. The following day, as Shunwan paid her respects to the matriarch, she found Xinyu and others discussing the incident. Xinyu speculated that it was certainly the work of the second sister or their elder brother. When confronted by the matriarch, Shunwan remained silent, knowing she had instigated her brother's actions. Xinyu continued, suggesting that while they might sympathize with their elder sister and seek to defend her honor, the matter had been settled, and further actions would only reflect poorly on their family's reputation. Shunwan coldly interrupted, asserting that whether or not they had participated in the egg throwing was irrelevant. It was the consequences that mattered. Xinyu faltered, turning to the matriarch, who observed Shunwan's unwavering stance and questioned her lack of remorse. Shunwan retorted, demanding to know if anyone had witnessed her and her brother in such acts, and pointed out that it was common for condemned criminals to be subjected to such treatment, suggesting that perhaps someone was defending their family's honor. The discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Yun Shi, who informed the matriarch of a message from the Yun family regarding an artwork that could not be retrieved. The second wife expressed skepticism about the Yun family's intentions, believing they were simply unwilling to assist Shinti. The second wife insisted that the Duke had already promised compensation to the king. Yun Shi, however, questioned whether the king would truly seek reparations from the Duke, knowing full well the scandal surrounding Shen Ti's parentage. After observing the exchange, Shunwan felt a mix of irritation and indifference. As anticipated, the matter was merely a formality to aid the king, rather than a genuine obligation to compensate for the artwork. The conversation waned, leaving the topic unresolved. Following her visit, Shunwan took a moment to admire the flowers in the garden before returning to Mingyue Courtyard. Upon her return, a maid informed her that the heir had requested her presence in the front courtyard and reminded her not to forget the pouch. Shunwan felt exasperated, realizing her brother had indeed gone to the lengths of summoning Xin Jingyu to the Duke's residence for the sake of a single pouch. She knew that any trouble her brother encountered with Xin Jingyu would be of his own making. In the courtyard, Shunwan approached the embroidery basket to retrieve the pouch. Admiring its intricate design, yet feeling it was inappropriate to request the esteemed heir to visit their household for such a trivial offering. Reluctantly, she steeled herself to deliver the pouch. Inside the study, Xin Li and Xin Jingyu were engaged in a game of chess. Shunwan entered, casting a fierce glare at her brother, causing him to fumble with the pieces, scattering them across the board. He quickly restored order and excused himself, claiming sudden discomfort. As he passed Shunwan, he deliberately took a longer route, further aggravating her. Once Xin Li departed, Shunwan turned her attention to Xin Jingyu, who regarded her intently. As her brother's absence left her feeling flustered, she pondered whether she should summon him back for a scolding. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward with the pouch, feeling as though she were marching towards her own demise. With perspiration pooling in her palms and her ears flushed, she stammered, "Tomorrow is your birthday, and I have crafted this pouch for you, wishing you endless joy on this day." She extended the pouch towards him, but Xin Jingyu did not take it. Instead, he inquired whether the pouch her brother wore was also her handiwork. Realizing that the original pouch had been intended for him, she explained how her brother insisted on a personal delivery, even seizing the gift from her. Consequently, she had to create this new one. Xin Jingyu rose, his imposing stature intensifying the pressure on her, prompting Shunwan to instinctively retreat a step. He commanded, "Put it on me." Shunwan, taken aback, thought she must have misheard. Yet, Xin Jingyu had already removed the pouch from his waist, tossing it to Qin Ping, who exited to guard the door. The seriousness of his request left her astonished. He genuinely expected her to adorn him with the pouch. Shunwan felt her hand grow warm as she held the pouch. Presenting it to the gentleman, she could not simply toss it to him and depart. Never before had she felt such trepidation in giving a gift. Deep down, she urged herself to be brave. If she felt intimidated here in the Duke of Jingbei's residence, what would happen once she married into the Prince of Jingbei's household? It was merely fastening a pouch. It was not an insurmountable task. Summoning her courage, Shunwan approached and tied the pouch onto him. Once secured, she let out a gentle sigh, preparing to leave when a voice rang above her, inquiring, "Have you been cursing me these past few days?" Startled, Shunwan looked up and, caught off guard, bumped into Xie Jingyu's chin, resulting in two simultaneous sounds of discomfort. Tears welled in her eyes from the pain as Xie Jingyu reached out to rub her head. "Did it hurt?"
Could it not?
Shunwan retorted, You have not wronged me, so why would I scold you? Although she had previously expressed her disdain for him, even wishing to harm him, she had let go of her grievances ever since he saved her elder sister. Xie Jingyu replied, "Ever since I gifted you that gold hairpin, I've been sneezing incessantly. It must be because you are cursing me." Shun Wan's eyes widened in surprise. "That gold hairpin was a gift from you? Who else would it be from?" He replied. "Is it truly?" Shun Wan's anger flared. She wished not only to scold him but also to strike him. Her chest tightened with indignation. "You sent me a gold hairpin without even leaving a note to inform me?" Chen Ping, who had been waiting outside, poked his head in to explain. "My lord intended to leave a note, but couldn't find a pen." Xie Jingyu quipped, "Next time, if you can't find a pen, write in blood." Chen Ping interjected, "My lord, do you even realize what you just said?" Miss Shun is already frightened of him. Suggesting a blood letter might lead her to misunderstand that he seeks her life. Xie Jingyu looked at Shun Wan and said, "Even if you did not know it was my gift, was it necessary to curse me so harshly? Your words have me sneezing all night." Shun Wan asked, "How did you know I was searching for that hairpin?" This matter is rather serendipitous. Chen Ping had been running an errand for Xie Jingyu when he happened to see Yin Chuan, knowing she was Shun Wan's maid. He took a closer look and fortuitously witnessed her running into someone, her hands full of pastries and silk thread. As she bent down to retrieve the thread, her drawing was whisked away by the wind. Chen Ping helped her pick it up, intending to return it, but she rushed off in a flurry, noticing the drawing. And just as a shop assistant emerged, Chen Ping inquired about the design. The assistant informed him that Yin Chuan had asked if the hairpin depicted in the drawing was crafted by their shop. Chen Ping, eager to report back, brought the drawing with him. Upon seeing the exquisite craftsmanship of the gold hairpin, resembling something from the palace, Xie Jingyu instructed Chen Ping to inquire at the palace's gold workshop. As it turned out, it was indeed made there. Hearing this, Shun Wan quickly asked, "From whom did you acquire the hairpin?" "The heir of the Prince of Yong." That gold hairpin was commissioned by the heir of the Prince of Yong, who had provided the design to the palace's goldsmith. When Xie Jingyu sought information from the heir, he assumed Xie Jingyu was merely helping someone find the hairpin and sent it directly to him. Shun Wan's voice trembled. "The hairpin belongs to the Princess of Jiangling?" "Indeed." Although she had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed left Shun Wan's complexion pale. Xie Jingyu noted her reaction and asked, "What is the matter?" "My elder brother is fond of the Princess of Jiangling," Shun Wan replied. "Are you certain?" "I know my brother has someone he admires, but no matter how I ask, he refuses to tell me, saying it is a matter of fate. I wanted to uncover the truth, which is why I rummaged through his belongings. That hairpin belongs to the woman he loves." Shun Wan was unsure why she divulged her brother's secret, but she could not help herself. It was no wonder her brother lamented the futility of their connection. During their previous life, no matter how much they pressed him, he remained silent. For the Princess of Jiangling had already passed away. Their inquiries were akin to pouring salt onto a wound. Her brother could not even hope to meet her, let alone marry her. Shun Wan felt a pang for her brother and an even deeper sorrow for the Princess of Jiangling. Xie Jingyu said, "The Princess of Jiangling is betrothed to the heir of the Marquis of Wucheng, arranged by the Empress Dowager, and the Emperor has sanctioned the marriage. I will help the Princess of Jiangling break this engagement," Shun Wan declared with unprecedented determination. Having already contemplated rescuing the princess from her predicament, she now had an even stronger reason to assist her. Having been reborn, she would not allow her brother to endure a lifetime of regret. Chapter 82. Be observant. Seeing the resolute glint in Shun Wan's eyes, Xie Jingyu felt a twinge of concern. A marriage sanctioned by the emperor was no trifling matter, and her plans would likely prove futile. She had yet to devise a strategy, so how could he presume her methods would be ineffective? She was already troubled by this issue, and he had to utter such discouraging words. As she prepared to leave, Xie Jingyu said, "Do not act rashly. I will assist you." Shun Wan was taken aback. This man had recently become increasingly unpredictable. Knowing she sought the hairpin, he had delivered it to her.
Now.
She wished to help the Princess of Jiangling break her engagement, and he was offering his support. Shun Wan replied, "This will surely offend the heir of the Marquis of Wucheng and anger the Song Duke's residents, along with the Empress and the Dowager Empress." Understanding the gravity of the situation, he was concerned about Shun Wan taking action. "You are my future wife. Offending them is the same as offending me." "That cannot be the case," she protested. The ramifications were vastly different. If she angered the heir of the Marquis of Wucheng, The Dowager Empress and the Song Empress would undoubtedly do everything in their power to sabotage her marriage to Xie Jingyu. Shunwan insisted, "I will have my brother handle this matter." Xie Jingyu chuckled. "If your brother were capable of such things, he would not feel that he and the princess of Jiangling were fated to be apart." To his credit, Xie Jingyu understood her brother well. But she knew her brother was unaware of the heir's true character. Had he known that the heir favored men, he would be deeply concerned for the princess's safety. Even if he chose not to marry her, he would still strive to protect her. Xie Jingyu was taken aback by Shunwan's revelation about the heir's preferences. The heir of the Marquis of Wuqing favors men? Shunwan did not immediately register her own words, and Xie Jingyu pressed further. "How do you know this?" I saw him leave Xianggu Pavilion while passing by," she stammered. However, Xie Jingyu was not convinced by her explanation. The Xianggu Pavilion was situated in a remote location, and he rarely ventured nearby. How could she have passed by it? What astonished him more was her assertion that the princess of Jiangling would perish were she to marry the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing. Although his interference had prevented that fate from occurring, had he been passive, it was highly likely that calamity would have befallen her. He was puzzled by her seemingly prophetic insights and, knowing she was reluctant to divulge certain matters, refrained from pressing her further. He would eventually uncover the truth. He stated, "Just because you saw him leave the Xianggu Pavilion does not imply the heir possesses that particular inclination. I will investigate this matter, and if it proves true, it will be straightforward to have the emperor retract the marriage decree. If your brother genuinely cares for the princess of Jiangling, he may struggle to maintain his composure. This is best handled by me." A man who had methodically maneuvered through the political landscape, toppling the likes of Xiao Yun from the throne, could certainly manage this minor issue. Shunwan felt no reason to doubt him. Yet, she was reluctant to owe him too much, but Xie Jingyu's logic was sound. If her brother genuinely cherished the princess of Jiangling, upon discovering the heir's unsavory reputation, he would surely empathize with her plight. In a fit of rage, he might act without prudence, and the task of assisting the princess in breaking her engagement must be conducted discreetly. The empress was exceedingly protective of her own. Should she learn that it was Shunli who tarnished the Marquis of Wuqing's reputation, she would undoubtedly thwart any chance of her brother marrying the princess of Jiangling. Shunwan nodded. "If this is resolved, I will ensure my brother properly thanks you." Shunli entered, exclaiming, "What has been accomplished that merits my heartfelt gratitude towards my brother-in-law?" Such outbursts. Shunwan truly felt on the verge of stitching her elder brother's mouth shut. She remarked, "Elder brother refuses to disclose the identity of the lady he fancies, so I requested the assistance of the Crown Prince of Jingbei to keep an eye on matters." Shunli, momentarily bewildered, could not discern whether Shunwan was jesting or speaking earnestly. She chose not to elaborate further and departed. After Shunwan's exit, Shunli turned to Xie Jingyu, inquiring, "What assistance did my sister seek from you?" Xie Jingyu settled down, contemplating the chessboard. "Has she not already informed you?"
Shunli,
still skeptical, questioned, "Are you deceiving me?" Xie Jingyu shot him a glance, retorting, "What advantage would I gain from misleading you?" "None," Shunli conceded, grasping a chess piece. "Do not heed my sister's fanciful words. I harbor no affections for any lady." "What of Princess Jiangling, then? Surely, you do not harbor feelings for her?" Before Xie Jingyu could finish his sentence, Shunli covered his mouth, his face flushed with embarrassment and urgency. He lowered his voice, stammering, "How do you know about that?" Xie Jingyu, wary of Shunwan's potential misunderstandings, tested the waters and was surprised to find Shunli's secret confirmed. He brushed Shunli's hand away nonchalantly. "You were caught gazing at Princess Jiangling. Whom were you attempting to deceive?" Shunli was left aghast, his thoughts spiraling as he considered the gravity of the situation. He was aware of Xie Jingyu's enigmatic nature, but never imagined he would be so thoroughly exposed before him. The words of Shunwan echoed in his mind, cautioning him that he could not afford to cross Xie Jingyu, for both siblings were equally vulnerable to his influence. Anxiety gripped Shunli as he pondered the possibility of Xie Jingyu truly tormenting Shunwan. He realized that as an elder brother, he might not be able to protect her adequately. However, his own matters took precedence. "This must not be disclosed to my sister." Xie Jingyu regarded Shunli for a moment, and instantly, the latter's bravado waned, replaced by a pleading expression. "I am your elder brother-in-law." Xie Jingyu placed a piece on the board, smirking, "Rest assured, I shall not reveal this to Wanner." Outside, Jinping stood guard, perplexed by the notion that the crown prince had been spying on Princess Jiangling. He had been closely accompanying the prince, but had never witnessed the two in the same vicinity. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that the prince was merely projecting his own experiences onto others. Meanwhile, Shunwan returned to Mingyue courtyard, retrieving a gold hairpin from her drawer, intending to have Xie Jingyu return it to the crown prince of Yong. After some contemplation, she decided against it. In her previous life, Princess Jiangling had gifted the hairpin to another, and although it was exquisite and valuable, the princess did not hold it in high regard. With the hairpin, Shunwan could always use it as an excuse to visit the young prince's residence. Previously, Shunwan had been puzzled as to why Princess Jiangling wished to pass the pair of hairpins to her, which she ultimately declined. She then realized that the gesture was made to maintain her elder brother's dignity. In her past life, the princess had treated her kindly, advocating for her interests, even enduring reprimands on her brother's behalf. It was evident that her elder brother harbored feelings for Princess Jiangling, and the princess reciprocated to some degree. However, the nature of their interactions remained a mystery, especially since the emperor had betrothed Princess Jiangling to the heir of Wuqing nearly a year prior. Given her brother's disposition, he would not easily develop affections for someone deemed unattainable. There must have been events transpiring between them that Shunwan remained oblivious to. A restless sensation clawed at her heart as she awaited Xie Jingyu's assistance. Once the emperor rescinded the betrothal decree concerning Princess Jiangling, she would insist her brother confess the truth to her. Chapter 83. The extraordinary Shunwan had relocated back to Qingyi courtyard. After 2 years, returning to her own residence left her in a daze. She longed to dwell in Qingyi courtyard for a lifetime. Shunyu was reluctant to part, asserting that even though Mingyue courtyard was nearby, living in separate quarters was still inconvenient. They agreed that Shunwan would dine at Mingyue for lunch, and Shunyu would come to Qingyi for dinner. Rising from her bed, Shunwan donned her dress and sat before the vanity, where Shan Chao assisted her with her grooming. After breakfast, Shunwan accompanied Shan Chao to Showan Hall to pay respects to the matriarch. Upon reaching the screen, she overheard Yun's voice. The Duke of Zhaoping will send betrothal gifts to our residence tomorrow, along with discussions regarding the wedding date. The matriarch raised her teacup, taking a delicate sip. Let Ur-S wedding be postponed for a while. Yun furrowed her brow, questioning, why the delay? The matriarch replied, to avoid complications arising from prolonged anticipation. Let Zhaner marry the eldest daughter of the Chu family first. Yun protested, but the Duke of Zhaoping and I have already made promises. The second madam interjected. An engagement can still be retracted. Merely delaying the wedding date shouldn't provoke any objections from the Duke of Zhaoping. The matriarch, having been a secondary wife, maintained her standing due to her sacrifices for the family, often asserting her rights with unwavering confidence. Yun, unwilling to concede, insisted that the Duke should retract the engagement. The matriarch countered, what mother would hasten her daughter's marriage? After Wana weds, it would not be too late for Ur. While Yun was reluctant to see her daughter wed, she believed in keeping her word. She was also averse to allowing the second branch to dictate terms. Having endured much from the second branch, especially regarding the treatment of a child born out of wedlock, her patience had worn thin. Yun's feelings toward the second branch and the matriarch had soured considerably, leading to a more confrontational stance. Just as Yun was about to speak further, Shunwan entered, shaking her head in disapproval. Grandmother and second aunt are concerned about my brother's engagement possibly changing, wishing to finalize the marriage soon. This is quite understandable. However, the timing of the marriage is not solely at the discretion of you, grandmother and second aunt. It requires the consent of Mr. Chu and Mrs. Chu. Convincing Mrs. Chu to agree is far more challenging than persuading my mother. The second madam responded, I am preparing to visit the Chu residence to discuss this matter. I cannot act without their consent. Yun remained unconvinced that Mrs. Chu would agree and refrained from further opposition. Outside, a maid announced, Madam, the carriage is ready. The second madam immediately rose, and Xinyu accompanied her out. Shen Yao expressed surprise. Are you also going to the Chu residence, third sister? Xinyu replied, Of course not. I am heading to my maternal home. Shan Yao questioned, Didn't you just visit there the other day? Xinyu, irritated by Shan Yao's inquisitiveness, retorted, I went the day before. Can't I go again today? Feeling reprimanded, Shen Yao remained silent. Shen Wan found the situation curious and instructed Shan Chao, when third miss returns, inquire about her whereabouts. Shen Wan lingered in Qingyi courtyard for a while before returning to Mingyue. The matriarch's birthday celebration was approaching, and although the family would host a modest gathering, it would be lively among them. Shen Wan had no intention of gifting 100 longevity pictures embroidered with gold and silver threads. Instead, she had prepared an alternative gift, which she instructed Yinchuan to send out for framing. Once Yinchuan departed, Shenwan arranged flowers when Shan Chao entered, remarking, "Miss, your flower arrangement is truly beautiful." Shenwan agreed with a smile, noting the time approaching for lunch. She took the arrangement to Xinyu, who praised her handiwork. Xinyu placed the flowers on the small table when Yinju hurried in, saying, "Miss, your wedding date has been postponed." Shan was momentarily taken aback. And Shenwan asked, "Postponed?" Yinju nodded, explaining that the second madam wished for the second young master to marry Miss Chu sooner. And both Minister Chu and his wife had acquiesced. Shenwan's face turned a shade of green, not out of anger towards Xinyu for accommodating Xinjiang's wishes, but rather out of ire that Minister Chu and his wife had agreed to allow their daughter, Chu Yan, to enter the household earlier. In her previous life, Shanli had rescued Chu Yan, and they had been betrothed, with the Yun family believing it prudent to hasten the marriage. However, after multiple visits to the Chu residence, Chu madam had imposed numerous demands, raising the bride price from the 3,000 taels customary for a Duke's family to 5,000 taels, which the Yun family reluctantly accepted. Yet she continued to delay the marriage under the pretense of not wanting to part with her daughter. Now, it was the second house that would marry Chu Yan. A mere mention from the second madam had secured the agreement from Minister Chu and his wife. Shenwan's insides twisted with anger. She had never encountered such shamelessness. Xinjiang was unworthy of even carrying her elder brother's shoes, yet Chu Yan was eager to marry him. Xinyu, oblivious to Shenwan's true feelings, assumed her sister was merely upset on her behalf and softly replied, "I never wished to marry early. This suits me perfectly." While Xinyu was indeed disinterested in an early marriage, Shenwan understood that with the agreement already in place, any opposition now would be futile. As the maidservant brought in the meal, Xinyu urged Shenwan to sit down and eat, placing a chicken leg in her bowl. Shenwan pushed aside her troubling thoughts, and the sisters enjoyed a lively meal together. After lunch, Shenwan returned to Qingyi Courtyard. Once home, she retrieved the old almanac, and upon returning with pastries, Yin Xuan found Shenwan frowning at it. She wondered why Xinyu's marriage was being hastened. It was because such an arrangement would allow her to delay her own wedding, possibly avoiding it altogether. Her well-laid plans had been thrown into disarray. Yin Xuan asked Coral why the young lady seemed so upset. Coral informed her of the agreement, allowing the second young master to marry Miss Chu. Upon hearing this, Yin Xuan recounted an encounter with a maidservant of Chu madam who had been shopping for items. Coral remarked that it was not unusual for a maidservant to shop, but Yin Xuan noted that this particular maid had sought out a street doctor for medicine. After the maid left, Yin Xuan had inquired and discovered that she had purchased a potent aphrodisiac known as Yuanyang San. The mention of Yuanyang San sent a chill coursing through Shenwan's bones. This was the very poison that had afflicted her in her previous life. A powerful aphrodisiac. Its effects left one in a stupor, rendering them forgetful of the events that transpired. Why would Chu madam allow a maidservant to procure such a dangerous substance? Who was it intended for? In her past life, Shenwan had encountered trouble at the residence of the Prince of Kong, where Chu Yan had already been wed. On that day, she had also attended the prince's birthday celebration, knowing that the drug was meant to aid Xiaoyun. However, she had never anticipated that such poison would be purchased from a street doctor. Shenwan's chest heaved with a tumult of emotions as she forced herself to remain calm. She needed to carefully consider who Chu madam intended to harm with Yuanyang San. Minister Chu had but one son and one daughter in her previous life. The eldest son had married early, and no rumors of anyone else falling victim to the aphrodisiac had circulated.
Shenwan pondait que Madame's strange behavior.
It was highly unusual for her to consent to marrying her daughter to someone as disgraceful as Xinjiang, especially when she had imposed so many demands on her own mother. For someone so ruthless, Shenwan felt compelled to consider the worst possibilities. Initially, Chuyan had been interested in her elder brother, but with his wariness, she had avoided him and ended up engaged to Xinjiang instead. If circumstances were to unfold in such a way that Chu Yan found herself in a compromising situation, she would no longer have to marry Xinjiang. For the sake of Chu Yan's future happiness and the reputation of the Chu family, Chu madam might very well take drastic measures. The more Shenwan contemplated, the more apprehensive she became. She had suffered greatly and could not allow her brother to fall into the same trap. Rising abruptly, she made her way to the front courtyard to find Xinli. Xinli was engrossed in reading when he saw Shenwan enter. "Sister, what brings you here?" he inquired. Shunwan instructed Coral to stand guard at the door, expressing her concern and the need to warn her brother against falling victim to the schemes of the Chu family. Shunli looked perplexed, asking, "But Minister Chu has only one daughter, and she is already promised to my second brother." Shunwan clarified, "Grandmother and the second madam are eager for my second brother to marry first, because as long as Miss Chu remains unwed to him, there is still a chance for change." Shunli furrowed his brow, and Shunwan continued, "My maidservant just saw Chu madam's personal maid buying yuan yang san in the market. That is an extremely potent aphrodisiac. Imagine if that drug were prepared for you. In the end, who would marry Miss Chu, you or my second brother?" Shun Li's expression darkened at the implication. "Why must Minister Chu insist on marrying his daughter to me?" Shunwan replied, "Because our father holds military power and the Yun family is immensely wealthy. Marrying you is far more advantageous than marrying my second brother." Although in her previous life, Chu Yan had ultimately ended up with Xinjiang, by then, the title had shifted to the second house, stripping her of her noble status. Shunwan doubted Chu Yan would still have any interest in Xinjiang. "I will be cautious," Shunli assured, though Shunwan warned, "Being cautious may not be enough. We must prepare for the worst. In the future, brother, take a shadow guard with you when you go out. Should you inadvertently fall into a trap, they can assist you." Had Shunwan not alerted him previously, Shunli might have already fallen victim. Thus, Shunwan's warnings became paramount. As long as you remain unwed, there will always be those with designs on you. Xie Jingyu mentioned he would investigate the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing, but it has been several days. I wonder if he has uncovered anything. In the study, Xie Jingyu was poring over military texts when a sudden retching sound broke the silence. Chun Ping inquired who was outside. A dark guard, Chen Nen, leapt through the window. "Are you ill?"
Chun Ping asked.
"Not ill, just nauseated," Chen Nen replied, glancing at Xie Jingyu. "Sir, the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing indeed has a penchant for illicit affairs. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Before he could finish, he was overcome with nausea again. He was aware that the capital housed establishments catering to peculiar tastes and knew of individuals with unusual proclivities. The heir of the Marquis of Wuqing had entered through the back door of such an establishment, and to ascertain the truth, he had scaled the wall to take a look. What he saw was shocking, leaving him unable to recover. It was utterly revolting. The heir of the Marquis, known to have a good relationship with the Prince of Yong, would surely be enraged if he learned that his future brother-in-law was such a person. The heir typically visits that establishment every 3 to 5 days, Chenin reported. "Bring the Prince of Yong to me," Xie Jingyu commanded. The following day marked the occasion when the Duke of Zhaoping's household was to deliver the betrothal gifts. A total of 64 carriages were sent, including a wild goose personally captured by the Duke's son, demonstrating the effort put forth. Knowing that Xinwan was to marry within 3 months or face dire consequences, the Duke's wife arrived at the residence to discuss the wedding date, having made ample preparations. After consulting the auspicious dates based on Shenyu and the Duke's son's birth charts, she intended to finalize the arrangements with the Duke of Dinggua's household. However, when Yun Shi went to greet her, she apologetically announced, "Your and the Duke's son's wedding date must be postponed." This news fell upon the Duke's wife like a bucket of cold water, leaving her utterly disheartened.
"Why?"
she stammered, fearing that the Duke of Dinggua's household might reconsider the engagement. "The old lady wishes the second young master to marry the daughter of Minister Chu first," Yun Shi explained. The Duke's wife responded, "Surely, Minister Chu would not agree to that?"
"He has," came the reply.
The Duke's wife felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Just days prior, Chu Madam had been hesitant about the match, and now it appeared not only would it proceed, but it would be expedited. Lady Zhaoping was acutely aware of the old matriarch's discontent towards her and the Zhaoping estate. Each day that passed without the marriage of Xinyu into their family rendered her increasingly restless. However, the Duke of Dinggua's household was adamant that their second son must marry first, leaving her with no voice in the matter. With a bitter smile, Lady Zhaoping remarked that she had already planned her days. Yun, however, expressed her concerns about the marriage being delayed. Should she insist on marrying you first, unforeseen complications might arise, jeopardizing the union altogether. Lady Zhaoping replied, "I understand your predicament. You and the Duke of Dinggua are willing to see you wed Tian Chuan, and we are grateful for that. However, could you and the Duke provide me with a definitive timeline for when you might marry?" Yun responded, "I have discussed this with the Duke, and it seems it will be 1 or 2 months after one's wedding." This implied a wait of 3 to 4 months, which filled Lady Zhaoping with anxiety. for she could hardly bear the thought of enduring such a lengthy wait. I recognized the family's desire for the wedding festivities not to be too closely scheduled. Yet a gap of a month or two hardly makes a difference. Could we not arrange for the wedding of the second daughter to occur soon after the second son's wedding? Yun was not in favor of the suggestion. At that moment, Shunwan approached, saying, "Mother, if my elder brother marries this month and my elder sister next month, I could marry in the month following that, perfectly timed." Yun countered, "You must be married by the 8th day of the following month. The timeline is too tight, and a favorable date may not be attainable.
Besides,
There are only 10 days left in this month, and your grandmother, no matter how eager, would not permit such haste."
Shenwan insisted, "Madame que."
The wife of Lord Chu is quite pleased with my elder brother. It is not beyond reason that she might agree. If Lord Chu's household consents, would you and father then allow my elder sister to marry next month? Yun felt a headache coming on. Why are you so insistent on your elder sister marrying first? Shenwan could not state her true intentions, so she replied, "Last time, Mother dressed my elder sister for her wedding. This time, I wish to do the same." Yun, bemused, chuckled, "You can still return to dress your elder sister after you are wed. It's too early for me. I wouldn't be able to rise in time. If I were to return to dress her, the heir of Zhaoping would surely be in a flurry." Lady Zhaoping understood that Shunwan was trying to assist her. She echoed Shunwan's sentiments, stating that Yu's life had been saved by the second daughter and the heir of King Jingbei. Thus, it would bring good fortune for the second daughter to dress Yu. Yun replied, "If the second son marries within this month and a favorable date arises next month, then I and the Duke will agree to Yu's marriage." However, she deemed it an improbable scenario. If such timing were indeed feasible, she would acquiesce to her daughter. After the matter was settled, Yun led Lady Zhaoping to see the old matriarch. This time, the old matriarch refrained from making things difficult for Lady Zhaoping. The wedding date agreed upon by Yun and Shinji was postponed as per the old matriarch's wishes. Any further obstinacy on her part would only reflect poorly on her. Lady Zhaoping did not linger in the Duke of Dinggua's residence and soon took her leave. The second lady busied herself with preparing the betrothal gifts, having arranged with Madame Chu to deliver the engagement gifts to the Chu estate the following day. On the day of the engagement, Shenwan greeted the old matriarch early in the morning and prepared to return home when Xin Yao called out, "Elder sister, shall we go out shopping?"
Shenwan,
reluctant to join them, replied, "You all go ahead. I shall not accompany you." Shunwu pouted, "I told you she wouldn't go with us. Yet you did not believe me." The old matriarch turned to Shenwan. "How have you sisters grown so distant?" Shenwan replied coolly, "It is not that I do not wish to go. Rather, I have no money left. I fear that my deceased uncle and aunt might be displeased with father for being unkind to my cousin, having spent all our funds on her jewelry." This was a sharp slap not only to Shen Wu and Shen T's faces, but also to the old matriarch, who could not escape its sting. The second lord had so deceived his brother, and compared to him, Shen Wan's refusal to shop with Shen Wu and Shen T was hardly a significant grievance. The second household was permitted to act against the bonds of kinship, yet she was not allowed the same liberties, even from the old matriarch, who was being unreasonable. Although the old matriarch's expression darkened, she said nothing further. Shen Wu remarked, "If she does not wish to join us, we shall go by ourselves." Just then, a maid entered, holding an invitation. "Third Miss, Princess Yun Luan invites you to the Kongwang residence for a flower viewing." Shen Wu had just visited the Kongwang residence a few days prior. It was strange for Princess Yun Luan to send an invitation for Shen Wu to go again. Shen Wan found it odd and, upon seeing Shen Wu's unwilling expression, suspected it was not a good omen. She hoped it was not related to the painting, dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains from the Yun family. Remembering how in her previous life Shen Wu had used her name to obtain things from the Yun family, Shen Wan felt a sense of foreboding. Should someone attempt to leverage her name to procure the painting, the Yun family might not refuse. She would rather see the painting destroyed than allow it to fall into their hands. She decided she must visit the Yun family. Upon leaving the Showan Hall, Shen Wan went to Mingyue Courtyard, called for Xin Yu, and the two sisters took a carriage to the Yun family. When they arrived at the entrance, Shenwan asked the gatekeeper, "Is my elder cousin at home?" The gatekeeper shook his head. "The eldest master left early this morning." Shen Yu commented, "Cousin is always busy. Do you have something to discuss with him?" Shenwan was aware of Yun Yan's constant busyness. Not just he, but also their grandfather and uncles were perpetually occupied, as one must work diligently to accumulate wealth. Shenwan replied, "I merely have a few words to convey to my cousin. If I see him, I shall speak directly." If not, I shall have my elder cousin relay the message. The two proceeded to pay their respects to the old matriarch. Inside, the old matriarch sat on a couch while Madame Yun presented a prepared list for her review. A maid entered, announcing, "Old Madam, the eldest and second young ladies have come to pay their respects." The old matriarch looked up just in time to see Shenwan and Xinyu enter. "Grandmother," they called in unison, prompting the old matriarch to smile broadly. "Come, sit beside your grandmother." Shenwan and Xinyu positioned themselves on either side, and the old matriarch took their hands, saying, "I had just reminded your mother to inform me in advance of your visits, yet she forgot." The bear paws and camel humps sent by the Yun family were a delicacy Shenwan and Xinyu could not enjoy. So Lady Yun had simply requested that the Yun family refrain from sending them. The old matriarch was quite displeased but felt powerless. So she instructed Lady Yun to notify her in advance whenever Shenwan and Xinyu planned to visit, as she would ensure there were provisions prepared. "It matters not if you cannot dine at the Duke of Dinggua's residence. You can eat here just as well." Shenwan interjected, "Grandmother, you are unjustly blaming my mother. It was my sudden whim to bring my elder sister to the Yun family." The old matriarch patted Shenwan's hand and turned to Xinyu. "Why has the wedding date been postponed?" Xinyu, feeling shy, turned red at the question. Shenwan answered on her behalf. "The old matriarch wishes for the second brother to marry first." The old matriarch's brow furrowed, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. She had suspected that Lady Yun and Shinji would not be the sort to act impulsively, and indeed, it appeared to be the old matriarch's influence. Thinking of how the old matriarch had failed to properly guide her own son and grandson, causing trouble for her two granddaughters, she felt a surge of anger. Moreover, considering the Chu family, with Shunyu's previous experience, it was intolerable that they would push their daughter into a precarious situation for the sake of reputation. After all, she was the daughter of a high-ranking official. Was there truly any cause for concern regarding her marriage prospects? However, as the Duke of Dinggua's household had already made their decision, the old matriarch would not voice her displeasure in front of Lady Yun, let alone Shenwan and Xinyu. Yet, despite her silence, Shenwan understood that her elder sister would either marry next month or in July. The old matriarch remarked, "July will be sweltering. A bride will have to endure much hardship." Madame Yun added, "We should prepare the dowry ahead of time, just in case she marries next month." Xinyu chimed in, "The Yun family has already sent me my dowry." The old matriarch chuckled, "Can one truly complain of having too much dowry? Should you and the heir of Zhaoping rekindle your romance, your grandfather and I would be thrilled." Xinyu attempted to decline, but Madame Yun interjected, "Why should we still maintain a formal distance from the Yun family? It is merely you young ones spending money. Your uncles and cousins are reaping the benefits." The Yun family was immensely wealthy, and their reputation was well known. They were acutely aware that many were coveting their fortune. It was advantageous for Xinyu and Shenwan to marry well, as it would provide support for the Yun family. Should the Yun family ever face adversity, they would not want to see their accumulated wealth fall into the hands of others. Thus, Xinyu ceased to refuse the offer. Shenwan engaged in conversation with the elderly Lady Yun. After a while, noticing that Yun Miao and Yun Qing had not arrived, she inquired, "Are my cousins not in the residence?" Lady Yun chuckled, "They have gone out to play." Shenwan replied, "What unfortunate timing." Xinyu added, "With both my elder cousin and younger cousin absent, what shall we do about your matter?" Lady Yun turned her gaze toward Shenwan. "Do you have business with them?" Shenwan said, "I am merely concerned about a certain matter and wish to advise my cousin." "I would convey the same to you, grandmother." Leaning closer to Lady Yun, Shenwan whispered a few words. Lady Yun furrowed her brow in contemplation. Just then, a young maid rushed in, exclaiming, "The fourth young master of the Duke of Dinggua has encountered an incident." Shenwan was momentarily stunned, then asked, "What has happened?" The maid replied, "Fourth young Master Shen has been drugged with an aphrodisiac and has had inappropriate contact with the eldest daughter of Minister Chu, Shenwan." "Xinyu?" The room was filled with astonished glances. Shenwan's eyes widened in disbelief. This news was utterly shocking. Today was the day the second lady was to propose marriage to Minister Chu's family, yet the daughter-in-law had turned into a niece. The second lady would undoubtedly be furious upon learning this. Chapter 86. An incident. Initially, Shenwan was worried that Minister Chu might target Xinli, but now, with Chu Yan already involved with fourth young Master Xinxian, it was unlikely that they would pursue her elder brother. However, one could not dismiss the schemes of Minister Chu regarding Xinxian. Both the second and fourth households were born of the same matriarch. akin to a nest of snakes and rats. While Xin Xian was somewhat better than Xin Zhan, he was not significantly so. Nevertheless, this did not concern Xin Wan. As long as they did not target her elder brother, Chu Yan could marry whomever she pleased. Lady Yun's brow knitted tightly. The daughter of Minister Chu was betrothed to the second young master of the Duke of Dinghua and was to marry soon. Yet now, she had been compromised by fourth young Master Xin. The Duke of Dinghua's affairs were more chaotic than she had anticipated. Wasn't Lady Xin the one who valued propriety above all? She had instilled in her daughters and granddaughters a strict code of conduct, yet her own son and grandson acted with such disregard. Moreover, upon the news reaching the Chu residence, the second lady had just finished discussing the wedding date with Madame Chu when the dreadful tidings arrived. The second lady's complexion turned ashen, and she could scarcely stand. Madame Chu, too, was struck with shock and fainted. The Chu residence descended into turmoil. The second lady returned to the Duke of Dinghua's mansion in a fury, nearly losing her composure within the soft sedan chair. The elder master had taken a concubine and had passed off his illegitimate daughter as a niece, leading to his disgrace. Xin Zhan had become embroiled with a maidservant near his grandmother, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy, leaving the reputation of the second house in tatters. The second lady feared that this marriage would not come to fruition and thus sought to hasten Chu Yan's arrival as a bride. Yet, on the very day she was to present the betrothal gifts, she was met with such a shocking surprise. The second lady tasted blood in her mouth from her rage. When the news reached the Duke of Dinghua's mansion, the elderly matriarch was indeed angry, though not to the extent of the second lady. After all, Xin Xian and Xin Zhan were her own grandsons. The waters of the family would not flow to outsiders. After Shen Wan and Xin Yu had lunch with Lady Yun, they returned to the Duke of Dinghua's residence, just as Shun Li rode back on horseback. Shun Li remarked, "How can my elder brother express his gratitude to you?" This statement left both Xin Yu and Shen Wan momentarily bewildered. As realization dawned, anger surged within Xin Wan. She glanced around and whispered, "It seems they were indeed targeting you, elder brother."
Shen Li nudda.
Shen Wan inquired, "Was Chu Yan's involvement with fourth brother orchestrated by you?" Xin Yu's expression was one of astonishment. Shen Li shook his head. "I had no part in this." Shen Wan cautioned Shen Li to be vigilant. For the next few days, he must exercise utmost caution when leaving the residence. Unless it was someone he deeply trusted, he should decline all invitations, particularly those from others' homes. Today, he had been invited to a gathering by the eldest son of General Wu, a plan made days in advance that could not be disregarded. However, upon arrival, he found not only familiar faces but also several acquaintances, one of whom had a close relationship with the eldest son of the Chu family, thus requiring him to remain on guard. He did not stay long, as Xin Xian sought him for a matter, and Xin Li quickly made his exit, leaving Xin Xian to partake in the festivities. Xin Xian had taken his place and, as a result, fell victim to the aphrodisiac, engaging in inappropriate conduct with Chu Yan. Had Shen Wan not warned him, he would have been caught unawares, and the consequences could have been dire. Shen Li still felt a lingering dread at the thought. Shen Yu was confused. "What is happening?" Shen Wan explained quietly, "Minister Chu intends to marry off his daughter to elder brother, and the incident was no mere accident. It was deliberate, especially today." Shen Yu felt a chill run down her spine. Shen Li remarked, "Elder brother has narrowly escaped this calamity. What does he owe you in thanks? Whatever he can do, he will agree to." Shen Wan had no immediate requests of Shen Li, but this incident would not be forgotten. It was wise to remember it for future reference. Before she could finish her thought, a young servant rushed over, announcing, "Young master, the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing has encountered trouble." Shen Wan's heart raced as she quickly inquired, "What has happened?" The servant replied, "The heir of the Marquis of Wuqing was at the Xianggu Pavilion and got into a dispute, resulting in him being kicked from the second floor, breaking his leg." What a splendid turn of events. Shen Wan silently cheered. However, Shen Li's expression grew dark. "Xianggu Pavilion?" The servant, assuming Shen Li was unaware of the establishment's nature, explained. "Xianggu Pavilion is a place for clandestine encounters." Shen Li interjected, "I know what Xianggu Pavilion is. I am asking what the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing was doing there." The servant was taken aback. What else could he possibly be doing there but to indulge in pleasure? What normal man would frequent such a place, disgusted by the very thought? Shen Li's face turned grim, his fists clenched tightly. Shen Wan pulled him aside. "Once the emperor revokes the betrothal to Princess Jiangling, elder brother must hasten to request your hand from our father. If you feel embarrassed to speak to him, I shall assist you." Shunli froze for a moment. Sister? What are you saying? His voice trembled, and his gaze was vacant. Shunwan replied, could it be that I have misjudged? Is elder brother not fond of Princess Jiangling? Shunli, his ears aflame, asked who told you. Certainly not him, Shunwan stated. This is not a matter of fate. Elder brother must not miss this opportunity. Although the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing and Princess Jiangling were matched by the Empress Dowager, the heir's preference for men was well known. Once this information spread, the Yongwang residents would undoubtedly petition the emperor to rescind the decree. Even if the emperor spoke highly of the match, he would not knowingly push Princess Jiangling into a perilous situation. Furthermore, the arrangement had been orchestrated under the influence of wine during a revelry, and the emperor might not consent when sober. Now that there was an opportunity to retract the betrothal, the emperor would surely agree, and the Empress Dowager would not be able to obstruct it. Receiving 2 pieces of good news in a single day elevated Shunwan's spirits immensely. Xinyu awaited Shunwan's return, and as she approached, Xinyu remarked, what did you discuss with elder brother that left him so flustered? Shunwan whispered, elder brother has a crush. Xinyu gasped in surprise, is that true? Shunwan nodded vigorously. Xinyu, curious, asked which young lady. Shunwan discreetly revealed the name, and Xinyu's face registered shock. Shunwan continued, elder brother believed he would never have the chance to marry Princess Jiangling. Thankfully, fate has favored him. Xinyu shared in Shunli's joy. As they returned to the inner courtyard, they noticed Lady Yun emerging from the direction of Showan Hall, her expression troubled. Upon seeing her, Shunwan asked, Mother, what troubles you? Lady Yun replied, with the incident between the eldest daughter of Minister Chu and your 4th brother. She can no longer marry your 2nd brother. The matriarch has sent me to the Chu residence to propose a match with your 4th brother instead. It appeared that good fortune had eluded her mother, while blame was being shifted onto her. Chu Yan's schemes had backfired, ultimately landing her in Shun Xian's grasp. And Madame Chu would not refrain from expressing her ire toward Lady Yun. Shunwan advised, though this matter is urgent, mother, do take care and walk slowly to avoid twisting your ankle. Lady Yun glanced at Shunwan and responded with a smile, you two should rest now. As soon as Shunwan returned to Qingyi Garden, news of Lady Yun's twisted ankle reached her. A radiant smile graced Shunwan's lips. Chapter 87. The withdrawal of engagement. Upon returning to Qingyi Courtyard, Shunwan's first act was to reward Silver Chuan. Had it not been for Silver Chuan inadvertently encountering Madame Chu's maid on the street, inquiring about medicine from a wandering physician, Shunwan would not have felt the need for vigilance and subsequently alerted her elder brother. Silver Chuan had indeed made a significant contribution and deserved the reward. Shunwan bestowed upon her a pair of silver bracelets, which left Silver Chuan beaming with joy. Additionally, Shunwan gifted Coral a pair of silver earrings, a gesture that took Coral by surprise, as she believed she was merely benefiting from Silver Chuan's fortune. Silver Chuan humbly remarked that it was she who owed her good fortune to Coral, for had it not been for Coral's favorable words about her to the young lady, she would still be toiling in the garden, moving flower pots and sweeping fallen leaves. While the atmosphere in Qingyi Courtyard was jubilant, the old matriarch was far from pleased. She had sent Yunshi to the residence of Minister Chu on 2 occasions, but each time Yunshi feigned ailments, whether it was a stomachache or a sprained ankle, leading the old matriarch to suspect that Yunshi was deliberately avoiding the visit. Even with her suspicions confirmed, the old matriarch found herself powerless against Yunshi's defiance and resorted to sending the 4th madam to negotiate the marriage. The 2nd madam, still seething with anger, lamented over the efforts she had expended for this match, only to have it marred by such an incident. She could hardly believe it was mere coincidence that the eldest daughter of Minister Chu had been seen gallivanting with the 4th young master, especially as the wedding day approached. In her inquiries, the 2nd madam discovered that Xin Xian had gone to seek Xin Li and had merely left behind a drinking companion. The minister's family had intended to marry their daughter to Xin Li all along. The old matriarch's ire was further fueled by her frustration with Minister Chu's apparent disdain for her grandson. The die was cast, despite her anger. The engagement to Xin Xian was far preferable to that of the heir apparent. The 2nd madam, her nails digging into her flesh in frustration, wondered if she was expected to simply acquiesce to this outcome. For her, the distinction between a niece by marriage and a daughter-in-law was monumental, and she was unwilling to contribute to the 4th house's fortunes. Moreover, the reputation of the 2nd house was at stake. If the 2nd master failed to secure the title of Duke of Dinghua, Xinjiang would find it nearly impossible to marry a girl of better standing than Chu Yan in the future. Recognizing the second madam's inability to swallow her pride, the old matriarch assured her that she would make sure the fourth house compensated Jean. One must not be short-sighted. She still held high hopes for Jean, believing he would eventually marry a girl of superior lineage, beauty, and talent than Miss Chu. After soothing the second madam, Shen Wu returned to the estate and hurriedly arrived upon hearing about Xin Xian and Chu Yan. The second madam inquired, "What business does Princess Yun Luan of the King Kang's residence have with you?" Shen Wu replied, "It concerns that painting from the Yun family." The second madam surmised it was indeed about that matter, as the Yun family had not retrieved the painting and thus could not assist the King Kang's residence. "Mother, the first house and the Yun family have conspired to deceive us. That painting has remained with the Yun family all along and was never gifted away. The King Kang's residence hopes I can help recover it." Xin Ti, assuming the identity of Yi Kaiwei, had not even been granted the painting for her to manage, let alone now. However, the King Kang's residence persistently desired that painting, and assisting them would greatly benefit the second master's career. This task must be undertaken. The fourth madam returned from the Chu minister's residence with a grim countenance. Madame Chu held no regard for Xinjiang or Xinxian. She could not even recall Xinxian's appearance. Known for her irascibility, Madame Chu was unperturbed by the prospect of her daughter marrying. In her anger, she made several demands regarding the engagement. The bridal gifts for Xin Xian's marriage to Chu Yan could not fall short of those given to Xinjiang, in addition to a compensation of 20,000 taels for her daughter. The fourth madam felt displeased but could only endure. After a bout of venting, she realized the matter was settled. Even if the Chu minister's family looked down upon Xin Xian, they still had to proceed with the marriage. And it could not be delayed. They must select the nearest auspicious date to conduct the ceremony. The fourth madam consulted a fortune teller regarding the compatibility of Xin Xian and Chu Yan, and the most favorable date was determined to be the 30th of this month. "Madam Chen," she remarked to Yunshi, "it appears that the eldest daughter is destined to be wed next month." Yunshi had no retort. She had thought this outcome impossible, yet here it was, occurring precisely on the month's final day. In a single day, two sensational events unfolded in the capital, each more astonishing than the last, captivating conversations in tea-houses and taverns alike. The eldest daughter of the Chu minister, having fallen into the water, was now engaged to the second young Master Shin, only to lose her virtue to the fourth young Master Shin just before the wedding, ultimately marrying into the Duke of Dinggua's family. How would she confront her former fiancé? The mere thought was mortifying. Additionally, the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing was revealed to have a penchant for men, squandering his esteemed status. The Princess of Jiangling from the Yongwang residence found herself most unfortunate, as the emperor had betrothed her to such a man. Luckily, she had not yet married, otherwise, her entire life would be ruined by the Marquis of Wuqing's heir. News of the heir's brawl at the Xianggu Pavilion, resulting in a broken leg from falling downstairs, reached the Yongwang residence, nearly driving the Yongwang couple to despair. The Yongwang slammed his hand on the table in fury, exclaiming, "How can my daughter marry such a person? I shall petition the emperor to revoke the marriage decree tomorrow." Though the Yongwang couple had never been entirely satisfied with this union, they felt compelled to comply with the emperor's command. They had not anticipated the heir's disgraceful behavior. It was unthinkable to not only marry such a man but to even be engaged to him was a lifelong humiliation. The Yongwang was determined to demand the emperor rescind the marriage decree, even in the council hall, before all the civil and military officials. The emperor had heard of the heir's misdeeds and anticipated the Yongwang's request for the engagement to be annulled. Before the emperor could speak, the Marquis of Wuqing stepped forward, imploring, "Your Highness, do not be swayed by rumors and misunderstand my son. He was present at the Xianggu Pavilion for an investigation. Not for the reasons you presume." The Yongwang, suppressing his fury, glared at the Marquis. What investigation could necessitate such frequent visits to the Xianggu Pavilion over the course of a year? The Empress Dowager had mediated the match, and the Emperor had sanctioned it. How could I dare request a rescindment without clarifying the matter? The Yongwang's voice was resolute. The dissolution of the engagement would irrevocably sever ties between the two families, ensuring enmity. With the knowledge that the Empress Dowager intended to marry his daughter off to such a man, the Yongwang was filled with indignation. The Marquis of Wuqing did not anticipate the Yongwang's unwavering stance, his expression shifting through various shades of dismay. A minister supported the Yongwang, stating, "This matter has spread widely. If the Marquis denies it before the emperor, he commits an act of treason." The Marquis of Wuqing knelt, pleading for the emperor's mercy. stating that he had reprimanded his son just the previous day, who insisted he was merely investigating. The Marquis attempted to deflect the blame onto his son, arguing that any treachery was unintentional. The Yongwang also knelt, beseeching the emperor to retract the engagement for his daughter. The emperor finally declared, "Enough. The engagement between Jiangling and the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing is hereby annulled." Chapter 88. The dissolution of the engagement between Princess Jiangling and the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing proceeded even more smoothly than Shen Wan had anticipated. Xie Jingyu had executed the task with exceptional decisiveness, warranting gratitude from her elder brother. As Shen Wan gazed at the golden hairpin nestled within the brocade box, she contemplated an opportune moment to present it to Princess Jiangling. The following day, Shen Wan paid her respects to the old matriarch, while Yun Shi presented the list of wedding invitations for the matriarch's review. After perusing the names, the old matriarch found no fault and approved of their distribution. Shen Wan then stated, "I shall personally deliver the invitation to the Yongwang residence." Her declaration drew the attention of all present. Shen Wu interjected, "Is it necessary for second sister to deliver the invitation in person?" Shen Wan replied, "During my last outing with elder sister to purchase jewelry, I inadvertently took Princess Jiangling's hairpin. She subsequently gifted that pair of jade hairpins to elder sister. I have long wished to express my gratitude to Princess Jiangling, especially since she is likely feeling disheartened these days. I can take this opportunity to offer her some words of comfort." "I shall accompany you," Shen Wu declared resolutely, always eager to partake in any excitement. Shen Wan felt a twinge of annoyance, but had not yet devised a way to refuse when Shen Wu announced her inability to go. The Princess Yun Wan from the King Kang's residence was due to visit shortly. Shen Wu intended to greet her, thus telling Shen Wan, "I shall accompany you to the Yongwang residence tomorrow." Is there truly such a companion? Shen Wan stated that since her third sister had only met Princess Yun Wan, she should simply tell her that she was to accompany her to the Yongwang mansion today and that Princess Yun Wan could visit the next day.
How can that be?
Shen Wu exclaimed. Shen Wan replied, "I am going to the Yongwang mansion today and my third sister will accompany me. It must be today." Her tone was resolute and left no room for negotiation. Shen Wu addressed the matriarch, saying that with Princess Yunluan visiting the mansion, her second sister was not even prepared to greet her, which would make Princess Yunluan think that the Jingbei Duke's household was neglecting her. The matriarch turned to Shen Wan, who responded, "When I mentioned going to the Yongwang mansion, I had no knowledge that Princess Yunluan would come to our residence. Princess Yunluan sent an invitation to my third sister to visit the Wang family for flower viewing, but did not extend an invitation to me, which indicates that among the many sisters in the Jingbei Duke's household, she only wishes to befriend you, my third sister." Shen Wu countered, "That cannot be the case. My second sister is engaged, making it inconvenient for Princess Yunluan to invite you." Shen Wan laughed, "I see now that I misunderstood. I did not know that the previous invitation to my third sister at the Wang family was with such intentions." Shen Wu's face flushed.
"I did not mean it that way."
Yet, if Shen Wan wished to think so, Shen Wu could not stop her. She was merely engaged, not afflicted by a plague. How could it be inconvenient for her to extend an invitation? Shen Wan, weary of their entanglements, stood up as the maid announced that the carriage was ready. The matriarch did not stop Shen Wan. Despite her favoritism, she could not go too far and demand that Shen Wan accommodate Shen Wu at every turn. Once in the carriage, Shen Wan departed for the Yongwang mansion with Coral. The servants of the Yongwang mansion were taken aback by Shen Wan's arrival. But as the cherished daughter of Duke Shenji, who had been granted an imperial decree to marry the heir of King Jingbei, the servants were exceedingly courteous. Xie Jingyu had a good relationship with the heir of Yongwang, so his fiancée could not be disregarded. The steward of the Yongwang mansion sent a maid to inform Princess Jiangling while inviting Shen Wan inside. Shen Wan presented the wedding invitation she had brought, stating, "I have come to find the princess and to deliver this invitation." The fourth master's wedding to Chu Yan did not require Shen Wan to personally deliver the invitation to the Yongwang princess. Handing it to the steward sufficed. The steward accepted it, and as Shen Wan descended the steps, the Yongwang heir happened to emerge. Upon seeing him, Shen Wan performed a curtsy, and he nodded in acknowledgement, instructing the maid, "Make sure the princess thanks Miss Shen appropriately." The maid was perplexed, unsure why the Yongwang heir wanted Princess Jiangling to thank Shen Wan. However, Shen Wan could guess that it was certainly related to the matter of the broken engagement. After a brief encounter, Shen Wan followed the maid to meet Princess Jiangling. The Yongwang heir, recalling what Xie Jingyu had mentioned, went to the study to find the Yongwang. As they approached the garden, they spotted Princess Jiangling from afar, adorned in a cloud-patterned skirt embroidered with begonia flowers, appearing even more radiant than when they met at the Emerald Pavilion. Princess Jiangling expressed surprise. "Why has Miss Shen come to the Yongwang mansion?" Shunwan smiled. "I have come to return your golden hairpin." Taking the brocade box from Coral, she handed it to Princess Jiangling. The princess recognized it immediately, puzzled. "This hairpin was sent to the heir of King Jingbei by my elder brother. Why is it in your possession and being returned to me?" Shunwan explained. "The heir of King Jingbei misunderstood. I sought this hairpin not to claim it for myself." Princess Jiangling gazed at Shunwan in confusion, who then asked with a smile, "Are you curious as to why I wanted this hairpin?" Indeed, she was very curious. But her instincts advised against indulging that curiosity. Princess Jiangling suggested, "Let us converse in that pavilion over there." Once inside the pavilion, after sitting down, Shunwan presented the hairpin to Princess Jiangling, saying, "I found a portrait in my elder brother's study. It did not depict a face, but the girl was adorned with this hairpin. Out of curiosity, I asked a maid to inquire at a jewelry shop in the capital, but unfortunately, the maid was careless and lost the drawing, which ended up in the hands of the heir of King Jingbei, leading you to part with it reluctantly." The princess's face turned as red as fire. Indeed, curiosity had its consequences. Who would have thought that Miss Shen sought the hairpin for this reason? Noticing Shunwan's amused expression, Princess Jiangling felt the heat rise in her cheeks, stammering, "This hairpin was also a gift from someone else." The maid was taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. Shunwan chuckled. "I know. It was a gift from the Yongwang heir." Princess Jiangling silently accepted the brocade box, falling into silence. Aware of her shyness, Shunwan refrained from saying more. Having enjoyed a good relationship with Princess Jiangling in her previous life, she felt an even greater fondness now that she realized her elder brother's affections were directed toward her. The two engaged in delightful conversation. Princess Jiangling accompanied Shunwan in admiring the blossoms in the garden for a while before leading her to meet the Yongwang princess, who praised Shunwan profusely and gifted her a red jade bracelet from her wrist. Shunwan spent nearly an hour at the Yongwang mansion before taking her leave, with Princess Jiangling escorting her out. As Shunwan returned to the Dingwa Duke's residence in the carriage, she emerged to see Xie Jingyu approaching on horseback, the sunlight casting a striking glow upon him. Shunwan's face flushed. Why did he enjoy visiting the Dingwa Duke's household so much? Upon encountering him, she felt compelled to greet him, saying, "Are you here to see my elder brother, the heir of King Jingbei?" He replied, "I am here to see your esteemed father-in-law." Shunwan was taken aback. How could he so casually refer to her father as father-in-law? She nearly choked on her own breath, feeling her face heat up with embarrassment. The gatekeeper was equally astonished. The second daughter had not yet entered her marital home. Was it not too early for such a title? Chapter 89. Engagement. Shunwan felt her embarrassment escalating, as if her cheeks would burst from the heat. Unable to bear it any longer, she shot Xie Jingyu a fierce glare and hurried into the residence. Xie Jingyu, unfazed, strolled leisurely behind her, as if he were returning to his own royal mansion. Upon learning of Xie Jingyu's arrival, Shunli came out to greet him, and Shunwan seethed with frustration. She needed to speak with her elder brother, who was frequently absent, yet Xie Jingyu always seemed to find him. She resolved to investigate his frequent visits to the Dingwa Duke's residence. Shunli escorted Xie Jingyu to meet Shenji, while Shunwan quietly followed. In the study, Shenji had just finished his tasks and was sipping tea when Xie Jingyu approached, bowing respectfully. "Your son-in-law greets you, esteemed father-in-law." Shunwan, concealed outside, gasped. Shenji choked on his tea. Shunwan's face was crimson. She had seen shamelessness, but never such audacity. It was one thing for him to refer to her father as father-in-law in her presence, but to address him directly in such a manner was beyond the pale. Were they not merely engaged, and not yet married? Even though it was an imperial decree, such decrees could be rescinded. Princess Jiangling had just broken off her engagement with the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing, despite it being arranged by the Empress Dowager herself. To call him father-in-law so casually, one might think she was already his fiancée. Shunwan was beside herself with rage, clawing at the wall. Shenji coughed several times before recovering, while Shunli grasped Xie Jingyu's shoulder, saying, "Brother-in-law, was that address a bit premature?" Xie Jingyu replied, "Since you call me brother-in-law, is it not fitting for me to address your father as father-in-law?" Shunli fell silent under Shenji's scrutinizing gaze. Outside the door, Shunwan wished to rush in and tell her father that it was her elder brother who had instigated this mischief. However, Shinji did not reprimand Xinli. Firstly, Xinwan's engagement to Xie Jingyu had the consent of both families and was sanctioned by the emperor, making a cancellation nearly impossible. Secondly, with Xinwan's impending marriage, it was merely a matter of calling him father-in-law a month or two early. Moreover, Shinji had always regarded Xie Jingyu favorably and hoped he would become his son-in-law. Although Xie Jingyu visited the Dingwa Duke's residence often, he either sought Xinli or his own business and had not shown any apparent affection for Xinwan, which had been a source of disappointment for Shinji. Setting down his teacup, Shinji inquired, "Has your father sent you to find me?" Xie Jingyu visited the Duke of Dingwa's residence to seek out Shinji, primarily on the orders of King Jingbei and for matters of significance. However, this time was different. Xie Jingyu produced a jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to Xinli. Xinli accepted it with a smile, inquiring, "What is this jade pendant for?" "It is the token of engagement between you and Princess Jiangling." Xinli's hand trembled, nearly dropping the pendant. His ears flushed crimson as he thought he had misheard. An engagement token? Shinji was utterly perplexed, questioning the situation. Xie Jingyu stared at Shinji in bewilderment. "You do not know?" If he had known, he wouldn't have needed to ask. Shinji turned to Xinli, who was fixated on the pendant, completely oblivious to his father's questioning gaze. Xie Jingyu recounted how Xinli had harbored feelings for Princess Jiangling, and how Xinwan had inadvertently discovered the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing entering the Xianggu Pavilion, seeking help to annul the engagement with Princess Jiangling to facilitate Xinli's desires. The one who confronted the heir of Wuqing was none other than the heir of the Yongwang, and it was only the emperor who rescinded the engagement with Princess Jiangling. The heir of Wuqing had yet to recover from his injuries, and after discussions with the heir of Yongwang, both families agreed to preliminarily set the engagement, intending to formally propose in 2 months. Shinji, Xinli, and Xinwan felt relieved that they had not insisted on involving their elder brother. With his speed, he wouldn't even be fit to carry Xie Jingyu's shoes. She had suggested their elder brother seek their father's help for the proposal. But Xie Jingyu and the heir of Yongwang had already secured the engagement for her elder brother and Princess Jiangling, while he had yet to mention it to their father. Was their elder brother not worried at all? Did he not fear that the Yongwang residents might offer Princess Jiangling to another? Xie Jingyu felt overwhelmed. He had assumed Shinji was aware of Xinli's engagement to Princess Jiangling and would certainly approve, but it appeared Shinji was completely in the dark. Shinji felt a mixture of emotions he could hardly articulate. Traditionally, matters of courtship were arranged by parents, yet here, it was the future son-in-law who had taken the initiative, while the father remained oblivious to such significant developments. Had he been too stern? Had his children become so hesitant to share their innermost thoughts with him? Shinji reflected on this. Xie Jingyu stated, "If you do not consent to this union, I can approach the heir of Yongwang to annul the engagement." Before he could finish, Xinli interjected, "Father would not disapprove, would he?" Shinji looked at Xinli, pondering how Princess Jiangling had already been promised to the heir of Wuqing. "When did you develop feelings for her?" "About half a year ago," Xinli responded, somewhat bashfully. Though he was now engaged to Princess Jiangling, he felt it inappropriate to have liked someone already promised to another. Shinji had not anticipated that his son had harbored feelings for Princess Jiangling for such a long time. Nor did he expect his daughter to be so bold as to seek Xie Jingyu's assistance in annulling the emperor's engagement for the sake of her elder brother. Not only did Xie Jingyu assist, but he did so with great commitment. His daughter had offended the Marquis of Wuqing, as well as the Duke of Song, the Empress, and the Empress Dowager, all before even marrying into the family. Previously, he had worried that Xie Jingyu might mistreat her after marriage, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Shinji remarked, "Now that you have declared your affection for Princess Jiangling and the engagement is set, I shall approach the Yongwang residence to propose once Xinwan is married off." "Thank you, father," Xinli said, slinging his arm around Xie Jingyu's shoulder as they left. Xinwan, eavesdropping outside, realized it was too late to hide. Xinli cleared his throat, thinking it unnecessary to be formal with his future brother-in-law. Yet he felt this matter ought to have involved their elder brother. He never expected Princess Jiangling would annul her engagement, attributing it to his sister and her future brother-in-law's efforts. Though he prided himself on being well-informed, he was unaware of the heir of Wuqing's affections. His sister, who rarely ventured out, seemed to know everything, and he had even kept Xie Jingyu's involvement a secret from her, only to discover she was the one who had informed him. Xinli felt this was something he ought to handle himself, without troubling Xie Jingyu. But this sentiment undoubtedly placed him in a precarious position with Xinwan. Shanwan scoffed. I told our elder brother to inform father. Why did he not speak up? Thankfully, we did not involve him, or it might have been too late to accomplish anything. Shunli thought. Could you not spare me some dignity in front of my future brother-in-law? Shunwan turned to Xie Jingyu. You have assisted my elder brother immensely. Please allow him to express his gratitude properly. Shunli suggested. Let us go and enjoy some wine. Chapter 90. Gratitude. Shunli and Xie Jingyu left the residence to drink, while Shunwan returned to the inner courtyard with Coral. In high spirits, her steps were light, and her face radiated a brightness that rivaled the sun above. Shun Wu and Shin Ti, upon seeing her, were consumed by jealousy. Shun Wu's silk handkerchief remained unblemished. The jealousy rooted deep within her heart grew like a rampant vine, suffocating her with bitterness. Why was Shunwan always so joyful? Basked in the love of Shinji and Lady Yun, with endless wealth at her disposal? Shunwan was devoid of talent in music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. Yet she was to wed the heir of King Jingbei. Meanwhile, Shun Wu had toiled and practiced diligently, only to suffer disgrace and become a laughingstock. Why? Shun Wu felt unjustly treated, further aggravated by the matter regarding Princess Yunwan seeking her assistance. What could it avail her to be depicted in a painting at the Yun residence? The Yun family had already denied any connection, and neither she nor Shunwan were willing to help unless they could bypass both families and retrieve the painting directly, which was evidently impossible. Shun Wu returned to her quarters, her heart heavy with jealousy. When the maidservant brought in the meal, Shun Wu found little appetite, taking only a few bites before laying her chopsticks down. The maidservant encouraged, Miss, you have barely eaten. How can that suffice? I have made your favorite pigeon soup today. Do have some. Upon hearing this, Shun Wu rose, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. Meanwhile, Shun Wan, having finished lunch with Shin Yu at Mingyue Courtyard, returned to Qingyi Courtyard, contemplating a double-sided embroidered fan as a wedding gift for her sister. Just as she finished sketching the design, a young maid entered, announcing, Second Miss. Third Miss is here. Since her rebirth, Shunwan had ceased allowing Shin Wu and the others to take advantage of her. Moreover, having deliberately distanced herself, those who once came to her courtyard multiple times a day had not visited in days. Shunwan welcomed the peace, puzzled by her sudden arrival. While the maid was reporting, Shin Wu had already entered, holding a box of rouge. Third sister, what brings you here? Shun Wu replied with a smile. Today, Princess Yunwan visited the residence and expressed her regret at not seeing you, so she brought gifts for the sisters in the house. This rouge is in your favorite color. I saved it just for you. When had Shun Wu ever been so kind-hearted? Was she trying to poison the rouge? Shunwan said, I appreciate Princess Yunwan's gesture, but I have more rouge than I can use. Please take this box back. Are you truly not going to accept it, second sister? Shun Wu pressed. Shunwan replied with a faint smile, I want to be polite with you, third sister. Shun Wu then handed the rouge to the maidservant. It seemed she had been overly suspicious. The rouge was indeed safe. Shun Wu took a seat, glancing at Shunwan's embroidery design, engaging in idle conversation. Shunwan could not discern Shin Wu's true intentions and doubted her sister had come merely to deliver rouge. Such trivial matters could have easily been conveyed by a maid. Furthermore, Shunwan had made no mention of Princess Yunwan, and the gifts brought by her could have easily been omitted. It was unusual for someone who would fight over her belongings to think of saving something for her. Shunwan chose not to inquire about Shin Wu's visit, curious instead to see how long Shin Wu could maintain her facade. Ultimately, Shin Wu did not linger long before departing. Shunwan was left pondering. Had she genuinely come to deliver rouge, or was there something she wished to request but found difficult to voice? Shunwan considered both possibilities unlikely. Shun Wu was neither idle nor shy. There had to be some issue at play, though she could not pinpoint what it was. Once outside Qingyi Courtyard and away from prying eyes, Bu whispered, Miss, you were not mistaken. The gift from the young master of the Yun family to the second miss was indeed a carrier pigeon, and there are signs on its leg that something was tied there. Shun Wu inquired, Do you remember what the pigeon looked like? I remember, came the reply. On her way to the street to procure an identical item, Shunwan embroidered a screen for half an hour, feeling a bit fatigued. She decided to take a stroll in the courtyard. Just as she stepped outside, she encountered Shun Li entering. Shunwan was eager to seize the opportunity to inquire about her elder brother's affection for the princess of Jiangling, but to her surprise, Shun Li approached her directly. Noticing the spark in Shunwan's eyes, Shun Li felt somewhat uneasy. Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Shunwan whispered. I'm curious about what transpired between you and the princess of Jiangling 6 months ago. Shanli playfully poked her forehead. Your curiosity is rather excessive, isn't it? Shenwan retorted, if my curiosity weren't piqued, would you still be entangled in such a complicated matter? Shenli had no words to counter her. Thus, Shenli decided to be forthright with Shenwan. Half a year prior, the princess of Jiangling visited the Hugua temple to offer incense. On her return to the city, a torrential downpour struck, causing the wind to snap bamboo, which hit the carriage and startled the horses. The princess was thrown from the carriage, and it was Shenli who rescued her, resulting in them rolling on the ground, covered in mud. However, this incident remained a secret. Xinyu had to withdraw from her engagement to the heir of the Duke of Yongqing due to her own rescue, while the princess of Jiangling was matched with the heir of the Marquis of Wuqing by the Empress, with the Emperor's blessing. Public knowledge of this would bring no benefit to either the princess or Shenli, hence, they concealed the truth. Neither the Wang family nor the Duke of Gua's household were aware. Even when Shenwan inquired, Shenli refrained from divulging everything, particularly feeling embarrassed to reveal that he had accidentally kissed the princess while saving her. Shenwan surmised that something significant must have transpired between Shenli and the princess of Jiangling, and her intuition proved correct. With her curiosity assuaged, Shenwan felt a sense of ease and asked, Elder brother, did you come to see me for a reason?
Shenli raplia.
Your brother-in-law wishes for you to thank him. Shenwan protested, the favor is owed to you. Why must I be the one to express gratitude?
Shenli shuklat.
Your brother-in-law is the heir of Jingbei. Does he truly care for your trivial thanks? He merely seeks an excuse to taste the pastries you make. Shenwan was taken aback. Pastries? Indeed, 2 years ago, you made some pastries, and the heir of Jingbei wanted to try them. I didn't allow it. And he still remembers it to this day. Shenwan's lips twitched. Did you not tell him that my pastries are quite unpalatable?
Shenli raplia.
Perhaps if you reduce the salt this time, they won't be so dreadful. Thinking of Shenwan's pastries made Shenli feel parched. He refrained from letting Xie Jingyu taste them, fearing they were too terrible to describe. He earnestly wished for Xie Jingyu to become his brother-in-law. But a single bite of those pastries would surely send him running. Despite his good intentions, Xie Jingyu perceived him as stingy, unwilling to share his sister's cooking with others. He did contemplate revealing the truth. After all, his brother-in-law couldn't escape, but given the immense favor Xie Jingyu had done for him, desiring merely to sample Shenwan's culinary skills after 2 years, he couldn't bear to refuse. Be cautious this time. Do not set the kitchen ablaze again. Shenwan pondered. Must I truly make these pastries? Chapter 91. Pastries due to a childhood incident involving water. Shenwan's health had been frail for many years, leaving her with little energy to learn music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, or song. Yet, she possessed exceptional talent and learned quickly. 1 year, when the Yin family was cooking, Shunji praised their culinary skills, leading Shenwan to believe that cooking could not possibly challenge her. Eagerly, she ventured into the kitchen to showcase her talents to her parents. However, despite the pastries she produced being visually appealing, they were far from delicious. Xie Jingyu was likely deceived by the pastry's appearance. After all, they had to be pleasing to the eye, and hers possessed at least that quality. But was it truly necessary for the esteemed heir of Jingbei to be so fixated on tasting her creations? Xie Jingyu not only helped the princess of Jiangling break off her engagement, but also assisted her elder brother in securing a marriage. Shenwan felt grateful and was determined to satisfy his wish to taste her pastries. Moreover, she had no authority to refuse. Knowing that Xie Jingyu wished to sample Shenwan's pastries, Yunshi, fearing Shenwan might confuse sugar and salt as she had 2 years prior, sent the most skilled cook, Mama Du, from her small kitchen to teach Shenwan a few simple dishes. The Jingbei prince's residence was not lacking in cooks, but occasionally preparing a few dishes could enhance marital bonds, especially since the heir of Jingbei clearly enjoyed such endeavors. Mama Du taught diligently, and Shenwan learned earnestly. Yet it seemed she lacked any culinary talent. While she could observe and replicate, her attempts resulted in a completely different flavor than Mama Du's. After 2 days of instruction, Mama Du found herself in despair. On the 3rd day, after completing the pastries, Shenwan inquired of Mama Du, how do they taste? Mama Du struggled to offer praise, instead diplomatically stating, they are not inedible. Shenwan could discern the underlying message and instructed Coral, pack them into a food box and send them to my elder brother for the heir of Jingbei. Mama Du questioned, are you sending them just like this? Shenwan replied, as long as they are not inedible, that suffices. The heir of Jingbei merely wishes to taste my pastries. If he seeks something truly delightful, the Jingbei residence abounds with options. Mamadou conceded, that is true. The second young lady, who rarely touched water, had hardly set foot in the kitchen. The heir of Jingbei likely had no substantial expectations of her culinary skills. Shenwan filled the box entirely with pastries, leaving not a single piece behind. And Coral delivered it to Shun Li in the front courtyard. Shun Li opened the food box for a glance. Exquisite indeed. They appeared delectable. However, having been deceived before, he lacked the courage to taste them. Just then, Shinji returned, and Shun Li remarked, "Sister has made pastries for the heir of Jingbei. I shall deliver them shortly. Father, would you like to try a piece?" Shunji looked at the food box. Is this truly made by Wanner? If this is a ruse, the heir of the Duke of Jingbei might mistakenly believe your sister is a culinary genius, and once married, the truth will inevitably surface. Shun Li insisted, "Father, perhaps you should taste one first." Shinji took a piece, bit into it, and immediately felt that his previous concerns were unwarranted. Send them along. Shun Li then confidently delivered the pastries to Xie Jingyu. A full platter of pastries departed the Duke of Guo's residence, yet upon arrival at the Jingbei residence, only 6 pieces remained. It was unavoidable. Shun Li knew many people, and on his way to the Jingbei residence, he encountered the Prince of Yuzhong and the heir of Linjiang, who, aware of Xie Jingyu's desire to taste Shunwan's pastries, were eager to sample her culinary prowess. Shun Li, thinking there were plenty of pastries and that Xie Jingyu could not possibly consume them all, generously shared. Each bite was met with silence.
Shenlin Girat. How do they taste?
Exquisite, the Prince of Yuzhong exclaimed. Shun Li was genuinely curious to try them himself, but with so few remaining in the platter, he restrained himself. As Shun Li rode away, Chuyong observed the Prince of Yuzhong and remarked, "Your praise seems rather insincere." The Prince of Yuzhong replied, "I am not praising the pastries but Shunwan. To dare send such pastries to Xie Jingyu indicates she is unafraid of his displeasure. A worthy match has appeared to tame him." Upon arriving at the Jingbei residence, Shun Li encountered Xie Jingyu just as he was leaving. He presented the pastries to him before returning to the Duke of Guo's residence. As he was about to dismount, a servant hurried over. "Young master, the Duke has requested you to retrieve the pastries. Do not allow the heir of Jingbei to consume them."
Why?
Shun Li asked, perplexed. "The Duke has fallen ill." Given the time that had passed, Xie Jingyu must have already eaten. Shun Li held onto a glimmer of hope and quickly sent a message to the Jingbei residence. Seeking out Shinji, he witnessed his father, moving swiftly, leaning against the wall as he headed towards the study. Just as he reached the door, his stomach grumbled audibly, prompting him to hastily turn and head towards the lavatory. A servant approached. "Young master, the emperor has summoned the duke to the palace for a meeting."
Shenli Siga.
Just when it rains, it pours. If his father could hardly walk, how could he possibly attend the palace meeting? In the imperial study, the emperor awaited Shinji and the heir of Jingbei, along with the minister of war, Duke Song, and several generals. Yet after much waiting, they showed no sign of arrival. The imperial messenger entered and announced, "Your Majesty, the Duke of Dingwa cannot come." The emperor replied, "How is it that he cannot come?" The messenger stifled a laugh, feeling an unbearable discomfort, as the young master of Jingbei wished to savor the pastries made by Miss Shiner. Unfortunately, she had prepared some today, and after the Duke of Dingwa sampled one, he suffered a severe upset stomach. "Your Majesty," the courtiers murmured, "just how potent are these pastries?" It was already unfortunate that Shinji could not attend, but the emperor had not anticipated that the young master of Jingbei would also be incapacitated. Xie Jingyu was escorting Shinli away and was on his way back to Xiaolon Pavilion when he was summoned by the young master of Jingbei. Carrying a food box, he proceeded to the study. Mistaking the box for a gift meant for him, the young master inquired, "Is that pastry made by Wan heir? Would you care to offer me a taste?" Although he initially had no intention of indulging, the young master felt compelled to try it upon seeing his son's eagerness. The emperor's forehead darkened with dismay. How could 2 mere pieces of pastry have brought down both his left and right hands? Thankfully, it was not during a battle, or the situation at the borders would have been dire. The courtiers were left with internal injuries from trying to contain their laughter. On the battlefield, with thousands of troops, neither the Duke of Dingwa nor the young master of Jingbei would be harmed in the slightest, yet a mere kitchen mishap had done the trick so effortlessly. Had Miss Shin hidden some laxative in her pastries? Seizing the opportunity, the Minister of War suggested, "The matter proposed by Duke Song is not urgent. We can discuss it once the Duke of Dingwa and the young master of Jingbei have recovered." The emperor waved his hand, indicating that it could be postponed. Duke Song remained outwardly composed but was seething within. Yet his anger was futile. Shinji and the young master of Jingbei held substantial military power over Ningqiao, and the emperor could not make decisions without their input. After waiting for some time, the news of their absence was unexpected. Chapter 92. A minor injury. Miss Shunwan's pastries had caused Mama to consume only half a piece, discreetly discarding the remainder. Even that small portion had proven formidable, requiring multiple trips to the lavatory. However, since she had seen Shinwan prepare the pastries and knew they did not contain anything harmful, she thought little of it until Shunji exhibited similar symptoms. Mama Du then asked, "Did the Duke consume the pastries made by the young lady?" A young maid replied, "He had one piece." Mama Du concluded without doubt, it must be the young lady's pastries causing this. Shinwan was aware that her pastries were not palatable, but she had not anticipated her father would consume one in its entirety. Nor did she expect that not only he, but also the young master of Jingbei, the prince of Yuzhong, and the young master of Linjiang would partake as well. Surprisingly, it was Xie Jingyu, who should have been afflicted, who remained unscathed. He had taken a single bite before setting it down, believing Shinwan had intentionally made them unappetizing, as he had assisted Xin Li and felt unworthy of gratitude, leading her to create pastries that were visually appealing yet tasteless. Indeed, 2 years prior, Xin Li had tearfully swallowed a pastry that had turned out poorly, all while praising its taste. 2 years had passed, and even if her culinary skills had not improved, it was unlikely they had deteriorated to such an extent. Initially, Xie Jingyu thought Shenwan had deliberately crafted the pastries to be distasteful. As the young master of Jingbei fell ill, he suspected that a laxative had been slipped into the pastries, fearing the doctor might discover it and complicate matters regarding their engagement. He hurried to the front courtyard, only to find the doctor had already completed his examination, and a servant from the Duke of Dinggua's household had arrived. Upon learning that Shinji had also suffered, Xie Jingyu hesitated. Despite any grievances he held against Shinwan, he could not believe she would resort to such underhanded means. Nor would she fail to warn Xin Li about the consequences of her pastries affecting her own father. Xie Jingyu instructed Chen Ping to investigate the matter further at the Duke of Dinggua's residence. When Chen Ping returned, he said, "Sir, you have misunderstood Miss Shen. She did not add anything harmful to her pastries, nor did she intend for them to be unpalatable. She genuinely struggled to learn and spent 3 days attempting to produce something edible." Xie Jingyu recalled, 2 years ago, the Duke's son forbade me from tasting the pastries because they were so poorly made that it would tarnish Miss Shen's reputation. He rubbed his temples, asking, "She hasn't faced repercussions for this, has she?" Chen Ping was unsure how to respond, as it was uncertain if this could be deemed a punishment. The matriarch had insisted that Shinwan learn culinary skills before marriage. The tale of how a single platter of pastries had incapacitated Shinji, the young master of Jingbei, the prince of Yuzhong, and several others spread throughout the capital, becoming common gossip. Yet, few placed blame on Shinwan. Young ladies were typically sheltered from domestic duties, with numerous cooks at their service. Moreover, Shinwan had suffered an accident in her youth, leading her family to believe she was difficult to raise. Shinji and Lady Yun had restricted her education to the arts and letters, excluding culinary training. Miss Shen had not yet married. Yet upon hearing the young master of Jingbei express his desire for her pastries, it seemed excessive for a young lady to enter the kitchen merely to please him. While there were few outright criticisms of Shinwan, any that did arise were directed towards Xie Jingyu. Nevertheless, the pastries had indeed caused many to fall ill, prompting Xin Li to apologize personally to the prince of Yuzhong and the young master of Linjiang. The prince and the young master could only lament, "Your sister's pastries have proven more effective than a laxative. How on earth did she accomplish this?" Xin Li replied, "Not only them, but even Shinji and the young master of Jingbei struggled to make it to court the following morning. However, there was a silver lining. The emperor granted them seats, allowing them to attend court that day. The matriarch insisted Shenwan learn to cook, and after greeting her grandmother, Shenwan returned to Qingyi courtyard. Yet, upon entering the small kitchen, she accidentally cut her hand within moments. Mama Du promptly ushered her out. Shenwan had the courage to learn, but Mama Du hesitated to teach her. The cut was not deep, but it bled significantly, and upon returning to her room, coral bandaged her wound. Just as she finished, Xin Wu and Xin Ti arrived, exclaiming, "We wanted to watch our second sister cook. How could you be so careless?" Shenwan, already in a foul mood due to her injury, retorted, "If you wish to observe someone cooking, you should go to the main kitchen." Shun Wu remarked, "It's a pity our grandmother hoped you would restore your dignity, but it seems that cannot be." Shun Yao added, "Even if you master cooking, the young master of Jingbei would still hesitate to eat your food." Shun Wan chose to ignore them, but they showed no signs of leaving and took a seat. Shun Wu and Shun Ti exchanged banter, while Shun Yao became distracted by the pigeons hanging by the window. While playing with the birds, the pigeon cage fell to the ground. Coral and Yinshuan were serving tea nearby, and Bai Lu, the maid of Shun Wu, hurried over to retrieve the cage.
Fortunately,
It remained intact as she hung it back up. Shun Yao approached, saying, "Sister, it was unintentional." Before Shun Wan could respond, Shun Wu interrupted. "Let's not disturb our sister while she is healing. We should take our leave." Once they departed, the room fell silent. As soon as Shun Wu left, another maid entered, announcing, "Miss, the young master requests your presence in the front courtyard." Shun Wan wondered what her brother wanted. Coral replied, "Your hand is injured. I shall inform the young master." Shun Wan countered, "This minor injury is not enough to prevent me from going to the front courtyard." She stood and made her way outside, only to discover her brother was seeking her because Xie Jingyu had arrived, instantly regretting her decision to come out. It was awkward, and she felt anger bubbling within her. She had asked her brother to thank him, yet he insisted on sampling her pastries, leading to this whole debacle. What was more infuriating was that he had not even tasted them. His lack of illness was ample evidence. Xie Jingyu's gaze was sharp, like a concealed blade. He had come to apologize to Shinji for the trouble caused by requesting Shanwan's pastries. Upon noticing her hand wrapped in bandages, he inquired, "What happened to your hand?" Shenwan quickly attempted to hide it behind her back, but Shunli had already noticed and was watching her intently. With irritation, Shanwan replied, "Grandmother insisted I learn to cook, and I accidentally cut my hand." Shunli and Xie Jingyu. Shunli turned to look at Xie Jingyu. Xie Jingyu stood up, and before the two siblings could react, Shanwan's injured hand was in his grasp. "Is it serious?" His beautiful eyes were filled with concern. Shenwan was momentarily taken aback, a strange feeling flickering in her heart, inexplicable and elusive. She instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but Xie Jingyu held on tightly. Feeling uneasy, she stammered, "It's nothing." "Don't practice anymore," Xie Jingyu advised. Chapter 93. Misconception cough cough.
Shenli kuga forcefully.
He was still present. Why was Xie Jingyu holding his sister's hand? Shanwan, already flushed, quickly withdrew her hand, only to feel a sharp pain as her injury brushed against Xie Jingyu's hand, making her gasp. "It's fine, I'll head back first." Shenwan turned to leave, her voice laced with an anxiety she herself was unaware of. She was already apprehensive about being around Xie Jingyu, and in front of her brother, her fear intensified. They were merely pretending to be engaged, even with an imperial decree. It was all a facade. She knew that if Xie Jingyu feigned indifference to her injury in front of her brother, it would anger him. But there was no need for such excessive display of concern. His acting was so convincing that for a brief moment, she almost believed he genuinely cared for her. A misconception, and a profoundly absurd one at that. Shenwan recalled the image of Xie Jingyu scattering her ashes, which helped her regain her composure. She regretted not having bitten his hand in retaliation while her brother was present. He wouldn't dare to retaliate then. "Miss, walk slowly, and be careful not to sprain your ankle." Shenwan hurried away, and Coral had to jog to keep up. Upon entering the inner courtyard, she spotted Yunshi approaching from a distance. Shenwan went to greet her. "Mother," Yunshi asked, "is your hand injury serious?" Before Shenwan could respond, Coral interjected. "Just now, at the young master's place, the heir of the king of Jingbei heard that the young lady injured her hand and forbade her from practicing culinary skills." Upon hearing that Shenwan had cut her hand while chopping vegetables, Yunshi abandoned the idea of having her learn cooking. However, upon hearing Coral say that Xie Jingyu had prohibited Shenwan from practicing, she felt it was still important for her to learn. One should not give up easily. Even if she didn't master the culinary arts, she should at least know how to make porridge. Shenwan shook her head. "It's not serious, just a small scrape." "Then you should avoid the kitchen for a few days," Yunshi advised. Shenwan's eyes widened in surprise. "Mother, does that mean I still have to learn?" Yunshi furrowed her brow, gazing at Shenwan. "Why are you looking at me like that?"
Shenwan asked.
Yunshi sighed softly. "Forget it. I will select a few skilled cooks to accompany your dowry. Once you are married, if you find yourself fond of the heir of Jingbei, You will naturally take the initiative to learn cooking. With dedication, nothing is beyond your grasp. It is never too late to learn. Shen Wan's heart skipped several beats upon hearing this, just because she resisted learning to cook. Her mother had astutely sensed that she did not yet harbor feelings for Xie Jingyu and was unwilling to make an effort to please him. Fortunately, Xie Jingyu would not think this way. Their engagement was merely a pretense, and she would not be expected to master culinary skills for him. Xin Xian's wedding to Chu Yan was approaching, and Yunshi was quite busy. When a maid came to summon her, Yunshi hurried off. Shen Wan did not return to her courtyard, but instead went to Mingyue Courtyard, where she had lunch with Xin Yu before finally returning to Qingxi Courtyard. Inside, Yin Chuan was by the window feeding the doves. Upon seeing Shen Wan return, she said, "Miss, the dove seems startled after falling to the ground. I fed it its favorite peas, but it won't eat." Shen Wan approached, and Coral remarked as she looked at the dove in the cage, "It must be frightened. Its eyes aren't as lively as before." Not only was it less lively, but it also seemed less affectionate towards her. After being raised for so many days, the dove would get excited whenever Shen Wan approached, as she would either feed it or play with it, and it had grown accustomed to her presence. However, neither Shen Wan nor the maid thought much of it. The dove had simply fallen from the cage, which was a normal reaction to being startled. Coral suggested, "Why not try feeding it something else?" Yin Chuan went to fetch some different food, and the dove refused the peas, but gladly accepted wheat and soybeans. Thankfully, it was eating something, as Yin Chuan had been worried that the dove might refuse to eat out of fear, which would be a significant problem. Feeling somewhat parched, Shen Wan turned to get some tea, but inadvertently glanced at the desk, where a medicinal bottle lay. Recognizing it as a tribute medicine, her first thought was that it had been sent by Xinji. However, her father was at the military camp, unaware of her injury. As she approached, she noticed a note tucked beneath the bottle. Opening the note, she read 3 words, Xie Jingyu. It wasn't in his handwriting, likely penned by an undercover guard. Coral remarked, "The heir of Jingbei truly cares for you, Mississippi." Having been by Shen Wan's side for several years, Coral had developed some insight. The exquisite bottle suggested that the ointment inside was of high quality. Shen Wan's gaze lingered on the bottle. She found it difficult to comprehend Xie Jingyu's intentions. It was one thing for him to express concern in front of her brother, but why send an undercover guard to deliver ointment? A royal tribute ointment for a mere scrape seemed excessive. Nonetheless, since it had been sent, Shen Wan decided to use it. She feared the pain, and royal medicine would aid in quicker recovery. Besides, the wound was minor and wouldn't waste much. After applying the ointment twice, the pain subsided, though she still wrapped her hand in bandages. The following day, when she visited the old matriarch, the latter expressed concern, asking how she had been so careless and whether the injury was serious. Shen Wan touched her fingers and replied, "Apologies for worrying you, grandmother. The wound has already scabbed." The concern on the old matriarch's face seemed to freeze. If she had truly cared about the injury sustained yesterday, she would have sent a maid immediately rather than waiting for Shen Wan to arrive for a mere verbal inquiry. In her past life, Shen Wan had been blinded by such insincere concern, believing the old matriarch genuinely cared for her. Now, she had learned to recognize the hidden motives behind sweet words. The 4th madam changed the subject, discussing the wedding banquet with the old matriarch and Yunshi, while the 2nd madam, in a foul mood, left early. Shen Wan did not linger either. With her hand injured, Shen Wan could no longer continue her embroidery. With nothing to do, she reclined on a small couch to read and pass the time. Just as she was engrossed in her book, a dove flew into the room and landed on a small table. Shen Wan exclaimed, "How did the dove escape?" She glanced over at the dove cage, only to find the other doves securely inside. Shen Wan was taken aback. Coral and Yin Chuan exchanged bewildered glances. There was only one dove, and Shen Wan easily recognized the one given to her by her cousin. Her dove had been stealthily replaced right under her nose. Realization struck Shen Wan like a thunderbolt, and her heart raced with alarm. What could they possibly want by swapping her dove? A sense of unease washed over her. "Prepare the carriage. I must go to the Yun residence." Coral protested, "It's almost lunchtime. This is my cousin's dove. If Shun Wu and the others know, who knows what they might have done by swapping my messenger pigeon? I cannot sit idly by and eat." Shun Wan was resolute, and Coral could not dissuade her. So she quickly sent someone to relay the message to the front courtyard. Shen Wan moved forward, just as she reached the 2nd gate, when a maid hurried over, reporting, "The King of Kong presented a counterfeit painting to the Emperor, which has reportedly angered him greatly. Chapter 94. Counterfeit. Could it be that the swap of her messenger pigeon was related to the Yun family's counterfeit dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains? Shenwan felt a strong sense of certainty. The king of Kong angering the emperor was no trivial matter. After delivering her report, the maid entered the inner courtyard to inform the old matriarch and Shunwu of the news. Shenwan longed to see their reactions upon hearing this development, but she restrained herself. Visiting the Yun residence was of utmost importance. Upon reaching the entrance, the carriage awaited her. Once she and Coral were settled inside, they set off for the Yun residence. In Shoan Hall, the old matriarch sat on a rattan couch sipping tea when Shinwu rushed in, exclaiming, "Grandmother, something is wrong. The King of Kong has presented a counterfeit painting to the emperor, provoking his immense anger." The old lady trembled as she served tea and chided, "Why the impatience? The crown prince has angered the emperor, but it has nothing to do with our duke's residence. What ill fortune could possibly arise from it?" Shenwu, aware of her misstep, quickly admitted her fault, saying, "I am simply concerned for the crown prince's estate as I cherish my friendship with Princess Yunluan." Shenwu's face was filled with anxiety, while the old lady appeared much more composed. The news from the crown prince's estate was erroneous. The genuine artifact was not with the Yun family, and the presentation of a counterfeit painting had indeed provoked the emperor's ire, a matter for which they could not be blamed. Moreover, even if assistance was rendered, it had been misapplied. The old lady regarded Shenwu with a hint of disappointment, noting how she had become so flustered over a trivial matter. When Shenwan arrived at the Yun residence, it was already lunchtime, a time she had seldom visited before, prompting the household servants to express their surprise. As soon as she dismounted from her carriage, she inquired of a servant, "Is my cousin in the house?" The servant replied, "Yes." Shenwan proceeded to find Yun Yan. Yun Yan was in the midst of his meal when he heard Shenwan had come to see him. He hastily set down his chopsticks and stepped out to greet her. "Cousin, what brings you to the Yun residence at this hour? Have you eaten?" Shenwan replied, "Did the homing pigeon I sent yesterday deliver my message to you?" Yun Yan realized she had come for that reason and responded, "The pigeon returned yesterday afternoon." Indeed. Anger surged within Shenwan. Yun Yan reassured her, "Do not worry, they have not succeeded." Looking at him, Shan Yan explained, "You are concerned someone may have used your name to procure that painting from the Yun family. You came specifically to warn me. And if I had fallen for their trick, I would have been too gullible." Shan Wan stated, "When I left the residence, I received news that the crown prince had presented a counterfeit painting to the emperor, inciting his wrath." Yun Yan chuckled, "Your concern is valid. I had a counterfeit reproduced. Just as I was returning the replica to the residence, the pigeon flew back to me, instructing me to hand over the original painting to a servant of the duke's estate. Truth be told, had you not alerted me, I would have indeed been deceived." Despite her warning, Yun Yan had hesitated for a while. After all, it was he who had gifted the pigeon to Shenwan. As evening approached, Shenwan could not personally retrieve the painting from the Yun residence and thus sent a servant from the duke's estate to collect it. Fearing the servant might refuse, she cleverly used the pigeon to convey her message, ensuring a flawless plan. Nonetheless, Yun Yan remained cautious. The replica was an excellent imitation, and he handed that to the servant. Regardless of Shenwan's intentions for the painting, even if it was meant for the emperor, inciting his anger could easily be attributed to him. As long as the original remained in hand, even if Shenwan had made a blunder, she could rectify it. However, if the servant was not sent by Shenwan, the original could very well be lost forever. Yun Yan could not tolerate anyone using Shenwan's name to deceive the Yun family and was willing to take risks. "I gave the replica to the servant and had someone follow him." The servant delivered the painting to the crown prince's estate. Yun Yan had not expected the crown prince's estate to forego verifying the authenticity of the painting before presenting it to the emperor. He surmised that Shenwan's pigeon must have gone missing, prompting her to come to the Yun residence, and thus he had postponed the midday gathering, returning to the residence early. Yet, Shenwan did not arrive, which struck him as odd, leading him to release the pigeon. He assumed Shenwan's pigeon had merely gone astray, unaware it had been swapped, and his cousin had only realized it upon seeing the returning pigeon. Yun Yan remarked, "Grandmother must be having her lunch a bit late. She likely has not finished yet." Shenwan nodded, "I shall visit my grandmother." Upon arriving at the hall, the maid had just set the dishes on the table. The old lady, aware of Shenwan's purpose for visiting, could only sigh in response. The Yun family had never been difficult to negotiate with. If they desired the painting, they would straightforwardly purchase it, even if the Yun family cherished it dearly. They would reluctantly part with it for a mere few thousand taels of silver, and the old lady found such disgraceful behavior utterly unacceptable. What was even more infuriating was the disdain the merchant class held for the gentry, viewing them with contempt despite the Yun family possessing a title. They considered themselves noble, yet resorted to unscrupulous means for wealth. Fortunately, Shenwan understood their ways and had taken precautions, thus avoiding being outmaneuvered. The old lady served Shenwan some dishes, remarking, "Thanks to your parents' advanced years, they still cannot see through you as clearly as you do." Yun Miao and Yun Qing were dining separately, and halfway through their meal, they arrived. Although Shenwan had only recently visited, she decided to linger longer before returning to her residence. On her way back, she encountered Shinji returning from the military camp, and she immediately voiced her grievances. "Father, there is a thief in our residence." Her voice rang out clear and bright.
Shen je frowned, a thief?
Shenwan affirmed. "I often ask my cousin for assistance in purchasing items, and since it is inconvenient for the maids to run back and forth, he gave me a pigeon to facilitate communication. Someone has swapped my pigeon, and yesterday it flew back to my cousin, instructing him to hand over the original painting of dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains to a servant of the Duke's estate. I never sent a servant to the Yun residence. Fortunately, in his haste, her cousin mistakenly provided a replica instead of the original." News of the crown prince presenting a counterfeit painting to the emperor had spread throughout the court, and naturally, Shunji was aware. His expression darkened. Shenwan's voice had carried, and many maids and servants had overheard. The fourth miss had collided with Princess Yunwan, ruining the painting intended for the emperor, leading the crown prince's estate to demand compensation from her. Previously, the fourth miss had managed to conceal her status as the illegitimate daughter of the second master, thanks to the duke and duchess's intervention. Now that she had been cast back to the second household, the troubles caused by the second household could not simply be rectified by the first household. To think they would resort to such underhanded tactics to deceive the Yun family. Fortunately, the eldest young master of the Yun family had hastily taken the wrong painting, or else they would have succeeded. Shenwan had deliberately raised the matter publicly. Firstly, it demonstrated her fury, as she lost her composure in a fit of rage. Secondly, she aimed to inform both the old lady and the crown prince's estate that the original was indeed with the Yun family. To obtain the original, they would have to acknowledge the theft of her pigeon and their deceit in acquiring the painting, revealing to her father the extent of their despicable actions, which he would never permit, ensuring they faced severe consequences. Chapter 95. Obvious. Shinji had not anticipated that someone within the duke's estate would dare to steal Shenwan's pigeon and use her name to procure items from the Yun family. If this matter were not investigated thoroughly and met with harsh punishment, it could lead to endless repercussions. Shinji instructed Steward Li to investigate the matter. Shenwan did not directly accuse Shinwu and the others of the theft, as everyone had their suspicions. However, without solid evidence, she could not risk being labeled as slanderous. After all, it was not her who had presented the counterfeit painting to the emperor. She was not in a rush. But the crown prince's estate certainly was. The pigeon had been swapped at Qingyi Courtyard, where the maids and matrons were the primary suspects. Thus, Steward Li began his inquiries there. Accompanying Shenwan to Qingyi Courtyard, they had just reached the entrance when a maid approached and said, "Second miss, the old lady requests your presence." There was nothing worthwhile to investigate at Qingyi Courtyard, so Shenwan, accompanied by Coral, proceeded to Shoan Hall. The old lady inquired, "Has there been a thief in Qingyi Courtyard?" Shenwan replied, "Had the pigeon not flown back from the Yun residence, I would have been unaware it had been swapped." Shanwu interjected, "Did not the Yun family claim they had sent the painting out and did not retrieve it? How could the original be back at the Yun residence? Are they intentionally deceiving our duke's estate?" Such accusations were unfounded, as if the Yun family owed the duke's estate something. Shenwan shot a glance at Shinwu and said, "Sister, you are no longer a child. Must you speak so plainly to be understood?" Shenwu clenched her teeth in frustration. Shenwan continued, "Do you have any idea what price the Yun family paid to retrieve that painting? A piece worth 2,000 taels, and to send it out, they had to offer 2 paintings and an additional 10,000 taels of silver to bring it back. If she were my biological cousin, I might have given it, but she is merely an impostor. Why should my parents be obliged to clean up her mess? I must clarify that it was my decision to prevent the Yun family from delivering the painting to the duke's residence. As for my third sister, she has visited the residence of King Kong on 2 occasions, and Princess Yunwan has also been to the duke's residence. Did you not inform Princess Yunwan that the Yun family had not retrieved the painting? Had you merely mentioned it, King Kong would not have offered a counterfeit to the emperor, provoking his majesty's wrath. Or are you suggesting that the counterfeit presented to the emperor was indeed compensated by my fourth sister? Shunwan cast a cold glance at Shin Ti, who appeared displeased. What did you mean by that, second sister? Are you insinuating that I, who borrowed your name to deceive the Yun family and procure the painting, and the thief of your carrier pigeons? Shunwan found it amusing. You suspect me? Do you possess the ability to do so? Her words almost left Shin Ti breathless. Such a statement was more humiliating than mere suspicion. What infuriated her further was her inability to retort. Shunwan spoke softly, stating that under her very nose, her carrier pigeon was swapped, and she felt no shame in being angry. Merely speaking of it felt embarrassing. Fortunately, the item lost was merely a counterfeit, and the Yun family did not suffer significantly. It would be best if the culprit could be identified. If not, I shall reflect upon myself. For while I cannot control others, I can certainly safeguard my own belongings. Shunwan emphasized the word counterfeit with particular weight. No further elaboration was needed, for that word alone was enough to infuriate anyone. Shunwu was nearly exploding with rage. Who would have thought that the Yun family possessed not only genuine pieces but also counterfeits, and that they would carelessly mix the two, leading to such a blunder? It was enough to drive a bull to madness, let alone a person. Yet it was Shin Ti who caused the trouble, having impersonated Yi Kaiwei to deceive the fourth branch for 4 years. Shunwan's refusal to assist her was entirely reasonable. No one could blame her for that. However, while she could not be blamed, one could still find fault. Shunwu remarked that although the young master of the Yun family is indeed our second sister's cousin, he remains an outsider. It may not be proper for you to correspond with him via carrier pigeons. Should this matter become public, who knows what gossip may ensue? It could lead to misunderstandings with the heir of the Jingbei king. Shunwan replied, to me, my cousin is no different from my own elder brother. If I seek his assistance through carrier pigeons, I fear gossip. Perhaps I should simply cease visiting the Yun family altogether. You, third sister, seems so concerned about reputation. Yet your own is hardly commendable. You. Shinwu was so enraged that tears brimmed in her eyes. Grandmother, look at her. Shinwan was unperturbed by the old matriarch. If she were, she would not dare to rub salt into Shinwu's wounds in front of her. Speaking of reputation so incessantly, while her own reputation is in tatters. How dare she lecture me? Not only had Shinwu lost face, but even the old matriarch had no standing to reprimand Shinwan. She ought to devote her efforts to educating her own son and grandson. The old matriarch's expression darkened. Your third sister is merely concerned for you.
Yet.
Shinwan felt no concern, only malice. She turned to Shinwu and spoke gently. I understand that my third sister is unable to bear seeing me disregard my reputation. Having faced hardships herself, she fears I may become careless, regretting it too late. I may have spoken too harshly just now. Please do not take offense. The room was filled with handmaidens and servants, their lips twitching uncontrollably. The second young lady was not truly softening or apologizing. Instead, she was using the guise of an apology to trample on the face of the third young lady. Shinwu, infuriated yet powerless, was left speechless, her face turning pale with anger. The old matriarch, equally frustrated and at a loss for words, realized that while she or Shinwu might have spoken to impart wisdom to Shinwan, coming from Shinwan's lips, it sounded entirely contrary. The old matriarch was thus left fuming. Lady Yin turned to Shinwan. Your carrier pigeon has been used by someone else. Until we uncover who it is. Should you need assistance from your cousin, send a servant to the Yun family instead of using carrier pigeons. I understand, Shinwan replied. No one brought up the matter again, and Shinwan returned to Qingyi courtyard. Upon her return, Manager Li had conducted an investigation but found nothing and left empty-handed. After entering her room, Shinwan poured herself a cup of tea. Coral, puzzled, asked Miss, why did you not inform them that the genuine piece is with the Yun family? Surely King Kong will find a way to obtain it. Shinwan took a seat and sipped her tea. If I do not speak of it, they are already aware. By stating it openly, they would be compelled to retrieve the painting from the Yun family through legitimate means. In truth, the emperor is quite lenient. Although King Kong presented a counterfeit and angered the emperor, as long as he sincerely admits his mistake and presents 2 other genuine pieces, the emperor would likely overlook the matter. After all, in the past, King Kang's mishandling of authentic works was resolved in a similar fashion. However, King Kong is too timid. Already on edge, having presented a counterfeit that provoked the emperor's wrath, He must now find a way to procure the genuine piece swiftly to quell the emperor's anger. King Kong would find it difficult to approach the Yun family directly. If he did, they could simply claim the painting was in her possession, shifting the burden onto her. The duke's daughter was the one who ruined King Kang's offering to the emperor. They could simply seek compensation from her without needing to plead with her. Such an approach would render King Kang's house too spineless. She would patiently wait. After barely an hour, the princess of King Kong arrived at the duke's residence. Chapter 96. Acknowledgement of mistake. The princess of King Kong brought with her the counterfeit painting that had incited the emperor's rage, questioning why the duke's residence sought to harm King Kang's household. Her inquiries were assertive enough to make Shenwan suspect that the painting had indeed been damaged by either Shenwu or Shinti. However, if that were the case, King Kang's household would not be so amicable. Princess Yunwan would not have come to the residence bearing gifts for Shenwu, clearly adopting a supplicatory stance. It was evident that King Kang's household had reached some agreement with the second branch, wherein the second branch would assist King Kong in obtaining the paintings from the Yun family in exchange for King Kong facilitating promotions for the elder master. An agreement had been forged, yet the second branch had provided only a counterfeit. How could King Kang's household possibly accept this? They would undoubtedly demand an explanation. Hence their assertive demeanor. The second branch had now not only failed to secure the lamb, but had also found themselves mired in trouble. After all, even the emperor was aware that the painting was inadvertently damaged by Shinti, and the duke's residence had already promised to compensate King Kang's household. To now claim that they colluded with Princess Yunwan to defraud the Yun family of their painting would earn them no credence, even if others believed it. The second branch's already tarnished reputation would only suffer further disgrace. When the princess of King Kong demanded the genuine piece, the old matriarch felt a deep sense of frustration but could only swallow her indignation, for this was a consequence of their own making. Having aided King Kang's household to such an extent, they could not afford to be obstinate. Otherwise, King Kong would renege on his promises and harbor resentment. The princess of King Kong granted the second branch one day, insisting that if the painting was not delivered to King Kang's residence by sunset tomorrow, they would bear the consequences. Shenwan refrained from joining the commotion in Shoan Hall, and as Yin Chuan rambled on about the recent events, the old matriarch, furious, shattered her teacup. Without needing Yin Chuan to elaborate, Shenwan could well imagine the extent of the old matriarch's anger. Yin Chuan said, "The old matriarch has sent someone to summon the Duchess. Would you like to go see?" "No need." Her mother was reasonable, yet not overly accommodating. Having stolen her carrier pigeons and used her name to deceive the Yun family, now that the princess of King Kong had brought forth evidence to the duke's residence, it would be a miracle if her mother did not seek trouble with the second branch. The old matriarch could only hope to pressure her mother into retrieving the painting from the Yun family. Even if her mother agreed, her father would undoubtedly refuse. Shenwan felt quite at ease. Lady Yun was preoccupied, yet regardless of her busyness, she had to heed the old matriarch's summons. As Shenwan had anticipated, upon Lady Yun's arrival at Shoan Hall, she did not wait for the old matriarch to speak before expressing her displeasure. Is it true that the counterfeit presented to the emperor was compensated by the second branch? The evidence was undeniable. The old matriarch could not deny it. They had initially sought to assist King Kang's household, yet now it seemed that King Kang's household was entirely self-serving, disregarding the plight of the second branch. The old matriarch's insides churned with regret. However, this was a situation of the second branch's own making, and they could only swallow their grievances. First and foremost, we must quell the anger of King Kong and the emperor, the fourth lady stated. Lady Yun abruptly interrupted. Where did that counterfeit originate? No one responded. Lady Yun, fuming, continued, you utilized Wanner's carrier